Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.
51. Gotham City. Gotham. The moment they crossed the bridge into Gotham, Arthur felt it. A weight in the air. The city was drenched in gloom, like the entire place had been dipped in shadow and left to dry in misery. The sky above was an endless gray, as if the sun had given up on shining here a long time ago. The towering buildings stood tall but suffocated, choked by age, pollution, and a creeping sense of decay that clung to every brick. Raindrops dotted the windshield, faint streaks running down the glass like the city itself was crying, though no one here seemed to care. Gotham's people moved through the streets with purpose, heads down, shoulders hunched. Even the neon signs of clubs and shady businesses failed to give the streets any real life, they only illuminated the darkness, never banished it. Arthur let out a slow breath, eyes scanning the streets as the car rolled deeper into the city. He leaned back into his seat, arms crossed. "I see what you meant now, George. This city is gloomy." He let his words hang in the air before adding, "It feels like even the air here has given up." George, ever composed, remained focused on the road, but there was a small knowing smile on his face. "Well, Master Arthur, this is Gotham. It has always been this way." He took a careful turn onto a slick, rain-soaked road. A city of contradictions, too stubborn to die, too broken to heal. A place where fear and crime have long since embedded themselves into its very foundation. Arthur hummed at that, watching as a group of men loitered in front of a convenience store, their eyes shifting toward the car with barely concealed interest. A second later, a pair of bat-signal-shaped decals reflected off their faces from a passing patrol car, and they quickly turned away, pretending to be busy. George continued, voice smooth yet laced with a quiet kind of wisdom. "To Batman's credit, he has done an admirable job keeping the city from plunging further into chaos. But Gotham." He shook his head. "It never truly sheds its nature. Its reputation is well-earned, I'm afraid." Arthur smirked. "Sounds like a great place for a vacation." George chuckled softly. "Indeed, sir. A fine getaway, if one enjoys the occasional mugging attempts." Arthur let out a breath through his nose, shifting his gaze to the skyline. Gotham's skyscrapers were tall, but unlike Metropolis's shining beacons of progress, these stood like jagged tombstones against the horizon. The shadows between the buildings seemed deeper, stretching just a little longer than they should. "Well," Arthur said, cracking his knuckles, "at least I won't be bored." George sighed, though there was an unmistakable trace of amusement in his voice. "That, Master Arthur, I do not doubt in the slightest, but try to be careful." The car continued down the rain-slicked streets, carrying Arthur deeper into Gotham's embrace. The car rolled to a smooth stop in front of the estate, the soft hum of the engine fading as George put it into park. With his usual poise, he turned slightly in his seat and announced, "We have arrived, Master Arthur." Arthur stretched slightly in his seat before running a hand through his hair. "That was a long road trip, but I'll admit, it was worth it. Got to see some interesting places along the way." He smirked, stepping out of the car and closing the door behind him. Then, he turned to take in the place his brother had arranged for him. And immediately, one of his eyebrows twitched. This was not modest. The estate was perched on a cliffside, overlooking Gotham's restless sea. The waves crashed against jagged rocks below, sending white mist into the air like ghostly apparitions. The building itself was an architectural masterpiece, modern yet classical, with dark stone walls, large glass windows that reflected the stormy sky, and a wraparound balcony that promised a breathtaking view of the ocean. There were tasteful exterior lights illuminating the pathways, and a small but meticulously maintained garden lined the entrance. Arthur let out a quiet chuckle, shaking his head as he muttered under his breath. "Modest, you say, Adam?" George, who had stepped out of the car and was already retrieving Arthur's belongings from the trunk, smiled knowingly. It would seem Master Adam has a rather unique interpretation of the word modest, sir. Arthur exhaled through his nose, placing his hands on his hips as he looked over the estate once more. Yeah, I should have expected that. He turned his gaze toward the sea for a moment, watching as the waves roared and crashed into the rocky shore. The scent of salt filled the air, blending with the faint smell of wet earth from the earlier rain. After a beat of silence, he smirked and glanced at George. Well, if I'm going to be roaming here in Gotham, I might as well do it in style. George closed the trunk and straightened his jacket with a dignified nod. A fitting residence for someone of your stature, sir. Though, I do hope the city's unique brand of hospitality does not dampen the experience. Arthur huffed a small laugh. Oh, I highly doubt that, George. His eyes gleamed slightly. If anything, I think Gotham and I are going to get along just fine. George stood beside the sleek black car, gloved hands resting neatly in front of him, as he gave Arthur a small nod. Well then, Master Arthur, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave and return home. Arthur, who had been inspecting the house's entrance, turned his head slightly. Where are you going? George blinked. Home, sir. Arthur scoffed, shaking his head with an amused smirk. No, you're not. George arched an eyebrow, his composed expression not faltering, but there was a subtle glint of curiosity in his eyes. Sir. Arthur walked back toward him, standing just a few steps away. I need someone to take care of this place while I'm gone. Make sure it doesn't fall apart, keep unwanted guests away, and more importantly. His sharp gaze met George's. Make sure my identity stays a secret while I'm here. George studied him for a moment, then let out a small, knowing sigh. I see. So, I am to be both caretaker and owner of this modest estate of yours. Arthur shrugged. You make it sound like it's a bad thing. George smiled faintly. On the contrary, sir. I find the prospect rather intriguing. He gave a small bow, a gesture of acknowledgement rather than submission. Very well, Master Arthur. I shall remain and oversee the estate in your absence. Arthur nodded, satisfied. Good. You're the only one I'd trust with this anyway. George straightened his jacket, his posture effortlessly refined. I shall consider that the highest of compliments, sir. Arthur chuckled. It was. Arthur paused, then added, also it is either you or my shadow soldiers. George, who had been adjusting his gloves, stopped momentarily and gave Arthur a puzzled look. Shadow soldiers, sir. Arthur simply gestured toward the house. Come inside. It's easier to show than explain. George regarded him for a moment, then gave a small nod, following Arthur into the grand estate. The house was vast, far from the modest place Adam had claimed it to be. A mixture of modern design and Gothic elegance, with tall windows overlooking the sea, high ceilings, and intricate architecture. But George wasn't admiring the interior. No, his attention was currently fixed on the creature standing before him. A hulking, shadowy figure loomed in the dim light of the room, its form shifting, wraith-like yet solid, glowing eyes staring at him with eerie intensity. It was undoubtedly not human. George, standing just a few feet away, merely adjusted his sleeves and let out a slow breath. I see. He observed the creature with a calm, unreadable expression. So you do have powers after all. Arthur leaned against a nearby pillar, arms crossed, watching George's reaction with mild amusement. You're way too calm about this. George tilted his head slightly, studying the shadow creature with the same air of scrutiny one might give a particularly curious work of art. Well, sir, I have seen terrible things in my lifetime. He glanced back at Arthur, his voice as composed as ever. This creature you've summoned is rather cute in comparison. Arthur blinked, then barked out a short laugh. Cute. He gestured toward the towering entity. This thing could tear through steel like paper. George gave a small shrug. And yet, it obeys you. Which makes it far less concerning than the horrors I've seen men commit in their pursuit of power. Arthur smirked, pushing off the pillar. Interesting, fair point. George glanced back at the shadow once more, then adjusted his jacket. Shall I assume there are more of these cute creatures lurking about? Arthur grinned. Oh, you have no idea. George clasped his hands behind his back, his sharp gaze lingering on the shadowy figure that loomed before him. Is this the reason you came to Gotham, sir? His tone was thoughtful. To fight crime with these creatures? Like the heroes you once admired as a child. Arthur let out a laugh low, amused, and carrying a touch of disbelief. "Oh, no, definitely not. I won't be doing that." From the depths of the shadows, a new figure emerged. A hunched, wiry silhouette stepped forward, its presence unnerving yet distinctly weaker than Arthur's usual summons. Unlike his other soldiers, this one was different. And it had a wide, unsettling grin. Arthur's grin mirrored it. "This guy will." George's brow furrowed as he examined the shadowed figure. There was something eerily familiar about it. He tilted his head slightly. "This shadow, it bears a resemblance to." His voice trailed off. Arthur clapped a hand on George's shoulder, his smirk widening. "Oh, you have no idea how ironic this is. Normal grade shadow solider. Name, low-ranked can't be named." Then, turning his attention back to the shadow, Arthur waved his hand lazily. "I can't name you yet, but that doesn't really matter." His voice dropped into something more commanding. "Go. Stick to the shadows of this city, avoid being seen. Fight crime however you see fit. Avoid killing small fries, but as for the so-called supervillains of this shithole," he smirked, "do whatever you want." The shadow tilted its head, the eerie grin stretching wider before it sank into the darkness. George watched in silence for a moment before exhaling slowly. "A rather poetic choice, I must say." Arthur chuckled. "Poetic? No." He placed his hands in his pockets, looking toward the Gotham skyline beyond the windows. "I'd call it justice." 52. A new project. Gotham at night was a beast with 1,000 eyes, street lamps flickering, neon signs buzzing, shadows stretching long and hungry. For the lowlifes that slithered through its back alleys, it was business as usual. A group of thugs, 4 of them, leather jackets, scarred knuckles, and bad intentions stood around a crate, counting their latest earnings. Probably from a robbery, maybe some drug money. It didn't matter. One of them, a rat-faced guy with a crooked nose, perked up. "Yo, y'all hear that?" The others paused, listening. Then it came. Laughter. Not just any laughter, a cackle that sent an icy shiver up the spine. Familiar, twisted, wrong. Another thug, taller with a buzz cut, squinted down the alley. The dim streetlight barely cut through the fog rolling in from the docks, but something was there, a figure in the dark. A wide grin, glowing violet eyes. And something else, a swirling black mist curling off its body like smoke. Ratface took a step back, his breath hitching. No, that ain't possible. We saw that bastard in the news die." Buzzcut swallowed. "Then what the fuck is that?" The figure took a step forward. The light caught him. A ghastly, distorted version of a face they all knew. A face that shouldn't be here. Pale, stretched into a ghoulish smile. But it wasn't just his face, it was his whole body, twisted, unnatural, black as night. A shadow. The Joker. No, something wearing his grin. Ratface stumbled backward, bumping into the crate. No. Fuck this." The others bolted, but they didn't get far. The thing moved too fast. Before one of them could even reach the mouth of the alley, it lashed out, wrapping around him and yanking him back with bone-snapping force. He hit the pavement, screaming. The Joker shadow pounced. The first punch sent teeth flying. The second left a dent in the concrete beneath the thug's head. He laughed, a chaotic, broken sound, as if his voice couldn't decide whether to be human or something else entirely. Buzzcut pulled a gun, hands shaking. "Nope. Fuck this. I ain't fighting no ghost." He aimed and the thing was already in his face. It grabbed his wrist, bones cracked. The gun dropped. Before he could scream, it smashed his head against the wall. Hard. Blood smeared the bricks. He slumped, unconscious. The last thug, Ratface, was frozen, wide-eyed, staring at the monster before him. "You." He trembled. "You ain't him." The Joker shadow tilted its head, like a predator considering its prey. Then, slowly, its grin widened. Ratface ran. And the laughter followed. The dining room was dimly lit, elegant but not excessive. A long table stretched between Arthur and George, though Arthur had chosen to sit closer rather than at the head like some noble lord. Outside, the sea whispered against the cliffs, a rhythmic backdrop to their meal. George, ever the proper gentleman, sliced into his steak with precision, but his gaze flicked toward Arthur between bites. Finally, he spoke. "Master Arthur, your Joker shadow has been absent for quite some time now." He set his utensils down with a measured clink. "Do you believe it is carrying out your request?" Arthur smirked, swirling the wine in his glass before taking a sip. Oh, he's doing it, all right. George exhaled, dabbing his mouth with a napkin. I must admit, I fail to comprehend why you even bother with this charade. Arthur leaned back in his chair, tapping his fork against the plate, his grin widening. It's simple, really. He set the fork down and rested his chin on his palm. I just happen to be the reason Batman's boyfriend died. George's expression didn't shift, but the subtle arch of his brow spoke volumes. Arthur chuckled, shaking his head. I'm just keeping him busy. That's all. Because, let's be honest, isn't it a little weird? I took out the Joker, his arch-nemesis, and what did Batman do so far? He gestured vaguely. Absolutely nothing. He took another bite, chewing thoughtfully before adding, that either means he's still planning something, a way to neutralize me. He pointed his knife at George. Or he realizes I was in the right, or he doesn't really care. He shrugged. I really don't know which one is worse when it comes to that man. George exhaled through his nose, lifting his glass of wine. Gotham is a city of mysteries, Master Arthur. Its people even more so. Whatever the case may be, I do hope this experiment of yours does not escalate beyond what you can control. Arthur smirked. Oh, George. He leaned forward, eyes gleaming with mischief. I never really had control in the first place, I just do things. Metropolis. In the highest floors of LexCorp Tower, beyond layers of security, surveillance, and reinforced walls, Lex Luthor sat in his private office, watching. The large display before him glowed with Arthur Blackwine's face, cycling through satellite captures, enhanced footage, and data streams compiled from every available source. The boy was an anomaly, something beyond metahuman, beyond alien. Lex had met gods. Lex had defied them. And yet, Arthur Blackwine was something else entirely. He leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers, analyzing every detail. His past was fragmented, his abilities undocumented, yet undeniable. He had crushed the Joker like an insect, survived encounters with a Kryptonian and his prized Project Doomsday, wielded power that defied Lex's understanding, and that simply would not do. Lex reached for the small, vacuum-sealed evidence bag on his desk. Inside, delicate strands of ashen white hair rested, barely visible against the surface. Arthur's hair. A trophy. A key. A revelation. Lex smiled. You're fascinating, Arthur. He turned the bag between his fingers, watching the strands shift ever so slightly. But power like yours? It was never meant to be held by just one man. He placed the bag down gently, tapping a button on his desk. Multiple displays flickered to life, schematics appearing, DNA sequencing, energy resonance studies, genetic recombination models. You're young, arrogant, powerful. Lex's voice was smooth, controlled, but laced with satisfaction. But most importantly, he traced a finger across Arthur's image. You're predictable. He had witnessed what the boy could do. He had already begun formulating the possibilities. And all that was left was for Arthur to take the bait. Lex leaned back, exhaling slowly. His expression sharpened, the calculation behind his eyes unmistakable. Your power won't be just yours anymore, Arthur. He chuckled, low and knowing. Not for long, once I crack this little mystery. The large screen on Lex Luthor's wall flickered, shifting from Arthur Blackwine's profile to something equally intriguing. Another footage. The image was grainy but unmistakable. Blonde hair whipping in the wind, streaking through the skies like a missile, then, impact. A foreign military installation obliterated. The footage rewound, showing the girl cutting through reinforced structures like they were paper. Soldiers, scientists, assets all reduced to nothing but rubble. Lex raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh. A second report followed. Another site, another strike. Then another. He leaned forward, fingers tapping against his desk as he watched her work. Destroying scientific facilities, military compounds. His eyes narrowed slightly before a slow smirk curled his lips. Interesting. Here she was, acting with ruthless precision. And not just against threats, against metahumans. He exhaled, amused. So, she's operational already. The pieces clicked into place. This wasn't her personal mission. No, this was sanctioned. Controlled. A weapon. He leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. I see. She wasn't just cleaning up threats. She was eliminating individuals outside government control. Lex already knew what was going on. The government had always been paranoid about metahumans. No matter how many alliances were formed, governments feared what they couldn't control. And now, they had their enforcer. Lex chuckled, shaking his head. Well, how predictable, but to use them in the open like this. His gaze shifted, falling on the vacuum-sealed bag resting on his desk. Arthur Blackwine's hair gleamed under the soft light. He picked it up between his fingers, examining it carefully, a devilish glint in his eyes. Maybe, he mused, rolling the strands between his fingertips, I should work with them again, one final time. The smirk widened, just to see how this all plays out. 53. A dungeon awaits. The morning sun barely peeked through Gotham's ever-present gloom as Arthur Blackwine stood in an empty lot near his home, stretching his arms with a satisfied sigh. His daily quest was done, and at this point, it was light work, a formality rather than a challenge. The rewards barely made a dent in his strength anymore. But then, a new notification flashed before his eyes. Arthur had barely materialized inside his room when a familiar blue screen popped up in front of his face. System alert, level 90 reached. Requirements fulfilled. The key can now be used to unlock a dungeon. Details will be revealed once you reach the target location. Target location, Titan's Tower, Jump City. Arthur blinked once. Then twice. Then he let out the most exhausted sigh known to mankind, rubbing his temples as if the sheer audacity of the system was giving him a migraine. You've got to be kidding me. His voice was flat, but the sheer exasperation in his eyes could burn a hole through the notification screen. Of all places, of all goddamn places in the world, why Titan's Tower? He threw his hands up, pacing the room. Now I have to infiltrate. Great. Because that's exactly what I needed in my life right now, breaking and entering into the home of a bunch of people who already do not exactly like me. He dropped onto his bed, running a hand down his face. I'm not exactly welcome there, system. He said it slow, as if talking to an idiotic intern that didn't quite understand how social consequences worked. The system, of course, offered no response. Arthur groaned. I swear, I think you are doing this just to mess with me. Arthur's brow furrowed. He pulled out the key from his inventory, rolling it between his fingers. It was still just as unassuming as before, dark metal, smooth to the touch, yet cold like it didn't belong in this world. And yet, system message, the key's name remains till you reach target location. Arthur chuckled. I can use it now, but you still won't tell me what the hell this key actually is or where it leads. Nature of this dungeon. His fingers tightened around the object as a slow smirk tugged at his lips. Interesting. It feels different from the Tower of Fate's key. Like it's something else entirely. His mind whirred with possibilities, but the excitement was clear on his face. Arthur stepped into his home, shaking off the cold from the outside. The place was quiet. George had ensured that no unnecessary staff was around. Just them and the secrets of Gotham. Inside the dining room, George was already waiting, reading a newspaper while sipping on black coffee in a pristine porcelain cup. He glanced up, eyes sharp despite his calm demeanor. I see you finished your training session, you're back early, Master Arthur. He folded the newspaper neatly and set it aside. Did the city not provide enough entertainment? Arthur smirked, pulling out a chair and dropping into it. Let's just say I found something more interesting. George raised an eyebrow, waiting. Arthur spun the key between his fingers, watching how the morning light reflected off it. I'll be leaving today. George didn't flinch, simply tilting his head. For how long? Arthur exhaled through his nose, staring at the key as if he could force it to reveal its secrets. Finally, he admitted, I honestly don't know. A moment of silence. George observed him carefully, then placed his cup down with a soft clink. I see. He adjusted his tie, looking completely unfazed. Then I assume you've taken the necessary precautions. Arthur chuckled. Come on, George. Have a little faith. I know what I'm doing. George sighed, rubbing his temple. Master Arthur, faith is for men who don't have plans. I trust you, yes, but I would rather trust that you've prepared accordingly. Arthur leaned back, arms behind his head. I have. His grin widened. Well, mostly. George pinched the bridge of his nose. That is not reassuring in the slightest. Arthur stood, tossing the key into the air and catching it. It wasn't meant to be. He gave George a sharp look. Just keep an eye on things while I'm gone. If anything happens, use my shadows, they will obey you. George sighed but gave a small nod. Of course, sir. Then, a knowing look crossed his face. And what about your, Gotham plan? Arthur's smirk deepened. He didn't answer directly, just glanced out the window, where the city's dark skyline loomed in the distance. The Joker's shadow was still out there, doing exactly what Arthur instructed. Arthur grabbed his coat and stepped toward the door. The key pulsed faintly in his grasp. George, standing near the entrance, watched him carefully. Then, with a subtle smirk, he said, "Do try not to disappear entirely, Master Arthur." Arthur laughed. "Relax. I'll be back before you even miss me." Arthur adjusted his coat, rolling his shoulders like he was getting ready for a casual stroll instead of stepping into something potentially life-threatening. George, ever composed, watched him with a look of measured patience, like a butler preparing for yet another one of his master's reckless adventures. Arthur exhaled and casually said, "All right then. Exchange." In an instant, his body was engulfed in shadow, sucked into the ground like ink spilling into water. And just as quickly, something else took his place. A hulking, inky black shadow demon stood where Arthur had been, its glowing eyes staring straight at George. Its form flickered like smoke, but its sheer size made the room feel much smaller than it actually was. For a long, long second, there was nothing but silence. George, completely unfazed, blinked once and adjusted his cuff links. Then, in the same calm, dignified tone he used for everything else, he simply said, "Oh." He gave the creature a once-over. "Hello." The shadow demon tilted its head like a confused dog. George, still as composed as ever, gestured toward the dining table. "I assume you don't partake in coffee." The shadow creature let out a deep, guttural growl that rumbled the floor beneath them. George nodded, completely unbothered. "Yes, I thought as much." He picked up his newspaper again and went back to reading, as if a shadow monster standing in the room was just another Tuesday. Jump City. Arthur stepped out of the shadows, now back in Jump City. The familiar skyline stretched before him, the dim glow of streetlights casting long shadows against the towering buildings. And off in the distance, standing like a monument, was Titan's Tower. Arthur exhaled through his nose, crossing his arms. "It would have been way easier if I had just assigned a shadow soldier to one of the Titans." He muttered, his gaze locked on the distant, T-shaped fortress. Could have had eyes and ears inside by now. But no, he never did. And for good reason. His blue eyes flickered as he remembered that Raven had been the first to sense his powers, long before he even made a move. She'd sniff them out. Probably exorcise or something on the spot, too. "I need to test that out though, it will give me some insights about certain magic users." His lips twitched at the thought of watching his carefully planted spy get blasted into oblivion by a pissed-off half-demon. Arthur rubbed the back of his head, weighing his options. He could try to be subtle. Sneak in. Use the shadows, avoid confrontation. And access the dungeon. Minimize risk. But after a solid 5 seconds of pretending he had patience, he sighed. Fuck it. He cracked his neck, shaking off the tension. "I'll just go ahead and waltz in like nothing happened." His lips curled into a grin, equal parts cocky and suicidal. No plan. No backup. Just confidence and bad decisions. Arthur stood at the edge of the shore, staring at the tower of his so-called peers with mild annoyance. It loomed like a monument of past troubles, a place where he was neither welcome nor forgotten. He let out a long breath. "All right, here goes nothing." With a flicker of motion, he vanished. His body blurred across the ground, moving like a ghost cutting through the night. Every step barely touched the surface, leaving behind faint ripples as he closed in on the tower's perimeter. But then, his instincts screamed. Arthur's stride shifted, his boots slamming against solid ground as he abruptly halted. His head tilted slightly, sensing it. A presence. Nearby. Slowly, his gaze lifted. And there she was. Raven. Floating just above the tower, shrouded in a midnight cloak, her hood partially drawn over her face. She sat suspended in the air, legs crossed in meditation, her violet eyes barely open, glowing faintly in the dark. The wind shifted, rustling the edges of her cloak. Arthur clicked his tongue. TCH, of course, it had to be her. 54, Fractured Control. Arthur Blackwind walked toward the Titan's tower as if he belonged there. His strides were slow, casual, almost lazy. But beneath the nonchalant exterior, every step was calculated. His senses stretched out like invisible tendrils, brushing against the energies around him, taking in every detail. The wind, the city's distant hum, the faint heartbeat of the tower itself, and naturally the meditating raven on top of it. And then, above, before he could react, violet eyes snapped open. The air shifted. Whoosh. Raven moved. One moment, she was floating in the night, legs crossed in quiet meditation. The next, she was right in front of him, standing mere feet away, her cloak billowing slightly from the sudden teleportation. "You're a long way from Gotham." Her voice was even, controlled, but there was a sharp edge to it, like a blade just barely concealed. She wasn't surprised to see him. She had felt him coming. Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly. "Raven." His voice held neither fear nor hesitation, just acknowledgement. Her gaze studied him, searching. She wasn't foolish enough to assume he was here on a friendly visit. The last time they saw each other, things hadn't been peaceful in the city. But instead of pressing him immediately, Raven tilted her head slightly and, surprisingly, said, "Relax. I don't share everything with the team." Arthur's lips curled into a faint smirk. "Keep it that way. I really don't want to see you as an enemy." A flicker of blue light ran through his irises, something deep and untamed stirring beneath his skin. His power thrummed beneath the surface, coiled like a beast waiting to be unleashed. He wasn't suppressing it, not completely. And Raven could feel it. Her expression barely shifted, but the tension in the air thickened. "You're stronger." Her words weren't a compliment. They were a fact. An observation made with quiet, unwavering certainty. Arthur, ever the smooth talker, feigned mild surprise. "Naturally. And how'd you figure that out?" Raven's violet eyes bore into him, unamused. "Because you feel even more wrong." Ouch. Arthur placed a hand over his chest mockingly. "That's harsh." Raven didn't rise to the bait. Instead, she elaborated in that calm, measured tone of hers. "Before, your power felt unsteady. Like it wasn't fully yours yet. Now, it's different. Denser. Colder. Like something has shifted inside you." Arthur rolled his shoulders, as if shaking off the weight of her words. "I just had a good training arc." She didn't respond. Didn't need to. Her expression made it clear she wasn't buying his deflections. Then, Arthur did something bold. He walked past her. Not aggressively, not threateningly, just casually, like she wasn't even a roadblock. Like he had every right to be here. Raven's eyebrow twitched slightly, and she turned, watching him. "You do realize you're not exactly going to be welcomed with open arms." Arthur didn't stop. "I had a feeling." She took a step forward, voice as calm as ever, but with an unmistakable hint of warning. "Robin came back with a broken leg and bruises all over." That made Arthur pause for half a second. Raven noticed. "You're after something, aren't you?" Arthur turned his head slightly, his sharp blue eyes meeting hers. The way she phrased it, it wasn't a question. It was a statement. Arthur smirked. "What if I ask nicely?" Raven exhaled softly, crossing her arms. "Somehow, I doubt that's going to make a difference with the others." Arthur chuckled, his gaze flicking toward the tower's entrance. "Guess we'll find out." A deep rumble filled the air as the ground trembled beneath Arthur's feet. Before he could take another step, massive slabs of rock shot up from the earth, rising like a barricade, standing tall between him and the tower. The movement was precise, controlled. This wasn't some casual warning. Arthur raised an eyebrow. Then, instead of looking annoyed, he just smiled. With a flick of his fingers, a pulse of invisible force rippled outward. Crack, boom. The barrier shattered into dust, the massive chunks of rock hurled away effortlessly as if they weighed nothing at all. The debris didn't even touch the ground, they simply vanished, erased from existence by Arthur's ruler's authority. His gaze flicked to Raven, his smirk widening slightly. "Really? That's how we're playing it?" She didn't answer. Instead she attacked. Boom. A bolt of dark, crackling energy shot toward him with terrifying speed. Arthur barely had time to tilt his head as the blast roared past his face, searing the air where he had just stood. His eyes widened slightly in surprise. No warning. No words. She was pissed. And she wasn't holding back. Another blast, then another, then another. The night lit up with purple streaks of energy as Raven unleashed an onslaught of shadowy projectiles, each one precise, deadly, and filled with something more than just power. Arthur exhaled, his smirk fading. Shing! A sleek, black promethium blade slid free from his system inventory, gleaming under the dim moonlight. His grip was effortless, almost relaxed, until he moved. Clang! The first blast met the sword's edge and split in half, the raw energy scattering harmlessly to the side. Clang! 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 He deflected each strike with ease, his free hand casually flicking his fingers, redirecting, stopping, erasing the stray energy bolts midair with ruler's authority. It was as if the very air bent to his will. But as he parried, something caught his attention. Her attacks weren't just fast, they were furious. Raven's face was still a mask of control, but her eyes, they burned. Not with their usual violet glow, but with something darker. Arthur narrowed his eyes, watching her closely. Something was off. She sent a final, larger blast straight at him, but this time, he didn't dodge. Instead, he closed the distance. Whoosh! His body blurred through the air, shadows twisting around his form as he shot forward like a bullet. Before Raven could react, grab! Arthur's hand caught hers midair, his grip firm but not crushing. They hovered above the ground, the wind rustling around them, tension thick in the air. What is going on with you? Arthur's voice was low, edged with something that almost sounded like concern. Raven's eyes flickered, her expression unreadable, but she didn't pull away. Let go, Arthur. Her tone was calm, but it lacked its usual cool detachment. Arthur didn't move, his face close to hers. You're clearly keeping something to yourself. What's wrong? For the first time, she hesitated. Then just for a split second, her eyes snapped red. Arthur noticed. His grip loosened instantly, and she yanked her hand away, clutching her head. A sharp gasp left her lips as she staggered, her fingers pressing against her temple like she was trying to silence something. Arthur's eyes narrowed. He had seen it, just for a moment. But it was enough. Raven. She didn't respond, didn't even look at him. Arthur exhaled slowly, stepping back as they both landed on solid ground. He watched her closely, analyzing her every movement. Raven barely had time to steady herself before. Grab! Arthur's hands clamped down on her shoulders, firm but not forceful. His eyes burned an eerie, glowing blue, cutting through the darkness between them. His gaze was that of understanding. And when he spoke, his voice carried something Raven hadn't expected. Certainty. It's your father Trigon, isn't it? Raven's breath hitched. No. No, that wasn't possible. Her eyes widened slightly, her entire body going rigid under his grip. No, wait. She shook her head, confused. How did he? Her voice dropped to something almost defensive. How did you know that? Arthur's expression didn't change. He just kept staring, his grip not loosening. His voice was even, almost casual, except for the razor-sharp edge beneath it. You were attacking me out of frustration about something, he said, tilting his head slightly. But your attacks got a little too lethal. Raven flinched at that. If I were some random thug, hell, if I was weaker I'd be dead right now. No, Raven protested quickly, as if trying to dismiss the idea. I wouldn't. Arthur cut her off, his tone growing just a little more pointed. Are you losing control over Trigon? He let that sink in before adding, that's a little bit serious, don't you think? Raven clenched her jaw, looking away. Is there a reason for that? Arthur pressed. You're someone who's always so composed, always keeping your emotions in check. So why now? She said nothing, but the way her eyes started darting everywhere, avoiding his gaze, avoiding the question, told him everything he needed to know. Arthur's eyes narrowed slightly. His grip on her shoulders tightened just a fraction. And then he said it. Don't tell me this is about me. Raven's head snapped up so fast it was a miracle she didn't get whiplash. Her entire face erupted into deep, burning red. Not just a little blush, full-on, fire alarm level embarrassment. No. She blurted out, way too loud, way too fast. Arthur just nodded. A slow, deliberate, knowing nod. Yes. Raven groaned, her hands flying to her face. No. Yes. No. Yes. She groaned harder, facepalming herself with a level of exasperation that could probably crack the multiverse. Arthur just smirked. Wow. You must really hate being this predictable. Raven sighed deeply, like she was about to throw herself into another dimension just to escape this conversation. But when she finally spoke, her voice was low. I'm not allowed to feel deeply, she admitted. Anger, frustration. She exhaled, shaking her head slightly. And even, jealousy. She hesitated for half a second before forcing the last word out, as if saying it physically hurt. Arthur just watched her, his smile fading slightly. These are things he feeds on to weaken me. Her voice was quieter now. Not weak. Not scared. Just tired. 55. Uninvited guest. Arthur finally let her go, his grip loosening as he took a slow step back. His glowing eyes dimmed, fading into their usual blue. But his smirk? That stayed firmly in place. Damn, he muttered, stretching his neck with an easy roll of his shoulders. I knew you were interested in me, but I didn't think it was this serious. He raised an eyebrow, his voice teasing but laced with genuine curiosity. I mean, I didn't think I'd have to start dodging death beams because of it. Raven froze. Then, very slowly, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. Oh my God. Arthur grinned. Oh my God, she repeated, her voice tighter this time, as if she was physically fighting the urge to hurl him into another dimension. I mean, don't get me wrong, Arthur continued, ignoring the warning signs of imminent doom. I get it. I'm devastatingly charming. It happens. Raven inhaled through her nose, very deliberately. Arthur. And let's be real, you do spend a lot of time looking at me when you think I don't notice. He tapped his chin, mock thoughtful. It's cute, really. Raven closed her eyes. Arthur. But, man, jealousy? Didn't expect that from you. He clicked his tongue, shaking his head. I must have done something right. That was it. Raven snapped. I am not jealous. Her cloak flared around her as raw, violet energy erupted from her body, crackling through the air in a wave of frustration. A nearby streetlight exploded, shattering into pieces. Arthur just laughed. Not a nervous laugh. Not a worried laugh. A full, smug, entertained as hell laugh. Raven groaned into her hands. You are the worst person I have ever met. Arthur wiped a non-existent tear from his eye, still chuckling. And yet, here we are. You, losing control over your emotions. Me, still standing. You sure you don't want to admit something? She refused to look at him. Arthur smirked, tilting his head. Raven. Shut up. Say it. Shut up. Arthur just smiled wider. I'll take that as a maybe. He put his hands up in mock surrender, still grinning like he had all the time in the world. All right. I should stop teasing you, otherwise, I might end up fighting a red demon right here, right now. He smirked, his tone light, but his next words carried weight. And honestly, I'm not exactly sure I'm ready to go toe-to-toe with something like that just yet. Raven froze. For a second, everything was silent. The wind, the distant sounds of the city, everything faded into the background. Then, a sharp pull. Arthur's eyes widened as he felt her hands grip his clothes from behind, her voice suddenly too close. How do you know about my father? The question wasn't loud. But damn if it didn't carry the weight of 1,000 unspoken things. Her breath was just the faintest whisper against his back, and for once, her tone wasn't calm. It was low, controlled, but underneath it, there was something else. Arthur's smirk faltered, just for a split second. Then, he let out a small chuckle, tilting his head slightly. You're not the only one with access to certain data about people. His voice was smooth, effortless, like he hadn't just pulled that lie out of thin air. Raven didn't move, didn't let go, but he felt her eyes narrow. Right, she murmured, her voice unreadable. And I suppose you just happened to come across that particular bit of information. Arthur grinned, twisting his head just enough to glance at her over his shoulder. Let's just say I like to keep my ear to the ground. Raven held her stare for a moment longer. Then, slowly, she let go of him. Arthur turned fully, hands slipping into his pockets as he rocked on his heels. Come on now, Raven. His smirk returned, playful but intentional. Get me inside the tower. I'm not here for trouble. Raven's violet gaze flicked up to his. Her expression betrayed nothing. But then, she sighed. TTCH. She crossed her arms. I should leave you outside just for being annoying. Arthur grinned wider. You are not gonna do that to your dearest. She rolled her eyes, but the tension in her shoulders finally loosened. Dark energy swirled around them. Don't make me regret this. Arthur gave her a lazy salute. You won't. Raven didn't say another word. Instead, she flicked her wrist, and a swirling black portal tore through the air, dark and ethereal, crackling with energy. Arthur raised an eyebrow but didn't hesitate. Thanks. He mused before stepping inside. Raven followed. A moment later, they were inside the Titan's tower. The shift in atmosphere was immediate. The air was still, yet the walls hummed faintly with hidden security systems. The soft glow of the tower's advanced technology cast faint blue lights across the polished floor. Arthur exhaled, rolling his shoulders. Can't say I missed this place, not like I spent that much time here. Then, pulse. Arthur felt it immediately. Something inside his system inventory started thrumming, a faint but insistent beat, like a pulse in the fabric of reality itself. He reached for it. The key. As soon as he pulled it out, the mysterious, dark metal key pulsed again in his palm. Faint, glowing inscriptions slithered across its surface, disappearing before the eye could properly register them. It felt alive, sensing something. The doorway to the dungeon was close. Arthur frowned slightly. I wonder what kind of dungeon it's gonna be. Before he could shove it back into his inventory. What is that? Arthur's gaze flicked up. Raven was staring. Her violet eyes were locked onto the key, brows furrowed in curiosity, and something else. Arthur didn't even blink. Just something, he said casually, closing his fingers around it. Raven narrowed her eyes. Arthur. Her voice was flat. He smirked. That's my name. She folded her arms. Will you ever be honest about anything? Arthur let out a short chuckle, spinning the key once before making it disappear back into his inventory. There's a reason I keep certain things to myself, he said, his voice calm, steady. Just trust me. Raven stared at him. Then, without warning, Arthur leaned in, close enough that she could feel his breath against her ear. Just like I know you were spying on me while I was with Kara in Italy. Raven froze. Arthur's smirk grew. But I kept it to myself. Her face turned red. Like, comically red. Her eyes widened just a fraction, and she instinctively took a half step back, but it was too late. The damage was done. What? She managed. Arthur chuckled, his sharp blue gaze glinting. It's easy to detect you, Raven. Just like you can detect me. She clenched her fists, looking anywhere but at him. Arthur took one more step back, hands in his pockets, looking way too amused. Fear not, he added smoothly. Your secret is in safe hands. Raven groaned into her palm, clearly wanting the earth to swallow her whole. Arthur and Raven walked side by side. The neon blue glow from the hallway panels cast soft shadows on the floor, but despite the futuristic setting, the atmosphere between them was, strangely awkward. Raven, of course, wasn't the type to fidget. But right now, she was definitely fidgeting. Her hands were clasped behind her back, and she kept glancing at Arthur from the corner of her eye, like she was debating something. Arthur, on the other hand, was just casually strolling, hands in his pockets, acting like he owned the place despite technically being an intruder and not exactly someone they would like to see. Finally, Raven broke the silence. So, Kara. Arthur arched a brow, glancing at her. What about her? Raven hesitated for half a second, then shrugged, like she was totally not overthinking this. How did you two meet? Arthur smirked. Jealous. Her face immediately darkened. I can still teleport you to the bottom of the ocean. Arthur chuckled, shaking his head. I mean, I can survive that, but alright. No need to get murdery. I saved her life, kind of. Raven blinked. Kind of. Arthur waved a hand. Long story. You probably already know half of it from the Justice League. That answer wasn't nearly enough for Raven. She tilted her head, eyes narrowing. And? Arthur let out a small sigh. And I might have, unintentionally promised her something. Raven stopped walking, staring at him. What did you promise? Arthur scratched the back of his head, looking very uninterested in answering that. It's complicated. Raven, however, completely ignored his attempt to change the subject. Instead, she hit him with a different question entirely. Do you like her? Arthur glanced at her, caught slightly off guard by the directness. He opened his mouth. Then he felt it. His instincts flared. They weren't alone. Arthur stopped mid-step, gaze sharpening as he shifted his focus down the hall. Raven noticed immediately. It's the others, follow me. Arthur didn't answer. Instead, he just started walking forward, straight toward the two figures waiting ahead. Jamie stood near a security console, his glowing blue eyes narrowing the moment he spotted Arthur. Beside him, Beast Boy was mid-conversation, but the second he turned and saw who was approaching, his green eyes went wide. Oh boy, Beast Boy muttered, ears perking up. Jamie? Is that who I think it is? Jamie tensed. The scarab on his back buzzed with activity, its mechanical voice whispering something in his head. He didn't even need it to tell him the obvious: this was bad news. Arthur, however, he didn't sneak, didn't hide, didn't hesitate. He just walked straight up to them. Like he belonged here. Like this wasn't an issue at all. 56. Dungeon location. Beast Boy and Blue Beetle both froze when they spotted Arthur approaching. Jamie's scarab reacted instantly. With a flash of blue energy, his armor snapped into place, sleek and menacing. Weapons hummed to life, sharp blasters forming around his arms as he aimed directly at Arthur. "What are you doing here?" Jamie demanded, voice edged with suspicion. The scarab's glowing eyes locked onto Arthur like a predator locking onto prey. Arthur raised his hands in mock surrender, a cocky smirk tugging at his lips. "Easy there, Iron Man Jr. I'm just here for a tour." "Jamie." Raven tried to interject, but Arthur had already closed the distance. "I said, what are you doing here?" Jamie's tone hardened. The scarab hummed louder, energy spikes crackling at his fingertips. Beast Boy, still leaning against the wall, immediately stepped in with a nervous chuckle. Whoa, chill, man. He's not throwing punches, so maybe don't attack him yet." He shifted into a green Labrador and padded between them, wagging his tail. "Let's not blow holes in the tower today, huh?" Arthur tilted his head. "See, even our green friend thinks you're overreacting." Jamie's blasters flared brighter. "Don't push me." "Or what?" Arthur's smirk sharpened, his doomsday bone gauntlet subtly forming beneath his sleeves, hidden from view. "You gonna shoot first, ask questions later? I thought you hero types were more patient." Raven finally reached them, her hand brushing Arthur's arm as if she could physically hold him back. "Arthur, stop it," she said, her voice low and urgent. "You're not helping." "Relax, I'm just messing with him," Arthur said smoothly, though his stance never shifted. Didn't realize guest hospitality was this aggressive. Beast Boy shifted back to human form, throwing an arm around Jamie's shoulders in an exaggerated bro hug. "Come on, man. If he wanted a fight, he wouldn't walk up with Raven here. Plus, I'm getting zero, evil mastermind, vibes here. More smug pain in the ass." Arthur chuckled. "Finally, someone with a good read on me." Jamie's visor dimmed slightly, though his weapons didn't lower. "Why are you really here?" Arthur shrugged. "Just passing through. Needed to talk to someone." His gaze slid sideways to Raven for a brief second, just long enough for Jamie to catch it. "Talk to someone, huh?" Beast Boy wiggled his eyebrows. "I knew it all along, Raven. I don't mind seeing Arthur around from now on, but what would the others think? Especially Robin." Arthur laughed while Raven groaned audibly, covering her face with one hand. "It's not what you think." Raven started, but Arthur cut her off. He said, throwing in a playful wink. Beast Boy howled with laughter while Jamie just muttered under his breath, "I'm gonna regret not blasting you, aren't I?" "Most likely," Arthur quipped. "But hey, at least you didn't shoot first, but if last time wasn't enough for you, we can always try again." Arthur's smirk deepened as he caught the tension still hanging in the air. He closed his eyes for a brief moment, just long enough to feel the pulse of his own power thrumming beneath the surface. When he opened them again, his irises glowed with an eerie, blue light, a quiet storm brewing behind them. "You're alone here, aren't you?" he said, voice low and smooth. Beast Boy's laughter cut off in an instant. Both he and Jamie stiffened, exchanging a quick glance. The kind that screamed, "How the hell does he know that?" Jamie's scarab flared in response, energy crackling faintly along his gauntlets. "What's it to you?" Arthur didn't answer right away. Instead, he walked unbothered, unhurried until he was close enough to slap a hand onto Beast Boy's shoulder. "No hard feelings," he said casually, giving Gar a light pat. "My bad for going too hard on you guys last time. I'm not usually that rough, unless asked." He tossed a wink toward Raven's direction, earning a visible facepalm from her. Beast Boy blinked, his mouth half open. Thanks. I think." Whatever awkward quip Gar was about to fire back was cut off by Jamie snapping. "All right, enough of you mocking us." Jamie growled, his armor humming as the scarab shifted into attack mode. Blades unfolded from his arms, glowing with energy. "If you've got this much mouth, let's see if you can back it up. Fight me, now." Arthur sighed, lifting his hand lazily. "If you insist." With a flick of his wrist, Ruler's authority surged to life. An invisible force crashed into Jamie like a freight train, yanking him clean off the ground and pinning him mid-air. The hell? Jamie struggled, his limbs locked tight as the scarab whirred in protest. He tried to activate his weapons, but Arthur's control twisted tighter, binding his hands behind his back like invisible chains. Wow, Arthur mused, tilting his head. And here I thought you were gonna be a challenge. You ass. Language, Arthur cut in smoothly. Beast Boy took a cautious step back, eyes darting between them. Guys. Maybe we don't turn the living room into a battle arena. I just got comfy. Let me go. Jamie snapped, his armor flaring as he tried to break free. But Arthur barely twitched, keeping the hold firm. You sure? Arthur teased. Enough. Raven's voice cut through the tension like a whip, the air around her rippling with power. She stepped between them, her dark cloak flaring as her glowing eyes locked onto Arthur's. Let him go. For a moment, the room hung in silence, electric and sharp. Then, with an exaggerated sigh, Arthur released his hold. Jamie dropped back to the floor with a heavy thud, cursing under his breath as he stumbled upright. Fine. Arthur dusted off his hands like he'd just finished taking out the trash. It's a waste of time anyway. Jamie took a threatening step forward, but Beast Boy yanked him back by the arm. Dude, don't. I like having a face, and I'd like to keep it in one piece, please. Arthur chuckled, turning on his heel like nothing had happened. Smartest thing anyone said all day. Raven, still watching him carefully, let out a breath. You're impossible, you promised not to make trouble. Arthur glanced at her over his shoulder, that infuriating smirk still plastered on his face. And I aim to keep that promise. Arthur, ever the picture of confidence, spun back around and casually grabbed Raven's hand. His fingers curled around hers, warm, firm, decisive. Come on, he said, pulling her along without waiting for an answer. Let's go. Raven's brain stalled for a second. Wah. Wait. Hey, her voice wavered, a rare stammer slipping through as he led her down the hall like it was the most normal thing in the world. Her cloak fluttered behind her as she hurried to keep up, but the heat crawling up her face was impossible to ignore. From behind, Beast Boy's jaw practically hit the floor. Am I hallucinating? Or did bro just, is that really our Raven? No, you're not, Jamie muttered, still adjusting his now loosened armor. His brows knit together as he watched them disappear down the corridor. Well, it not our problem. Robin for sure will be mad at Raven for letting him in. Beast Boy whistled low. Dude's got moves though. I kinda respect it. Jamie sighed. Yeah, well, if he pulls that with my hand again, I'm breaking his wrist. Beast Boy narrowed his eyes and said, sure. Meanwhile, Arthur led Raven through the halls, his grip steady but relaxed. He didn't even glance back, not once. The dungeon is definitely this way. Raven, on the other hand, total mess. Her heartbeat thundered in her ears. Her thoughts were, why was he still holding my hand? And worse, why am I not pulling away? Are you doing this on purpose? She mumbled under her breath, hoping he wouldn't hear. I do everything on purpose, Arthur shot back without missing a beat, his tone annoyingly smug. As they walked, the strange hum from the key in Arthur's pocket grew louder, subtle at first, but building with every step. A faint pulse of energy brushed against his senses, guiding him like an invisible thread. He followed it instinctively, the hum peaking as they stopped in front of a door. This is it, Arthur said, releasing her hand as he pulled the key from his inventory. It glowed faintly, vibrating like it was reacting to something hidden inside. This is where I wanted to go. But when he glanced back at Raven, expecting a snarky comment, he was met with silence. She stood stiffly behind him, her face turned slightly away, but there was no hiding the deep red flush creeping up her neck and across her cheeks. What's wrong? Arthur tilted his head, raising a brow at her. You look like you swallowed a candle. Raven clenched her jaw, struggling to keep her composure. After an awkward pause, she finally muttered under her breath, barely audible. That's my room. 57, a portal in her room. Arthur blinked, processing her words for a moment before his head tilted slightly. Oh. It clicked hard. His eyes darted between the softly humming key in his hand and the door before him. Of all places. Internally, he sighed. For the dungeon gate to be here of all places, the system's sense of humor is something else. Raven, meanwhile, was still standing there, face flushed, arms crossed tightly, watching him with a mix of suspicion and confusion. Arthur, because he couldn't resist, broke the silence. Well, he drawled, turning back to her with a half-smirk. What I want just happens to be in your room. Raven's eyes widened. What do you mean by that? Oh, don't make it weird. Arthur held up the key like it explained everything. Spoiler alert, it didn't. I'm not the one making it weird, Raven shot back, her voice rising slightly. You just said you wanted something in my room. Do you have any idea how that sounds? Arthur bit back a laugh, but the glint in his eyes gave him away. Relax, it's not like I'm raiding your sock drawer or anything. Her glare sharpened. If you touch anything, I'll teleport you to another dimension and leave you there. Noted. He held up his hands in mock surrender again. But for the record, I have no choice really. Raven squinted at the key still buzzing faintly between his fingers. What even is that? Arthur tilted his head, eyes narrowing in thought as the key pulsed faintly in his grip. For a moment, he considered brushing it off with another joke, but no. This was serious. Without warning, he reached out and grabbed Raven's hands, his touch warm against her cool skin. The sudden contact made her tense, her lips parting slightly in surprise. Look, Arthur said, voice low but firm. You're gonna see something, but you need to keep it to yourself. Do not, and I mean it, do not tell a soul. The weight behind his words sent a chill down Raven's spine. This wasn't his usual teasing or smug attitude. He was serious. Her brows furrowed as she tried to read his expression. What is it? She asked, her voice softer now, curiosity tangled with concern. Arthur didn't answer right away. His eyes flickered, glowing faintly, the usual playful glint replaced by something sharper. Dangerous. Whatever this was, it wasn't a joke. Raven swallowed, her pulse quickening. Okay, I promise, she said, her voice quieter but laced with impatience. Just, what the hell is this thing? Arthur's grip on her hands tightened briefly before he released her. Let's get inside your room first, he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Without waiting for her reply, he turned toward the door and pushed it open. Raven hesitated just for a second. Part of her brain screamed that this was insane. Bringing a guy like him, who clearly wasn't supposed to be in the tower, into her room? Yeah, it will look bad to the others no matter what she says. And yet, she followed. The door clicked shut behind them, muffling the sounds of the tower's halls. Her room was exactly what anyone might expect, dimly lit, shelves stacked with ancient books, the faint scent of incense hanging in the air. It was private, quiet. Arthur took a few steps in, scanning the room with that same unreadable expression. Cozy, he murmured, before pivoting back to her, the key still glowing softly in his hand. All right, Raven crossed her arms, leaning back against her desk, trying to appear casual despite the heat still lingering on her face. We're inside. Now talk. Arthur spun the key between his fingers, as if deciding how much to say. What I'm about to show you. He flicked his gaze back to hers. It's not something your team or anyone else should know about. Raven raised an eyebrow, skepticism curling at the edges of her face. Arthur's lips curved into that maddening, familiar smirk, but his eyes still held that strange seriousness. If I wanted to cause trouble for all of you, he said, stepping closer until there was barely a breath of space between them, I wouldn't be standing here asking you to trust me. For once, Raven had no snarky comeback. She just nodded, the weight of his words hanging heavy between them. Good, Arthur said softly, stepping back. Then, with a deep breath, he turned the key. The moment Arthur twisted the key, reality trembled. A jagged, glowing rift tore itself into existence right in front of them, a swirling mass of shadow and silver light, twisting and crackling like it had been ripped straight out of a nightmare. The edges shimmered with an eerie, violet glow, casting strange, flickering patterns against the walls of Raven's room. The air grew thick, humming with an unnatural energy that made the hairs on Raven's neck stand on end. What the hell? She whispered, her voice barely audible over the low, thrumming sound the portal emitted. Arthur, meanwhile, just tilted his head, watching the portal with that same maddening calm, as if a tear in reality casually opening in a girl's bedroom was no big deal. Raven, however, wasn't about to sit back and let this slide. She stepped closer, eyes narrowing as she studied the swirling mass. Is this? She hesitated for a moment before finishing. Some kind of portal. No, it is a portal. The magic I'm sensing from it, it's insane. Without waiting for an answer, she raised a hand, her fingertips glowing faintly with magic as she reached toward it. The second her fingers brushed the edge, zap. A sharp crack of invisible force lashed out, sending a jolt up her arm and making her stumble back with a quiet curse. Arthur chuckled softly, crossing his arms. Yeah, probably shouldn't touch that. Raven glared at him, shaking her hand as the static tingled across her fingers. Thanks for the warning, she deadpanned. So, what exactly is it? Arthur twirled the key once between his fingers before slipping it back into his inventory with a faint shimmer. A portal, like you said, he admitted, leaning against her wall like he owned the place. But not just any portal, only I can enter it. Raven's brow furrowed as she processed his words. And it just happens to be here, she said slowly, a thread of suspicion curling through her voice. In my room. Yup. Arthur popped the pea with a smirk, meeting her gaze without a trace of hesitation. Her expression hardened as she crossed her arms, stepping back toward him. You're telling me, she said carefully, her voice low and skeptical, that this only works here. Arthur lifted a hand in mock surrender. I'm just as confused as you are. Believe me, he said smoothly. But hey, fate's funny like that. Raven narrowed her eyes, searching his face for any sign of deception. His usual cocky attitude was still there, but underneath it, he was serious. There was no mockery, no hint of a lie. He was telling the truth. You're not lying, she finally admitted, though the words felt heavy on her tongue. Told you, Arthur said, flashing her a grin. I'm an open book. Raven snorted quietly, but there was no humor behind it. That's the biggest lie you've told all day. Arthur just laughed, pushing himself off the wall. All right, fair point, he said, stepping closer to the portal. The strange energy danced across his skin but didn't harm him, like it recognized him. Anyways, Raven, this portal, it's not going anywhere without me. So I'm going to enter it right now. Her breath hitched. Without thinking, her hand shot out toward him. Arthur. Her voice came softer than she intended, a rare crack of concern breaking through her usual calm. Arthur stopped, turning back just enough to meet her eyes. That cocky confidence still lingered, but beneath it, there was something solid, trusting. I'm counting on you to keep this a secret, he said, his tone unusually gentle. I'll be back right here, when I'm done. Raven opened her mouth to argue, to demand answers, but the words stuck in her throat. She clenched her fists, knowing deep down he was going to do whatever he wanted regardless of what she said. Idiot, she muttered under her breath. Arthur caught it, of course he did, and a playful smirk tugged at his lips. Glad to know you care about me. Her face heated instantly. I don't. I just. She huffed, crossing her arms tighter around herself. If you get yourself killed, I wouldn't even care. Of course. Arthur chuckled, giving her one last nod before turning back toward the portal. Without another word, he leapt forward straight into the swirling void. The portal didn't explode or shatter. It just vanished, collapsing in on itself like it had never been there, leaving behind nothing but a faint hum of lingering energy hanging heavy in the air. The strange, electric charge faded. The room fell into silence. He was gone. For a long moment, Raven just stood there, her heart pounding louder than she'd ever admit. She exhaled slowly, staring at the spot where the portal had been, the emptiness pressing against her chest. Show off, she whispered, rolling her eyes, but her voice was softer now and a little worried. 58, Legacy Shadow Legion Dungeon. Arthur landed with a sharp thud on the cold, jagged ground, his boots skidding slightly as he straightened up. The air around him felt wrong, thick with an ancient, almost hungry magic that crawled along his skin like 1,000 unseen hands. He scanned his surroundings, eyes narrowing. Well, wow'd you look at that? He muttered. He was standing on a floating island, a massive chunk of blackened rock, suspended in an endless, stormlit void. Jagged stone spires pierced the air like broken fangs. In the distance, dozens of other floating islands hovered, some drifting lazily while others crackled with violet lightning. Faint, eerie flying figures moved across them. Arthur exhaled, already feeling the tension coil in his gut. Yeah, this is totally different than the Tower of Fate. Just then, the familiar chime of the system rang out, its tone somehow heavier than usual. Welcome to the Legacy Shadow Legion Dungeon. Most of your job-specific skills are now locked. To prove you are worthy of the Legion, one must vanquish the Legion itself, with his own merit. You will fight them here at the peak of their ability. Escape is not an option, there is no exit until the trial is done. You'll be kicked out of the dungeon once you finish this level. Arthur blinked at the last line. Kicked out. He ran a hand down his face, sighing. Of course. Can't make this easy, huh? Locked skills. He figured that was coming. Every prove your worth test always had a catch. But the system booting him out the second he was done after a single level? That was new and not in a good way. So, what, every time I want to enter, I gotta swing by Raven's room like a guy sneaking back to his girlfriend's place. His palm smacked against his forehead. Great. That won't be awkward. He could already picture the looks. Beast Boy would crack jokes. Jamie would aim a plasma cannon at his face. And Raven? Yeah, she'd either enjoy it or probably just teleport me into the ocean. Shaking his head, Arthur focused on the task at hand. He took a step forward, the weight of the world shifting beneath his feet. Power thrummed through the air, powerful and old, like the dungeon itself was watching him. Alright, Shadow Legion, he muttered, cracking his knuckles. Let's see if you live up to the hype. Arthur extended his hand, fingers curling as he willed his shadows to rise. Nothing happened. He frowned, trying again, this time with more intent. Still nothing. Not a flicker. Not a single loyal soldier crawling to his side. He exhaled through his nose, shaking his head. I really can't use them, huh? His voice was low, but there was no panic, just the edge of a grin tugging at his lips. So be it, alone is not a problem for me. In one smooth motion, he summoned his sword, a sleek blade humming with restrained power. The familiar and dangerous Prometheum sword. With a shrug, he slung it over his shoulder and began walking, the faint sound of his boots tapping against the strange, floating rock beneath him. The wind howled softly around the floating island, carrying the distant sounds of movement, sharp, cutting, like wings slicing through air. Arthur's senses flared. He stopped mid-step, turning his head just in time to catch a blur streaking across the sky. Flying creatures. Dozens of them. Massive, wings. Sleek, obsidian scales reflecting the dim, eerie light of this realm. Their crimson eyes burning like suns, cutting through the mist as they soared past him in a formation. Arthur's eyes gleamed as he tracked their movement, the corners of his mouth curling into a wicked smile. Wyverns, that's my transport. Without a second thought, he crouched slightly, muscles coiling with tension. In a burst of speed, he leapt from the edge of the floating island, the wind rushing past his face as he hurtled toward the flock. All right, let's see which one of you is worth riding. Titan's Tower. In the quiet of her room, Raven sat cross-legged on the floor, fingers twitching as dark energy swirled faintly around her. Her hood was down, and beads of sweat trailed down her face, an unusual sight for someone as composed as her. Her lips pressed into a thin line. Eyes shut. Focus razor sharp. And still, nothing. Damn it, Arthur. She hissed under her breath, her voice tight with frustration. I really can't sense him at all. She exhaled slowly, attempting to center herself again. But her mind spun, spiraling through possibilities she hadn't considered before. Her brow furrowed as a realization crept in, slow, unsettling. So this is it. Her voice softened as her violet eyes snapped open, glowing faintly. This is why I couldn't sense him before, he's been going inside these portals. Her stomach twisted. Often. So that's how it is. Her mind raced with questions she didn't want to ask. What exactly is he doing in there? And why, out of all places, did this portal appear in her room? And worse, why did it bother her so much? Lost in thought, Raven barely registered the faintest sound outside her door, soft but unmistakable. Whispering. Right on cue. I can't hear a thing, Beast Boy whispered, his pointed ears twitching as he leaned against the door. His green skin shifted slightly as he tried transforming into a bat. No luck. Whatever they are saying is, like, super muffled. Blue Beetle stood beside him, arms crossed, voice dry. Dude, you're half a foot away. I don't think turning into a bat gonna improve your odds. Hey, it's called strategy, bro. Beast Boy rolled his eyes. And if you're so smart, why don't you try listening? Jamie sighed. Fine. With a small whir, the blue scarab armor glowed faintly as he tilted his head toward the door. Nothing. Well. Beast Boy asked, eyebrows waggling. I think she said something about portals and Arthur. Jamie paused. Or maybe torture and murder. Honestly, could go either way. Beast Boy snickered. Oh, but seriously, what the hell are they doing inside? Raven shook her head, muttering under her breath, I'm surrounded by idiots. Without warning. What are you two doing? A cold, sharp voice pierced the air. They froze. Beast Boy's soul nearly left his body as Raven materialized behind them, her arms folded across her chest. Her glare, lethal. Both of them spun around, hands shooting up in immediate surrender. Nothing. Nothing at all. Beast Boy blurted out, grinning nervously. Just, casual hallway patrol. Keeping things safe, as always. Jamie nodded rapidly. Why yeah, routine security check. Very professional stuff, you know how it is. Raven's eyes narrowed dangerously. Right. For a long, tense moment, no one spoke. Then, Beast Boy tilted his head, blinking curiously. Wait a second, why are you sweating? Her breath hitched. Like, a lot. His nose twitched. Kinda smells like Azrath Metrian Zinthos. The hallway exploded in a surge of dark energy. With a yelp, both boys were thrown back, Beast Boy crashing against the wall while Jamie skidded down the floor on his armored back. Okay. Beast Boy wheezed, holding his hands up from the floor. Message received, no more questions. Jamie coughed, pushing himself up. I'm never trusting you to listen again. Raven, face flushed and fuming, huffed in frustration before vanishing in a swirl of black magic, leaving the two of them groaning on the floor. Worth it, Beast Boy muttered with a grin, despite the ache in his ribs. Jamie just shook his head. Bro. High above the floating islands, the sky was chaos. The wind howled like a beast, ripping through the air as 5 wyverns circled Arthur, massive, scaled monstrosities with leathery wings and jaws lined with jagged teeth. Their crimson eyes burned with primal fury, locking onto the lone intruder who dared to challenge them. And Arthur? He was laughing. Is that all you've got? His voice cut through the wind, wild and sharp, as his glowing eyes gleamed with predatory excitement. One of the wyverns dove at him, a blur of claws and snapping fangs. Arthur didn't flinch. With a pulse of ruler's authority, he twisted mid-air, yanking himself onto its back. The beast shrieked in fury, wings flapping madly as it tried to shake him off, but Arthur moved like a shadow, smooth and relentless. You're not going anywhere. His fingers tightened around the hilt of his Prometheum sword, the black blade humming with lethal energy. Without hesitation, he drove it into the base of the wyvern's neck, cutting through scales like butter. Dark blood sprayed across his face, but the wicked smile never left his lips. The beast spasmed beneath him, but Arthur leaned in closer, twisting the blade deeper. He yanked the sword free just enough and with a surge of strength, dragged the dying wyvern toward the others. Another wyvern lunged, jaws open wide. Arthur's eyes flashed. Big mistake. He pulled, forcing the dying beast into a sudden dive. At the last second, he kicked off its back, letting the corpse crash into the attacking wyvern with bone-shattering force. The collision sent both creatures spiraling toward the floating islands below, a tangle of wings and blood. 2 down. Arthur hovered in the air, hair whipping around his face as he twirled his sword with a flick of his wrist. His glowing eyes snapped toward the remaining 3 wyverns, who shrieked in rage. Bring it on, lizards. 59 Legacy Shadow Legion Dungeon 2. The sky trembled with the dying echoes of battle. Only 2 wyverns remained. Their massive wings beat the air in frantic bursts, circling above Arthur as if trying to decide whether to fight or flee. Arthur. He just walked. Each step was slow, deliberate, like a predator who already knew how this would end. His glowing blue eyes burned through the haze of blood and smoke, and the air itself seemed to grow heavier, like the world was bending to his will. One of the wyverns finally snapped. With a deafening shriek, it dived toward him, jaws wide enough to crush a boulder. Arthur didn't stop. He didn't even blink. When it got close enough, he moved. In a blur of speed and raw power, his doomsday gauntlet fist shot forward. Crack. The punch connected square with the beast's face. The sheer force shattered its snout, sending splinters of bone flying. Its own horn, sharp and curved, was driven straight through its skull. The wyvern's eyes bulged wide with a choking gurgle before its body collapsed in a twitching heap. Arthur shook the blood from his gauntlet, tilting his head. Maybe that was a bit too much. The last wyvern, bigger than the rest, let out a panicked, ear-splitting screech. It flapped its wings in a desperate attempt to escape, already soaring higher. Arthur just raised his hand. Where do you think you're going? His voice was calm, almost bored, but the weight behind it was absolute. Ruler's authority surged from his palm, an invisible force crashing into the wyvern like a tidal wave. It jerked mid-flight, slammed down through the air, flailing as if the very sky betrayed it. The beast thrashed helplessly, but Arthur's power was merciless. It wasn't just holding the wyvern, it was dragging it down. With an earth-shaking thud, the creature landed, its massive head pinned to the ground. Arthur's boots crunched over broken stone as he approached. Slowly, casually, the wyvern hissed, struggling against the invisible grip locking its limbs. But when Arthur crouched down, his gauntlet-clad hand clamped around its thick, scaly throat, tight enough to make the beast shudder in pain. "Listen closely, big guy," Arthur said, leaning in. His voice dropped lower, colder, dangerous. "I'm not in the mood to waste time. So here's the deal." He lifted his other hand, pointing toward a distant floating island, one that pulsed with an eerie, electric energy. Jagged bolts of purple lightning arced around its edges, and the air around it seemed darker and twisted. "That's where your boss is, isn't it?" His eyes gleamed, piercing and relentless. "You're gonna take me there. Or..." His grip tightened hard. The wyvern let out a strangled growl, its entire body trembling under his grasp. It wasn't defiance, it was fear. Arthur smiled cold and sharp. "Good. You feel fear. It means you are smart enough to understand exactly what I'm saying." With a snap of his fingers, ruler's authority released its hold. The wyvern's wings unfurled immediately, but it didn't try to run again. It just lay there, panting, broken and obedient. Arthur clapped the beast's neck like he was congratulating an old friend. "Smart choice. Now, let's fly." The wyvern shuddered beneath Arthur's grip, its wings unfurling wide as it lifted off the ground in a powerful burst. Wind howled around him as they climbed higher, the ruined battlefield shrinking below. Arthur stood tall on its back, perfectly balanced, his glowing blue eyes locked on the storm-wreathed island ahead. The closer he got, the more power he felt, a pressure thick in the air, crawling under his skin like static. Ancient, violent, alive. "This magic," Arthur muttered, tilting his head as he felt the pulse of raw magic grow stronger with every passing second. "I have a theory, could be a dragon. Maybe multiple ones." The thought made him grin. As the wyvern flew closer, the storm clouds churned, parting just enough to reveal a castle, if it could even be called that. It was less a fortress and more a monument to war, jagged black stone, spires that twisted into the sky, and a faint glow of crimson runes crawling across its walls like veins. Bolts of violet lightning crackled around the island, bathing the structure in a harsh, flickering light. Arthur tightened his grip on the wyvern's neck. "Let's go introduce ourselves." With a sharp tug, the beast dove. The wind lashed against his face as they plummeted toward the castle gates, faster, harder, but Arthur didn't flinch. When they were close enough, he moved. In one smooth motion, he leapt from the wyvern's back, his Prometheum sword flashing into existence in his hand. The wind tore around him as he spun gracefully mid-air. Arthur's blade gleamed with cold, merciless light. Shing! The wyvern never stood a chance. Arthur's sword sliced through its neck like butter, severing its head in one brutal, fluid strike. The massive beast convulsed, its head and body separating mid-air. The head plummeted first, crashing into the ground with a sickening thud, followed almost immediately by the body, a loud, meaty crunch echoing through the desolate sky. And Arthur? He landed seconds later, smooth, graceful, and completely unfazed, right between the two halves of the fallen creature. He spared a glance at the carnage, lips curling into a smile and with a polite bow. "Thanks for the ride." Without sparing it another thought, he straightened his gaze, shifting to the castle looming ahead. The storm howled louder behind him. Every step closer made the air feel heavier, thick with magic so intense it practically hummed against his skin. Whatever was inside wasn't just powerful. It was waiting. Arthur adjusted his gauntlet, eyes gleaming like cold fire. "Alright, let's see what's inside. But first..." His glowing blue eyes flicked toward the massive wyvern corpse beside him, a gleam of curiosity flashing in his gaze. The eerie hum of magic from the castle called to him, dangerous and enticing, but he had an idea. "Most of my job-specific skills are locked, but let me just try this." With a confident stride, Arthur approached the fallen beast. Its lifeless form sprawled across the jagged stone, blood still steaming in the cold air. He placed his gauntlet hand against its scaly hide, feeling the lingering warmth beneath his fingers. "Arise." His voice echoed with authority, a command that had once raised entire battlefields of shadowed soldiers. The air around him trembled as dark energy surged outward, seeping into the corpse in waves. And then, nothing. A sharp ding rang out in his mind as a system notification appeared before him. Target cannot be extracted. Certain entities within the legacy dungeon are tied to the dungeon's core and cannot be reanimated. Arthur blinked, tilting his head. What? He flicked his fingers, trying again. Arise. Still nothing. Oh, come on. He tried a third time, frustration creeping into his tone, but the system remained as stubbornly unyielding as the corpse beneath his hand. Another notification flashed. Certain entities within the legacy dungeon are tied to the dungeon's core and cannot be reanimated. Arthur dragged a hand down his face. Damn it. He muttered, the weight of the restriction sinking in. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. He kicked a loose piece of wyvern horn aside. Guess the system doesn't want me cheesing my way through this. Fine. I didn't need a wyvern army anyway, he said with a sigh, though part of him still imagined how badass it would have been to storm the castle with a fleet of shadow drakes at his back. Guess I'm doing this the old-fashioned way. With that, Arthur stepped forward, his boots striking the ground with quiet purpose as he approached the towering gates of the castle. The gates, massive and jagged like the fangs of some long-dead beast, loomed over him. Without hesitation, Arthur pushed them open, and the moment the doors creaked apart, the world exploded with raw, unrestrained power. A storm of magic blasted outward, crashing against him like a tidal wave. It wasn't subtle, it was wild, chaotic, and hungry. Lightning crackled through the air, lashing at the stone beneath his feet. Arthur's cloak snapped violently behind him, but he didn't flinch. Instead, his eyes burned brighter, twin orbs of cold, electric blue light as he let the wave wash over him. Welcoming committee's a bit much, don't you think? He muttered, voice dripping with amusement. But beneath the power he sensed them. Humanoid presences. A lot of them. And not weaklings, either. Their auras rippled through the place like distant heartbeats, each one sharp and potent. Guess I'm scratching the dragon theory. He murmured, his glowing eyes narrowing as he focused on the auras swirling within the castle's depths. No, this wasn't the primal, towering presence of dragons. It was something else, darker. The magic wasn't just wild, it was twisted, tainted, laced with a malevolent hunger. Demons. Arthur muttered, his voice low and edged with certainty. He didn't know how he recognized it, but he felt it, he just somehow could tell just what kind of mana this is. 60. Arthur vs. Demon Knights. Arthur's boots echoed against the cold, black stone as he moved down the shadowed corridor. The air was suffocating with magic. Each step stirred a faint pulse beneath his feet, as though the castle itself was alive, watching his every move. The only sound was the steady rhythm of his footsteps, reverberating against the towering walls. His glowing blue eyes scanned everything, every shadow, every flicker of movement. Something was waiting. At the end of the hall, a massive set of doors, twisted black iron and veined with crimson light, stood ajar. Without hesitation, Arthur pushed them open, stepping through. And the world changed. The suffocating interior of the castle was gone. Now, Arthur stood on a vast, open battlefield. A place that shouldn't exist within the structure he just left. The sky above churned with swirling black clouds, jagged streaks of lightning splitting the heavens in violent bursts. The ground beneath his feet was blackened stone, cracked and scorched, with thick coils of mist crawling along the edges like hungry serpents. Gusts of wind howled through the air, carrying the scent of steel and blood. Arthur's gaze swept the arena, sharp and unyielding, then he saw them. The Demon Knights. Dozens of them. Standing in perfect formation, their blackened armor gleamed beneath the storm's light, each one unique, each one deadly. They were no mindless beasts. He could feel their eyes, those burning violet orbs locked onto him, gleaming with intelligence and purpose. Some held jagged swords, their edges pulsing with an eerie, crimson glow. Others clutched spears that thrummed with barely contained energy. A few stood taller, wielding massive axes and maces, each strike from those weapons could shatter stone. Their presence was suffocating, an army of executioners waiting for the first move. And yet, Arthur smiled. His fingers flexed, his doomsday gauntlets creaking as his magic surged. Power rolled through him fierce, unyielding. He stepped forward, calm as ever, like the chaos around him was nothing more than a stage set for his arrival. Arthur's eyes narrowed as he took in the sight before him. A gust of wind whipped past, tugging at his coat as the knights shifted in unison, silent, disciplined, and ready to kill. The Demon Knights. Their presence was unmistakable, even in a place as bizarre as this. The polished armor, the eerie red glow bleeding from their visors, and the cold, calculated way they stood in formation. His lips curled into a smirk. Well, I'd recognize those bastards anywhere. The demon knights from the demon castle. His voice was low, almost amused, but his eyes burned with anticipation. Such a strange place to find them on a floating island, inside a castle wrapped in a storm. Guess this dungeon's pulling out all the stops. His gaze shifted toward the back of the formation. 3 knights stood apart from the rest. Different. Stronger. Their armor was thicker, more ornate, and the aura radiating from them hummed with danger. One carried a massive greatsword resting on his shoulder, another held twin glaives, and the last, a towering figure, gripped a spiked flail crackling with dark energy. And some of you look tough, good. Arthur rolled his shoulders, the bone-white gauntlets flexing around his fists as sparks of magic crackled around his arms. He exhaled slowly then smiled wide. Enough time wasting. He moved. In a flash of terrifying speed, Arthur shot forward, a blur of black and silver cutting through the storm-lit arena. The ground beneath his feet cracked as he launched himself into the air, fists clenched. Boom! He came down like a meteor, slamming his fist into the earth. The impact exploded outward in a wave of raw force, shattering the blackened stone and sending a massive shockwave through the ranks of demon knights. Several of them staggered back, their armored boots scraping against the cracked ground, while others were flung into the air like ragdolls. Dust and debris swirled around him, but Arthur stood tall in the center. He tilted his head slightly, eyes glowing a brilliant, icy blue as he looked up through the settling dust. The demon knights were already recovering, their weapons raised, but Arthur only smiled wider, heart pounding with excitement. The moment the dust settled, they attacked. A dozen demon knights surged toward Arthur in a tide of steel and fury, their weapons gleaming under the flashing lightning above. Their movements were fast, too fast for anything human, but to Arthur, they might as well have been moving in slow motion. His glowing eyes flared as he stepped into the fray, a sharp grin cutting across his face. You're gonna have to be the demon monarch himself to land those hits. The first knight came from the left, spear thrusting for his ribs, but Arthur twisted, letting the blade graze the air beside him. In a blur, his hand snapped out, grabbing the spear mid-thrust. With a flick of his wrist, the shaft splintered, and his elbow smashed into the knight's helmet, caving it in with a sickening crunch. Another came from behind. Arthur didn't even glance back. His hand glowed with ruler's authority, and the demon's sword froze mid-swing, trembling as if caught in an invisible grip. With a twitch of his fingers, the blade reversed direction, impaling its owner straight through the chest. I love this skill. A third knight lunged from the front, sword raised high. Arthur ducked under the blade, fluid and agile, before driving a savage uppercut straight into the demon's jaw. The force sent it flying backward, its helmet cracking as it slammed into the stone wall. A spear from above. A sword from his flank. A glaive sweeping low. Arthur moved like a shadow, weaving through the onslaught with effortless precision. He pivoted on his heel, catching a knight by the wrist and snapping it backward with a sickening pop. Another demon lunged, but Arthur met it with a spinning kick to the chest, sending the creature crashing into 3 more. His fingers curled and his greatsword materialized in the air beside him, crackling with power. With a flick of ruler's authority, it spun like a whirlwind, blade singing through the air as it carved a path of destruction. Shing, shing, shing. 3 demon knights fell at once, heads severed cleanly as the sword danced through their ranks. The blade returned to his hand with a snap, just in time for Arthur to deliver a crushing diagonal slash, beheading another knight in a single, graceful motion. Still not enough, come. A roar echoed behind him. A larger knight with a jagged axe charged, armor glowing with eerie violet runes. Arthur didn't bother turning. With ruler's authority, he yanked the demon off its feet, slamming it face first into the ground hard enough to shatter the stone. The arena trembled under the sheer force of his dominance. Another demon tried to retreat. Bad move. Arthur's hand shot up, fingers clenching the air. The knight froze mid-flight, struggling as if held by invisible chains. Where do you think you're going? He dragged the demon back through the air with brutal force, its limbs thrashing helplessly. The moment it was within reach, Arthur's gauntlet-clad hand seized its neck, crushing the armor like paper. With a sharp twist, crack, the demon's head lolled to the side. Arthur let the body drop, eyes burning with an unyielding light. This is all you've got. His voice was calm, too calm. I expected more from the peak of their ability. This is disappointing. Arthur's grip on his greatsword tightened as the last 3 demon knights stood their ground, their towering frames radiating a dark, lethal aura. Their armor was different. If these were the strongest, they certainly looked the part. But Arthur wasn't impressed. The three demons bristled, their weapons humming with dark energy, but Arthur wasn't even looking at them anymore. His eyes lifted toward the sky, narrowing. Something shifted in the clouds. A shadow. Massive. The storm overhead swirled with violent fury as wings huge, jagged, and lined with glowing veins of electricity unfurled from the blackened sky. The air grew heavier, crackling with raw power as the figure descended, its form emerging from the lightning itself. And then it landed. A thunderous boom shook the arena as the creature touched down, massive talons digging into the stone floor. Its scales shimmered like polished ivory, glowing faintly beneath the arcs of lightning dancing across its body. Each step it took left a trail of scorched stone. Its serpentine eyes, an intense, searing yellow, locked onto Arthur with an intelligence. A white wyvern. Lightning incarnate. Arthur blinked once. Then scratched the back of his head, his expression shifting from curiosity to sheer disbelief. Kaisel. 61. Arthur vs. Kaiselen. New objective: defeat the demon nobles Kaiselen, Mount of the Monarch of White Flames. Arthur's eyes flicked to the glowing blue system notification hovering in the air, brow furrowing slightly. Kaiselen, huh? He muttered, scratching his head as he processed the name. If I remember correctly, this was only a mount. In terms of combat, it was rather weak. A deafening roar cut him off. Arthur barely had time to process before Kaiselen was there, a blur of white lightning, its massive jaws wide open, jagged teeth crackling with electric fury. The air trembled with raw power as the wyvern lunged, its bite inches from tearing off his head. Shit! Arthur twisted, his body moving on pure instinct. He ducked low, the sharp crack of lightning singeing the air as the wyvern's maw snapped shut where his head had been. His boots skidded across the stone as he backflipped out of range, his eyes wide with genuine surprise. Fast. The ground trembled again, a split-second warning. Three dark blurs surged toward him, the demon nobles. Arthur's glowing eyes flicked to them. Each one radiated a suffocating pressure, faster, stronger, smarter than the other knights he had just obliterated. The arena trembled beneath Arthur's boots as he faced down three demon nobles, each radiating a malice so sharp it made the air hum. One towered over the others, a spiked flail clutched in his massive hands, the weapon dripping with crackling black energy. To his right, a sleek, agile noble spun a twin glaive, its blades gleaming like obsidian fangs. The third, cold and methodical, held a great sword that seemed to pulse with a blood-red aura. And above them all, circling like a predator, Kaiselen, lightning flickering through its wings, watched, waiting for its moment to strike. Arthur rolled his shoulders, doomsday bone gauntlets gleaming under the violent stormlight. His lips curled into a sharp smile. "All right," he murmured, his voice low and dangerous. "Let's see if you're worth my time." The greatsword wielder moved first, a blur of speed despite his size, his weapon crashing down with enough force to shatter the stone beneath them. Arthur sidestepped the strike with fluid grace, his greatsword flashing to meet the blow. Steel screamed against steel as sparks erupted in the air. "You're quick," Arthur admitted, pushing back against the noble's weight. "But you lack strength." Without missing a beat, the glaive user lunged from the side, both blades spinning in a whirlwind of death. Arthur ducked low, the razor-sharp edge whistling just over his head as he twisted, driving an elbow into the demon's ribs. Bone crunched beneath his strike, sending the noble staggering back. A shadow loomed, the flail. Arthur's eyes glowed brighter, and as the enormous weapon crashed down, he raised his gauntlet hand and caught it mid-swing. The impact sent tremors through the ground, but Arthur stood firm, muscles tensing beneath the onslaught. "Nice try," he said, his smirk widening. "Try not to die from this." With a grunt, he yanked the chain forward, dragging the massive demon off balance and slammed a knee into its jaw, sending the brute skidding backward. The air crackled. From above, Kaiselen struck, lightning flashing from its jaws. Arthur barely had time to react, twisting out of the way as a bolt of white-hot energy obliterated the ground where he stood. He landed smoothly, eyes narrowed toward the wyvern. "I'll deal with you once I kill these guys, so just wait," he muttered under his breath. The glaive user was on him again, faster, angrier blades dancing through the air in a deadly rhythm. Arthur parried the strikes with precision, his greatsword weaving in sharp arcs, deflecting each blow. One blade nearly nicked his neck, but Arthur lunged forward, closing the distance in an instant. His hands snapped out, catching the glaive mid-spin. The demon snarled, trying to pull back, but Arthur's grip was unbreakable. "Cool weapon," he said, voice cold. "Let me borrow it." With a sickening crack, he snapped the glaive in two. Before the demon could react, Arthur rammed the jagged, broken end straight through its face, the blade piercing through its helmet with brutal efficiency. The demon twitched, then collapsed in a heap. Arthur dropped the shattered weapon without a glance, eyes already locking onto the remaining two. "Two left," he said, voice dripping with confidence. The greatsword wielder charged, fury burning in his crimson eyes. Arthur met him head-on, their blades clashing in a blinding storm of sparks. Every swing the noble made was precise, calculated, but Arthur was faster, sharper. He stepped inside the demon's guard, slammed a punch into his ribs with a gauntlet fist, and sent him hurtling into the wall with a thunderous crash. Arthur barely had time to catch his breath before the flail came roaring back, whipping through the air with terrifying power. Arthur dodged left, right, and then surged forward, closing the distance in a heartbeat. He caught the chain mid-swing again, but this time, he yanked it hard, pulling the demon straight toward him. Arthur's knee struck the demon's chest, cracking armor before he pivoted and slammed the noble's head into the ground with bone-crushing force. As the demon groaned, trying to rise, Arthur raised his great sword high. "Stay down." The blade fell, cleaving through armor and flesh in a single devastating stroke. Lightning flashed overhead as the final noble fell. Only the greatsword wielder and Kai Selen remained. Arthur exhaled slowly, rolling his neck as he turned toward the last demon standing. "You're all that's left," he said softly, a dangerous gleam in his eyes. The final demon noble roared in rage, his heavy boots thundering across the cracked stone. His greatsword, nearly as tall as himself, gleamed with dark fire as he raised it high, rushing Arthur like an unstoppable juggernaut. Arthur didn't move, didn't even bother opening his eyes. The air around him shifted, heavy as if the arena itself held its breath. The demon noble charged faster, closing the gap, his killing blow just heartbeats away. Then, Arthur's eyes snapped open. A cold, eerie blue light blazed from his gaze, and in that instant everything changed. Bloodlust. The demon froze mid-step, his entire body locking up. His once fluid movements became sluggish, the titanic weight of Arthur's sheer presence crushing the fight out of him. His hands trembled uncontrollably, fingers twitching against the hilt of his sword until it simply slipped from his grasp, the massive blade clanging to the ground. Even behind the helmet, the look of pure, paralyzing terror was undeniable. Arthur still hadn't spoken, still hadn't rushed forward. He just walked slow, deliberate. Each step echoed through the arena. And as he passed the trembling demon, his sword moved. A single, elegant arc, fluid and merciless. The demon noble's head slid from his shoulders in perfect silence, spinning through the air before thudding to the ground. His body stood there for a breathless moment before collapsing in a heap. Arthur never glanced back. But no time to breathe. Kai Selen struck again. Electricity crackled as the wyvern's massive tail swung toward him like a thunderous whip. Arthur thrust his gauntlet-clad fist forward and caught the tail mid-swing. The impact sent a shockwave rippling through the arena, shattering nearby debris. "You are clearly stronger than you should be," Arthur admitted, his grin turning sharp. "Good. I guess this is what the system meant by, at the peak of their ability, it was about you. The boss of this level." With a grunt, Arthur twisted his grip and hurled Kai Selen across the arena. The massive wyvern smashed into the far wall, stone and debris exploding outward as arcs of wild lightning crackled along its serpentine body. The beast shrieked a sound like thunder splitting the heavens, its wings snapping open as it shot into the sky. Arthur didn't waste time. He launched himself after it, grabbing his tail, the air booming in his wake as Kai Selen flew straight into the heart of the storm above. Wind tore at him, lightning streaked across the sky, but his glowing blue eyes never left the wyvern. "Not getting away from me," Arthur growled. The wyvern's wings flared wide, twisting mid-air as its mouth opened, crackling with raw electricity, and it blasted a torrent of lightning breath toward him. Arthur's hand flicked up. Ruler's authority. The lightning bent, warping as his invisible force pushed through it, the searing bolts grazing his skin but failing to stop his charge. In a blur of motion, he landed on Kai Selen's back, his promethium sword in his grip. The wyvern thrashed wildly, trying to shake him off, but Arthur planted his boots down hard, unmoving. "Come on," he muttered, lips curling into a fierce grin. "Be obedient." Kai Selen spiraled upward, wings cutting through the storm as it rolled, dove, and twisted desperately trying to throw him off. Arthur rode the chaos with perfect balance, one hand gripping the wyvern's spikes while his sword shimmered with deadly intent. With a roar, Kaiselin's head snapped backward, jaws wide, trying to chomp him in half. Arthur shifted, barely dodging the gnashing fangs by inches. He flipped over the beast's neck, dragging his sword across its scales, leaving a blazing wound that crackled as the wyvern howled in pain. Raising his sword, Arthur activated Sword Rush, his body vanishing into a blur of lethal slashes. In the blink of an eye, 7 glowing arcs cut across Kaiselin's wings and neck, blood spraying through the air as the wyvern shrieked in agony. The beast spun again, diving back toward the arena, but Arthur didn't let up. He raised his sword once more, Sword Rush igniting again as he became a storm of silver and death, carving through Kaiselin's defenses as they plummeted. As the ground rushed closer, Arthur twisted his grip, his muscles coiled tight, and with a final explosive strike, he swung his Prometheum sword in a powerful, cleaving arc. The blade bit deep, cutting clean through Kaiselin's neck. The wyvern's head tore free from its body, spinning violently as the corpse crashed into the arena floor with a thunderous impact, sending a cloud of dust and rubble erupting into the air. For a long, tense moment there was nothing but silence and smoke. And then he emerged. Arthur walked through the settling dust, his Prometheum sword resting on his shoulder, unscathed, eyes still glowing with fierce, unwavering power. Arthur stepped over Kaiselin's severed head, sparks of lingering lightning crackling beneath his boots, letting out a disappointed sigh. Would have been cooler if you were a dragon instead. 62. Kaisel, Mount of the Shadow Monarch. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. The notifications echoed in Arthur's mind, each one hitting like a drumbeat of power surging through his veins. His breath steadied as the aftermath of battle settled around him, smoke curling through the air, the stench of burned flesh and ozone lingering. New item obtained, Demon King's Longsword. Arthur's brow arched as he read the description. Longsword brimming with the Demon King's power. Every time the sword is swung, the effect, Storm of White Flames, will activate. Storm of White Flames, summon a storm of endless lightning within a set area. Interesting, so it's that very same weapon. Arthur muttered, extending his hand. A flash of black light swirled in his palm as the Demon King's longsword materialized, sleek, obsidian black metal with blue lightning pulsating along its blade. Power throbbed through it, fierce, unyielding. He swung the sword once. Crack. Lightning erupted from it, splitting through the air and slamming into the ground, leaving blackened scorch marks. Another swing, another flash of electric death arced wildly, splitting the ruined arena. Arthur chuckled softly, the sound low and full of satisfaction. Beautiful. He turned toward Kaiselin's severed head, the white wyvern's corpse still crackling with residual lightning. His steps were slow, deliberate, the weight of his new blade heavy in his grip. Crouching down, he pressed a hand against the wyvern's massive head. Arise. The shadows stretched eagerly from beneath wyvern's corpse, swallowing it whole. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, Ruoar. A thunderous screech pierced the air as the newly risen shadow wyvern unfurled its wings. Its scales had darkened to an obsidian sheen, faint purple-blue crackling along the edges of its wings. The magic rolling off of it was dense, oppressive to anyone else, but Arthur only sighed. Elite Knight. His glowing eyes narrowed slightly. TCH. I was expecting more. Still, the wyvern stood tall and fierce, its wings stretching wide as it bowed its head in silent submission. Arthur brushed a hand against its snout, murmuring, "At least now I can fly." His lips curled into a faint smirk. "Your name shall stay the same, Kaisel. The wyvern's eyes flared with shadowy light at the name, and with a flap of its mighty wings, it soared into the air before settling behind Arthur, his mount, his weapon. But he wasn't done yet. Turning his attention to the scattered remains of the demon nobles and knights, his gaze sharpened. The once mighty warriors lay broken and lifeless. Arthur extended his hand again, the shadows at his feet rippling hungrily. Now, for these demons. A pulse of black energy exploded outward, shadows engulfing every corpse on the battlefield. The entire arena trembled as the magic deepened, an icy chill filling the air. His eyes gleamed an eerie, electric blue, the power radiating from him undeniable. Arise. The ground shuddered violently. One by one, the demon knights and the nobles rose from death, armor clanking, weapons gleaming, and their new blackened forms now bound to Arthur's will. The sheer number of them filled the arena, standing like an unyielding small force. Arthur tilted his head, lips tugging into a devilish smile. And here I thought it wouldn't work. The moment of triumph was cut short. The sky above split a jagged crack of brilliant white tearing through the storm clouds. The walls of the dungeon trembled and fractured, pieces of the arena floating into the air as reality itself began to break apart. What the? Arthur muttered, feeling a violent tug on his entire being. The world shattered around him. For a split second, he felt as though his body was being pulled through a black hole, his senses twisting, warping, until... Thud! Arthur hit the floor. Hard. His head spun as he pushed himself upright, groaning. Ugh, that's a terrible feeling. He pinched the bridge of his nose, eyes squeezed shut. I feel like throwing up. The scent of old parchment and incense filled his nose. Raven's room. He was back. You have completed the first level of the Legacy Shadow Legion dungeon. You will be notified when the next level becomes available. Arthur stared at the glowing system text hovering in front of him, jaw tightening. Damn it. He muttered under his breath. He was already itching to push further stronger enemies, better rewards, but the system, as always, had its own plans. A smooth, familiar voice cut through his thoughts. You're back, Raven said, leaning casually against a nearby shelf. Her cloak hung loosely around her, but those amethyst eyes were sharp, not missing a thing. Arthur stood up, brushing dust off his coat with an awkward chuckle. You're still here. You've been gone for like a whole day, she said, her tone dry but with a hint of curiosity. Arthur blinked. A day. Time distortion between the real world and the dungeon wasn't surprising, but it was still disorienting. He thought to himself, I already knew time flows differently inside dungeons, but... Out loud, he shrugged. Well, thanks for letting me crash here. But I gotta bounce. He turned toward the door without another word. Wait, don't go through the door, and also... Raven said, stepping forward. Something in her tone not urgent, but serious made him pause. Before you go, I need to tell you something. Arthur arched a brow, pivoting slightly. What is it? Raven hesitated for the briefest moment before continuing, her voice quieter but heavy with meaning. Something's happening. Metahumans, and anyone with powers are being targeted. All over the world. Arthur's eyes narrowed. Yeah, I caught something about that on the news, he said, recalling a vague headline. He hadn't paid much attention, he had other things to focus on. It's worse than the media's letting on, Raven pressed, her face unreadable beneath the shadow of her hood. And someone like you? With how little you care about hiding your identity, you're an easy target. Arthur tilted his head back and laughed a cold, quiet laugh that didn't quite reach his eyes. Well, he said, his voice laced with mockery, they're more than welcome to try. Whoever they are. He paused for a moment, his gaze sharpening, piecing things together. His mind flicked through the possible players, secret organizations, rogue metas, and one particular group with a penchant for targeting people like him. I have an idea who might be behind this, he said finally. His tone dropped to something colder, more thoughtful. But as long as it doesn't concern me, I won't interfere. Raven folded her arms across her chest, studying him. The Justice League is already looking into it, she added. Arthur smirked. Of course they are. His tone was both amused and dismissive. If that's all, then... A sudden, sharp tug on his mana made him freeze mid-sentence. His eyes narrowed, scanning inward. His mana reserves, vast and nearly bottomless, were being drained. This isn't normal. His heart thumped harder as he followed the source. Gotham. And then it clicked. Someone strong enough was defeating his shadow Joker. Batman. No. Is that? Arthur's entire body stiffened, his usual cool demeanor fracturing for a split second. Raven noticed instantly. Arthur, what is it? Her voice was steady, but there was a flicker of concern in her expression. He raised a hand to cut her off, a wicked smile curving his lips. I really gotta go now. His voice shifted, smoother again, unreadable. Till we meet again, my dear. Raven's lips parted slightly, her face coloring just faintly beneath her hood. What? Her voice betrayed a rare crack in her usual composure. Arthur smiled as the shadow beneath his feet swirled. Exchange, he said softly, and in an instant, he was gone. In his place stood one of his shadow demons, a hunched creature trembling slightly under Raven's intense gaze. Its black, jagged form shuddered, barely daring to meet her eyes. Raven stepped closer, a faint smirk curling her lips. So. Her voice dropped into something dangerously sweet. What am I supposed to do with you? The shadow demon, terrified beyond reason, let out a nervous, pitiful squeak. Arthur materialized back in his estate, the faint chill of Gotham's night air brushing against his skin. The scent of rain lingered. Storm clouds hung low over the city, casting jagged flashes of lightning across the skyline. His boots barely touched the floor of his home before George was already there, standing by the entrance with his usual calm precision. "Welcome back, Master Arthur," George said, his voice smooth and unshaken. "Do you require—" "No time," Arthur cut in sharply, already moving toward the door. "I've gotta get to the city." George, ever composed, simply inclined his head. "Very well, sir. But don't." Arthur paused mid-step, turning back for a brief second. His glowing blue eyes softened just a little. "Sorry for interrupting you like that, George, but I really gotta go," he said quietly, before disappearing through the massive front doors. George stood still for a beat, watching the distant figure of his young master fade into the storm. With a faint sigh, he muttered, "Always in a rush ever since you were a child." Outside, the wind howled against his face as Arthur sprinted across the driveway. Couldn't swap with Joker because of Raven, he thought, narrowing his eyes toward the city skyline. At least maybe this way. His lips curved into a cold smile. "I'll have the element of surprise. Plus," he thought grimly, "even as a shadow I really didn't want Raven to see that lunatic anyway." Without missing a beat, Arthur stopped. Shadows coiled beneath his feet, a chill racing up his spine as he called forth one of his newest in his ranks, one that could match the fury in his veins. "Kaisel," he commanded, voice low. The ground trembled. Darkness surged, splitting through the pavement as Kaisel emerged, his new shadow wyvern. The beast unfurled its massive wings, crackling with arcs of white lightning, and lowered its head in absolute obedience. Arthur didn't waste another second. With a powerful leap, he vaulted onto Kaisel's back. "Let's go," he ordered, his voice sharp. Kaisel launched into the sky, wings tearing through the wind as they shot toward Gotham like a black bolt of lightning. The city stretched out below, blazing with lights, chaos stirring beneath the surface. "I see you there, and I know you are not that stupid, not to figure out that my shadows are immortal as long as I'm alive. You clearly want me to show up since you are constantly defeating my shadow." His eyes gleamed like twin stars beneath the storm. "I'll fulfill your wish." 63. The Shadow, the Red Hood. High above Gotham City, Arthur soared through the night on Kaisel's back, the shadow wyvern cutting through the storm-choked sky like a phantom. Lightning flashed behind them, illuminating the creature's massive, jagged wings as they unfurled with a thunderous clap. Every wingbeat sent ripples of shadow across the skyline, a haunting silhouette that swept over the city below. On the streets, chaos paused. A pair of thugs huddled in an alley, exchanging stolen cash. One of them froze mid-laugh, his cigarette slipping from his lips as he caught the giant shadow sweeping across the cracked pavement. "What the hell was that?" he hissed, craning his neck toward the sky. His partner squinted upward, confusion twisting his face. Is that the Batwing?" The first thug shook his head, wide-eyed. "No way. The Batwing doesn't have wings that." His breath hitched as he watched the massive shadowy wings flap, sending a gust of wind through the alley. "What is that?" A group of street racers revved their engines at a red light. One driver leaned out his window, chatting up a girl until the streetlights flickered, and a dark silhouette slid across the neon-lit buildings. His jaw dropped. "Yo, what is that? A dragon?" The girl leaned forward, squinting as the shape banked against the clouds, white lightning flickering over its form. "No way," she breathed. "Gotham doesn't have dragons, right?" The racer swallowed hard, suddenly less concerned about showing off. "Well, it might be time to leave this city for good now." A trio of lowlifes was halfway through breaking into a jewelry store when the shadow passed overhead. One of them, nervous and twitchy, glanced up, his blood running cold as the massive figure blotted out the moon. Did you see that?" he stammered, voice cracking. "Relax," his buddy scoffed, shoving diamonds into a bag. "No one is watching us." The third thug, though, kept staring, his face pale. "You sure? 'Cause whatever that is, it's comin' this way." A low, distant roar echoed through the night, vibrating through the ground beneath their feet. "Screw this, I'm out." The twitchy one yelped, dropping his crowbar as he bolted. Even on the GCPD rooftop, where hardened officers gathered under the red glare of the bat signal, heads turned skyward. Detective Bullock, mid-coffee sip, spat out his drink in disbelief. "Tell me I'm drunk, Montoya," he grumbled, eyes glued to the massive creature sweeping past the skyscrapers. Montoya shook her head slowly, mouth dry. "Nope. You're sober. And that's not Batman." Bullock muttered a curse under his breath. "Great. Just what this city needs, another flying nightmare." Arthur, high above them all, watched the city with a cold, detached calm. The winds howled against his face as Kaisel glided with eerie grace. He could feel their fear below a ripple in the air, the panicked heartbeats of Gotham's criminals who thought the dark belonged to them. Arthur signaled to Kaisel with a slight tilt of his fingers. The massive shadow wyvern responded instantly, wings folding inward as they dove through the night sky like a black lightning bolt. The air trembled around them, the wind howling as they cut through the city's skyline. His eyes locked on a burning warehouse in the Narrows, the heart of Gotham's underbelly. Smoke curled into the sky, and flashes of gunfire crackled from inside. Arthur's mana was being depleted slowly, his shadow was getting destroyed constantly. "There." His voice was cold. At the last second, Arthur released his grip. Kaisel flared his wings, pulling up while Arthur plummeted toward the earth below. The city blurred around him, the roar of the wind like a distant scream, until he crashed through the warehouse's shattered skylight. Boom! The floor buckled beneath the impact, spiderweb cracks spreading outward. Shards of glass rained down, gleaming like falling stars. Arthur straightened from his crouch, his Prometheum sword humming with power in his grip. His gaze snapped forward, and there, in the middle of the chaos, was his shadow Joker. The shadow was on one knee, his face, usually still, in a twisted manic grin. And standing over him, was Red Hood, Jason Todd. His iconic crimson helmet gleamed under the flickering warehouse lights, smoke curling from the barrel of his pistol as he tilted his head toward Arthur. The air between them was heavy and electric, a collision waiting to happen. Arthur's eyes blazed blue, cold, merciless. Jason shifted, casually holstering one gun while twirling the other. "I was wondering when you'd show up," he said, voice muffled but edged with sharp confidence. "Your pet put up a decent fight. Not what I expected, but hey, better than the usual trash." Arthur didn't respond. His focus sharpened, every muscle coiled with lethal intent. Red Hood, the man who didn't play by Batman's rules. A dangerous smile tugged at Arthur's lips. "TCH." He took a slow step forward, his boots echoing through the ruined warehouse. "Of course, it had to be someone like you, Jason Todd." Smoke curled around Jason's crimson helmet as he raised both pistols in a smooth, practiced motion, aiming them squarely at Arthur's chest. "I guess masks don't mean a thing to you, huh?" Jason's voice was too calm. That signature mix of sarcasm and lethal intent dripped from every word. His trigger fingers hovered, just a twitch away from sending lead flying. Arthur didn't flinch. Instead, his grip on the Prometheum sword loosened, he was calculating. But there was a predator's edge to the way he held himself. One wrong move and he'd strike him down. "You could say that." His voice was smooth. For a moment, the only sound was the distant crackle of flames and the low hum of Arthur's shadows seething beneath the surface. Jason tilted his head slightly, like he was sizing him up, measuring whether the stories matched the reality. And then he lowered his guns. Arthur's brow twitched in surprise. For all his arrogance, he hadn't expected that. Jason chuckled under his breath. "Relax, tough guy. I don't seek your death, I wouldn't be wasting time talking if I wanted to." His voice softened, still sharp, but curious. "I wanted to meet you. Ever since you took out the Joker." Arthur's smile faded. A flicker of something darker flashed in his eyes. Jason took a step closer, boots crunching over broken glass. His tone turned dry, almost playful. "Let's just say," Arthur Black whined, "I'm one of your biggest fans." Arthur blinked. Of all the things he expected to hear from Red Hood, that wasn't on the list. His lips curled again, not quite a smile. "Didn't think you were the fanboy type." Jason gave a mock shrug, his guns now casually holstered. "When someone finally does what everyone else is too soft to do, yeah, I pay attention." His helmet glinted under the dim light. "And you? You don't play by their rules. I respect that." Jason exhaled a slow breath, his gloved hands curling into fists at his sides. For a moment, he just stood there silent, like he was holding something back. But when he spoke again, his voice was raw, edged with a bitterness that no amount of time could dull. You have no idea. His tone dipped low, rough like gravel. How much I wanted to kill him with my own hands. His helmet hit his face, but the weight behind those words, the pain was impossible to miss. Arthur didn't interrupt. He just stood there, silent and still, watching as years of anger bled into every syllable. Jason shook his head slowly. I thought about it every day. What I'd do if I ever got the chance. The things I wanted him to feel. His voice cracked slightly, barely, but it was there. And then one day, just like that, I hear he's gone. Dead. Not by my hands. His fingers twitched, as if remembering the feel of a trigger. But by yours. He took a step closer, and when he spoke again, the words were quieter, like they came from somewhere deeper. For a couple of days, I hated you for it. At first. Jason let out a humorless chuckle, the kind that didn't reach his eyes. Thought it wasn't fair. After everything he did to me, to others, I deserved to end him. Not you. Arthur tilted his head slightly, taking in every word. He didn't offer pity. Jason didn't want that. What he gave instead was silence, room for the truth to come out. But then. Jason's voice softened, a bitter smile behind the mask. I heard how he died. He let the words hang there, heavy between them. And I realized you did something better than I ever could. You didn't just kill him. You made him afraid. You made him feel helpless. He laughed softly, dark, twisted satisfaction curling around the sound. And for that, I owe you. Jason turned his gaze toward the figure of Shadow Joker, the flickering red glow in its eyes dimmer now. So, I guess that's what's left of him, huh? Arthur followed his line of sight, eyes glowing faintly in the dark. He gave a slow nod, his face unreadable. It's impressive. Arthur said, his tone calm but edged with genuine curiosity. That you actually managed to find him and defeat him. Jason let out a dry chuckle, rolling his shoulders. Yeah, well. I'm not exactly a tourist. He turned back to Arthur, his voice cooler now, more like himself. Rumors started spreading some kind of dark ghost-like Joker, hitting the streets. And when it comes to anything with that freak's name attached, I don't play games. Arthur's eyes narrowed, the eerie blue glow dimming slightly as he took a slow step closer. His voice was low, calm, but edged with cold amusement. You baited me here. It wasn't a question. So, what do you want? I can already tell this isn't just a friendly meet and greet. Jason tilted his head slightly, folding his arms across his chest. Sharp. No wonder Bats doesn't like you. He let out a short, humorless chuckle. Yeah, I want something. Arthur didn't respond immediately. His gaze lingered on Jason, cold, calculating, waiting. Jason took a step forward, his tone shifting, still casual, but there was weight behind his words. You're a smart guy, Arthur. You probably already figured it out. I wouldn't waste my time on some ghost hunt if I didn't have a bigger problem. He paused, letting that sink in before adding, and trust me, it's a big one. Arthur raised a brow. I'm listening. 64, team-up offer. Jason exhaled sharply, glancing around the wrecked warehouse. Yeah, well, not here. Your little, Dark Lord entrance probably lit up every freak in a 5-mile radius. His voice dripped with sarcasm. So, unless you're trying to get the whole Bat squad on our asses, I suggest we move. Arthur's smile thinned, a flicker of amusement dancing in his cold, blue-glowing eyes. Humph. All right then. Still, he gestured toward Kaisel without a word, the massive wyvern melted into his own shadow. Lead the way, Hood. Jason didn't wait, turning on his heel and disappearing into the night with the kind of effortless, predatory grace only a trained killer could manage. Arthur followed, his boots hitting the cracked pavement without a sound. They traveled in silence, cutting through Gotham's filth-ridden alleys and half-abandoned streets. The city was restless, sirens wailing in the distance, the tension like always. But Jason moved like a shadow, weaving through the underbelly of Gotham with ease. Eventually, he stopped in front of a crumbling apartment building, boarded-up windows, graffiti covering every surface, the faint stench of mildew clinging to the air. Jason kicked the rusted door open with his boot. Welcome to the palace, he muttered, his voice dripping with mockery. He flicked on a dim, flickering light, revealing a wreck of a living space, half-scorched furniture, empty beer bottles, scattered gun parts, and a corkboard on the far wall covered in files and blurry surveillance photos. Arthur stepped inside, his gaze sweeping the mess with mild distaste. Jason smirked as he pulled off his helmet, shaking out his dark hair. Oh, not to your liking, Master Arthur. Sorry I didn't roll out the red carpet. His voice oozed sarcasm. Arthur snorted softly, stepping past him. He sank onto a half-broken couch, resting his elbow on his knee while his Prometheum sword leaned against his shoulder. Let's skip the jokes and get to the point. Jason's amusement faded. He dropped into a nearby chair, pulling a sleek black USB drive from his jacket and tossing it onto the battered coffee table between them. Right, he said, his tone tightening. I stumbled onto something, a real shitstorm. And it's bad. His hands clenched into fists. Metahumans, a lot of them, are being abducted and forced to fight in underground arenas. Arthur tilted his head slightly, his expression unreadable. Gotham's always had its share of blood sports. Why should I care? Jason's jaw flexed. These aren't just criminals or rogues, Black whined. Some of them are kids. Runaways. Failed experiments, they're using anyone they can get their hands on. Arthur's cold expression didn't waver, but Jason wasn't done. I thought it was just another scumbag operation. Some psycho with too much money and not enough morals. He leaned forward, his tone darkening. So, I did what I do best. I infiltrated one. Tore it apart. But the bastards running it. His lips curled into a bitter smile. They were ghosts. Gone before I got close. Arthur's gaze sharpened. Security was too good. Jason snapped his fingers. Exactly. Too good for the usual mob or rogue outfit. These guys weren't just ex-military or mercs. He leaned back, exhaling sharply. I know government-trained operatives when I see them. And these guys? They were pro-level. Organized. Purposeful. Arthur's fingers tapped idly against the hilt of his sword, his mind turning. And you think they're still active? Jason scoffed. I don't think they are. I shut down one ring, but there's more. Way more. Someone out there is collecting metas, and they're not doing it for sport, they are collecting data for something. For a long moment, Arthur said nothing. The shadows at his feet flickered, pulsing faintly as if responding to his thoughts. I think I know who they are, Arthur finally said, his voice cold and measured. But I'm not in the habit of playing hero. For a moment, Jason didn't respond. The only sound was the distant creak of the old apartment settling. But when he spoke again, his voice was different, lower, heavier. Personal. A friend of mine is dead. His words cut through the room like a blade. A metahuman. Not a vigilante, not a criminal, just a kid who barely knew what kind of power he had. He only knew one thing. Jason's fists clenched on his knees. Someone was after him. Arthur's expression remained unreadable, but Jason wasn't finished. I helped him, got him off the radar for a while. Thought I did enough, but I was wrong. I found his body last week. His jaw tightened. Whoever these people are, they don't leave loose ends. Arthur leaned back, his fingers tapping idly on the hilt of his sword. Tragic, and I'm sorry for your loss. He said flatly. But I still don't see what this has to do with me. Jason let out a bitter chuckle and shook his head. You're sharp, Black whined, but don't play dumb with me. He leaned forward, voice cold and cutting. Who do you think they'll go after next? Arthur's glowing blue eyes narrowed as his lips curved into a mock smile. Batman and his little caped men, obviously. Jason's voice was like a gunshot, calm but deadly. Yeah, and you. And me. Arthur tilted his head slightly, as if weighing the truth in Jason's words. You think they'll stop with a few street-level metas? Jason pressed. They're not after small-timers. They're moving up the chain, and like it or not, we're at the top of the damn food chain. His gloved hands curled into fists. Batman and his crew. Sure, they'll track these guys down. Maybe even stop the operation, but that's where they'll leave it. His voice grew sharper, colder. I'm not interested in stopping them. I want them gone. Permanently. And that's where you and I come in. Arthur exhaled through his nose, dragging a hand through his ashen white hair as he stood up. You're really that determined, huh? He muttered, though his tone lacked the usual mockery. His glowing eyes shifted to the corkboard on the wall, photos of burned-out fight pits, bloodied arenas, and faces he didn't recognize. Jason stayed silent, letting his words hang in the air. Arthur rolled his shoulders, the weight of his sword humming faintly at his back. If my intuition is right, he said slowly, his mind working through the pieces, considering everything I know, everything you've just told me. His voice grew colder, sharper. The people behind this are Justice League Watchtower. The hum of advanced technology filled the air, a constant, low vibration only those with enhanced senses could pick up. In the heart of the watchtower, the containment sector isolated. Reinforced with alien alloys and powered by tech designed by both Batman and Martian Manhunter, it wasn't a prison, but it wasn't exactly welcoming either. Behind the shimmering energy field, Supergirl stood with her arms crossed, golden hair cascading down her shoulders. Despite her confinement, there was no fear or resentment in her eyes, only resolve. Outside the containment chamber, Batman tapped rapidly on a holographic interface, his cape draped behind him like a shadow. Every keystroke tightened the security, layer upon layer of encrypted locks, ensuring Kara stayed put for now. Behind him stood Superman, arms folded, watching with a mixture of concern and disbelief. Wonder Woman, Martian Manhunter, stood nearby, their faces a bit grim. Finally, Superman broke the silence. "Is this really necessary, Bruce?" His voice was steady, but the tension underneath was impossible to miss. Before Batman could answer, Kara cut in sharply. "I agreed to this, Cal. Don't interfere." Superman's jaw tightened, but her firm tone made it clear, this wasn't Batman's choice alone, it was her choice as well. Batman didn't stop working. His voice was calm, calculating. "She was Luthor's captive, Clark. We both know what that means." He turned slightly, the glow of the hologram reflecting off the sharp edges of his cowl. "And now, Cadmus, a government-backed project, has a spitting image of her attacking critical targets. Coordinated, precise, efficient." Kara's fists clenched at her sides. "I can feel her," she admitted, her voice quieter but no less intense. "It's like, she's a part of me. I see things sometimes, flashes of what she's doing." She exhaled sharply. "She's not just a clone. There's more to this." Martian Manhunter narrowed his eyes. "We fear that they might have done something else to Supergirl other than a simple DNA extraction, and that's why it's necessary that she is monitored here closer to us." "And that is dangerous," Batman finished, cutting in smoothly. "We already know Luthor bankrolls Cadmus, but that's not the only thing Luthor can provide." His hands paused over the console. "She can't remember, but she spent time there in Cadmus, longer than we thought. Unless..." Superman arched a brow. "Unless what?" Batman's voice grew even colder. "Unless he personally provided her DNA only, and kept her there in his own lab away from them." Superman sighed and said, "I can't decide which one is worse." That hung in the air for a beat. Wonder Woman stepped forward, her eyes glowing faintly. "Do the government fear us so much," she mused aloud, "that they would clone one of Krypton's most powerful survivors?" Martian Manhunter scoffed softly. "Fear makes people stupid. And desperate. We've all seen that before." Batman didn't react. His focus was razor sharp. "Our investigation indicates there's more than just Kara's clone. This isn't an isolated experiment, they're building something bigger." His voice grew darker. "We need to be smart. So far, they've kept to the shadows. Nothing that directly threatens the League. But that won't last." Superman's eyes flashed briefly with heat vision before he suppressed it. "And when that day comes, Bruce, we need to strike them down now and stop wasting time, before they grow bold enough to threaten us or those we care about. They have done that once already." Batman's voice didn't waver. "Soon, very soon." 65, Damsel in Distress. Arthur leaned back slightly against the wall, his arms folded as he finished explaining his theory. Jason let out a low whistle, shaking his head slowly. Well, Project Cadmus, huh?" His tone was light, but the edge in his voice said otherwise. "This is way bigger than I thought. I mean, I figured I knew it was a government dirty little project, but this isn't little at all." A dangerous smile crept across Arthur's lips. "What now, Hood? Realizing you might be a little out of your depth." His voice dripped with mockery, blue eyes gleaming in the dim light. Jason snorted, stepping closer. "I'll still go after them," he said without hesitation. No bravado, just cold, unwavering certainty. Arthur tilted his head, amused. "I guess you're really soft when it comes to innocence." For a moment, Jason said nothing. His gloved fingers curled into fists at his sides. There was a weight behind his silence, an old, raw wound barely stitched together. Arthur caught it. "Well?" he asked, though his tone lacked any real malice. Jason exhaled through his nose. "You wouldn't understand," he muttered. Arthur's smile faded. He respected it. But Arthur already knew everything there is to know about him. His mind shifted to something else, a meeting request from Lex Luthor himself. Of course, that bald bastard is involved. Is this why he wanted to see me? I mean, it could be possible that he is attempting to capture me like Kara. If Cadmus was pulling strings, there was a good chance Luthor had a front row seat or worse, a hand on the controls. Maybe you're right, Hood, Arthur admitted, his voice turning thoughtful. I might get myself involved this time, but... His fingers drummed lightly against his sword hilt. There are a few things I need to handle first. I can't move blind, not when I have no clue where they're hiding and operating. Jason adjusted his helmet slightly, his red bat symbol gleaming under the flickering light. Leave that part to me, he said. You do whatever you need to first. I'll find them. Arthur raised a brow. And when I'm ready. Jason smirked beneath his helmet. I'll find you. Arthur chuckled softly, low and cold. I'll find you, huh? Without a word, he gestured with his hands subtly, and in an instant, a shadow demon slithered silently toward Jason, attaching itself to him, invisible to everyone but Arthur. Insurance. Jason didn't notice. His attention drifted to a metal box sitting against the wall, an oversized containment crate with reinforced locks. Arthur followed his gaze and smirked. How long do you plan on keeping that poor soul in there? Jason chuckled a dry, almost dangerous sound. Oh, that. He strolled over and yanked the box open with a flourish. Figured you'd get a kick out of this. A muffled voice erupted from inside. Harley Quinn, bound and gagged, squirming furiously. Her pale skin and platinum blonde hair contrasted sharply with the grime of the box. She glared daggers at Jason, blue eyes blazing with outrage. MMMPH. MMMH. MMPH. Arthur blinked, unimpressed. She listened to everything. Jason shrugged. Doesn't matter. Found her trailing your Joker wraith. He tilted his head toward the still squirming Harley. And get this, he didn't try to harm her. Which is weird, considering he shreds through everyone else. I did observe him for a while. Arthur's brows lifted slightly in surprise. Interesting. Yeah, I thought so too, Jason continued. I was gonna hand her over, but... He knelt down, eyeing Harley with a mock-friendly tone. I've got other plans for her now. Arthur chuckled. Jason grinned behind his helmet. Harley, you'll be joining us too. Harley, still gagged, flailed harder. Her muffled voice grew louder, angrier. Arthur tilted his head. She's trying to say something. With an exaggerated sigh, Jason ripped the gag off. All right, spill it, Quinn. Harley coughed before glaring at both of them. Geez, you two got some real control issues. What, you think just 'cause I'm cute I can't keep secrets? She grinned wide, lips curling mischievously. Besides, if you wanted to gag me, Red, all you had to do was ask. Arthur rubbed his temples. Just, gag her again. With pleasure. Jason stuffed the gag back into her mouth, muffling her protests once again. Arthur stood up, adjusting his coat. Be seeing you, Hood. Without waiting for a reply, he turned on his heel and strode toward the exit. Jason leaned against the crate, watching him leave with a thoughtful expression. Yeah, you will. The rain poured down in heavy sheets, drumming against the cracked asphalt. Arthur walked through it all like a shadow come to life. His boots splashed through shallow puddles, but he moved with calm purpose, unbothered by the cold rain sliding down his face. The dim glow of street lamps flickered as he passed beneath them, his presence casting a long, dark silhouette across the wet ground. His blue eyes burned faintly in the night as he mulled over his conversation with Jason. He's hiding something from me, Arthur murmured, his voice low and thoughtful. His breath curled in the chill air. I believe he's honest about what he said, but there's another reason he's still willing to go after Cadmus, even after what he heard from me. A distant car engine roared past, its red taillights smearing through the rain. Arthur barely paid it any attention. His mind was elsewhere. He exhaled sharply. We should expect clones. There is potential for me to get strong soldiers. His voice was cold, edged with certainty. Superman clones, maybe hers as well. Arthur's mind trailed to someone else. Arthur pulled his phone from his coat pocket, the screen lighting up against the rainy darkness. Droplets slid down the glass as his thumb swiped over an old notification, a message from Kara. Hey, Arthur. I really enjoyed our date. You're different. In a good way. There was a pause before the next line, like she had hesitated. I'd love to do it again sometime, but I've got things to handle first. Don't think I'm running away, I will be back. Promise. A small, almost playful touch at the end. So very her. Confident, but there was something else beneath it, a weight he hadn't caught before. Arthur raised an eyebrow. That's an old message. His voice was low, unreadable, but his mind spun faster. Kara always came off as carefree, bold even, but this was different. Whatever she was dealing with, it wasn't simple. And now, with Cadmus and their clone operations on his radar. Let's see where you are now. He slid the phone back into his coat with a flick of his wrist and closed his eyes. The world around him faded, rainfall, distant sirens, the restless pulse of Gotham all dulled as he reached out with the power thrumming beneath his skin. Like a ripple through darkness, his consciousness surged, following the unseen thread that connected him to the shadow soldier he had quietly attached to Kara days ago. His mind latched onto his hidden sentinel. And then he saw. Through the shadow's eyes, the world sharpened into harsh, sterile clarity. Dim lights buzzed overhead, flickering in a cold, industrial room. Metal walls. Reinforced. A place designed to hold powerful things. Kara stood in the center, bound by energy restraints that crackled faintly around her wrists. Her blonde hair falling over her face. But even like this she was rather calm looking. Arthur's jaw tightened. Found you. His voice was low, edged with frost. But something was wrong. The shadow moved, revealing more of the room. He scanned every inch. No guards, no windows, just heavy containment tech humming in the background. This wasn't some ordinary cell. Arthur's glowing eyes narrowed. Where are you really? He focused harder, pushing the shadow deeper, mapping the area. Layers of reinforced steel. High-tech surveillance. Don't tell me you got yourself captured again. And then it clicked. Luthor again, or Cadmus, maybe both. His eyes snapped open, twin orbs of electric blue blazing in the rain-soaked darkness. The cold air around him seemed to shiver with raw power as the shadows at his feet writhed like living things. His lips curled into a sharp, dangerous frown. Exchange. Cadmus, sub-level? The place was full of sound of machinery, cold, calculated, and pulsing with the energy of experiments too dangerous to ever see daylight. Inside a sleek, high-tech conference room, two of the most dangerous minds in the world faced off across a steel table. Lex Luthor leaned back in his chair, the picture of calm authority. His tailored suit was flawless, the sharp glint in his eyes was anything but patient. He tapped his fingers against the polished surface, measured, controlled, but there was an edge beneath it. A storm waiting to break. Across from him, Amanda Waller stood with her arms crossed, imposing, unyielding. The cold fluorescent lights cast harsh shadows across her face, but her expression was dangerous in its own right. Luthor's voice cut through the air, smooth, arrogant. This new clone needs to be studied further. I'll oversee it myself. There's great potential in this one. Waller didn't blink. Potential doesn't mean a damn thing if you can't control it. Her words were sharp as razors. You've already lost two of our most valuable assets, Project Doomsday and Supergirl. The ones you took without permission. She took a step closer, her presence heavy and commanding. And let's not forget, despite all your brilliance, you spent the last few days running unsanctioned experiments with no results to show for it. Luthor's eyes flashed with irritation, but he smiled. Cold, ruthless. I will get results. His voice dropped to a lethal calm, every syllable coiled with authority. And don't forget, Waller, I'm the one funding this entire operation. I can take whatever I want. The words hung in the air like a loaded gun. For a moment, the room was silent, thick with tension. Then Waller chuckled low and dangerous. Careful, Luthor. Her tone was quiet, but it carried the weight of a warning. You're useful, but no one's untouchable. She leaned forward, her dark eyes locking onto his with cold precision. Not even you. Luthor's smile only widened, but there was no humor in it, only the sharp gleam of a man who never loses. We'll see. 66, Martian Manhunter. Justice League Watchtower, Containment Sector. The room was too quiet, except for the soft hum of the advanced containment systems buzzed faintly in the background. A mix of transparent and iron walls, reinforced with alien alloys and magic, surrounded Kara Zor-El, Supergirl. The sterile light overhead cast a faint glow over her figure as she sat cross-legged, on the sleek metal bench, bound by energy restraints that crackled faintly around her wrists. She looked calm, but her mind was a mess. Still here, and I'm getting bored. She muttered to herself, leaning her head back against the cold wall. Her fingers curled into fists against her knees as she let out a slow breath, trying to shake the weight pressing against her chest. It wasn't the cell that bothered her, hell, she agreed to be here. It was the feeling. That itch in the back of her skull, like something familiar and wrong was lurking just out of reach. And then she noticed it. Her shadow. It moved. On its own. Kara blinked, her brows furrowing as the edges of her shadow rippled unnaturally across the floor. Great, she muttered dryly, rubbing her temples. First visions, now my shadow's acting weird. Maybe I am losing it. But then it shifted again. A sliver of darkness peeled itself away, rising, morphing into something, someone. Kara froze. Her heart hammered in her chest as the shadow twisted and stood upright, an inky black shape with glowing blue eyes. Her breath hitched as she shot to her feet, her hands still bound but fists clenching. Wait a minute, you're... The shadow trembled, and then, like mist burning away under sunlight, it began to change. Darkness unraveled, revealing armor-clad boots, a long black coat, and a face she knew. A familiar smile cut through the gloom as Arthur Blackwine stepped forward, his sharp blue eyes glowing faintly. Kara's eyes widened in shock. Arthur. How? Arthur tilted his head, the corner of his mouth curving into an easy, almost teasing smile. Hey, he said, voice smooth. I see you got yourself in trouble again. For a second, just a second, Kara forgot everything. The cell. Her thoughts. All of it. Her lips twitched into a half-smile, but she said nothing. Arthur chuckled softly, stepping closer to the transparent barrier that separated her and freedom. His gaze swept over her, calculating, but there was something warmer beneath it. I leave you alone for a bit, and now you're locked up again. TCH. You sure you're a Kryptonian? Her eyes softened just a bit, as she took a step closer to him. You shouldn't be here, Arthur. If they find you. Arthur's smirk lingered as he took a step closer to the transparent barrier, his boots echoing softly against the sleek floor. Let them. His voice was smooth, dangerous. We'll clear them out ourselves, every single one in Cadmus. His fingers traced the edge of the containment field, eyes narrowing as he scanned for a weakness. These binds, let's get you out of them. Kara sighed, watching him with a mix of exasperation and, beneath it, something warmer. Cadmus? No. Listen, she hesitated for just a second. We're not in Cadmus, Arthur. We're in the Justice League Watchtower. Arthur froze mid-step, his focus snapping back to her. What? His voice sharpened, because that didn't make sense. His gaze darted to the sterile room again, suddenly scrutinizing every detail. Then why the hell are you a captive here? Kara shifted her stance, her hands curling slightly at her sides. I agreed to this, she said, trying to sound casual, but her tone carried the weight of her decision. Batman and the others, they're trying to help. Arthur scoffed, crossing his arms over his chest as a cold chuckle escaped him. Let me get this straight, you're locked up because you agreed to it. His glowing blue eyes pinned her down. Did they mistake you for your clone or something? She shook her head. No, this is just precaution. Precaution. The word hung heavy in the air, like a leash. Arthur let out a slow breath through his nose, his jaw ticking as his fingers curled into fists. So you basically agreed to be a lab rat again. His voice dropped lower, every word edged with sharp disdain. Except it's for the good guys now. He took a step back, tilting his head slightly. Tell me, did Clark agree to this as well? Kara's lips parted, but no words came. Silence. Arthur's expression darkened, and his laugh came out cold. How expected. Before Kara could respond, another voice slipped into his mind. Low, calm, and unmistakable. Arthur Blackwine. The words echoed inside his skull, not spoken aloud, but telepathically delivered with the weight of someone who had been watching. Your intrusion here is bold, but foolish. Did you think you could walk unnoticed in the house of the Justice League? Shit. Arthur's eyes snapped open, glowing brighter as he turned sharply behind him. Martian Manhunter. He stood at the far end of the room, silent, his towering figure partially concealed by the shadows. His blue cape hung heavy against his shoulders, and those glowing red eyes pierced through the darkness. Unmoving, unyielding, watching. Arthur tilted his head, meeting John's gaze without flinching. Bold. His voice was low, but the confidence in it burned. I call it doing the right thing. The Martian's expression remained unreadable, but his presence filled the room, an unspoken authority that even Arthur couldn't entirely ignore. You risk much, Shadow Wielder, John's voice echoed again, calm but heavy with warning. But your concern for her, it is genuine. Arthur exhaled sharply, his usual arrogance slipping for a heartbeat before returning full force. Yeah, well, someone's gotta look out for her. Kara, still behind the containment field alongside Arthur, placed a hand against the barrier, her heart pounding in her chest. John's gaze softened slightly as it moved toward Kara before settling back on Arthur. I understand your motives, but breaking into the watchtower is not the way to protect her. Arthur took a step forward, his voice unyielding. Then maybe you shouldn't be locking her up. John's voice remained calm but unyielding, a weight pressing down on the room. She must remain here. Safely. Arthur's lip curled into a faint frown, sharp and dangerous. And if I disagree? His voice was low, charged with a threat that hung heavy in the air. Arthur, please. Kara's voice softened, barely above a whisper, but there was urgency in it. A plea. John's eyes glowed a deeper red. That is not up to you to decide. A cold silence stretched between them until it shattered. With a crackling snap, a long sword, black as midnight, and wreathed in crackling blue lightning, materialized in Arthur's right hand. The air hummed with raw power as the blade hissed like a living thing, dark mist curling from its jagged edge. Arthur turned his gaze back to Kara, his eyes burning a bright blue. I can tell you don't want to be here. His voice was smoother now, confident, unchallenged. And we're getting out. Now. Kara's breath hitched as she took a step toward the barrier. Wait, Arthur, please. You'll really be in trouble now. Her tone wavered between fear and frustration, but he didn't flinch. His focus was locked on Martian Manhunter, the sword in his grip humming with growing power. Doom. The shadows beneath him twisted as Doom, his towering shadow general, emerged, its crimson eyes gleaming. The sheer weight of its presence filled the containment room, crackling with restrained violence. Arthur didn't look away from John, his voice a calm command. Break her binds. Doom moved without hesitation, stepping toward Kara. Its massive clawed hand reached out, and with a metallic screech and a flash of blue lightning, the restraints binding Kara's wrist snapped like brittle glass, and even little pieces of kryptonite fell to the ground. She gasped softly as the weight lifted, her hands falling free, staring at Arthur with wide eyes. John still hadn't moved, but the air around him shifted, subtle but dangerous. You do not understand what you are risking. His voice echoed through Arthur's mind, deeper now. Arthur only smiled, his grip tightening on the hilt of his sword. I understand plenty. The blue lightning arced brighter along the blade's edge. The real question is, are you going to stop me? John's crimson eyes burned brighter, an ominous glow as he tilted his head slightly. Without a word, a powerful psychic wave surged toward Arthur, an attack meant to crush his mind like a vice. But nothing. Arthur didn't even flinch. A soft ding echoed in his mind. System notification, mental attack threat neutralized. He chuckled low and smooth, as he met John's glowing gaze. Your greatest weapon is useless against me, John. His voice dripped with confidence, and that cocky half-smile tugged at his lips. John's expression didn't change, but there was a flicker of something else beneath his stoic exterior. Confusion. Without breaking eye contact, Arthur raised his hand, his fingers twitching ever so slightly. The air around his palm warped, unseen tendrils of power snaking out toward the shimmering energy barrier of the containment room. Ruler's authority hummed to life, an invisible force bending to his will. The room trembled as the pressure grew, a faint blue light pulsing around his fingers. The energy barrier flickered, cracks spidering across its surface as Arthur's grip tightened. Kara's breath hitched. Arthur, how are you doing? Crack. With a final, effortless twitch of his fingers, the containment field shattered, pieces of glowing energy disintegrating into nothing. The air rippled in its wake as if reality itself had been bent beneath his will. Arthur took a slow, deliberate step forward, his sword still crackling with lightning at his side. His shadow stretched unnaturally behind him, curling like it had a mind of its own as he approached Martian Manhunter. The distance between them closed, two unstoppable forces standing face to face. No hard feelings, John, and I really don't wish to fight you, but we are leaving whether you like it or not. Arthur's voice was calm, but beneath it lay an undeniable edge, a promise of violence. John Jones regarded him with something else now, not just caution. Respect. 67. Arthur versus Martian Manhunter. Kara's voice cut through the rising tension. John, no. Not you too. Her plea hung heavy in the air, but Martian Manhunter had already shifted into a battle stance, his towering frame tense and ready. His glowing red eyes burned with restrained power as the atmosphere grew charged, two titans on the verge of collision. Arthur didn't hesitate. With a flick of his wrist, the Demon King's longsword howled to life, a long, obsidian-black blade, pulsating with electric energy. The crackling storm around it intensified as he swung it in a vicious arc. Boom! A storm of lightning exploded from the blade, violent streaks of blue and violet storms tearing through the air, screaming toward John with enough force to rip through reinforced steel. John blurred, gone in a flash of green. The lightning slammed into the containment room walls behind him, shattering panels and leaving a trail of smoking ruin. Arthur's eyes narrowed. Fast! John reappeared behind him, silent and precise, a massive green fist swinging for Arthur's head. Arthur twisted, ruler's authority flaring to life. An unseen force crushed the air around John's arm, halting the strike inches from his face. You really don't get it, do you? Arthur's voice was calm, too calm. Your mind abilities won't work against me. And your strength. He tightened his grip, John's arm trembled under the sheer force. Not enough. John's other fist blurred, aimed for Arthur's ribs. Arthur released him just in time, sliding back and blocking with his blade. The impact sent a shockwave through the room, metal groaning beneath their power. Sparks rained down around them as both combatants moved in a blur of raw speed. Arthur struck again, his longsword carving through the air, sending arcs of lightning with every swing. John phased, his form turning intangible just before the blade could tear through him. Arthur's lips curled into a smile. Neat trick, I wish I had that. With ruler's authority, he gripped the air around John, forcing the Martian back into his solid form. The second John's body materialized, Arthur was already moving. A burst of speed, faster than the eye could follow. His sword clashed against John's forearm, the room shaking from the blow. John countered, a brutal uppercut aimed at Arthur's jaw, but Arthur slipped to the side, his agility unnatural even for a strong alien such as Martian Manhunter. You're strong, John. Arthur's blade crackled with raw power as he swung again, carving a crescent of lightning across the floor. John leaped back, just barely avoiding the strike. Arthur tilted his head, eyes glowing icy blue. But here is thing, the moment your mind tricks failed, you were already outmatched. Without a word, Arthur vanished, a blur of shadow and lightning. John barely had time to react before. Crack! Arthur materialized right in front of him, his doomsday bone gauntlet driving into John's chest like a cannonball. The impact sent a shockwave rippling through the room, and the Martian was launched backward, slamming into the reinforced wall with a thunderous crash. Chunks of metal and debris scattered, but Arthur was already on the move, relentless. He raised his head, that cold, dangerous smile curling his lips. Didn't think it'd be that easy, did you? John pushed himself up, but before he could phase again, Arthur vanished. John's eyes narrowed, too late. Arthur reappeared behind him, the Demon King's longsword crackling with lightning in his grip. Checkmate. With a flick of his wrist, ruler's authority surged, an invisible force locking John's molecules in place, dragging him out of phase. The blade screamed through the air deadly, precise, and aimed straight for John's exposed back. Enough. Kara's voice pierced the chaos. Arthur froze, his blade hovering a hair's breadth from John's skin. Electricity danced along its edge, casting flickering shadows across their tense forms. John turned his head slightly, calm despite the position he was in. His blade trembled, ready to strike, but the way Kara was looking at him. He exhaled, drawing back, the storm around his sword fading as he lowered it. Very well. A smile tugged at his lips as he cast a glance back toward John. He wouldn't die from that anyway. John, still rather calm, straightened and dusted off his cape. No, I wouldn't. His voice was smooth, unshaken, but there was the faintest edge of wariness in his tone. Arthur dismissed doom with a wave of his hand, the towering shadow general dissolving into black mist back into Arthur's own shadow. Without a second thought, he strode toward Kara. Before she could react, his arms slipped around her waist, firm, possessive. Kara's breath hitched, heat rushing to her face. What are you? She blinked up at him, startled by his boldness, but her hands instinctively found his chest, unsure whether to push him away or pull him closer. Arthur flashed a devilish smile. Relax, princess. I'm getting you out of here. He turned his attention back to John, his tone lighter but still edged with challenge. My apologies for the damages, though I'm sure Bruce can afford the repairs. John floated down from the crumbled wall, arms crossed over his chest, the glow in his red eyes dimming. I'll speak with Batman, but let's hope we don't come to regret this, Kara. His voice carried weight, a warning, but also something else. Trust. Arthur pulled Kara a little closer. Exchange. A surge of black mist swirled beneath their feet, coiling like living smoke. The ground seemed to give way as the shadows swallowed them whole, leaving nothing behind but silence. And a shadow demon in their place, as it blinked its eyes at John, tilting its head curiously. John sighed, floating higher as his gaze lingered on where Arthur and Kara had vanished. His expression softened, barely. For her to follow him so easily, he means more to her than she realizes. I'll have to explain this to Batman. Cadmus Labs. The lab hummed with the sound of machines whirring, and the only illumination came from the blue glow emanating from several large tubes filled with viscous liquid. Lex Luthor stood at the forefront, his gaze locked on the one tube that held an ashen-haired young man suspended in the fluid. His brow furrowed, deep in thought, fingers tapping against the metallic surface of a nearby console as his mind churned. Dr. Emil Hamilton, standing beside him, adjusted his glasses with a sigh before speaking, his tone tinged with skepticism. This is rather strange, Lex. This particular DNA shows nothing special. Even the simplest of metas are unique in their own way. But this one is, just a normal human. Lex didn't immediately respond, his eyes narrowing as he leaned in closer to the tube, examining the figure inside with an intensity that could burn through steel. His jaw clenched as Emil's words echoed in his ears. Why are you so convinced this will work somehow? Emil continued, his voice laced with genuine curiosity, mixed with frustration. You've been pouring countless resources into this, but it doesn't make sense. Look at him, nothing about this specimen suggests it has potential. Lex's fingers dug into the edge of the console, his frustration palpable, but he kept his calm exterior. His mind was racing, the pieces of the puzzle slowly starting to fit together in his genius brain. It's impossible, Lex muttered under his breath. It can't be just normal. My theory, it will only appear once the clone is fully developed and ready to be awakened. Then, I'll monitor his growth. It will take a few days, but I know it will work. Emil crossed his arms, an expression of doubt on his face as he gestured toward a nearby tube holding another figure. Superboy, perfect in his design. Even Kryptonians were rather simple for us to clone. Look at Galatea, she is perfect. She's everything I wanted, everything we expected. And then there's Superboy here. He's nearly finished. So why this? Why waste time and resources on something like this? Lex's gaze hardened as he whipped his head toward Emil, a fire in his eyes, his voice cold with the kind of intensity only someone like him could muster. I refuse to believe that after everything I've seen with my own eyes, this, human, has nothing. There is something here. I will pour every resource I have into making this work. His voice was sharp, cutting through the tension in the lab like a blade, and his words hung in the air with a force that was almost tangible. Emil sighed heavily, his shoulders slumping as he leaned against the console, clearly exhausted by the deadlock of their conversation. Fine, Lex, Emil said, his tone resigned. But don't come crying to me when your perfect human doesn't live up to expectations, because I honestly cannot help. Lex didn't respond. He simply turned back to the tube with the ashen-haired man, his gaze unwavering, as if he could will the clone to reveal its secrets through sheer willpower alone. His lips twisted into a thin smile, one full of both challenge and determination. I'll make it work, Arthur Black whined, Lex murmured to himself, his voice barely audible. Sooner than later. 68. Unleashing Galatea. Lex and Dr. Emil were interrupted by the soft swish of the door opening. Emil Hamilton glanced up, expecting to see another of the staff members, but instead, a figure stepped into the room that made even Lex Luthor pause, his keen eyes narrowing with curiosity. The woman who entered was striking. She had a confident stride, a controlled grace that was the hallmark of a being who knew her strength. Her blonde hair framed her face, and her eyes, intense and sharp, held a gaze that could pierce through even the strongest of wills. It was Galatea, the living testament to their genius, and she moved toward Emil without hesitation. Emil's face lit up with a genuine smile. Ah, you're back from your mission, he said, his voice warm, tinged with a father's pride. Before he could say more, she closed the distance, throwing her arms around him in a tight, affectionate hug. "Yes, father," Galatea replied with a softness that only someone like her, who had been raised under Emil's care, could express. There was an undeniable bond between them, built from a lot of time of collaboration and trust. Lex, watching from the side, raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable. The sight of Galatea, so warm and human in her actions, was unexpected, even for someone as detached and calculating as him. He remained silent for a beat, watching the exchange, his mind already spinning. The wheels in his genius brain began turning, each click of his mental gears adding to his next move. He glanced at the clone tube in the corner, the ashen-haired youth suspended in the liquid, and then back at Emil and Galatea, who were now standing together, having separated from their brief embrace. Lex's eyes gleamed, a thought sparking in his mind like a lightning bolt. "Dr. Emil," he began, his voice smooth and laced with intrigue. "I think I have a brilliant idea, and I need your cooperation here." Emil turned, surprised by the sudden shift in Lex's tone. "Oh, what's on your mind?" He couldn't help but feel the weight of Lex's attention, his curiosity piqued by the scientist's sudden interest. Lex smiled, a cold, calculating smirk that never failed to send a chill through the room. He walked slowly toward the center of the lab. Lex turned back toward the observation window, his sharp gaze fixed on the ashen-haired young man floating motionless in the cloning pod. His fingers tapped rhythmically against the sleek surface of the control panel. "I've been thinking, Emil," he said, voice smooth. "If we're going to unlock the potential hidden in this subject, we need a more direct approach." Dr. Emil Hamilton, still studying the data in front of him, barely glanced up. "And what exactly do you have in mind, Lex?" His voice held a note of caution, a scientist first, always wary when Luther's ambitions grew too bold. Lex turned, his expression unreadable save for the faintest curl of a smile. "I want to send Galatea on a mission. Off the record, beyond Cadmus oversight. There's someone out there who holds the key to perfecting this DNA. And that is the parent of this particular individual." He gestured toward the clone, his meaning heavy in the air. Emil's head snapped up, his brow furrowed in disapproval. "Absolutely not." His voice was firm, unyielding. "Our mandate is to protect humanity from the rising threat of metahumans, not abduct innocent people. This crosses a line, Lex, even for you." Lex chuckled softly under his breath, a sound devoid of warmth. "Innocent." He tilted his head, eyes gleaming with cold calculation. "Spare me the morality speech. You've seen the footage. You know as well as I do, this individual is far from normal." A tense silence hung between them as Emil processed the weight of Lex's words. Footage, of a person whose abilities defied conventional understanding. And if Lex's theory was correct, their parent genetic code might hold the missing piece to stabilizing and unlocking the dormant power within the ashen-haired clone. "Even so," Emil said after a pause, his voice quieter but no less firm, "we're not mercenaries, Lex. What you're asking." He shook his head. "There's no coming back from it." Lex stepped closer, his smile fading into something harder. "I didn't fund Cadmus to play it safe, Doctor. While you hesitate, others grow stronger. Heroes, gods, tearing down the natural order." His voice dropped to a near growl, rich with conviction. "And I refuse to let humanity be left behind. If you won't do what's necessary, I'll find someone who will." A heavy silence settled between them before Emil exhaled sharply, conceding, if only slightly. "Fine." He turned to Galatea, who had been standing quietly throughout the exchange, watching with unwavering focus. "If you're going to do this, you'll do it my way. No collateral damage. No unnecessary force. Understood?" Galatea's lips curled into a faint smirk, an almost playful edge beneath her soldier-like demeanor. "Of course, father." There was warmth in the title, a reminder that, for all her power, she still valued his guidance. But beneath the surface was a sharp, dangerous willingness to execute the task. "I'll bring them here. No one will know." Lex clapped his hands together, the sound echoing through the sterile lab. "Excellent. I knew you'd see reason, Emil." He pivoted back toward the cloning pod, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. "With the parent in our hands, it's only a matter of time before we unlock everything hidden inside our little mystery here." Emil lingered a moment longer, his mind weighed down by the decision. He knew that once Galatea left, there would be no reversing course. But as much as he hated to admit it, if Lex was right, if this could work, it would be a huge progress. Be swift, he said quietly to Galatea, his voice softer now. And be careful. Galatea gave a short nod, her confidence unwavering. I always am. Gotham. Rain slicking down the windows of Blackwine Manor, casting fractured reflections across the polished marble floors. Inside, the atmosphere was warmer. Arthur's estate was an elegant fortress, dark wood paneling, towering bookshelves, and a roaring fireplace that cast golden embers flickering across the room. And right in the center of it, Arthur and Kara still stood close, the last traces of shadowy mist fading around their feet. Kara awkwardly slipped out of his embrace, brushing a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Her usual confidence faltered for just a moment as she took a step back. Arthur, ever the picture of ease, leaned against the nearest leather armchair and flashed a smirk. Welcome to my house, he said, voice smooth, almost teasing. Before Kara could respond, a refined voice cut through the air. Welcome back, Master Arthur. It was George, Arthur's ever-dignified butler. Dressed in a crisp black suit, he stood by the entryway with the air of someone who had seen far stranger things but still maintained a flawless composure. His eyes, however, didn't miss the lingering tension between them. Kara blinked, startled by his sudden appearance. George asked graciously, "Might I offer you a drink, Miss Zorel?" "I'm good." She shook her head quickly, trying to shake off the awkwardness. Arthur, meanwhile, sank into the plush leather armchair, stretching out like he owned the world. "I'll take one." George inclined his head. "Of course, sir." With quiet efficiency, he vanished into the next room. Kara folded her arms across her chest and sighed. "You know they're going to be pissed that I left." Her voice was firm, but there was an edge of concern beneath it. Arthur only raised an eyebrow. "Let them." She huffed, taking a few steps closer. "And for the record, I really didn't need saving back there." George returned precisely on cue, silver tray in hand, and placed a vivid, fruit-colored cocktail in front of Arthur, complete with a curly straw and a cheerful slice of pineapple. Arthur's fingers paused just before touching the glass. His eye twitched. "Really?" George, the very image of refined calm, adjusted his cuffs. "Alcohol at this time of day, sir? I'm afraid not." Arthur leaned back, pinching the bridge of his nose. "George." Without missing a beat, George added smoothly, "Besides, you are still rather young, sir, and we have a guest." Kara blinked, looking between them. Arthur waved a hand dismissively. All right." Kara clapped a hand over her mouth, stifling a laugh. Arthur sighed in defeat. Grabbing the glass, he took a long sip, shooting a side eye at George. "It's not bad." George bowed slightly, eyes gleaming with quiet amusement. "Always a pleasure, sir." George gave Kara a polite nod before retreating to the background once more, though he was undoubtedly still listening. Kara shook her head, still grinning. "I like him." Arthur groaned. "Unfortunately I do as well." Arthur took another sip, letting the taste settle before meeting Kara's gaze. "Well, back to our topic. You see, Kara, at first I thought you were captured by someone else. But I still would have done the same thing if I knew it was the Watchtower from the start. They don't know the whole situation with Cadmus, but I do." That caught her off guard. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "And how exactly do you know more than the Justice League?" He leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees, that devilish smile never leaving his face. "It's not important how I know." His tone was too casual, too knowing. "What matters is, aside from your unusual bond with your clone, who goes by Galatea, by the way, you're perfectly fine. Batman's just being his usual paranoid self, made you even doubt yourself." Kara's expression softened for a moment at the name Galatea, before she frowned again. "That still doesn't explain how you know so much about them." Arthur chuckled under his breath, taking another sip before setting the glass down. "Trust me, I've got my sources." His voice dropped into something colder. "They didn't harm me or anything yet, but I'm not waiting for my turn to be another target. Luther doesn't like me." He leaned back, his glowing blue eyes catching the firelight. "Cadmus, we'll handle them. I've already joined forces with a certain someone." Kara tilted her head, suspicion flickering across her face. "Who?" Arthur only smiled. "Someone who doesn't particularly like them as well." 69. A Kryptonian threat. Arthur finished his drink in one swift motion, the glass meeting the table with a soft clink. Without missing a beat, he pushed himself to his feet, the faint glow in his eyes dimming as he approached Kara. Stopping just in front of her, he held her gaze, steady, unwavering. "Look," he began, his voice low but firm, "all I ask is that you trust me." Kara blinked, taken slightly off guard by the sudden shift in his tone. "These guys." Arthur gestured vaguely, as if referring to both the Justice League and Cadmus. "They will do whatever they deem necessary to protect humans. They fear us. They think one day we'll lose control, and when that happens, they'd rather destroy us before we get the chance to prove them right, and I really don't blame Cadmus for that." Kara's brow furrowed, her fists clenching at her sides. "Excuse me, which side are you on?" Arthur chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Think about it," he said, stepping closer. "Who on this planet could stop Superman if he went rogue?" Silence fell between them like a heavy curtain. Kara's defiance wavered, just for a second. Her lips parted, but no words came. Eventually, she settled on the only thing that felt true. "He would never," she said quietly. But there was a hint of uncertainty behind her words, even if she refused to admit it. Arthur didn't respond. He just let the silence stretch, his point hanging in the air like a blade. When he finally spoke again, his voice was softer, more resolute. "We'll do what's necessary, Kara. Before the League or Cadmus even think about anticipating us." Arthur pulled his phone from his pocket, flipping it open with a smooth motion and a quick swipe. He dialed the number. The line barely rang once before a voice, calm, polished, and unmistakably unimpressed, cut through. "Arthur," Adam said. "What do you need? You clearly want something, you never call just to check in." Arthur smirked, tilting his head as Kara leaned against the wall, watching curiously. "Don't be like that. I do appreciate my family," he drawled. "How are you, Adam? Healthy, wealthy, not too evil?" A faint sigh echoed through the speaker. "Cut the crap. What do you need?" "Gotham's not exactly a vacation spot, but how's the estate? Is it to your liking?" Adam then asked smoothly. "I spared no expense." Arthur tapped a finger against the glass table. "No, it's very modest." A beat of silence. "Then I knew it. I knew I should have gone with the other property. I can arrange." "I'm joking," Arthur cut in, rolling his eyes. "It's fine. Honestly, if it was any bigger, I'd get lost." "Your humor's still as exhausting as ever," Adam muttered. "Anyway, what do you really want?" Arthur's smile faded slightly. "I need kryptonite," he said, his tone turning sharper. "And not raw, I need it in the form of weapons. A sword, ideally." The line went quiet. Arthur waited. Kara shifted uncomfortably at the mention of kryptonite, her brows furrowing, but she stayed quiet. Finally, Adam spoke again, slower this time. "What kind of trouble are you getting into now, Arthur?" "Nothing too insane," Arthur said lightly, though his expression hardened. Adam let out a slow breath. "You know, kryptonite usually has two purposes, either experiments, or fighting a Kryptonian." His voice lowered. "Which one is it?" Arthur hesitated for a fraction of a second. "Let's just say you're not far off the truth. I need it as soon as possible." "I should say no," Adam muttered, though the familiar hint of resignation colored his voice. "But I can't refuse you, can I? I'm at home, but I'll put our science team on it. Expect an update soon." Arthur exhaled softly in satisfaction. "Good." He was about to hang up, but something gnawed at the edge of his mind. Something deeper. "Actually," Arthur added, his voice dropping into something colder, "since we're talking science, and the fact you worked with Lex on Project Doomsday, what do you know about Cadmus?" A longer silence stretched across the line this time. For the first time, Adam's calm demeanor cracked. "How do you know that name?" Adam demanded, his voice harder now. Arthur's jaw clenched. "Just answer me." Another pause. Then, reluctantly, "Cadmus is a government project. Highly classified. And yes, we've had dealings with them. But it's above board. This isn't some underground, shady thing like our Doomsday contract with Lex. It's government business, Arthur. Legitimate." Arthur's eyes narrowed. "Legitimate," he repeated softly, his mind already racing. "Do you know where they operate?" Adam hesitated, but eventually said, "We do. In fact, we shipped a batch of advanced materials to them just last week, kryptonite samples included. There's another shipment leaving in 2 days." Arthur's expression sharpened, the pieces clicking together. A slow, dangerous smile spread across his face. "I'll be honest with you, Adam," he said, voice dripping with mischief. "I might do something that, let's say, disrupts your business with them. So, I'm apologizing in advance." "Arthur," Adam warned, his tone darkening. "Don't do anything stupid. This is the government, not some back alley." Arthur hung up mid-sentence, tossing his phone onto the couch with a casual flick of his wrist. He turned toward Kara, who still looked half skeptical, half worried. The faintest smirk played on his lips as he met her eyes. "I've got a plan," he said smoothly. "And you're coming with me." Kara crossed her arms, lifting a brow. "Should I be worried?" Arthur's smile grew wider, his eyes flashing with icy confidence. "Probably." Watchtower, observation deck. John Jones stood motionless, his crimson eyes glowing faintly as he hovered before a holographic display. Streams of data scrolled past, satellite feeds, surveillance logs, and a blinking alert marking Kara Zor-El. His expression, as always, was calm, but beneath the surface, concern simmered. A secure line buzzed softly in his ear. "Batman. As punctual as ever. Report." The Dark Knight's voice cut through the silence, sharp, cold, and without patience. John's tone remained smooth and even. "Supergirl is gone." A heavy pause. Then, "What do you mean gone?" Batman's voice was edged with irritation, though not surprise. "She wouldn't just leave, especially while you are there. She didn't leave on her own." John's gaze flicked to a playback feed, rewatching what happened earlier. "Arthur Blackwind came here and took her with him." There was a beat of silence, too long for mere contemplation. Then, "And Kara just let that happen." Batman's tone dropped, rough with suspicion. "Yes," John confirmed. "She didn't resist. If anything, she chose to go with him." Batman didn't speak immediately, but John could already hear the gears turning in his mind. "No need to explain," Batman said at last, voice tight. "I know what you're about to say." John's brow furrowed slightly. "Do you?" Batman's tone cooled to something dangerously low. "Arthur isn't just some random man, he saves her, she trusts him, Kara wouldn't leave unless he gave her a reason. And if you called me, it means there's more." John's expression darkened as he turned away from the holograms. "Our data on him, it's wrong or simply outdated." For once, Batman didn't respond immediately. In the silence, John pressed on. "He's stronger than we believed," John said, his voice heavy with certainty. "Far stronger than our current data about him." A quiet, tense pause stretched between them before Batman finally spoke again, his voice quieter, but no less commanding. "How strong?" John hesitated, a rare thing for him. "I read his surface thoughts before I couldn't do it anymore. What I found was unsettling. The power he holds is beyond simple metahuman classification, but I couldn't dig deeper. Something, or someone blocked me from doing so. And what's worse, he knows things. About Cadmus. About Kara's connection to them. He's moving with intent, Bruce." Batman exhaled slowly through his nose, processing the revelation. "He is going to attack Cadmus, isn't he?" "Perhaps, and if he wanted to harm Kara, he would have already. He cares about her," John said. "But his motives remain unclear. I'm concerned about what he plans to do next." A faint sound of shifting fabric came through the line, Batman already moving. "I don't like unknowns, John," he said, voice like a blade cutting through the dark. "And I definitely don't like it when someone I can't predict takes an interest in matters we are involved in. He is reckless." John inclined his head slightly. "I share your concern." Another silence, taut and cold. Then, "I'm coming up," Batman said. "He is doing what Clark wanted to do. I'll infiltrate Cadmus with some of the Justice League members, before that idiot wreaks havoc. Do not tell Clark." High above the Blackwind estate, Jump City. The night sky hung heavy, thick clouds drifting past the pale glow of the moon. Suspended in the air like a predator on the hunt, Galatea hovered in silence. Her blonde hair whipped in the wind, framing her face, a face sculpted for war. Arms folded over her chest, her sharp blue eyes burned down at the sprawling estate below, a fortress of wealth and legacy. She scoffed. "What's so special about these people anyway?" Her voice was low, edged with disdain. "Rich, spoiled, fragile. And yet, Lex wanted them alive, because for some reason that ashen-haired boy is the key to his delusion. I would love to find that boy here." Galatea's lips curled into a smirk. She began her descent, slow, the wind howled as she cut through it, her speed increasing. The estate's towering gates loomed beneath her, but Galatea didn't care for doors, she was aiming towards the house. 70. Galatea and the Black Wines. The polished mahogany desk reflected the soft glow of the chandelier above as Adam Blackwine leaned back in his chair, phone pressed to his ear. His fingers drummed lightly against the wood, his mind juggling a dozen thoughts at once. Don't do anything stupid. This is the government, not some back-alley thugs. You hear me, Arthur? Arthur. Adam sighed. He hung up on me. His voice was still rather calm, collected, but his brow creased slightly. His younger brother had always been a handful, even more so since he changed. With a sigh, he ended the call and immediately dialed another number. As the line connected, a voice crackled to life, his chief scientist. Mr. Blackwine, the man greeted him. Skip the formalities. Status update. Next to him, Lady Blackwine, his mother, the ever-elegant matriarch of the family, was already watching him with thinly veiled scrutiny. She had always carried herself with poise and grace, the kind of woman who could command a room without raising her voice. What did Arthur want? She asked, her tone refined yet laced with concern. Adam barely glanced at her. Nothing you should worry about, mother. Just something he needs. His focus returned to his call, his fingers adjusting the cuffs of his tailored suit. That wasn't enough for her. Of course, it wasn't. Nothing I should worry about. She echoed, her voice carrying that sharpness only a mother could master. Adam, ever since your brother developed those strange abilities, he has barely been home. His academic performance has plummeted, and most concerning of all, he has begun associating himself with unsavory individuals. Adam inhaled slowly. He had heard this speech before. People like Arthur always attract danger, she continued, standing with an air of sophistication. But does he have to seek it out himself? Have you even spoken to him about this? About how reckless he has become? Adam said nothing. He simply walked toward the window, phone still in hand. Yes, just make sure to. Then he saw her. A shadow against the moonlight. A figure descending from the sky, effortlessly, deliberately. Galatea. She wasn't in a rush. She wasn't crashing down like some meteor. No, she floated like she belonged there, as if gravity itself was an afterthought. Her blonde hair flowed behind her, catching the night breeze. Her piercing blue eyes locked onto his, a knowing smile curving her lips. Then, solid ground. She landed without a sound, yet the moment her boots kissed the earth, the entire world felt heavier. Like a storm had just touched down at their doorstep. Then she began walking, casually, deliberately towards them. Adam's breath hitched. His heart pounded against his ribs, but his mind remained sharp. His mother, still lost in her own tirade, hadn't noticed. He forced himself to stay composed, to keep his voice even. Finish what I asked for and send it to that location. As soon as you can. He hung up. The phone in his hand suddenly felt far less important. Adam's fingers twitched as they brushed the grip of his pistol. He kept his movements measured, subtle, smoothly drawing the gun from the concealed holster at his waist, hiding it behind his back. His breath was steady, but his pulse was hammering. The woman, no, the thing, was still walking toward the house, that eerie, self-assured smile never leaving her face. This is bad. He turned to his mother, his voice low but urgent. Go to our underground shelter. Now. Lady Blackwine frowned, completely unamused. Adam, what on earth are you talking about? His jaw clenched. No time for this. He snapped at her. No time to explain. Just do it, mother. I think we have an intruder. The sheer force in his voice, the rare desperation behind it, froze her in place. Adam Blackwine was a man of control, always composed, always logical. But this was fear. She didn't argue after that. With a sharp nod, she turned and disappeared down the hall, her heels clicking against the floor as she made her way toward the hidden passage beneath the estate. Adam exhaled. Good. Now it was just him and her. His grip tightened on the gun, and he took a slow step back, his eyes never leaving the intruder. Then, glass shattered. Adam flinched as the window exploded, shards scattering across the floor like 1,000 tiny daggers. But it wasn't from a forceful landing. No, she had just walked through it. Galatea hadn't even hesitated. She had simply kept moving, letting her body tear through the window and the wall like they were made of paper. The reinforced stone barely slowed her down. She walked through it, the structure cracking, splintering, and then collapsing around her like sand. It was like the laws of physics didn't apply to her. She stepped forward, boots crunching on the broken glass. Adam cursed under his breath. She's not human. And he already had certain theories about what she is. He didn't wait. His gun snapped up, and he fired. Bang! The first shot hit dead center. Bang! 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 He emptied the clip in seconds, every round aimed directly at her chest and head. She didn't even blink. Each bullet hit with a metallic thud, flattening against her skin before harmlessly dropping to the floor. No recoil. No reaction. She just kept walking. And she was smiling. As the final round clicked empty, Galatea tilted her head slightly, as if amused. Then, with a soft chuckle, she spoke for the first time. Pathetic. Adam barely had time to register what happened. One moment, she was standing there, smiling. The next, boom. A blur of motion. A streak of white and blue. Then, pain. Something hit him. No, something obliterated him. His body was launched across the room like a ragdoll, bones rattling, ribs screaming as he crashed against the far wall with a sickening crack. The impact nearly tore the breath from his lungs. His vision blurred, his skull rang, and for a brief second, the world around him warped in and out of focus. Damn it all. I didn't even see what hit me. Everything hurt. But Adam Blackwind was not a man who gave up easily. Move, damn it. Through sheer force of will, his fingers fumbled toward his belt. His muscles protested, his arms felt like lead, but he forced his hands to move. One bullet. One goddamn bullet was all he needed. With ragged breaths, he reloaded his gun. His hand trembled as he lifted it, still leaning against the shattered wall, barely able to keep his head up, but his aim was steady. He pulled the trigger. Galatea's eyes flickered toward him. And then, a searing beam of red light erupted from her vision. The heat vision engulfed the gun instantly. The metal warped, melted right in his grip. The pain was instant. Adam let out a guttural scream, the burning agony racing up his arm as molten metal seared into his skin. His fingers instinctively spasmed open, dropping the now unrecognizable lump of slag that was once his firearm. His breathing came in sharp, pained gasps as he cradled his scorched hand. Galatea didn't even flinch. She stepped closer, her expression still eerily calm, as if his defiance was nothing more than an inconvenience. Then, in a voice as cold as steel, she said, "I'm not here for you." Adam's blood ran cold. Galatea's gaze shifted, her glowing red eyes dimming as she turned her attention away from him. She inhaled slowly, her super senses sharpening. And then she found what she was looking for. A slow, satisfied smirk tugged at her lips. "There you are." Adam's heart sank. No, 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 no. His mother. Galatea had found her. Damn you. No, wait. Adam pushed himself forward, every instinct screaming for him to move, to stop her. But it was already too late. Without hesitation, Galatea shot downward, her sheer power cracking the floor beneath her as she launched herself through it. The marble shattered like brittle ice, sending debris flying in every direction as she descended straight into the underground shelter below. Straight to his mother. The underground shelter was silent, a vast, dimly lit space hidden a bit deep beneath the estate, built to withstand wars, natural disasters, and even metahuman attacks. It wasn't built for her. Galatea descended like a phantom, her presence alone making the air feel heavier. Lady Blackwind stood frozen. Her regal posture remained intact, but her hands trembled slightly at her sides. Shock. Disbelief. A quiet horror. Galatea touched down lightly in front of her, her piercing blue eyes scanning the older woman with clinical detachment. Weak. Fragile. Mortal. And yet. Lady Blackwind's lips parted slightly. Her gaze softened ever so slightly, as if she were staring at something, someone, she knew. "Kara." She whispered. Her voice carried a mixture of awe and horror, her expression flickering between emotions. Her eyes blinked rapidly, trying to process what she was seeing. For a split second, something flickered in Galatea's gaze. Then, her expression hardened. Her brows furrowed, and her lips curled downward into something akin to disgust. She grabbed Lady Blackwind's arm, tight, unrelenting. "Wrong." Her voice was cold, flat, an edge of annoyance. She yanked the woman effortlessly off the ground, holding her as if she weighed nothing. Then, with a single push from her feet, Galatea soared upward, dragging her captive along. The estate started to shrink below them. The wind howled around them, whipping against Lady Blackwine's face as they rose higher and higher, floating effortlessly above the ruined house. Galatea smirked. "I'm the upgrade." Then, a shiver ran down her spine. Something was coming. Fast. Her instincts flared too late. Boom. Time seemed to slow. A blur of movement, a flash of blue and black. A fist, encased in jagged bone gauntlets, came from nowhere, colliding with Galatea's face with earth-shattering force. The moment of impact was brutal. Her head snapped sideways, her body launched downward at blinding speed. She hit the ground like a meteor. Boom. The entire estate trembled. She bounced violently, her body skidding across the earth, demolishing everything in her path, shattering walls, tearing through the estate grounds, leaving a cratered trail of destruction behind her. The dust settled. The echoes of the impact still reverberated through the land. And then, a shadow loomed over the wreckage. Arthur landed not too far from Galatea. His boots cracked the ground beneath him as he touched down. His presence was heavy, suffocating, his figure illuminated by the flickering embers of destruction around him. His eyes, glowing, burning with a cold, menacing blue, were locked onto the wreckage where Galatea had landed. His expression was not amused, not smug, not even angry. It was dead serious. He exhaled slowly, stepping forward, his tone low and sharp. "For someone who is supposed to be the upgrade, why do you look so damn breakable, clone?" 71. Arthur vs. Galatea. Before Galatea could retort, a gust of wind rushed past as Kara grabbed his mother midair, landing gently on the ground. She steadied her, concern in her voice. "Are you okay?" Miss Blackwine blinked rapidly, her mind struggling to process the blonde-haired superhuman standing in front of her. She studied Kara's face, then let out a slow breath. "I suppose you're Kara, and not her." Kara offered a reassuring smile. "Yeah, I am." A sharp sound of shifting debris cut through their moment as Galatea stood up from the crater Arthur had just sent her into. She rolled her shoulders, cracking her neck, her piercing gaze locking onto the white-haired young man who had dared to land a hit on her. A smirk curled at the edges of her lips. "Oh, so it's you." Her tone was casual, but there was an underlying challenge in it. "You're that Arthur." Arthur's glowing blue eyes didn't waver. "I'm not gonna ask why you're here, but considering you were after my family, this naturally has to do with me." Galatea scoffed, placing a hand on her hip. "Yes, Captain Obvious." And then she moved. A blur of speed. Before Arthur could react, her fist smashed into his raised forearms, barely giving him time to form a crossblock. The impact sent a shockwave rippling through the air. Then, boom. Arthur was launched like a bullet, crashing through the Blackwine estate's outer walls and vanishing into the distance. Kara's eyes widened slightly. "Arthur." Galatea dusted off her knuckles, a smug grin forming. Thought he'd be tougher." Kara's head snapped toward her, her expression shifting from concern to steely determination. "You just attacked an innocent family." Galatea rolled her eyes. "Oh, please. Save the self-righteous speech. I didn't kill anyone." Before the tension could snap, the rubble from Arthur's crash site shook. A deep rumble echoed as a figure emerged. Arthur stepped out of the wreckage, dust rolling off his shoulders. His jaw was clenched, his body straightening. "Damn." He flexed his fingers, rolling his wrists. "She's really not holding back." His glowing blue eyes sharpened, come out, his shadow stretched, and from it two figures emerged, Kaisel and Blade. The elite knight knelt slightly, awaiting orders. Arthur didn't hesitate. "Take my mother and brother on Kaisel's back, wherever they want. Just get them away from here." Blade simply nodded. Then, in an instant, they went into motion, already on their task. Arthur turned back, his gaze locking onto Galatea, who is far away right now, his hands curled into fists. Kara stepped forward, her blue eyes narrowing. "What the hell are you doing here, Galatea?" Galatea let out a low chuckle, brushing some debris off her shoulder as if the fight hadn't even fazed her. "Oh, you know, sightseeing. Checking out the local architecture. Smashing through it." Her smirk widened. "And, of course, dealing with unfinished business." Kara's gaze darkened. "Cadmus sent you, didn't they?" Galatea tilted her head mockingly. "Not quite, but not wrong." She clasped her hands together in fake excitement. "You really should have joined a detective agency, Kara. You're almost as sharp as your human pets." Kara's fists clenched. What does Cadmus want with this family? Galatea gave her a lazy shrug. Oh, you know how it is. They see something unique, something powerful, and they just have to poke at it, study it, maybe even control it. She leaned in slightly, her smirk turning wicked. Kinda like how they made me, better than you. Kara crossed her arms, glaring. Better? That's funny. Galatea laughed. Oh, that's adorable. You think this is about morality, don't you? She took a step closer, her eyes gleaming. Let me ask you something, Kara, what have you really accomplished? You spend your days playing hero, saving people who wouldn't last a second without you, while I was made for something greater. Kara's jaw tightened. You were made to be a weapon. Galatea grinned. Exactly. And I embraced it. She tilted her head mockingly. Meanwhile, you're still pretending to be normal. Trying to fit in. Like some lost little orphan girl desperate for a home. Kara didn't flinch. I have a home. I have a life. And I made my own choices. Galatea's smile twisted. A life? Or a lie? She leaned in, her voice dropping slightly. You fake being human. I surpass them. That's the difference between us. Kara exhaled slowly, her stance firm. No, the difference is, I choose who I am. You let them decide for you. For the briefest second, something flickered in Galatea's eyes. But then, just as quickly, it was gone. Her smirk returned. Cute speech. Too bad it won't change anything. And then she moved. A sonic boom split the air as Galatea rocketed forward, her fist colliding with Kara's guard like a warhammer. The impact sent a shockwave through the air, rattling the ruined Blackwine estate below. Kara's feet dug trenches into the dirt, her arms straining as she absorbed the force. Galatea didn't stop. She twisted, her elbow smashing into Kara's ribs, then a brutal knee to the gut, doubling her over. Sloppy. Galatea grabbed Kara by the collar of her suit and launched her like a missile through the trees. Kara twisted in midair, slamming her hands into the dirt, flipping herself upright just as Galatea was on her again. Another punch, Kara blocked. Galatea followed up with a spinning kick to the side of her head. Kara crashed through a massive oak tree, splinters flying like shrapnel. She barely had time to recover before Galatea appeared in front of her, floating just above the ground, arms crossed. Come on, Kara. You're making this too easy. I thought we were supposed to be evenly matched. Kara wiped a streak of blood from her lip. She charged. Faster than a bullet, Kara feinted left, then slammed an uppercut into Galatea's jaw, sending her skyward. The ground beneath them cratered from the sheer force. Kara shot up after her, breaking the sound barrier as she tackled Galatea mid-air. They spun like a tornado, exchanging brutal punches mid-flight, each strike like thunderclaps shaking the sky. Galatea grinned through the onslaught. Finally showing some bite? Too bad it's not enough. She caught Kara's next punch, then twisted her wrist, flipping her over, and plummeted down, slamming Kara into the earth like a meteor. The shockwave ripped trees from their roots, the ground fracturing like glass beneath them. Before Kara could move, Galatea pressed her boot against her chest, pinning her. See? She said smugly, leaning down. No matter how much you fight it, I was made to be better than you. Kara gritted her teeth, her blue eyes blazing. You keep saying that. Her hand shot up, grabbing Galatea's ankle. But I'm still the original. Galatea's smirk faltered. Only for a second. And then, a crack of air. A fist covered in jagged, bone-like gauntlets smashed into her ribs, sending her careening through the sky like a broken missile. The world blurred around her before she crashed into the earth, carving a trench through stone and soil. The shockwave alone sent debris flying in all directions. She barely had time to process the pain before a massive shadow loomed over her. A second impact. A monstrous fist as large as a car drove into her stomach, embedding her deeper into the rubble. Doom had arrived. Arthur landed with the force of a meteor, standing over her. His ashen-white hair flickered in the wind, his blue eyes glowing with an unnatural light. You didn't think I was done after one punch, did you? Galatea barely had time to snarl before Arthur was on her. He moved with precision, efficient, brutal. A lightning-fast elbow to her jaw. A bone-gauntlet uppercut that launched her into the air. She tried to right herself mid-flight, but Arthur appeared above her instantly, his foot driving down onto her back. Crash! She slammed into the ground so hard the terrain caved in. Doom wasn't far behind. As Galatea groaned, struggling to push herself up, a titanic foot met her side, launching her across the battlefield. Arthur was already waiting. He caught her mid-air with ruler's authority, suspending her for a fraction of a second, just long enough to drive a devastating knee into her spine. She gasped. For the first time, actual pain flashed across her face. "Not so smug now, are you?" Arthur muttered, grabbing her by the arm. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled her towards Doom. Doom caught her with a thunderous punch, one that echoed across the entire Blackwine estate. Galatea hit the dirt, coughing, blood on her lip. Before she could react, massive clawed hands grabbed her wrists. Doom held her down, his monstrous strength pressing her into the fractured ground. Arthur stepped forward, his Demon King longsword materializing in his grip. The air hummed with electricity as lightning crackled along its edges. His expression, cold and absolute. He raised the sword, the tip hovering just above her throat. "You would be a fine addition to my legion." Galatea's breathing was heavy. She didn't respond immediately. But then, her eyes started glowing red. Arthur didn't flinch, he just stood there, sword in hand, watching her. Because he knew exactly what she was about to do. And he didn't care. 72, Arthur versus Galatea, 2. A sharp hum filled the air. The heat around them spiked. Galatea's crimson gaze intensified, twin beams of energy building at the edge of her irises. The very ground beneath her sizzled as small embers flickered to life, burning the dirt. Doom's grip tightened. A deep, guttural snarl rumbled from his chest. His massive, clawed hands pressed down with enough force to crush steel. But she wasn't struggling. She was testing. "You're really not afraid, are you?" Galatea murmured, her voice even, but laced with irritation. Arthur's glowing blue eyes remained locked on hers. Unyielding, unimpressed. "Why would I be?" His voice was calm, deadly. The heat in her eyes flared. A warning. One last chance. But Arthur didn't give a damn. "Go ahead," he said, voice barely above a whisper. "Do it." A flicker of uncertainty, brief, nearly imperceptible, crossed her face. Then, she fired. Twin beams of concentrated destruction erupted from her eyes, screaming toward Arthur's face. At the same instant, Arthur moved. A blur of motion. A pivot so fast that the very air cracked in protest. The beams barely grazed Arthur, searing past his shoulder and melting deep scars into the walls far behind him. But before Galatea could fire again, Doom roared. A monstrous, guttural bellow that shook the earth. His massive, clawed hand seized her by the face now, and slammed her into the ground. Boom! The force cratered the battlefield. Then came another. And another. Doom's fists pummeled her relentlessly, one after the other, with enough force to break mountains. Boom! A fist crushed into her ribs. Boom! Her body bounced up only to be caught by another devastating backhand. Boom! Her skull cracked against the earth as Doom grabbed her by the leg and whipped her across the battlefield like a ragdoll. She tried to move, to regain control, but Doom was already there. A hammer-like punch collided with her stomach, burying her deeper into the earth. He wasn't stopping. He was enjoying this. Another roar erupted from Doom as he raised both fists, ready to pulverize her into nothing. But this time, Galatea's hand shot up. Galatea's fingers clenched around his massive hand, her biceps flexing as she held him in place. Her teeth were gritted, her expression twisting, not in fear, not in pain, but in defiance. And then, she struck back. Her fist rocketed into his chest, the sheer force sending the towering behemoth hurtling into the sky. Arthur barely had time to register it before Galatea's eyes flashed red. Twin beams of burning heat vision tore through the sky, slicing toward Doom's airborne form. They connected. A direct hit. But Doom was not so easily broken. High above, his body twisted mid-flight. His glowing red eyes locked onto her, and a guttural snarl rumbled from his chest. Then, he dove. With both feet aimed downward, Doom descended like a meteor. Boom! His entire body crashed into her like a missile, slamming her back into the earth with such force that the ground beneath them fractured apart, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Dust and debris erupted into the air. Arthur exhaled sharply, raising a hand. "That's enough." Doom snorted. His hulking frame was still tense, fists clenched. His chest rose and fell with ragged, eager breaths. He let out a guttural snarl, but he obeyed his monarch. Arthur narrowed his eyes. He's enjoying this way too much. Doom had never met someone who could take his full power and still keep going. Galatea twitched. Blood ran from her lip, but she was still breathing. Arthur rolled his shoulders and stepped forward, his Demon King longsword in his grip, crackling with lightning. He stood over her, raising the blade. Time to end this quick. But just as he swung, a blur of blue rushed past him. Clang! Arthur's sword stopped, stabbed mid-swing. By Kara. Her hand gripped the steel, stopping it inches from Galatia's throat. Arthur. No. Arthur's jaw clenched. You have to be kidding me, Kara. She looked at him, pleading. We don't have to kill her. His gaze burned into her. She's not even supposed to be alive. Kara swallowed, but Arthur wasn't done. They are clones, Kara. Man-made weapons designed to kill us. He pointed at the wreckage around them. The broken ground. The burning buildings. The lives shattered in mere moments. Look around you. His voice was low, dangerous. He gestured to the destruction around them, the shattered earth, the broken walls, the wreckage of their home. Is this not proof enough of what they can do? And I'm sure she's not the only one that was made. Galatea stared at the ground. For the first time, she didn't have a comeback. Something in her expression shifted. Her smirk was gone and she looked conflicted. Kara's voice softened. Still, Arthur, we need to be better than them. Arthur's grip on the sword tightened. Galatea's eyes lowered. Just for a second. A part of her wanted to say something. She just stared. Her fingers clenched into fists at her sides. Something flickered in her eyes. A frown formed. Not anger. Not defiance. Something almost human. It got silent between the three of them. Dust settled. The cracked earth beneath them still radiated with the aftermath of destruction. Arthur stood over Galatea, his sword still humming with energy. His grip was firm, his stance unwavering. Then, slowly, he turned his gaze to Kara. He didn't look angry, nor disappointed. Just cold. Then, his eyes flicked back down to Galatea. And finally, with a slow, deliberate motion, he lowered his blade. Arthur exhaled. This is your weakness, Kara. Kara flinched slightly, but she didn't back down. Her expression was defiant, determined. From the ground, Galatea chuckled a weak, breathless sound. He's not wrong. Arthur's eyes snapped toward her. His irises burned. A deep, eerie glow of crackling blue energy surged to life, illuminating his face like an angel of death. Then, bloodlust. The very air around him became heavy, suffocating as if gravity itself bowed to his wrath. The battlefield darkened under the sheer pressure of his presence. Galatea's smirk faded. Even Kara, who had fought alongside him before, felt a chill crawl up her spine. Arthur's voice was low. Dangerous. Absolute. This doesn't mean I'll forgive this transgression. His eyes locked onto Galatea's, his voice like ice and fire combined. You harmed my family. You desecrated my home. You crossed a line that cannot be undone. I don't care if you were following orders or acting on your own. The next time I face one of you Cadmus-made freaks. His grip on the sword tightened, lightning crackling along its edge. This shell will be the last time I ever spare anyone. His voice lowered to a growl. Even Superman won't stop me from executing the lot of you. Silence. Kara's fists clenched, her lips pressing into a thin line. She wanted to argue, to reason with him. But there was no room for negotiation in his voice. Arthur's decision was final. But beneath his glare, behind the sharp edge of his words, he was already planning. I'm absolutely not turning a blind eye to this. This was it. His thoughts raced, forming the shape of his next move. You, Galatea, will lead me to Cadmus HQ. I won't wait for Red Hood's intel. I won't sneak in through my brother's shipment. You will be my way inside. A smirk tugged at his lips. It wasn't a kind smile. It wasn't a forgiving one. It was a predator's grin. Galatea, still staring at him from the ground, said nothing. But as she held his gaze, her fingers curled into the dirt. Her mind churned with her own revelations. I think I already got what we needed anyway. I have his parents' strands of hair, that should be enough for Lex and father. She inhaled sharply. Her body ached, but her mind was sharp. Calculating. Arthur black-whined. Now she understood why Lex wanted his power so badly. Arthur stood tall, his gaze steady, his focus remained on the defiant figure of Galatea, still sprawled on the ground. Her eyes glared back at him, a mix of disdain and frustration, but she wasn't moving. Arthur's eyes flickered to the ground beneath her, from the depths of his shadow, a soldier, silent, and phantom-like. Melded seamlessly with Galatea's own shadow, unseen by everyone except Arthur himself. Get up, Arthur commanded, his voice cold and precise. "And leave, before I change my mind." Galatea's gaze met his, her lips curling into a bitter smile. A flash of defiance remained in her eyes, but slowly, she pushed herself up, her posture regal, despite her fallen state. Her pride, it seemed, would not be broken. Without a word, she lifted herself into the air, her eyes briefly flickering to Arthur. For a moment, it almost felt as if she would say something, anything, but she simply turned and flew off, her silhouette vanishing into the night sky. Kara stood nearby, watching with a frown, though her expression softened as she turned back to Arthur. She could feel the weight of the decision, and a quiet understanding passed between them. "You did the right thing," Kara said, her voice firm but laced with something softer. "You didn't stoop to their level. We will deal with them soon enough and shut them down once and for all." Arthur didn't respond right away. He was still processing the moment, the choices made. It had been tempting to finish it, to wipe her out and make her an eternal servant, but he had something else in mind. "Yeah," Arthur finally said, his tone heavy with resolve. "I know we will." He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly as he looked toward the horizon, as if seeing something far beyond the distance. "We need to get back to Gotham first, meet someone, and then we plan our next move." Kara nodded, but before she could speak again, a sudden shift in the air caught her attention. A group of figures materialized before them, emerging from the shadows like phantoms, cloaked in darkness. Then, one of the figures spoke, their voice deep and unmistakably familiar. "Arthur." The voice carried a weight, a recognition that set off an immediate shift within Arthur. He sighed heavily, almost as if he had expected this moment and them to appear, but didn't want to deal with it. His eyes locked onto the group, his stance remaining unflinching, though his mind was already racing. With a calm but firm tone, Arthur spoke, his voice dripping with irritation. "What are you guys doing here?" 73, striking back. Kara, sensing the tension radiating off Arthur, gently placed a hand on his, her grip firm but reassuring. "Wait, it's the Titans," she said softly, her voice calm but urging restraint. Arthur's glowing blue eyes flicked down at her before he exhaled through his nose. His stance relaxed just slightly. "I know," he muttered, shaking his head. "Don't worry, I'm already acquainted with them." Across from them, Raven's eyes slightly narrowed, her hood casting a shadow over her face as she silently observed the scene. But her attention wasn't on the destruction. It wasn't even on the conversation. No, what caught her eye was Arthur and Kara's hands touching, the way she reached for him, the way he actually listened. For a moment, something unreadable flickered across her expression before she schooled her features back into neutrality. Meanwhile, the Titans surveyed the battlefield, taking in the cracked earth, the scorched buildings, and the lingering energy in the air. Robin's sharp eyes darted from one destroyed structure to the next before he muttered, "What the hell happened here?" Arthur ignored him completely. Cyborg frowned, his cybernetic eye scanning the area. "A flying object just flew past here not long ago." At that, Raven stepped closer to Arthur, her piercing violet eyes locking onto him. "Who did you fight here?" she asked, her voice steady, inquisitive, but not prying. Arthur opened his mouth, but before he could answer, "A clone." It was Kara who spoke, her voice quieter, strained. She lowered her gaze, her hands balling into fists. "My clone." A moment of silence stretched between them. Beast Boy blinked, eyes wide. "Wait, you got cloned." Blue Beetle crossed his arms, muttering, "Okay, that's definitely a bad thing." Cyborg, always the analyst, furrowed his brow, looking between Kara and Arthur. "So, she was strong, huh?" Arthur scoffed. "Stronger than most." His gaze shifted toward Cyborg, eyes sharp. "Tell me, Cyborg, are you keeping your teammates in the dark about Cadmus clones, or do you not know either? Is the Justice League keeping secrets even from you?" "I doubt that." Cyborg exhaled heavily, his mechanical eye dimming slightly. "Man, it's complicated." He turned to the Titans. "Look, Cadmus has been a problem for some time now. The League has been keeping tabs on them, but it's classified. Even I don't have full clearance to share things with you guys. And if I don't..." He gestured at the rest of the team, his meaning clear. Robin stood silent. Arthur smirked, eyes landing on him. Of course, Batman's sidekick already knew. Beast Boy made a face. "Dude, seriously? Not cool, man." Jamie crossed his arms. "Yeah, what the hell, Robin? Robin finally spoke, his voice level but firm. Need-to-know basis. Arthur rolled his eyes. Classic bat response. Robin, arms crossed, as he spoke up again, where is she now, Arthur, do you know why she came here? Arthur's gaze snapped back to him, and for a moment, there was something cold in his expression. You're trespassing again, Arthur said flatly, voice carrying the weight of finality. You should leave. You're a bit late to the party. Silence fell once more. Robin clenched his jaw, about to respond, but Raven walked towards Arthur. He turned to Raven, his expression shifting, quieter. You were right. And I was stupid. Raven arched a brow, arms crossed. About. Arthur sighed. I was too careless. They didn't target me, they targeted my family. I don't hide behind fake names and masks like you guys. That makes me an easy target. If Galatea had been here to kill instead of, whatever that was, I would have been too late to do anything about it. Raven's eyes darkened. So, Galatea is the clone's name. She exhaled softly. I can't say I'm happy to be right, not when your family was hurt. But, I'm glad they're okay. Arthur didn't miss the way her gaze flickered toward Kara for a split second. He smirked. Well, I'm gonna strike back. Raven narrowed her eyes. Do you even know where they are? Arthur's smirk didn't fade. No. She studied him. Why do I feel like you're lying? Arthur just smiled. Kara did too. Raven sighed, rubbing her temple. Of course. Arthur stretched his arms. Anyway, you guys would do us and the city a big favor if you cleaned up this mess. Especially you, Jamie. Your scarab should be more than useful here. Jamie's eyes narrowed, fists clenching. Oh, screw you, man. Arthur grinned mockingly. Oh, struck a nerve. Jamie took a step forward, but Cyborg held up a hand, stopping him. Arthur just chuckled, turning to Kara. Without hesitation, he wrapped an arm around her, pulling her close into an embrace. Kara blinked in surprise but didn't resist, settling against him. Before anyone could say another word, black tendrils curled around him and Kara, shadows creeping like living smoke. Dark mist coiled at his feet. See ya, Arthur said. Exchange. And in an instant, they were gone. Silence hung in the air for a moment. The Titans stared at the empty space they left behind. Then, Beast Boy whistled. Phew. Okay, I don't know what's wilder, him vanishing into shadow and leaving this thing behind, or the way he just scooped Kara Zor-El up like that. Jamie scowled. Who cares? Cyborg rubbed his temples. That guy. But Beast Boy's attention drifted elsewhere. His lips curled into a mischievous grin as he slowly turned to Raven. So, He nudged her lightly with his elbow. You see that? 'Cause I saw that. Raven's eyes narrowed. Beast Boy. I mean, I get it, Arthur's got the whole dark and brooding thing going for him, but man, looks like Kara is stealing your. A surge of dark energy flared around Raven. Beast Boy immediately backed up, hands raised. I'll shut up now. Jamie huffed. Good. But Raven didn't respond, because her fingers twitched slightly, and she was still staring at the spot where Arthur had vanished. Because the image of Arthur disappearing with Kara, his arm around her, his shadows swallowing them whole. It lingered in her mind far longer than it should have. And now, where Arthur had stood moments ago, a single shadow demon remained, its glowing eyes staring silently at the Titans. Cyborg, who had been processing everything a little slower than the rest, suddenly froze. His mechanical eye flickered, and his expression twisted into pure confusion. Wait a damn minute. His voice boomed, cutting through the lingering silence. His eyes darted back to where Arthur and Kara had just vanished, and then it hit him. Hard. That was, Kara. Beast Boy blinked. Yeah and? No. What the hell is she doing here with Arthur? She's supposed to be at the watchtower held by the Justice League, she wasn't supposed to leave. A beat of silence. Beast Boy, ever the instigator, leaned in with a smirk. Oh. Sounds like someone's about to get in trouble with the big guys upstairs. Gotham, Arthur's estate. The swirling darkness of Arthur's shadow exchange faded as he and Kara stepped into the grand halls of his estate. The Gothic interior was dimly lit, casting long shadows across the polished floors. The scent of old books and faint embers from the fireplace lingered in the air. Kara glanced around before turning to Arthur. What about your family? Arthur exhaled, closing his eyes briefly before answering. They're safe. He opened them, his gaze cold but assured. Still in Jump City, but they're in my brother's tower, protected by two of my strongest shadows. If Cadmus tries something again, they'll be the ones regretting it. Kara nodded, relieved, but before she could respond, a voice echoed from the darkness. Smooth. Amused. Indeed, it's time. Arthur's eyes sharpened instantly as he turned, his body tensing. From the shadows of the room, a figure emerged, relaxed, casual, but carrying an air of dangerous confidence. Jason Todd. Arthur's brow twitched. Jason, how the hell did you find this place? Jason, dressed in a leather jacket and jeans instead of his Red Hood armor, smirked. You underestimate me, Black whined. He stepped forward, hands in his pockets, his stance effortless. I make it my business to know things. Before Arthur could respond, another voice, calm and sophisticated, interrupted them. Master Arthur, you have a guest. George, ever the composed butler, stepped into the room, his posture immaculate. His sharp gaze landed on Jason before flicking to Arthur for confirmation. Arthur, not taking his eyes off Jason, simply raised a hand. Yeah, George, I can see that. George's lips pressed into a thin line before he glanced between them, then sighed lightly. It appears I have been deceived by our guest Jason here. Arthur smirked. You wouldn't be the first. George gave Jason a slow, assessing look. I shall endeavor not to let it happen again. With that, he gave a polite bow and retreated into the shadows of the house. Jason watched him leave, then let out a low whistle. Classy guy. Makes me wonder how you ended up so. He gestured vaguely at Arthur. You. Arthur rolled his eyes. Kara, arms crossed, looked Jason over. Red Hood. Jason gave her a quick once-over and smirked. Supergirl. Golden child of the league. He tilted his head. Didn't think you are the type to hang around guys like Arthur. Kara raised a brow. And what's that supposed to mean? Jason shrugged. Come on, Blondie. You're all sunshine and hope. He's, well. He gestured at Arthur. The brooding nightmare man. Bit of a contrast, don't you think? Kara smirked. And here I thought the Red Hood was supposed to be this big scary vigilante. Turns out you just like to run your mouth. Jason chuckled, looking at Arthur. Okay, I see why you keep her around. She's got some bite. Arthur sighed. Jason, are you here to help or just to piss me off? Jason's smirk faded slightly, his eyes hardening. I'm here because I've got intel. If you're serious about striking back at Cadmus. I have a way inside. His voice lowered. You're gonna need me. Arthur met Jason's gaze, his mind already working through the possibilities. Then, with a smirk, he said, funny. I have a way inside as well. Jason's grin widened, eyes glinting with intrigue. Well then, he said, crossing his arms. Looks like we're about to crash a Cadmus party. He took a step closer, his tone turning serious. We should make a plan. Right now. 74. Final preparation. The rich aroma of coffee lingered in the dimly lit study, mixing with the faint scent of old books and burning candle wax. Shadows stretched long against the Gothic architecture of the estate, flickering from the soft, eerie glow of Arthur's ever-present demonic sentinels lurking in the corners. The weight of the impending battle sat heavy in the room, yet the three of them, Arthur, Kara, and Jason, sat in eerie calm, cups in hand. Jason took a slow sip, his eyes sharp and calculating. Cadmus is in D.C., he finally said, setting his mug down. Disguised under some no-name research lab. But the real facility? It's deep underground. Arthur tilted his head slightly, impressed. Not bad. Jason smirked. I do my homework. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. So here's my suggestion. I'll have Harley sneak in through your brother's next shipment. She gets inside, creates a distraction, causes chaos, makes noise, whatever the hell she feels like. He exhaled. Which, knowing her, she'll do regardless. Arthur narrowed his eyes. And how exactly did you convince her to tag along? Jason leaned back, giving him a deadpan look. You don't want to know. Arthur and Kara exchanged glances. Neither pushed further. Arthur exhaled, fingers drumming lightly against the table. My way inside is more direct. No sneaking, no waiting. I'll find myself facing Galatea again, head on. He nodded toward Kara. She wants to handle Galatea herself. And that's fine by me. Jason hummed, considering. Then, he gestured toward Kara with his chin. Brilliant plan. But can we trust her? Kara's expression darkened instantly. Her fingers tightened around her cup. What is that supposed to mean? Jason didn't blink. You know what I mean. Before the tension could escalate, Arthur cut in. His voice was calm, yet final. Yes. Either way, we'll end up in trouble with the League. Jason studied him for a moment before scoffing. Fine. He took one last sip of his coffee and stood up, stretching his shoulders. As he did, his eyes swept across the room, the ominous demon shadows lurking in the corners, the dark Gothic interior, the towering bookshelves filled with ancient texts. His lips curled slightly. You know, you're not so different from the Bat. Arthur's responded calmly. I'm nothing like him. Jason chuckled, shaking his head as he adjusted his jacket. Whatever you say. He walked toward the door, then stopped. Time to get moving. See you there. With that, he stepped into the night, leaving Arthur and Kara in the darkened estate. Kara sat on the edge of a couch, her fingers laced together, eyes staring at nothing in particular. She had been quiet ever since Jason left. Arthur leaned back in his chair, sipping his drink, watching her. He knew that look, the storm brewing beneath the surface, the weight of unspoken thoughts pressing down. Finally, she exhaled. She's me. Kara's voice was quiet, but firm. Or at least, she thinks she is. Arthur said nothing, letting her speak. She has my face, my powers, but she's hollow, twisted. Or maybe. She hesitated, jaw tightening. Maybe I'm the flawed one. Maybe she's what I was meant to be all along, ruthless, unshackled, a perfect warrior. The words hung in the air. Arthur scoffed, setting his drink down with a soft clink. That's a load of crap. Kara glanced at him, eyes narrowing slightly. If you're having doubts, don't. Arthur met her gaze, unflinching. By the end of this, she won't be a problem anymore. Kara studied him, the firelight reflecting in her blue eyes. You sound awfully sure about that. Arthur smiled, tilting his head. I just know. Kara hesitated for only a second before stepping forward, wrapping her arms around Arthur in a firm but warm embrace. The weight of everything, the mission, Galatea, the unspoken doubts, seemed to lift just a little as she rested her head against his shoulder. Arthur stiffened slightly, caught off guard. His hands hovered for a moment before he slowly, almost awkwardly, placed them at her sides. Thanks, she murmured against him. Arthur blinked. Thanks? For what? Kara didn't pull away, her voice softer now. I actually really didn't want to stay in the watchtower like that, but I felt like I had no choice. Arthur said nothing for a moment. He understood. The weight of expectation, the feeling of being boxed in, forced to play a role. He wasn't the type to say something comforting, so instead, he just stood there, letting her have this moment. Then, after a beat, he exhaled. Well, I'm actually tired. We gotta rest, 'cause I'm not pulling any punches against them. Kara's body tensed. Slowly, she pulled back just enough to look at him, her expression shifting from something almost vulnerable to one of sheer disbelief. She stared at him. Seriously. Arthur met her gaze, completely unfazed. What? Did I say something wrong? Kara just sighed, shaking her head as she pulled away entirely. She didn't answer, but the unimpressed look she shot him said everything. The following day. The golden light of dawn seeped through the grand windows of the estate, casting a soft glow over the lavish interior. The silence of the morning remained undisturbed, until the measured footsteps of George approached the sitting room. With his usual impeccable posture, he cleared his throat. Sir, a shipment has arrived bearing your name, well, mine, for discretion's sake, but before I proceed. He paused. For perhaps the first time in years, George found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Arthur Blackwine was sprawled most ungracefully across the estate's fine leather couch. One arm hung limply over the side, his shirt slightly unkempt, and, most curiously, a blanket, clearly not his own, had been lazily thrown over him. But the most intriguing sight was Kara, sleeping soundly beside him in the same ungrateful way. Her golden hair was a tousled mess, her breathing slow and steady as she lay nestled far too comfortably against him. George, taking in this rather interesting sight, arched a refined brow. Forgive my intrusion, sir, but, am I to assume that I have stumbled upon something rather unexpected this morning? Arthur stirred at the sound of George's voice, blinking groggily. His mind still fogged with sleep, he mumbled, George, what's wrong? If this is about breakfast, let me sleep a bit more. Another blink. Then another. And then, realization hit. Wait. Why was Kara? How the hell did we end up like this? Arthur's body tensed as his brain caught up to reality. With newfound urgency, he immediately sat up, running a hand through his already messy hair as if that would somehow fix the situation. Kara, on the other hand, remained blissfully asleep, sighing softly as she curled into the couch. George, ever the portrait of restraint, clasped his hands behind his back and continued, "Shall I take your silence as an indication that you, too, are uncertain as to how this arrangement came to be?" Arthur exhaled sharply, rubbing his temples. "George. The shipment." George inclined his head, though there was the faintest hint of amusement in his eyes. "Ah, yes, quite so. A most urgent delivery, though I must admit, I am beginning to wonder if it is truly the most pressing matter at hand." Arthur ignored that. Standing swiftly, he stretched, shaking off the lingering traces of sleep before walking toward the door. Behind him, Kara shifted slightly but did not wake. George, ever the composed observer, followed at a measured pace. "Shall I prepare coffee, sir? You appear to have had an eventful evening." Arthur shot him a look. George merely smiled, ever the refined gentleman, as they proceeded. Arthur and George walked towards a different room, and it became momentarily brighter as the box was placed upon the polished table. Arthur Blackwined, with his piercing blue eyes and cool demeanor, stared down at the package before him. Its label read, Blackwine Science Group, the mark of his family's most private enterprise, a name that always seemed to carry with it secrets and intrigue. George, ever the observant butler, stood silently beside him, though his eyes were fixed on the box, clearly recognizing its significance. Arthur's fingers traced the edges of the box before lifting the lid. The air seemed to shudder as a faint green glow illuminated the room, reflecting off Arthur's face, casting ominous shadows and adding an eerie radiance to his features. "My." George's voice trailed off, a mix of awe and caution. Inside the box lay a sword, its blade pure, gleaming kryptonite, with a steel so foreign and meticulously forged that it hummed with a silent power. The sword seemed to pulse with an energy all its own, reflecting a foreboding green light that made even the bravest shiver. Arthur raised an eyebrow, studying the weapon carefully, his mind already turning. "This is rather impressive work." "Not bad, Adam." "Kryptonite sword, rank?" His voice was laced with quiet admiration, but underneath it, there was a simmering coldness. Before George could respond, a voice drifted into the room, light but tinged with curiosity. "I felt like I slept for days." "Arthur." Kara entered, stepping into the room with that same confident, graceful stride, her brow furrowed in slight confusion as she looked around. Her eyes soon landed on Arthur, who instinctively hid the kryptonite sword behind him with a quick motion. Kara's eyes, sharp as ever, narrowed. "You know I can still see that, right?" Arthur gave a half-hearted shrug, his tone casual yet purposeful. "It's kryptonite. Best not to get too close." His hand tightened slightly around the hilt of the sword, a silent warning for anyone who dared approach it. Kara, unimpressed, stepped closer, giving him a sideways glance. "Nice sword." There was a hint of admiration in her voice, though her curiosity was evident. Arthur, with a sly smile, leaned against the table, eyes glinting with a dark humor. "Well, it's for your cousin's potential clones, that I might find." His lips curled into a knowing smirk as he met her gaze. Kara looked at him for a moment, eyes flickering between the sword and his face. "It will definitely be useful then." He straightened, his expression darkening as his voice grew more resolute. "Get ready. I'm waiting for Jason to be in DC. Once I get his signal, we move. No more time to waste." Arthur exhaled slowly, his eyes lingering on the weapon once more. He turned to Kara. "You ready?" Kara's gaze was unflinching as she nodded, her fists tightening at her sides. "Ready as I'll ever be." 75, Cadmus under attack. Cadmus some time ago. The hum of machines filled the Cadmus facility, casting a cold glow over the reinforced chamber. In the center of the room, a cloning tube stood tall, filled with bubbling suspension fluid. Inside, an ashen-haired boy floated, his body eerily still. The monitors tracking his vitals beeped in slow, rhythmic pulses. Lex Luthor, clad in an immaculate black suit, stepped forward, his sharp gaze flickering between the subject in the tube and the woman standing before him. Galatea, bruised but unbroken, crossed her arms as she regarded the man in front of her. Lex exhaled through his nose, his expression unreadable. "Where is what I asked for?" Galatia's lips curled into a slight smirk. I ran into a little problem. She turned, gesturing towards the clone floating in the tube, a near-perfect replication of their target. Not the original, but close. Lex let out a long, controlled sigh, his fingers pressing together in a steeple. I expected that sort of hindrance. His voice was calm, yet tinged with the irritation of a man who did not appreciate this sort of things to happen. But then, Galatea extended her hand, revealing several strands of hair. She held them between her fingers like a peace offering. This should be enough, she stated firmly. Lex studied the strands, his mind already racing with calculations, possibilities, contingencies. Then, after a moment, he plucked them from her grasp. It must. His words carried an unspoken weight, a command, a demand, and an expectation. Behind him, Dr. Emil Hamilton, the lead scientist of Cadmus and perhaps the only man whose intellect Lex truly respected, adjusted his glasses and stepped closer. His eyes flicked over the sample before nodding in approval. It should be, Emil confirmed. No need for the whole person. This will be sufficient for our task. You did well, Galatea. For the first time, Galatea's usually sharp, battle-hardened expression softened just a fraction. Thank you, Father. Her voice carried something rare, genuine warmth. Lex, however, had already turned away, uninterested in sentiment. Prepare the test batch immediately, he ordered, striding toward the exit. Emil hesitated for a moment before following, but Galatea placed a hand on his arm, stopping him. That person, she said, her voice quieter now, almost introspective. He's strong. I understand why Lex wants that power so badly. Emil exhaled, rubbing the bridge of his nose as if trying to fend off a headache. Then, without looking at her, he murmured, No, Galatea. I'm afraid this isn't about wanting power anymore. It's an obsession. Galatea said nothing. After a beat, Emil adjusted his glasses and sighed. Go rest. She simply nodded, her gaze lingering on the clone in the tube. As she turned to leave, she clenched her fists, visibly bothered by something. Gotham. The city stretched below them, an endless sea of flickering lights and restless motion. Gotham at night was a living thing, cold, unforgiving, and ever watchful. Arthur Blackwine sat at the very edge of a towering building, the wind tugging at his cloak, his jet-black clothes blending into the darkness. The neon signs below flickered, reflecting in his silver-white hair as he focused on the glowing blue interface only he could see. Lines of text hovered before him, his status shifting and evolving as he finished allocating his latest ability points. Status bar. Name, Arthur Blackwine. Job, Necromancer. Title, Bane of the Unworthy, plus 20% attack against those who harbor evil intent. Level, 8899. Fatigue, 0. HP, 7600. MP, 9250. Strength, 180-200. Health, 150-161. Agility, 150-169. Intelligence, 180-191. Sense, 113-140. Available ability points, 33-0. Passive skill, Tenacity, Level 1. Insanity's Gambit, new, grants immunity to mind control, fear, and sanity-based debuffs. Job-specific skill, Shadow Extraction. Shadow Exchange. Monarch's Domain. Skills. Bloodlust, Level 2. Ruler's Authority. Mutilation. Sword Rush. Equipment. Omega Hardened Hide. Abyss Forged Necklace. Inventory. Doomsday's Bone Gauntlets. Abyss Forged Necklace. Azeroth Knight Armor Set. Greatsword of the Lowborn. Prometheum Sword. Anti-Kryptonian Blood Vial, Epic. Shattered Bolt. Demon King Longsword. Kryptonite Sword. Tower of Fate Key. Legacy Shadow Legion Dungeon Key. A slow exhale left him as he dismissed the interface with a mere thought. He flexed his fingers, feeling raw power hum through his veins. His body felt sharper, faster, more attuned to the darkness within him. You've been daydreaming for a while now, a familiar voice broke through the night. Arthur glanced to his side. Kara stood beside him, arms crossed, her golden hair swaying slightly in the wind. She was clad in her classic Supergirl suit, red and blue with the unmistakable S gleaming on her chest. The moonlight caught on her silhouette, giving her an almost ethereal presence. Arthur leaned back slightly, tilting his head. No, I'm just mentally preparing myself, that's all. Kara arched a brow, smirking. Humph. That's what all guys say when they're caught staring at something, for too long, you know. Like at this, for example. Kara gestured towards her suit with glowing eyes full of enthusiasm. Arthur rolled his eyes. Sure. Okay, that's a nice suit. I guess. His gaze flickered over her suit before he could stop himself. Noticing, Kara placed her hands on her hips. What? You don't like it? Arthur blinked. No, that's not what I meant. Kara leaned forward slightly, an amused glint in her eyes. Then what did you mean? Arthur let out a breath. It's just, very bright. She scoffed. It's called looking heroic, you know the S on my suit means. Arthur said calmly, hope. He returned his gaze to the skyline, eyes narrowing as if watching something in the distance. The storm was coming, and they both knew it. After a beat, Kara spoke again. Yes. She then added, shouldn't you use a mask or something? You're kind of noticeable. Arthur let out a low chuckle, shaking his head. I'm afraid it's a bit too late for that. Then, his phone buzzed. He didn't even need to check the caller. It was time. Flipping it open, he brought it to his ear. It's time. Jason's voice came through, steady and controlled. Harley's in. She'll do what she does best. I'm going in as well. Arthur closed his eyes for a moment before exhaling. Very well. With a click, he ended the call, sliding the phone back into his coat. Then, he pushed himself up, stretching his arms as though shaking off the weight of hesitation. His blue eyes gleamed under the moonlight as he turned toward Kara. She stood there, arms crossed, her blue and red uniform standing out against Gotham's darkness. Her expression was unreadable, but her eyes, those piercing blue eyes, held something deeper. Determination and conflict. A fire that refused to go out. Arthur met her gaze and extended a hand. You can back out now if you want. I won't force you to do anything. Kara's eyes narrowed slightly, her jaw tightening. No, I'll go with you guys. I need to get this over with as well. Arthur studied her for a moment, then nodded. All right, then. Without another word, Kara stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him. A firm, unwavering grip. Arthur felt her heartbeat steady, strong. He could tell she wasn't afraid. His fingers flexed as dark energy coiled around them, the very fabric of reality bending to his will. Exchange. The rooftop was engulfed in shadows. A pulse of abyssal power. In an instant, Arthur and Kara vanished, replaced by a monstrous, hulking shadow demon. Cadmus. The underground corridors of Cadmus Labs were quiet, filled with the hum of computers and the occasional chatter of scientists. Security personnel patrolled in perfect formation, scanning for anything out of place. Nothing ever was. Until now. A shipment had just arrived, a standard routine, passing security checks with no issue. The crates, stamped with the official insignia of Blackwine Science Group, were rolled into storage without a second thought. And then boom. The lid of one exploded off, flying across the room and smashing into a security terminal. From within the box, a figure popped out like a deranged Jack-in-the-Box, dressed in her usual attire. Surprise, yeah, eggheads. Harley Quinn grinned wildly as she hopped out of the crate, stretching like she'd just woken from a nap. Boy, that was a tight squeeze. Thought I was gonna get a cramp sittin' in there like a freakin' sardine. A security guard barely had time to react before she cracked him across the face with her mallet, sending him flying into a desk. Alarms blared. Scientists scrambled for cover. Cadmus was officially in chaos. Harley twirled her mallet and skipped forward. Now, where's all the fun stuff? Oh, big shiny screens. She yanked out a revolver and unloaded rounds into a row of monitors, sending sparks flying. Hee hee. Lights out, nerds. A squad of security officers stormed into the room, weapons drawn. Freeze. Harley pouted. Oh, boys, always so eager to get rough with Lil Olmi. She hurled a smoke grenade, filling the air with pink and purple mist. By the time it cleared, 3 of them were laid out, groaning in pain. Harley dusted off her hands. Pudden would be so proud, she giggled. Cadmus Command Center. Amanda Waller was not amused. Standing in front of a massive wall of security feeds, she narrowed her eyes at the blonde lunatic tearing through her facility like a sugar-rushed tornado. The hell is going on down there? She demanded. A frantic technician stammered, Ma'am, it's Harley Quinn. She what? The technician swallowed hard. She emerged from the latest shipment we received. Waller's expression darkened. From where? The room went silent. Another agent hesitated before answering. The shipment was from Blackwine Science Group. She gritted her teeth and barked, "Stop that fool. I want a full containment team on her, now." Another call came from another agent, "We need help, someone or something is leaving a trail of beaten-up guards, we can't see a thing." Waller's gaze sharpened instantly. "How?" Security forces mobilized instantly, armed to the teeth and rushing toward the chaos. Meanwhile, Waller turned her attention back to the monitors, her mind racing. This wasn't just some random break-in. And she knew it. Galatea stood before a series of glowing monitors, her arms crossed as she reviewed the latest developments. Scientists scurried around her like nervous rodents, adjusting data and refining Lexa's latest obsession. Then something shifted. A subtle distortion crept along the floor beneath her, barely noticeable at first. But then her shadow twisted unnaturally, warping and splitting away from her own body like ink dissolving in water. Her instincts flared. Something else was inside the room. And then they emerged. A black mist coiled into existence, swallowing the space beside her before unraveling into two figures. Arthur Blackwine stepped forward, his eyes razor-sharp, his presence imposing, the shadows flickering around him. Beside him, Kara Zor-El, clad in her iconic Supergirl uniform, stood tall, the bold S emblem burning like a challenge. Galatea's eyes widened. She hadn't expected this. Arthur parted his lips to speak. But before he could, Kara stepped forward, her blue eyes blazing with something more than just determination. This wasn't just about stopping an enemy. This was personal. Kara clenched her fists, the fabric of her gloves tightening against her knuckles. Her voice was calm but sharp, carrying a weight that shook the air itself. "This ends now, Galatea. Cadmus, Luther, all of it. We're shutting you down." The room shook from the sheer force of her conviction. Galatea's lips curled into a smirk, masking the brief flicker of unease in her expression. Big words. Her fists clenched. Arthur exhaled, rolling his shoulders as a shadowy aura swirled around him like tendrils of midnight. He cracked his knuckles, his tone effortlessly cold. "You have no idea what's coming." 76. Unexpected reflection. Arthur Blackwine walked forward without a single care in the world, his footsteps echoing through the sterile Cadmus lab. He didn't even glance at Galatea. He knew exactly what she was about to do. Galatea, watching him pass so casually, felt something snap inside her. The sheer disrespect of it. He wasn't even acknowledging her. Like hell. Her muscles tensed, then she lunged, fist cocked back, aiming straight for his head. But before her strike could land, Kara intercepted, crashing into her like a blue and red meteor. Galatea barely had time to react before Kara shoved her back, planting herself firmly between Arthur and his would-be attacker. "You're stuck with me," Kara said, her voice edged with steel. Galatea clicked her tongue in irritation, rolling her shoulders as she stabilized herself. "TSK. You really don't know when to quit, huh?" Kara smirked. "Oh, trust me. You'll wish I did." Meanwhile, Arthur continued walking, completely unfazed by the brief exchange behind him. He barely even spared them a thought, his mind already set on one thing. Lex Luthor. "I'll find Lex," he thought to himself, "and deal with that bastard for what he did." Then, he stopped. A massive, cold shadow stretched from under his feet, expanding at an impossible rate, swallowing every inch of light in the room. The white sterile glow of Cadmus was extinguished, replaced by a suffocating abyss of darkness. Arthur raised his hand, his voice low, commanding, absolute. "Come forth." The shadows stirred, and then, they arrived. From the abyss, figures emerged, kneeling before him in perfect synchronization. Shadow demon knights, clad in dark armor that gleamed with an unnatural sheen. Noble shadow demons, their regal forms flickering between reality and nightmare. Shadow demons, monstrous creatures with glowing red eyes, shifting hungrily in anticipation. And then a towering, monstrous presence loomed in the darkness. General Doom. His hulking frame was covered in spikes, his burning eyes staring ahead with unwavering loyalty. Arthur exhaled slowly, letting the weight of his presence settle before giving his order. "Wreak havoc." Like a dam bursting, his army surged forward. The demon knights vanished into the corridors like silent executioners. The demons screeched, their monstrous forms twisting through the air as they sought prey. General Doom turned and led the charge. Cadmus was about to become a battlefield. Back in the center of the room, Galatea's gaze snapped toward the chaos unfolding around them. Even mid-fight with Kara, she couldn't ignore what she had just witnessed. An entire army summoned in an instant. Kara smirked at Galatea's distracted expression. "Hey," she said, cracking her knuckles. "Eyes on me." Before Galatea could react, Kara's fist slammed into her gut, sending her skidding back across the floor. "Damn it." Galatea gritted her teeth, steadying herself. Cadmus Command Center. Amanda Waller stood stone-faced, arms crossed as she watched hell unfold before her eyes. The monitors flickered, flashing between different locations in Cadmus. Every screen showed chaos. One feed showed Harley Quinn, laughing maniacally as she twirled a stolen rifle, unloading rounds into expensive hardware like she was playing in an arcade. Another displayed Red Hood, moving like a specter, dropping guards before they even had a chance to call for help. But the worst of them all. Her gaze locked onto the main monitor, the one showing Arthur Blackwind. A walking nightmare. The command center shook as his Shadow Legion rampaged, cutting through Cadmus' elite forces like they were nothing. Demons. Wraiths. His army spread through the facility like an infection, and Amanda could feel it. A suffocating presence. It wasn't just the destruction. It was the sheer dominance he exuded. Waller had read the files. She had watched the recordings. She understood why Lex Luthor was so obsessed with harnessing this power. But seeing it this close, for the first time in years, a sliver of unease crept up her spine. "Director, what do we do?" one of her subordinates asked, his voice barely steady. Amanda's jaw tightened. "We burn them to the ground." She turned sharply, barking orders with the precision of a battlefield commander. "Deploy all available units, shock troopers, drones, experimental squads, I don't care what it takes, rain fire on them." Her voice was absolute. Ruthless. The command center erupted into movement. Operators scrambled to input commands, the facility's automated defenses whirring to life. Heavy turrets unfolded from the ceilings. Security mechs powered on. Armed reinforcements moved in with kill orders. This wasn't about containment anymore. It was extermination. The chaos kept escalating. Arthur's shadow army wasn't slowing down. Red Hood was tearing through their ranks like a ghost in a war zone. Kara and Galatea's battle had reached a devastating pace, their strikes causing shockwaves that cracked the very walls of the facility that was built to hold this kind of beings. Her fingers twitched. A final option lay before her. Her gaze shifted to a locked-down section of the facility. The screen labeled only as Project AM. One of her officers, sweating, hesitated before asking, "Director, should we unleash AM?" Amanda's eyes narrowed. Then, she shook her head. "No, not yet. It's unstable. We have yet to control his technology, we're not that desperate, yet." The officer swallowed hard and nodded. But as Amanda turned back to the screens, watching Cadmus forces struggle against the impossible, she knew one thing for certain. That moment might come sooner than she wanted. Inside the dimly lit laboratory deep within Cadmus, alarms blared, their red light flashing across the pristine, sterile room. The facility was under attack. Chaos had erupted above them. But down here, something else was happening. Lex Luthor stood before a massive cloning pod, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. The translucent tube was filled with a thick, bubbling liquid, faintly glowing from within. Suspended inside was a figure, a young man, his features eerily similar to Arthur Blackwind, yet unmistakably altered, now with an S symbol on his shirt. A perfect experiment. Nearby, Dr. Emil Hamilton paced, his expression tense. His voice cut through the alarms, laced with barely restrained frustration. "I told you, Lex. That was a stupid idea, going after his parent. You knew exactly what you were provoking. That was never someone who'd let that slide." Lex barely spared him a glance, his focus entirely on the being inside the pod. "Yes," he muttered, unfazed, "I'm aware." And yet, there was no regret in his tone. No doubt. Only calculated certainty. Then, a smirk. "But none of that matters anymore." His fingers hovered over the control panel. With a deliberate motion, he pressed the final key. The containment seals hissed open. The chamber erupted with steam as the liquid drained rapidly, leaving behind a figure gasping for air, his lungs taking their first breath. Arthur's clone. But he wasn't just a copy. No, Lex had perfected him. His voice, dripping with triumph, filled the lab. "Behold." Emil's breath hitched as the figure stumbled forward, coughing, eyes darting around in confusion. The resemblance was undeniable. Arthur Blackwine's face, but with a faint glow in his irises, a telltale sign of Kryptonian augmentation. Dr. Emil thought to himself, Lex really had no choice but to merge that DNA with a Kryptonian one. How desperate. Lex's smile widened. A perfect fusion. I modified him with Kryptonian DNA. It should accelerate the emergence of his powers. He'll reach his potential far faster while he is in this state. It can take minutes. I even left him in a radiation similar to that of the sun for quite some time. From the other side of the lab, another containment pod hissed open. Superboy stepped out, his piercing blue eyes burning with intensity, muscles taut with readiness. Lex turned to them both. Their expressions still dazed. Still processing. It didn't matter. They didn't need clarity. They needed orders. Go, Lex commanded, his voice absolute. Eliminate the intruders. The two clones exchanged glances, uncertain but bound by their programming. They obeyed. As they marched out, Emil hesitated. His hands clenched into fists. This is dangerous, Lex. Other than Superboy, you've created something we can't control. I don't even know what to call that thing. Lex's smirk didn't waver. It doesn't matter. Hamilton exhaled sharply, frustration mixing with resignation. And if they fail? For the first time, Lex's expression darkened. His gaze flicked toward a final, heavily reinforced vault. A place even Emil wasn't granted full access to. Lex spoke in a hushed whisper, almost to himself. Then, I'll use that. Jason Todd moved like a phantom in the shadows, his twin pistols spitting silent death as he weaved through the corridors of Cadmus. The guards barely had time to react. A shot to the knee, a cracked jaw, a knife twisting into armor before he was already gone. Bodies hit the floor, groaning in pain. He wasn't here to randomly kill, yet. But that could change real fast. Then, he paused. A movement from down the corridor caught his eye. Not his allies. Not Cadmus guards. Someone else. Jason ducked behind cover, pulling his visor down to zoom in. What he saw made his stomach drop. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Moving in from a separate access point, another team of infiltrators made their way through the facility, but these weren't enemies. These were the goddamn Justice League. Batman, his dark silhouette, led the charge. Every step measured, every action calculated. Green Arrow wasn't far behind, bow drawn, eyes scanning every inch of the hallway like a hawk waiting to strike. Black Canary moved like water, elegant and lethal, followed closely. Cyborg, his metallic form humming softly, scanned the area with his cybernetic eye as he whispered to Batman, something Jason couldn't quite hear. Then, a blur of lightning. The flash. The Scarlet Speedster zipped through the hall, stopping only to check something on a console before whooshing away again. Jason let out a long, deep sigh. Not the kind of company we need right now. The League wasn't here for him, they were after Cadmus. Same mission, different motives. This was about to get complicated. Arthur strode confidently through the cold, sterile halls of Cadmus, the sounds of battle and destruction echoing around him. His shadow demon knights had scattered, wreaking havoc as per his command. And yet, he felt something. A presence. Something unnerving. He stopped. Then, footsteps. Not from behind. Not from above. Ahead. Arthur turned the corner and froze. Standing a few feet away, illuminated by the flickering emergency lights, was him. No, not him. But close enough to make his stomach twist. The figure bore his face, but his eyes glowed faintly, red, his stance stiff, controlled, almost unnatural. An echo of himself, but warped. Arthur blinked. Silence. The tension hung thick in the air, two versions of the same man staring each other down. Arthur narrowed his eyes, took a slow step forward. And then he spoke. What the foo? 77. Unexpected reflection, 2. Arthur Blackwine stared at the figure standing before him, his own face reflected back at him, but something was off. His expression twisted in a mix of amusement and disbelief. They actually made a clone of me. He muttered, scoffing before shaking his head. When the hell did they even manage that? Then, like a bolt of lightning, the answer struck him. My fight with Doomsday. Arthur exhaled sharply, recalling the sheer brutality of that battle. His blood had painted the battlefield, scattered across the lab. Idiots, he thought, a smirk forming. This thing should be nothing more than a mere human. The nature of my power isn't from my DNA, it's something deeper. More spiritual rather, especially since I have a SYST. But before he could dwell on the thought, his glowing eyes caught movement. His clone had closed the distance in an instant. What? A fist came rocketing toward his face, barely giving him time to tilt his head. The air pressure alone sent his clothes fluttering as the punch narrowly missed his jaw. Arthur's smirk vanished. How? He muttered, stepping back as the clone pressed forward with relentless aggression. Each strike came fast, precise, and heavy. Arthur weaved between the attacks, but the sheer force behind them was undeniable. He clenched his fist, summoning his power. Ruler's authority activated in an instant. An unseen force gripped his clone, halting its movements mid-swing. Arthur exhaled. Can you even talk? His clone didn't answer. Not a word. No emotion. Just blank, unfeeling eyes staring back at him. Arthur scowled. TCH. Figures. He tightened his grip and with a powerful kick, sent his clone flying backward. The impact was devastating. The clone crashed into a reinforced steel wall, leaving a crater of twisted metal in its wake. For a moment, Arthur thought it was over. But then, a guttural, pained groan escaped from the clone's lips. It clutched its head, fingers digging into its skull as if something inside was breaking. Then its eyes snapped open, now glowing a deep, menacing red. Arthur's still surprised by all of this. What the hell? And then, boom! Twin beams of searing heat erupted from the clone's eyes, wild and uncontrolled. The force of the blast tore through the lab, scorching walls, melting steel, leaving nothing but devastation in its wake. Arthur barely dodged, flipping backward as the heat vision cut through everything like a raging inferno. I see now. The clone continued to scream, its power spiraling out of control. Arthur's gaze darkened. The bastard cloned me, with Kryptonian DNA, he muttered under his breath. His fists clenched as realization dawned. Guess he couldn't replicate my powers, so he compensated with this. With a single thought, his doomsday bone gauntlets materialized in his hands. Arthur took a step forward. What a strange feeling. He muttered, eyes locked onto his berserk doppelganger. Fighting a clone of myself. His grip tightened. Yet, I should put him out of his misery. Alarms blared. Red lights flashed across the high-tech corridors as Batman's squad tore through Cadmus security teams like a surgical strike. Guards fired wildly, but it didn't matter. Cyborg blasted through a barricade with a charged sonic cannon, sending guards flying. Green Arrow launched an EMP arrow, frying their rifles. Black Canary let out a concussive scream, throwing an entire squad against the walls. And the Flash? The Flash was everywhere. A blur of motion rifles vanished from enemy hands, tasers turned on their wielders, and soldiers collapsed from rapid-fire punches before they even knew what hit them. Then, the walls shook. Boom! A reinforced steel blast door was sent flying, crashing into the far wall with a deafening crunch. From the dust emerged a squad of enhanced warriors, the Ultimen. Wind Dragon, his body wreathed in swirling air currents. Longshadow, towering over them, his body expanding to colossal proportions. Juice, his body crackling with unstable electricity. Downpour and Shifter, the hydrokinetic twins, grinning with malice. Batman's eyes narrowed. As expected, they're using their experiments as attack dogs now. Wind Dragon smirked. Batman, you shouldn't be here. His voice was calm, but the storm around him wasn't. Green Arrow knocked an arrow. Whoa there, just Batman. Can't you see us as well? Shifter growled, you don't understand what Cadmus is doing here. You shouldn't interfere. Black Canary rolled her shoulders. We've heard that line countless times before. Longshadow's massive fists clenched. Last warning. Stand down. Batman's response was instant. Flash. Before they could blink, Flash was already moving. He disarmed Juice in an instant, sending a shockwave of electricity frying the walls instead of them. He slammed into Shifter, stunning her mid-transformation. He turned to Batman mid-motion. What next, Bats? Batman was already moving, his cape billowing. We were prepared for this outcome, we take them down. Perched on a high-security catwalk, Red Hood watched the chaos unfold. Smoke, sparks, debris, pure mayhem. He sighed, adjusting his helmet. Good. At least those things can buy me enough time to find the heads of Cadmus, without Bruce's interference. Arthur exhaled sharply, his breath misting in the cold, sterile air of the facility. His clone stood before him, its chest rising and falling in ragged breaths, eyes burning red with residual Kryptonian energy. Arthur flexed his fingers, ruler's authority coiling around him like phantom chains. Let's end this. His clone moved first, launching forward with blinding speed, fist cocked back. Arthur barely tilted his head, the attack grazing his cheek, but then, twin beams of heat vision erupted from the clone's eyes. Arthur cursed under his breath and ducked low, but the sheer heat grazed past his face, searing his skin. He winced, feeling the sting, the scent of burnt flesh filling his nostrils. A scar. TCH. Annoying. Before the clone could fire again, Arthur raised his hand and the air cracked as ruler's authority took hold. Invisible force wrapped around the clone's limbs, yanking him into the air. Arthur yanked his arm back then slammed him into the ground. The floor cratered beneath the impact. The clone tried to rise. Arthur was already on him, a devastating knee to the gut, followed by a vicious elbow to the jaw. Crack. The clone staggered, but it recovered unnaturally fast, throwing a wild haymaker. Arthur ducked, pivoted, then drove his heel into the clone's ribs. Wham! The clone smashed through a steel console, sparks flying everywhere. Arthur didn't stop. He called upon ruler's authority again, pulling the debris from the wreckage and launching it at his clone like spears. Clang, clang, clang. The clone blasted them apart with a roar, but Arthur was already in front of him. A lightning-fast flurry punches, knees, elbows, Arthur was overwhelming his own clone. Then, with a deadly flourish, Arthur's kryptonite sword materialized in his grip. The clone's red eyes widened. Too slow. Arthur swung in a brutal arc. Slash. The clone's arm was severed at the shoulder. It screamed, clutching at the missing limb, crimson spilling onto the floor. Arthur spun the blade, rolling his shoulders. Hurts, doesn't it? The clone's eyes burned hotter, its remaining hand clenching. But before Arthur could finish the job, boom! Something slammed into him like a missile. Arthur was sent flying, crashing through rows of equipments, sparks flying as his body tore through steel and machines. He groaned, pushing himself up from the rubble. He knew exactly who it was, after a single glance. Emerging from the dust, standing tall with arms crossed. Superboy. His piercing blue eyes locked onto Arthur's. I won't let you do whatever the hell you want, Superboy growled, taking a step forward. Arthur grinned. For some reason, you look more human than my clone. Superboy's expression hardened. Don't compare me to that. Arthur scoffed, rolling his neck. TCH. This guy really just can't help himself. Superboy frowned. What? Arthur wasn't talking to him. A dark shadow loomed behind Superboy. Before he could react, Doom's massive fist crashed into his back. Superboy was sent flying, smashing through a reinforced steel pillar. Doom followed, roaring, slamming his fists into Superboy in a relentless, bone-crushing assault. Boom, boom, boom. Arthur sighed, walking toward them. Why are you here? I can handle them myself. Doom paused mid-strike, glancing back at Arthur before kneeling, growling lowly in apology. Arthur sighed. Never mind. He turned away, stepping back toward his crippled clone. The clone's eyes flickered red, rage still burning in its gaze. It clenched its remaining fist. Arthur lifted his kryptonite sword. No, you won't. One clean, powerful swing. Shing. The clone collapsed. Dead. Arthur exhaled, closing his eyes for a moment. Then, cracking his neck, he looked toward Doom and Superboy, a smirk tugging at his lips. Now, where were we? Deep inside Cadmus, cloning chamber observation deck. The room was bathed in the glow of flickering monitors, each screen displaying a different nightmare unfolding. Arthur Blackwine butchered his clone with terrifying ease. His Shadow Legion ran rampant across Cadmus, tearing through security. Doom was pummeling Superboy into the ground like a savage beast. Lex Luthor gritted his teeth, his hands gripping the edge of the console so tightly his knuckles turned white. His calculated smirk was gone. His usual aura of control and superiority shattered. Then, Arthur's sword cut clean through his clone. Shing. Lex flinched, his eyes widening. No, 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 and no. He slammed his fist against the console. This doesn't make any sense. That clone had the same physiology. No, it was enhanced beyond him. It should have been a match. It should have. His voice cracked with rage as he turned toward Emile, eyes wild. Pathetic. Emile sighed, rubbing his temples. I told you. That clone was merely a human, using an unstable Kryptonian DNA was even a bigger mistake. It was an experiment, Lex. A half-baked one at that, very unlike you. In fact, he did us a service there. If it had lived any longer, it would have mutated into something even worse, a monstrosity beyond our control. Lex's face twisted in fury. He whirled on Emil, jabbing a finger at him. Everything is falling apart. Do you realize that? Our security is crumbling. The Ultimen are being torn apart. Cadmus, Cadmus, is being brought to its knees. He grabbed a nearby chair and hurled it across the room, sending it crashing into a wall of monitors. And it's all because of one damn boy. His breathing was ragged, his mind racing. But then, a realization struck him. His hands stilled. His posture straightened. His eyes gleamed with something dark. A slow, sinister smirk crept back onto his face. There was one last option. Lex turned back to Emil, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper. I have one last resort. Emil's expression darkened. Lex ignored him, already typing commands into the terminal. The room trembled as hidden mechanisms began shifting beneath them. I've been working on something for years now. Something special. He exhaled sharply, his fingers hovering over a final authorization key. No test subject has ever survived exposure. I don't even know where they exactly disappeared to. His lips curled into a cruel grin. He'll be the first to take the full force of it. 78. Luthor's Last Gambit. The air crackled with tension as Arthur stood before Superboy. Doom, still kneeling from before, snarled, his body tense, ready to lunge. But Arthur simply raised a hand. No. Doom's eyes widened slightly, but he obeyed, his massive form melting into Arthur's shadow like a ghost vanishing into the night. Superboy frowned, confused. That thing was the strongest one here. Arthur chuckled, rolling his shoulders. The strongest. He gestured to himself. That's me. Superboy exploded forward, throwing a full-force Kryptonian punch aimed straight at Arthur's head. Crack. Superboy's fist met empty air. Arthur had already tilted his head to the side, his expression bored as Superboy's fist shattered the concrete wall behind him. Arthur sighed. That was slow. Superboy spun, throwing another punch. Arthur leaned back, dodging again. Punch after punch, each one missing by mere inches. Arthur effortlessly sidestepped, ducked, leaned, weaving around the attacks like he was dancing. Superboy gritted his teeth, his frustration boiling over. Boom! Superboy lashed out with a devastating uppercut. Arthur caught it. One hand. No effort. Superboy's eyes widened in disbelief. Arthur tightened his grip on Superboy's fist and twisted. Snap. Superboy grunted in pain, his arm wrenched at an unnatural angle. Arthur's smirk widened. You're like a newborn. You can't even swing a punch properly, maybe because you are only a half-breed. Superboy growled, trying to pull away. Arthur let him go, only to drive his knee into his stomach. Superboy gasped violently, his body folding in half as spit flew from his mouth. Arthur didn't stop. He grabbed Superboy by the face, and drove him headfirst into the ground. The entire floor buckled, sending cracked spider webbing across the facility. Superboy groaned, trying to push himself up. Arthur let him. Whoosh. Superboy lunged again, this time with a kick blasting straight at Arthur's face. Arthur vanished. His kick hit nothing. Arthur reappeared behind him in a shadowy flicker. Superboy barely had time to register it before. Crack. Arthur hammer-fisted him in the back of the neck, sending him crashing face-first into the floor. Arthur casually stepped on his back, pinning him like an insect. And letting the likes of Lex Luthor order you around. Arthur scoffed. Pathetic. Superboy snarled, trying to push up, but Arthur pressed down harder. Crack. Superboy screamed in pain. Arthur crouched down, whispering just loud enough for him to hear. You are better than this. He lifted his foot. Superboy weakly got up, eyes burning with anger and humiliation. Arthur tilted his head, amused. You done? Superboy lunged one last time. Arthur simply turned his body slightly and a vicious backhand sent Superboy flying like a rag doll, slamming into a wall and burying him in debris. Arthur cracked his neck. Yeah, this is a waste of time. Arthur stood amidst the aftermath. To his left, Superboy groaned in pain, buried beneath concrete and steel. To his right, his lifeless clone lay in a heap, its severed arms still twitching slightly as the Kryptonian DNA burned itself out. Arthur's glowing eyes flickered between the two. I'll deal with all of this later. He exhaled, letting his power surge through his veins. Whoosh! The world blurred. Arthur vanished in a streak of black lightning, zipping through the corridors like a phantom. His body became a shadow among shadows, undetectable, unstoppable. His eyes snapped shut mid-run, allowing his senses to expand. Life forces pulsed around him like beacons in the dark. Every living thing in this place he could feel them. Then, there. A familiar presence. That's the place. Arthur's eyes snapped open as he pivoted, his momentum twisting him toward a reinforced door deep in the heart of Cadmus. But before he could get closer, a squad of armed guards burst from the corners, rifles blazing. Bullets screamed through the air, the muzzles flashing in rapid succession. The bullets hit Arthur. Did nothing. They bounced off his skin like pebbles against steel. Arthur stopped walking, staring at them blankly. Still shooting. Still trying. Arthur sighed. I saw you. No need for all this. With a flick of his wrist, ruler's authority. Their bodies locked up. Their own arms twisted against their will, turning their weapons toward each other. They screamed. They fired. They fell. Arthur kept walking, not even sparing them a glance. With another gesture. Crack. The remaining weapons shattered like glass, their pieces scattering across the cold metallic floor. Then he stopped. Right in front of the massive, fortified vault door. His gaze drifted up to the glowing red text. Cloning chamber. Arthur's lips curled into a wicked smirk. You must be in here. Boom. His fist slammed forward with monstrous force. The impact rippled through the entire facility. The reinforced metal screamed as it bent inward. Then, the entire gate exploded inward, torn from its hinges. Smoke and fire billowed out from the ruined doorway. Arthur stepped forward, bathed in the fiery glow. His voice echoed through the chamber, laced with amusement and absolute dominance. Knock, knock. Lex Luthor stood in the observation deck, his fists clenched. Below him, smoke still curled from the destroyed cloning chamber gate. The reinforced steel, bent, shattered, obliterated was a testament to the sheer power now inside the facility. And that power was Arthur Blackwined. Lex's jaw tightened as he turned to Dr. Emil Hamilton, the scientist watching everything unfold with cold calculation. Lex, Emil said, not even looking at him. You understand what's coming for us because of your mistake, right? Lex inhaled slowly. Then, with eerily steady hands, he reached into his coat. SHNK. A blade pierced Emil's chest. The doctor's eyes widened in shock. A sharp, wet gasp escaped his lips as he looked down, seeing Lex's hand gripping the handle of a hidden dagger, its edge dripping crimson. You. Emil's voice faltered. Lex leaned in, his voice quiet, yet absolute. My apologies, Doctor. Lex twisted the knife. Emil gagged, choking on his own breath, as his body trembled violently. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the floor, lifeless. Lex pulled out the blade with wiping the blood on his sleeve before tossing it aside. He exhaled. Calm. Controlled. Unshaken by what he just did. I had to do this. He glanced down at Emil's corpse with zero remorse. To guarantee he walks into my trap. Then, without hesitation, he contacted Galatea. Across the battlefield, mid-fight. Galatea's head snapped up as Lex's voice cut through her mind like a blade. We have been attacked. Arthur Blackwind is here and Emil is dead. Galatea froze. Her pupils dilated. Her body tensed. Kara took the chance, rushing forward, fist cocked back. No. Galatea's rage exploded. With blinding speed, she slammed a brutal punch into Kara's gut. Boom. Kara's eyes widened as she was launched backward, crashing through a concrete wall. Galatea didn't even watch her fall. She shot into the sky, her target locked. She was coming. Arthur Blackwind would die today, that was the only thing she had in mind now. Kara, coughing from the debris, stumbled to her feet. She saw Galatea already heading straight for Cadmus Core. You are not going anywhere. She blasted off after her. Lex Luthor exhaled slowly, standing high above the chaos below. His sharp eyes scanned the ruined remains of Cadmus. Fires burned. Smoke coiled into the air. The screams of dying soldiers echoed like a tragic symphony. Then, he locked eyes with Arthur Blackwind. A chill slithered down his spine. Arthur stood there, motionless. No smirk, no amusement, just pure, cold, calculated fury. His doomsday bone gauntlet flexed, fingers curling like talons, ready to strike. Lex barely had time to react. Arthur raised his hand. A crushing force clamped around Lex's throat. GHK. His airways squeezed shut. His feet lifted off the ground. Ruler's authority. Before he could even process it, he was yanked forward like a ragdoll. SHIT. Lex flew through the air, dragged mercilessly toward Arthur. His mind raced, but Arthur was already cocking back his fist. The doomsday-clad gauntlet gleaming with raw devastation. Lex's pupils shrank. Hurry up, you useless pie. Boom. Something slammed into Arthur like a missile. A blinding fist collided with his face, crushing him into the nearest steel wall. The impact dented metal like paper. The force shook the entire chamber. Arthur's vision blurred for a split second before he felt the full weight pressing against him. A hand still clenched around his skull, holding him in place. Through the dust and fractured metal, he saw her. Galatea. Fierce. Eyes blazing red with raw vengeance. Her grip was like a vice, her knuckles whitening as she forced him deeper into the wreckage. You. She hissed. Will pay with your life for what you've done. Arthur scowled. His muscles coiled, and before she could react, a devastating kick launched her backwards. Galatea slammed through several consoles like they were made of glass. Sparks rained down as she landed on her feet, instantly rebounding relentless. Arthur barely had time to steady himself before she was back in his face, throwing a vicious right hook. He blocked. Their arms clashed. The shockwave rattled the entire room. Blow after blow they exchanged fists like titans. Every strike a seismic event. A shockwave exploded behind them. Boom. A streak of blue and red shot into the room like a meteor. Kara. She landed hard, the force of her arrival sending out a powerful gust, her cape billowing behind her. Her blue eyes burned with fury as she took in the scene, Arthur, the ruined lab, Galatea who was engaged in a fight already with him, and finally, Lex. Kara's expression hardened instantly. I knew you'd be here too, freak. Her eyes were laser-focused on Lex. There was no mistaking the venom in her voice. Lex, ever the calculating strategist, didn't even flinch. His eyes merely flicked toward her for a brief moment, his lips curling into a dark smirk as if the fight was already decided in his mind. Galatea didn't even flinch. She barely glanced over her shoulder. Kara's fists clenched. Surrender, you guys lost already. Galatea screamed. Shut up. You're weak. You can't even keep up with me. But Arthur's focus wasn't just on Galatea. Lex. His eyes snapped back to him. Lex was retreating, limping away from the battlefield, a sinister smirk curling his lips. A hidden mechanism rumbled beneath the floor. Faintly glowing. Activating. Arthur narrowed his eyes. What the hell is he up to? Lex stopped at a control panel, hand hovering over a button. He turned, just enough for Arthur to see his grin widen. I'll be seeing you in, never. Arthur's stomach sank. Something felt very wrong. 79 Ashes of Cadmus. The control panel lit up in a cascade of warning red, too fast, too bright, screaming something no one had time to read. Lex's hand came down on the button. Arthur's eyes widened. But Galatea was still between them, her fist slamming into Arthur's side, throwing him back a step, just enough. A surge of light exploded from the ceiling and floor in tandem, two immense pillars of raw energy, like lances of gods themselves, shot straight through the chamber. Kara cried out as the force struck her mid-flight, hurling her into a wall with a violent boom, cracking the metal surface like brittle glass. Kara, stay back. Arthur roared. But the beam had already encased him and Galatea, both caught in the center of the trap. The light wasn't just light. It was pressure. Agony. Gravity folded on itself. Arthur's knees buckled slightly, a rare sight. His eyes narrowed, teeth clenched. His entire body screamed in protest, but he refused to fall. Galatea let out a shriek of pain, more primal than human, as the force seared into her Kryptonian skin. Even she couldn't handle this. Her clone flesh was unraveling. Arthur grunted, lifting his head slowly, blood trailing from his nose, and extended one hand toward Lex, his will blazing with wrath. You will not run away. Ruler's authority ignited. Lex, already gloating from his safe distance, froze. Why, no, and no. He screamed, as his body jerked violently, ripped forward like a puppet on strings. He crashed into the beam, howling in agony as the energy chewed through his suit, his skin blistering instantly. Arthur clenched one gauntlet fist around Lex's throat, the other barely holding Galatea back. You, fool, you'll kill us both. Lex rasped, coughing up blood, his eyes wide with panic. Only I can stop it. Arthur, his voice strained but unrelenting, leaned closer. You weren't gonna stop it, anyway. The beam grew brighter, hotter. The air itself began to warp. Arthur's vision blurred. The chamber felt like a collapsing star. Arthur! Kara screamed from outside, beating her fists against the containment field, her eyes wide with helpless rage. Tell me what to do. Tell me how to stop it. She launched herself at the energy field again, her shoulder cracked from the rebound. Inside, Arthur was burning from within, shadows swirling violently around him as he forced one arm up. Kara saw it, his hand reaching toward her. Arthur! For a moment, she thought he was reaching for her. But then his palm opened. Ruler's authority. Stay back, idiot. His voice was faint, barely audible but resolute. A wall of invisible force snapped up between them, just for a second. Long enough. No. Kara shouted, tears streaking down her cheeks. And then, boom. A flash of light so pure it was blinding, then a shockwave that shattered everything in its wake. Kara was thrown back, crashing through walls, debris, and steel like a ragdoll. She tumbled through the air before slamming hard into the facility's outer hull, cratering the wall. Silence. Smoke. Sparks. The burning hiss of melting metal. She struggled to stand, her knees shaking. Her breath hitched in her chest. The chamber was gone. The beam was gone. Lex. Arthur. Galatea. All gone. Arthur. Kara whispered. Silence answered her. Her fingers clenched into trembling fists. No, 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 no. Her breath hitched again. You idiot. This wasn't supposed to happen. She fell to her knees, staring at the crater, where he had stood only moments before. Where he had smiled. Where he had told her to stay back. The girl of steel stared into the void he left behind, eyes burning. And for the first time maybe ever, Supergirl felt despair. After the explosion, through the smoke and ruin, Kara stood unmoving in the crater. Her cape fluttered in the wind, but she was a statue of fury and grief. Her communicator crackled in her ear. A voice, gruff, familiar, persistent. Red Hood, Supergirl, are you there? Come on. Kara, do you copy? There was a long pause, and then, Supergirl low and broken, yes. Jason asked calmly. I just heard a massive explosion from 5 clicks out. What the hell happened? Another silence. Arthur is gone. Kara said. Jason couldn't process what he just heard. What do you mean Arthur is gone? Kara then snapped at Jason. He's gone, Jason. The line went quiet. In the background, Jason could hear glass breaking, metal bending, and the unmistakable sound of Kara losing control. Her rage was a tempest now, tearing apart the remnants of Lex's cloning chamber. Jason sighed, lowering his head. Yeah, well, I'll let you have your moment. But I've got work to finish. No time to dwell on this. Cadmus Command Center. A steel door slid open with a hiss. Jason Todd stepped through, twin pistols held loosely at his sides, his red helmet gleaming under sterile white lights. The alarms were silent. He had already silenced them, along with the guards who tried to stop him. Across the room sat a curved desk. Behind it, Amanda Waller, General Eiling, a few surviving Cadmus board members. No guards. No backup. The room was dead silent except for the low hum of the monitors. Jason's boots echoed on the metal floor as he strolled in, calm as a storm waiting to break. He twirled one of his pistols idly as if he hadn't just dismantled an entire security team on his way in. He looked at the scene before him, Amanda Waller seated, composed as ever, and General Eiling nursing a drink like this was any other Thursday night in a war room. A couple Cadmus suits stood awkwardly behind them, pale-faced, sweating bullets. Jason tilted his head. Well, well. And here I thought I'd walk into a villain lair. Test tubes, mad scientists, maybe a half-finished clone in a tank. He slowly raised both pistols. Not this sad little PTA meeting. Eiling's hand darted for something under the desk. Bad move. Bang, bang. Both hands burst red as Jason blew through them, followed by a third shot tearing through the general's shoulder. Eiling let out a guttural yell, slumping back, blood spilling across the desk. Next one takes your head off, Jason said coolly. Amanda Waller didn't move an inch. You're far from Gotham, Jason. He let out a chuckle behind the helmet. Wow. First name basis. Color me flattered. Thought I was just a ghost story to people like you. You've always been on my radar. They might have dragged you back from the dead, but your choices since then have been rather interesting. You have been useful without realizing. Jason stepped forward, boots crunching on glass. Spare me the talk. I didn't come here to have a conversation. We came here to burn it all down. For every innocent you played God with. You built weapons. You used people. You unleashed monsters. Waller's eyes narrowed. You all are fools, you and that Arthur Black whined. He was unstable. Dangerous, everything we stand for here. Everything Cadmus is to fight people like him. I know. Jason muttered. But Waller leaned forward now, elbows on the desk, her voice low and sharp like a scalpel. Is this really about innocence, Jason? Or is this about you? He said nothing. She pressed on, cutting deeper. Do you see yourself in those metahumans we experimented on? Is that it? Do you see yourself strapped to that chair, screaming, while Joker carved the boy out of you and left something else in his place? Jason's jaw clenched under the helmet. His grip on the pistols tightened, knuckles white. Do you actually care about the innocence? She asked, voice like venom. Or is this just the only way you can unleash that anger left in you? Because your real target's already dead, and there's no one left to blame but the rest of us. The silence that followed was suffocating. Jason didn't respond. He didn't have to. Waller exhaled, slowly. You do this, there's no turning back. He raised his gun, calmly. Without hesitation. I never planned on hesitating. 2 shots. Night-night. And just like that, the room fell into silence. Red Hood turned, walking back out into the hallway. No regrets. No second guesses. Just footsteps echoing through the corridors of a crumbling facility. Arthur's consciousness flickered in and out, pain screaming through every nerve in his body. His breath was ragged, uneven. He coughed, hard blood splattering onto the scorched ground beneath him. His vision blurred, the world spinning before it slowly came into focus. The air was thick, humid. The scent of damp earth and greenery filled his lungs. A forest. Somewhere, unfamiliar. His body ached with every small movement, but he forced himself up, staggering onto unsteady legs. His clothes were barely hanging onto him, burned and tattered, his exposed skin riddled with fresh wounds. He took a slow, painful breath, his chest tight. Where, the hell, am I? His voice was hoarse, strained, every word a battle. A weak, rasping noise pulled his attention. Next to him, barely clinging to life, was Lex. The once pristine mastermind was reduced to a charred, gasping husk. His skin was burned beyond recognition, his breaths shallow and labored. But somehow, impossibly, he was still alive. His lips twitched, blood bubbling at the corners of his mouth. It's not a failure, after all. Lex choked the words out, barely audible. Arthur didn't hesitate. His boots scraped against the dirt as he stepped forward, looming over the broken man. Then crack. One stomp. Lex was gone. Arthur exhaled through his nose, barely sparing the corpse a second glance. Bastard. But the moment the words left his lips, his strength faltered. His legs buckled. He dropped to one knee, body screaming in protest. His vision blurry again. 80, alternate reality. Arthur groaned, his body screaming in defiance as he forced himself upright. His legs trembled, every nerve in his body alight with pain, but he stood anyway. Blood dripped from his mouth, his chest rising and falling with jagged breaths. Damn it! He muttered, clutching his side. That was some weapon. I couldn't even exchange my way out of there. The ground beneath him was still scorched, the earth torn as if reality itself had been punched. And then, he saw them. Bodies. Dozens of them. Each one twisted and broken, their flesh blackened and ruined, yet unmistakably familiar. Just like Lex. Not copies of him. Just people in similar state. Each one lying at the heart of its own shallow crater. The air reeked of ozone, of death and something unnatural. This. Arthur whispered, eyes scanning the twisted forest clearing. What the hell is this place anyways? A sound. Faint. But enough. His head snapped up. A figure moved through the shadows, wounded, bloodied, stumbling, but very much alive. Galatea. She stepped into view, one arm hanging limp, the other curled into a trembling fist. Her suit was torn, her lip bloodied, a deep wound carved across her shoulder. And yet her eyes, still burned with fury. They locked eyes. 2 broken warriors. 2 survivors. She said nothing, but her expression screamed everything. Grief, rage, confusion. Without a word, she charged. Arthur didn't hesitate. His instincts roared to life. His right hand surged with energy, dark tendrils coalescing into a weapon of death. The kryptonite sword shimmered into existence, alive with a sickly green pulse. Galatea came at him with everything she had left. A scream, a punch, a flurry of movement. But Arthur's eyes, they glowed. That familiar skill of his bloodlust ignited once more, casting a darkness around her. And before she could even realize it, the blade was already through her chest. Her eyes widened. Breath hitched. She gasped, blood bubbling at her lips as the green glow of the kryptonite pierced her very core. Her body trembled. "The doctor gave me a soul," she whispered. Her voice was so small, so fragile. "Father." Arthur's grip tightened on the hilt. Her hand shakily lifted, as if reaching out to someone who would never answer again. "Why did he leave me?" Her eyes welled. Not with anger. Not anymore. But with grief. Arthur's expression softened, if only a little. "Just to make you feel a little better," he murmured, lowering her slowly to the ground. "I didn't kill your father." He met her gaze, one last time. "It's clear to me who did, and he is lying dead there." Arthur gestured towards Lex. Galatea's lips twitched into a faint, pained smile. A breath, a tear, and then, nothing. Her hand went limp. Her body stilled. The sword fading from his hand. The wind whispered through the broken forest around him. A moment of peace in the wake of chaos. Arthur just stood there next to Galatea's lifeless body, his breath shallow, his blood hot. Silence engulfed him, save for the soft sound of wind rustling through the broken trees. He didn't speak at first. Then, softly, "I need to go back," he muttered, clenching his fist, "and finish off Cadmus." Without wasting another second, Arthur extended his arm, shadows curling from his fingers like smoke. His eyes pulsed with dark light as he whispered, "Exchange." Nothing. His heart skipped. "Exchange," he said louder, trying again, this time with urgency. Still nothing. His eyes widened. "No. Exchange now." Nothing. And then, system notification. "Unable to complete exchange, target exists in a different reality." "You must be fucking joking." Arthur staggered a step back, his breath catching in his throat. The weight of the message crashed down on him like a hammer. His fists clenched, shadows reacting to his spike in emotion, tendrils slashing at the dirt. "That wasn't a weapon," he whispered slowly, piecing it together. His eyes darted toward the craters around him, the disfigured corpses, the charred remains of failed jumps. "That was a teleportation machine." He looked around again. Suddenly everything made sense. The dead people around him. The strange environment. The silence of the system. The air even felt different. "These dead people, they were lab rats," he growled. "Lex tested this on them, and I just got added to the list." His mind raced. What a situation. Arthur exhaled sharply, then nodded to himself. "I left a significant number of shadow soldiers behind. Kaisel and Blade are with my family. They should be fine." Still, he felt the tight pull in his chest. This wasn't just separation. This was exile. Arthur turned toward the horizon, his expression hardening with grim resolve. "First, I need to figure out where the hell I even am." He looked up. Stars looked the same. The moon was still there. Nothing really unfamiliar. "At least this is Earth. Still though, I have no idea what kind of alternate reality this is." Arthur stood alone amid the wreckage of bodies and smoldering craters. He stared into the horizon, still grappling with the reality. He was stranded in another world, with no way back, yet. "Well," he muttered to himself, brushing dust and dried blood from his sleeve. "I'll do this first, and he'll figure it out." He turned and walked slowly toward Lex's mutilated corpse, still twitching slightly in the dirt. The sight of it stirred no emotion in him. He extended his hand over the ruined body. "Arise." From the remains of Lex, the shadow took form, creeping like black smoke until it took shape. A hunched, twitching silhouette that resembled Lex Luthor himself, kneeling in silence before Arthur. A notification flickered in his mind. "Shadow extraction complete, grade, normal." Arthur eyed it with disdain. "How weak," he scoffed. "But I'll need you, for your intellect not your strength." Lex's shadow bowed wordlessly. Arthur turned away without another glance, walking over to the body that did give him pause, Galatea. She lay lifeless, her blonde hair stained with blood and dirt, her once terrifying power now reduced to cold stillness. Arthur stood over her. His hand twitched slightly. He wasn't sure if it was pity or guilt or just humanity for something that wasn't exactly a human. But his eyes glowed blue. A soul, you said earlier, let's see if you have some of that left in you. He knelt beside her, placed his hand over her, and whispered, "Arise." The shadows began to swirl, slow at first, then faster. A pulse of dark energy erupted from her corpse, like a heartbeat echoing across the dead forest. The ground trembled. The air thickened. Black wisps erupted from her body, pulling her spirit from the veil of death. Then, she moved. Her eyes opened, violet and glowing with eerie light. Galatea, reborn in shadow. She slowly rose to one knee, head bowed. "Grant me a name, my king." Arthur stared at her, eyes glowing. "You call me my king, yet moments ago you tried to rip my throat out." Her voice was different now, softer, but stronger, as though the weight she once carried had finally lifted. "I had no purpose," she said, eyes still lowered. "I was forged to be a weapon. Used. Lied to. The only person I truly cared about, Dr. Emile, was taken from me." Her fists clenched. Her voice cracked, not with weakness, but a painful clarity. "I felt grief, but I didn't understand it. I wasn't made to feel. But now, I see clearly." She finally looked up at him, glowing eyes locked with his. "You gave me closure in death. You took care of the one who harmed the only soul that ever showed me kindness. For that, I thank you." She bowed her head again, reverent. "And now I swear myself to you. I am no longer a failed clone, no longer a tool of Cadmus. I am your sword, your shield, my king." Arthur stood still, eyes locked with hers, reading the conviction behind her every word. And in that moment, he knew. She meant it. "Then rise," Arthur said, his voice calm but absolute. "Galatea. Shadow General Galatea." The moment her name echoed through the forest, shadow burst from her body like a tidal wave, her form stabilizing with regal power. Kneeling before him like a knight before her liege, Galatea looked up once more, a solemn, near peaceful smile touching her lips. "Your will is my command, my king." Arthur turned toward the skies of this unknown world, a grim smile playing at the edge of his lips. "Well then, guess it's time to figure out how royally screwed we really are." Back in Cadmus. Boom. The reinforced steel corridor exploded inward as a blur of red and blue ripped through the hallway like a missile. Kara Zor-El, hair whipping like fire behind her, eyes glowing with seething rage, tore through the walls, obliterating security drones, barriers, and guard units as if they were paper. One scream, one punch, another wall gone. She wasn't holding back. Sirens wailed. Lights flickered. The facility was coming apart at the seams. Supergirl burst through a chamber, and landed face to face with the Ultimen and the Justice League squad. They barely got into stance before Kara's fist was already on someone's jaw. "Get out of my way." It didn't take much time. They collapsed in a heap. Broken, beaten, silent. "Enough." Batman's voice echoed from down the hall, just as Flash blurred to her side. Green Arrow took position, already loading a kryptonite gas arrow. "Kara." Batman stepped forward, tone calm but sharp. "You left them on the brink of death. That wasn't necessary. They already suffer from rapid aging. Locking them up is the least human thing we can do." She didn't even glance at him. "They were dead the moment Cadmus made them," she said coldly, eyes still glowing. Flash looked between the bodies, stunned. Green Arrow hesitated, lowering his bow slightly. "They were clones," Kara said. "Disposable. Like everything Cadmus touches." "Kara." Batman tried again. "That's not justice. And that's not you talking." "No," she snapped, turning her head slightly, voice low. "That was a message." Just then, her comms crackled to life. A familiar voice came through. Cool, confident, with just the right dose of cocky. "Jason Todd. I'm done here. You should leave as well. Facilities toast." Kara paused, then Jason chuckled. "Oh, and Kara, if Arthur's really dead, then why the hell am I looking at his shadows standing right in front of me?" Kara's eyes widened. Her heart skipped. "What?" 81 World of Tyrants. Cadmus walls crumbled. Lights flickered. The entire facility groaned like it was holding back the apocalypse. Then, they came. A low rumble, like distant thunder across the battlefield. The sound of something unnatural, ancient, inevitable. From the shadows, they emerged, Arthur's shadow demons. Blackened armor. Glowing eyes. Some of them tall as titans. Silent as death. Their presence turned the air cold, reality itself seemed to bend around their ethereal forms. Kara took a sharp step back, eyes wide. No way. Batman's cape fluttered as he narrowed his eyes, analyzing instantly. Flash blinked. Did we accidentally open the door to hell or? Green Arrow raised his bow on instinct. Okay. Can we all agree these things look like the end credits of a horror movie? Black Canary took a defensive stance. They're not attacking. Kara's comms clicked again. Jason Todd's voice came through. Well, since his magic, or whatever these things are, is still walking around like nothing happened. I don't think he's dead. He paused, then added with a bit of dry sarcasm. Anyway, I'm out. Not really in the mood for a heart-to-heart with Bruce. Peace. Comm disconnected. Kara stared at the soldiers, her jaw tightening. I didn't see their bodies, so maybe, he's right. She walked forward slowly, cautiously, eyes locked onto the one leading the pack. Its armor was different. Taller. More jagged. A veteran from Arthur's inner circle. She stopped just short, voice calm but demanding. Where is your master? The Shadow Knight said nothing. Nothing. It simply tilted its head, then turned. Without a word, the shadows, all of them, marched away. Moving like a river of death. Kara clenched her fists, biting back emotion. Green Arrow exhaled. Why do they look like they are answering a call? Like dogs heading back to their master. Batman stood tall, the glow of the shadow soldiers long faded. His cape fluttered behind him. He scanned the wreckage, calculating. Cold. Sharp. Focused. We've wasted too much time here, he said finally, his voice cutting through the silence. Flash, go. Head to the command center, fast. Sweep it. Make sure there's no one left who can throw something else at us. Amanda Waller and the scientists there, all of them should be still in here. Flash gave a nod, stretching his neck. Got it, Bats. Let's wrap this up before someone decides to hit the reset button or something. In a blink, he was gone, lightning trailing in his wake. Batman turned toward Kara. His tone didn't waver, but there was a weight to it. You should go home. Kara didn't look at him. Her gaze was locked on the cracked floor beneath her boots. Her fists were trembling, not from fear, but from restraint. Batman paused for a second, as if to say more, but didn't. He walked away. Kara stood there alone, surrounded by the ruins of everything Cadmus had tried to control, of everything they lost. Her voice was quiet, but it hit like thunder. He better be alive. Arthur stood, burned clothes clinging to his frame, but his posture was as strong as ever. At his side, Shadow Galatea knelt, awaiting orders, her eyes glowing, hair fluttering in the breeze like a phantom of the storm. Arthur didn't look at her when he spoke, just kept his gaze fixed on the endless horizon. Listen up. This'll be your first mission. He turned slightly, voice steady. Fly, pick any direction. Doesn't matter. Find the nearest city, the nearest signs of civilization. Do not reveal yourself to anyone. You're fast enough to dodge anything they throw at you. I want information. Where the hell are we? Galatea raised her head slightly, hand to her heart. At once, my king. And with that, she was gone, a streak of blackened shadow cutting through the sky like a bullet. Arthur exhaled and sat on a moss-covered rock. He looked over to the side, where Shadow Lex Luthor stood, stoic and silent. Well then, Arthur muttered, cracking a branch off a nearby tree and tossing it toward the shade. Since you can't speak, here, take this. Lex caught the stick in a smooth, eerie motion, almost too human for a shadow. Arthur narrowed his eyes. Explain to me what that machine was. Why it felt like my damn soul got ripped through 10 layers of hell. Without hesitation, Shadow Lex knelt, and began to drag the stick across the dirt. First, a rough circle. Then another. Then another. Soon, a line of orbs, each detailed slightly differently, land masses, cloud swirls, jagged magnetic fields. Each one a distinct Earth. Above them all, a crude sketch of a machine. Like a dome with jagged teeth, intersecting rings pulsing around it like some apocalyptic gyroscope. Lex tapped the drawing. Then the machine. Then Arthur. Arthur stared in silence. His jaw clenched. So my theory was right, he muttered. This is an alternate reality. Another Earth, and we were the test subjects, or at least me and Galatea were, till I dragged you along with me. He stood slowly, glancing at the sky above the trees. Tell me, he asked, eyes still fixed skyward, can you get us out of here? Shadow Lex turned and shook his head. Once. Arthur sighed, his breath heavy with frustration. Shit. But then his eyes lit up with that cold, calculating spark. At least I can find this world's Lex, he said with a grim smirk. Some version of him's out there, same ego, same obsession with winning, same brains. He turned, eyes locked on the fading trail Galatea had left behind. Maybe he can get me the hell out of here. And if he doesn't? He cracked his knuckles. I'll make him. Arthur exhaled and raised his hand. A familiar dark blue system interface bloomed into existence before his eyes, floating, semi-transparent, and laced with that eerie, digital whisper of power. System alert. You have slain Galatea, Cadmus bioweapon, Kryptonian class. Processing rewards. Item gained, solar gauntlets. Type, Kryptonian-infused melee gauntlets. Effect, plus 50% strength in direct sunlight. Ignores armor. Charges with solar energy to unleash a solar pulse. Arthur raised a brow, swiping the gauntlets into his inventory with a smirk. Sun-charged power gauntlets. He rolled his wrist. Kind of weaker than my Doomsday Bone ones, but they've got their charm. New title acquired, Solar Reaper. Effect, plus 50% damage in sunlight. Minus 20% damage taken from energy attacks. You hunted a daughter of the sun. Now, the light answers to you. Arthur chuckled. Dark. Low. Sharp. I see a pattern here. Then he brought up his status bar with a simple command. Status bar. Name Arthur Blackwined. Job Necromancer Shadow Monarch. Title Solar Reaper. Level 99-100. Fatigue 75. HP 1900/7800. MP 4900/9300. Strength 200-201. Health 161-165. Agility 169-170. Intelligence 191-192. Sense 140-141. Available ability points 30. Passive skill. Tenacity, level 1. Insanity's Gambit, immunity to mind control, fear, and sanity-based debuffs. Job-specific skills. Shadow Extraction. Shadow Exchange. Monarch's Domain. Skills. Bloodlust, level 2. Ruler's Authority. Mutilation. Sword Rush. Equipment. Omega Hardened Hide. Abyss Forged Necklace. Inventory. Doomsday's Bone Gauntlets. Abyss Forged Necklace. Azeroth Knight Armor Set. Greatsword of the Lowborn. Prometheum Sword. Anti-Kryptonian Blood Vial, Epic. Shattered Bolt. Demon King Longsword. Kryptonite Sword. Solar Gauntlets. Tower of Fate Key. Legacy Shadow Legion Dungeon Key. Arthur stared at the screen for a long moment, the light flickering across his tired but determined face. Level 100, he muttered, and now a full-fledged Shadow Monarch. He let out a breathless laugh, not from joy, but from sheer anticipation. But not really. I'm still nowhere near the peak. He dismissed the screen, eyes now glowing with that deadly blue hue as his shadow twitched at his feet, alive, hungry. I'm far from the real thing, he murmured to himself. I can get so much stronger than this. Galatea came back swiftly, her dark appearance cutting through the air like an avenging specter. She landed with a quiet grace, kneeling before her king, her expression cold but loyal. I found a city, my king, Galatea spoke, her voice low but steady. Bloodhaven. East of here. Not that far. Arthur's gaze shifted toward the horizon. Good. This means we are in a familiar place. Arthur nodded, his voice a smooth, controlled growl. Galatea's tone didn't waver, but there was an undercurrent of caution. I'm afraid not, my king. Arthur's brow raised, his silence now a command. A small, imperceptible shift in his stance, a readiness to hear the truth. The city is called Bloodhaven, she continued, but it's a corrupted mirror of the one we knew. Arthur's mind raced, a dozen possibilities spinning in his head as he studied Galatea's cold expression. The people I just saw don't live, she went on, her voice clipped, cold, they endure. Surveillance constructs float above every district. Armed patrols enforce curfews with lethal efficiency. I stayed away, just like you commanded. Arthur clenched his jaw, the gears turning in his mind. That sounds awfully familiar. Something about her description felt too close to the life of control and fear. The injustice Earth, Arthur thought to himself. It reeked of that unyielding tyranny. What else did you see? Arthur's voice was quieter now, but laced with intent. There had to be more to this world. Something to uncover. Galatea hesitated for only a second, then continued with a brief nod. Symbols and statues. One that resembles Superman. Shit, it's injustice Earth, isn't it? Now anyone that does a minor crime, they are basically playing with their lives. Arthur sighed. Galatea's eyes flickered with understanding, but then she corrected him. On the contrary, my king, I saw chaos. Crimes being committed, but they did nothing about it. Arthur froze, his mind grinding to a halt. Wait a minute. He turned sharply, his eyes locking onto Galatea's. What do you mean, they did nothing about it? The realization hit him like a thunderclap. His hand moved instinctively to the hilt of his sword, and he began drawing in the dirt, tracing out a shape, like a crude sketch of the symbol that he is familiar with. His fingers etched it with precision, even if the lines were rough, a U with sharp edges. Wait a minute. His voice was softer now, but the intensity was building, a storm gathering. The symbol on's Superman statue, does it look like this? He traced over the U with a steady hand, locking eyes with Galatea. Galatea's eyes narrowed slightly as she inspected the drawing. She nodded, a fraction of a second too long. Yes, my king. Arthur's heart skipped a beat as the full weight of the revelation crashed into him. Well, this is troublesome. We might have to deal with some sick bastards. He stood upright, his blood beginning to boil as the realization hit. That's Ultraman. 82, Crime Syndicate. Bloodhaven, Earth 3. A thin layer of fog clung to the cracked concrete streets, seeping through the alleys like a living thing. Neon signs flickered like dying stars overhead, casting warped reflections in puddles of oil-stained water. The scent of rust, smoke, and despair polluted the air. A lone figure walked through it all, hood drawn low, shadow clinging unnaturally to his frame. Arthur Blackwined. Now cloaked beneath a simple black hood, his eyes scanned the ruined world beneath the folds of dusk. It's even more gloomy in here than I expected, he muttered under his breath, voice low and cold. Like the city itself gave up, and no one even cares. His boots crunched against broken glass, each step measured, patient. Around him, buildings sagged under the weight of decay. Entire blocks seemed abandoned, yet the few who walked them looked worse off, sunken eyes, bruises, malnourished, dressed in rags. But they weren't just poor. They looked owned. Arthur turned a corner and froze, not out of fear, but fury. Ahead, two armored enforcers, faces hidden behind sleek, metallic visors, were dragging a scrawny man by the hair. The man cried out in pain, blood dripping from his temple. "This'll teach you to miss your work quota," one of the guards sneered, smashing the butt of his rifle into the man's ribs. The people nearby watched, but no one intervened. They couldn't. They wouldn't. Not here. Arthur's eyes burned beneath the hood. His fists clenched, but he didn't move. Not yet. He stalked past like any other civilian, seemingly uninterested. But when the guards turned their backs, it happened. A flicker of shadow. A whisper of movement. Crack. One guard's neck twisted violently in an unnatural angle, his body crumpling to the pavement without a sound. The other turned, confused, only to feel the shadow behind him. Arthur's hand reached from the darkness, wrapping around his face. Slam. The enforcer's skull cracked against the brick wall. Once. Twice. Gone. They never saw their killer. No one did. Arthur kept walking, blending into the flow of the broken city, shadows closing the gap where the bodies once lay. They piss me off, he murmured to himself, voice a razor. Bullying the weak like that. It's pathetic. He passed another alley, this time, children were huddled near a burning barrel, eyes vacant, skin marked with bruises. One of them glanced up toward him, trembling. Arthur said nothing. He only nodded once, slowly, and the shadows flickered. He moved on. This was a world with monsters that wore uniforms and strength was law. Arthur didn't need any more examples to understand what he might be up against. And this broken earth. It had just awakened something far worse than the syndicate. Arthur stood upon the rooftop of a broken skyscraper, his hood pulled low as he surveyed the corrupted heart of the city. Suddenly, a loud hum, a flicker of static. Across every street, every alley, every crumbling corner of the city screens came to life. Massive digital billboards buzzed on above buildings, drones hovered midair projecting hard light displays. Even the sound systems crackled, spreading the message like poison through the veins of a dying world. Then his face appeared. Owlman. Cloaked in black, a cold intellect radiating from every syllable. The city fell silent, as if even the air refused to move. People of this crumbling world, Owlman's voice echoed through the streets, precise and commanding, it is time to stop this delusion. Time to pull the veil off your naive ideals and see the truth laid bare. You call him a hero, Alexander Luthor. The last flicker of rebellion in a world long claimed. You cling to him like a dying flame. But make no mistake. He leans forward, gaze cutting through the screen like a blade. This resistance is not noble. It is futile. A tantrum against the inevitable. Every action he takes only delays the collapse you fear, and we, the Syndicate, are more than ready to accelerate it. A pause. Surrender, Alexander. Turn yourself in and stop condemning these people to more suffering in your name. You are not a savior. You are not a hero. His voice turned venomous. You are a ghost, haunting a world already ours. So make the right choice, or watch the rest of your so-called hope burn. The screen faded into static, then black. Silence swept the streets again. Arthur said nothing for a moment, eyes narrowing beneath his hood, hands clenched into his cloak. The wind blew. He exhaled slowly, then smirked. Well, that confirms it. He turned from the edge of the rooftop, shadows curling at his feet as his cloak fluttered behind him. Luthor's alive. Which means I can find him. But as he glanced back down toward the city, toward the black-suited enforcers patrolling the streets, toward the drones scanning every corner, and toward the giant obsidian towers branded with the mark of the Syndicate, his smile faded into a cold stare. Before they do. The shadows behind him writhed in anticipation. Arthur's eyes scanned the horizon, the same sickly moon hanging ominously in the sky, casting its cold light over the wreckage of Bloodhaven. He hadn't seen the sun since he arrived, no matter how long he'd been here. It was a constant night, an eerie, unyielding darkness. The moon remained in place, unmoving, as if frozen in time. He pulled the hood of his cloak tighter, his boots softly tapping the cracked pavement as he moved through the desolate streets, avoiding the oppressive eyes of the floating surveillance drones. His thoughts echoed in his head, a growing realization gnawing at him. I have to say something, he muttered to himself, barely audible over the sound of distant sirens and the hum of the drones above. I know I'm not crazy, but it's been night ever since I opened my eyes in this world. His gaze turned upward, the moon's light harsh and unblinking. The moon, he continued, more to himself than anything, it's just there, the entire time. Never moves. Never changes. This means it's Ultraman's doing, covering the yellow sun radiation. Arthur stopped in his tracks, his sharp eyes narrowing. The pieces were starting to fall into place. It wasn't just the moon. It was everything. This wasn't just Bloodhaven, this was a place suffocated by the Syndicate's control. Everything about it screamed their influence, their reign of terror. The crime. The corruption. The chaos. He clenched his fists, a low growl in his throat. And this place has to be within the crime syndicate section if he did that. He muttered. Or at least very close to where they operate. A shadow flickered behind him, and from it emerged Galatea, kneeling before him, her shadow figure sharp and unwavering. Arthur's eyes glowed, his mind calculating. He didn't look down as he spoke, but his voice was cold, purposeful. Galatea, he began, his tone carrying the weight of command, I need you to find out Alexander Luthor's whereabouts. Listen for whispers. Look for any resistance movements, there has to be something. Stay undetected. Don't make a scene. The last thing we want is to draw attention before we're ready. Her gaze was unwavering, her voice low but filled with determination. Very well, my king. Arthur's lips curved slightly, though it was far from a smile. There's a plan forming in my mind, a risky one. But it's only worth it if we find Luthor first. We'll see how far the Syndicate's reach truly goes. Galatea rose fluidly, her body a blur of shadow and light as she stood tall before him. Her eyes locked with his for a brief moment, and she gave a single nod, the weight of his command clear in her posture. I will not fail you, my king, she said with quiet conviction, her voice carrying the power of unspoken promise. Arthur's gaze sharpened. He didn't need to tell her more. She understood the stakes. In this corrupted, lawless world, Luthor was a key piece. If they could find him before the Syndicate did, it would be the first blow in a war that would shake this earth to its core, and naturally his way out as well. With that, she vanished into the sky, her form melting into the night like a wraith. The only evidence of her departure was the brief ripple in the air, a faint shimmer in the darkness. Now, it was his turn to move. His eyes narrowed as the weight of the situation pressed against his mind like a storm cloud ready to break. I need to do my part, he thought. And as he spoke those words to himself, a calm determination settled over him. With a thought, the Prometheum sword materialized in his hand, the blade shimmering faintly under the dull city lights, a deadly promise of the chaos he would soon bring. His voice cut through the air. I'll cause as much chaos as possible, without being detected. His lips curled into a small, vicious smile. It will certainly alert the syndicate that someone or something is causing chaos. But, hopefully, that will attract the attention of the resistance as well. His voice was laced with an almost predatory calmness, the same air of a hunter preparing to strike. His body was already in motion. The air seemed to part around him as he vanished into the night, his form a blur of shadow and speed, a phantom in the darkness. Arthur's speed was remarkable, unnatural even. Each step was calculated, swift, and deadly. The shadows bent around him as he moved, slipping between the cracks of the city's surveillance, avoiding detection with uncanny precision. He darted through alleys, scaled buildings with a fluidity that made him seem like an extension of the very night itself. His thoughts were a sharp contrast to the seamless flow of his movements. There was purpose behind every action, every swing of his sword. The first wave of his chaos came swiftly, a swift strike against a patrol, a brutal, calculated move that left them incapacitated, but not dead. Just enough damage to send shockwaves through the syndicate's ranks, to make them question what was happening. His presence was merely a whisper, a shadow in the midst of their surveillance, too fast to be caught, too deadly to be ignored. He smiled to himself as he dashed toward the heart of the city. They'll come for me, but they'll never catch me. Not until I want them to. 83. The Hunt. Earth, Jump City. The air was heavy with a tension that could almost be felt, a weight pressing down on the Blackwine Tower as Kara stood before Arthur's mother, and his brother, Adam. The constant, ever-watchful presence of Blade standing like a sentinel, his gaze fixed firmly on Kara. Atop the Blackwine Tower, Kaisel, the wyvern, perched like a looming shadow, its wings spread wide, watching over the family with the intensity of a predator ready to strike. Kara, her expression dark and uncertain, finally broke the silence. Her words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of what she had seen and what she could not say. I don't know for sure. Kara began, her voice quiet, her eyes searching for something, anything, to hold on to. I don't know if he's dead. What I saw. The chaos, the shadows, the destruction, but no body. He's powerful, but even he can't. Adam, Arthur's older brother, laughed. It was a sharp, disbelieving sound that echoed off the walls, a defiant challenge against the reality Kara had just spoken. He refused to believe that his brother, the embodiment of strength and resolve, was gone. Dead. Adam scoffed, his voice thick with incredulity. Arthur. He gestured toward Blade, his eyes fierce with conviction. Look at this. Look at his shadow, it's still here. They're still here. You think Arthur would just die and they'll remain? You are a Kryptonian yet you saw his power as well. I know it. He's out there. I know it. Kara's gaze faltered. Her frustration was palpable as she shook her head slowly, her voice laced with regret. I don't know how his abilities work, Adam. He never fully explained them to me, she replied, her voice strained and raw. I can't promise you that he's alive. I don't know. Her eyes averted from his, staring into the distance, the weight of the uncertainty pressing on her chest. Adam took a step forward, the fire in his eyes undiminished. His injured hand clenched into a fist as his voice rose with a burning, fierce determination. You might not know, but I do, because he is my blood. His gaze shifted to Blade, the shadows around the silent sentinel moving in response to his words. I refuse to believe Arthur is gone. Not until I see it for myself. Blade's expression remained unchanged, but he made a subtle movement as if reacting to Adam's certainty. Kara met Adam's eyes again, her heart heavy with the burden of her words. I don't want to give you false hope, she said softly, her voice breaking slightly. But if there's anyone who could survive this, then maybe it's him. She turned her gaze toward his mother. I'll do everything I can, she continued, her resolve hardening. But we need a plan. Arthur might be out there somewhere, but we need to prepare for the worst. Adam's anger began to soften, but his resolve remained as unyielding as ever. He stepped forward, his expression a mix of defiance and determination. I don't need a plan, Kara. I need my brother back. And if he's out there, wherever that is, he'll do it by himself. He already proved that to me. His words were like a vow, one that Kara couldn't help but respect, even as they carried the weight of impossible odds. Before Kara could reply, a sudden, violent surge of energy shattered the calm. A flash of dark magic flared in the distance, and with a sound that cracked the air like thunder, Raven teleported into their midst, her expression fierce and troubled. Her eyes locked onto Kara with an intensity that could burn through stone. You. Raven's voice was like a whip, her tone accusing and full of anger. What happened to him? Where is Arthur? I can't sense him anymore. I've been trying to reach him, but nothing. She paused, her breath sharp and erratic, as though trying to steady herself. What did you do? Where is he, Kara? Kara flinched at the rawness in Raven's voice. She had known that Raven cared for Arthur, even if she had never shown it openly. And now, the overwhelming sense of loss and frustration was clear in her eyes. I don't have an answer, Raven. Kara's voice cracked as she spoke, the weight of her failure heavy in her chest. I didn't do anything to help. I don't know. She closed her eyes briefly, as though the very thought of failing Arthur, of not having an answer for Raven, was too much to bear. He's gone. I think he's gone, but I can't be sure. I wish I could tell you more. I wish I could do more. But Her voice faltered. Raven's piercing gaze softened for a fraction of a second, the fury dimming, replaced by something far more raw, grief. I should have known, Raven whispered, almost to herself. His mother, who was silent all this time, stepped forward, her eyes meeting Raven's, her voice steady but filled with quiet anguish. If Arthur were truly dead, I would know it, but if there's one thing I know about my son, it's his stubbornness. Raven nodded grimly, as if realizing the truth in his mother's words. Then I'll find him. His powers have a darker nature much similar to my own. I can try and search for traces of that magic, no matter what it takes. Arthur's fate was still a question to them, and none of them had the answers. Bloodhaven, Earth 3. Arthur leaned casually on the cracked stone wall, his breath steady, his hands slick with sweat and blood. The man beneath him groaned, his face practically embedded in the rubble, his once proud figure now reduced to a mere shadow of itself. Arthur smirked, wiping the blood from his knuckles as he stared down at the broken figure beneath him. Well, this is getting boring, he muttered to himself, his voice dripping with sarcastic amusement. I've been committing crimes and fighting crime at the same time, and so far, nothing. He leaned down, pressing his boot into the man's back, the weight of it making the guy wince in agony. Guess I expected more from this place. He glanced around, the chaos he'd unleashed still simmering in the streets, the screams of the city echoing in his ears. Yet, something felt off. Galatea wasn't back yet. He hadn't heard from her since she set out on her mission to find the resistance, to locate Luther. She was reliable. Arthur stood up, brushing the dust from his cloak with a resigned sigh. Oh well, he said to himself, wiping his hands on his pants. I'll continue. I didn't come all the way here just to sit around. Without a moment's hesitation, he vanished into the night again, his form blending with the shadows as he moved through the streets. High in a steel-walled command center hidden deep within a certain place, a man watched the chaos unfold on several surveillance monitors. His cold, calculating gaze never wavered as the flickering images danced across the screen. Owlman, the twisted reflection of Batman, observed with an unnerving calm. His fingers tapped rhythmically against the console, his sharp eyes studying every moment of the destruction, the merciless violence on display. Guards crumpled to the ground in a haze of broken bones and shattered armor, their screams lost in the rising fires that ate away at the city's heart. Buildings burned, flickering flames casting a grim orange glow across the cold, glassy screens. A small smile tugged at Owlman's lips, but it was not one of satisfaction. No, this was annoyance, frustration. It's not new, he murmured to himself. This kind of destruction, this chaos, but something's off. Who's doing this? Where are they? There's no clear origin, no definitive signs. He leaned forward, narrowing his eyes as a particular piece of footage caught his attention, someone moving too quickly for the cameras, too fast to be fully captured. Impossible, he growled. Whoever this is, they're evading every single camera. There's no way they're just some random street rat. With a sharp motion, Owlman hit a button on the console, activating the communication system. The screen flickered, and the face of a familiar, super-speeding figure appeared, this world's own version of the Flash. His costume, a dark blur of red and gold, was a perfect mockery of the Flash from the Arthur's world. "Johnny quick," Owlman snapped, his voice a cold, mechanical drawl. "I need you to check something out. Something's happening in Bloodhaven, and it's annoying the hell out of me. A lot of guards are getting wiped out, buildings are burning, but the source? Unclear. Whoever's behind it is fast. Too fast." Johnny on the screen nodded without hesitation, a glint of curiosity flickering in his eyes. "You want me to hunt them down?" "Exactly. This person's leaving no trace. No face on the cameras, no clear direction. You're fast enough to keep up with them, and I'm sure you're smart enough to figure out why they're doing this. So go, before they become a bigger problem." Owlman's voice dropped to a cold hiss. "I don't care who they are. Just find them. Now." Johnny cracked his knuckles, the challenge stoking the fire of competition in his eyes. "I got it, Owlman. I'll track them down. No one's too fast for me, whoever is out there is dead." As the screen cut to black, Owlman remained seated, his fingers drumming once more on the console. He could feel the tension rising in that city, the pressure mounting with every passing second. Whoever was out there, whether they were a potential ally or a threat, it didn't matter to him. What mattered was the order he had to uphold, their reign. And if someone dared to disrupt that, they would face the full wrath of the Syndicate. 84, Cadmus Aftermath. A random alleyway, Bloodhaven. Rain pattered softly against the cracked pavement, but the cries of pain and the clashing of metal were anything but soft. A storm was already raging in the narrow alley, where Arthur Blackwind moved like death incarnate. Two Syndicate guards crashed against the brick walls, blood staining their white armor. One tried to crawl backward, whimpering, his rifle shattered beside him. The other attempted to run, but Arthur was faster, his foot slammed into the man's chest, pinning him down like a lion playing with prey. Please. We didn't do anything," one of them stammered, breath hitching as he looked up into glowing violet eyes that shimmered with barely contained fury. "What the hell are you?" The other croaked, voice trembling, face pale beneath the bruises. Arthur didn't answer. Instead, he dragged one of them into the shadows of the alley, his grip iron, his silence deafening. With a flick of his wrist, he crushed the guard's comms unit. Crack! Sparks burst from the device like fireflies as Arthur tossed it to the ground. With the other hand, he raised two fingers, and every surveillance camera in the vicinity shattered, lenses cracking like brittle glass, the alley plunging into unmonitored darkness. The remaining guard whimpered. "We don't know anything, I swear. We just follow orders." Arthur's face remained unreadable, a perfect sculpt of wrath beneath the hood. His eyes flared, illuminating the alley with hellish blue. The pressure from his gaze alone made the man choke on his words, falling to his knees like a marionette whose strings had been severed. "I asked you once," Arthur growled, voice low like distant thunder, "who's commanding your patrols? And do you know anything about some sort of a resistance?" I don't know. We just get orders from Command Tower. We don't ask, we just do it please." Arthur stared at him for a long moment. Disappointment. That's all he felt. No secret code. No intel. Just another cog in a broken machine. Useless, all of you. He plunged his hand into the man's chest quick, brutal, and final. The man's eyes rolled back as he slumped, lifeless, to the ground. Arthur wiped his hand on the man's vest and stood up, sighing. They never know anything. Always pawns. He turned to walk away, footsteps slow, the kind of walk a predator took after a failed hunt. But then something. His muscles tensed. His senses snapped into high alert. A whistle through the air. Fast. Faster than anything he'd sensed since arriving in this corrupted world. His eyes widened. Something's coming. The pressure hit like a freight train of wind. Leaves spiraled, trash blew down the alley, and the streetlight behind him flickered once before bursting. His instinct screamed. And then, boom! A streak of lightning cut across the rooftops, vanishing behind a blur. Arthur clenched his jaw, his eyes still glowing, heart pounding with anticipation. He wasn't sure what had just moved past him, but one thing was clear. He wasn't alone anymore. Finally, he muttered with a twisted grin. Someone took the bait. Justice League Watchtower, Arthur's Earth. The room pulsed with low-lit holographic displays and tension as thick as a thundercloud. The Justice League had gathered, but it wasn't unity that filled the air, it was heat, frustration, and something unspoken that clawed at every breath. Superman paced like a lion, eyes glowing faintly red with restraint. He slammed a hand on the conference table. "You went to Cadmus without me." Batman stood across the room, calm as ever, arms folded beneath the drape of his cape. "We didn't have time to assemble everyone. Cadmus has accelerated their operations, and once again that boy had to involve himself. I couldn't risk alerting them with the entire league descending upon them like a declaration of war." Clark took a step forward, tone edged with thunder. "And what, Bruce? You thought I wouldn't be able to control myself if I saw what they're doing? That I'd lose it?" Batman's gaze shifted. Just behind the reinforced glass wall of the containment zone, Superboy floated unconscious inside a stasis field, restrained in anti-kinetic cuffs. The clone's resemblance to Kal-El was unmistakable right down to the jawline and the dormant fury in his clenched fists. Batman didn't flinch. "I thought if you saw another Kryptonian, one made from your DNA like this one who could be your son here, you'd forget the mission and would do something stupid." Clark turned toward the containment zone, heart torn between grief and disbelief. "That's not my son." "No," Batman said coldly. "But he is your responsibility, whether you acknowledge it or not." The words hung in the air like a blade just drawn. Superman's jaw locked. In a flash of fury, his hand gripped a reinforced steel railing crunch, and twisted it into a mangled mess like it was paper. "You don't get to shut me out, Bruce." Clark barked, eyes searing. "Not with this. Not when my blood is being used like a blueprint for monsters." Batman didn't reply. He just watched, quiet beneath the cowl. "I'm done being kept in the dark," Superman snarled. "Don't do this again, and if it's about me or my family, I need to be involved whether you like it or not." And with that, Superman took off in a thunderous boom of flight, shattering the sound barrier as he tore through the watchtower's exit bay, a meteor of pain and purpose. Silence returned. Not peace, just silence. From the shadows, Martian Manhunter emerged, his brow furrowed, eyes empathetic. "He's not angry at you," John said gently. "He's angry at himself. Deep down, he believes this is somehow his fault. That Cadmus was emboldened to play God and be that wary of us because he exists." Batman's eyes remained locked on the stasis pod, unreadable. "I know." John nodded. "He'll come around." The war room of the watchtower was bathed in sterile, artificial light, its long obsidian table surrounded by the world's greatest heroes, -1. Superman's chair sat empty, cold, and silent. Batman stood at the head of the table, arms folded behind his back, his cape draped over his shoulders. His voice, as always, was calm, cold, but not without weight. "The infiltration was clean," he began. "No casualties on our end. But we were late." He turned slightly, his cowl casting an angular silhouette against the glow of the hollow screens. "Cyborg." Victor gave a short nod and tapped a command into his ARM interface. A screen flared to life behind him, replaying flashes of Cadmus chaos frozen in crystalline detail. Collapsed corridors. Burnt-out labs. Blood. "Amanda Waller is dead," Cyborg stated. "Killed. Most of the Cadmus scientists are confirmed casualties." The room was silent, the weight of that name, Waller sitting heavy in the air. "Lex Luthor, Galatea, and Arthur Blackwind are missing." Images of the three flashed on the screen. Lex's calculating smirk. Galatea's cold stare. Arthur, a blur caught mid-stride, shrouded in shadow. Last footage shows the three were hit by some kind of energy surge originating from that device Lex was building. "We recovered the machine. But it's incomplete. Whatever it was supposed to do, Lex hadn't finished it. We're still analyzing the tech. Reverse engineering could take weeks," he added, frustrated. Batman's voice cut in again, low and grim. "He kept it sealed off from Cadmus, within the facility. Not even Waller had access." He stepped forward now, gloved hands on the table. "And Arthur, he's gone too far, he should have been captured if he didn't disappear with Lex. He crossed a line at Cadmus. I've seen him influence people, but this time he's turned someone I never expected to lose her grip." A cold silence swept through the room. Eyes shifted toward the unspoken truth. John Jones, Martian Manhunter, turned his glowing red eyes toward Batman. His voice, gentle and knowing, cut through the tension. It's Kara, isn't it? Batman said nothing at first, but his silence was enough. He gave the faintest nod. Across the table, Diana leaned forward, concern etched in her face. She's still young. Still finding herself in this world. Not if Arthur's still out there, Batman replied, tone unwavering. And not if she believes he's dead. We need to find them. Fast. Green Arrow leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, scowling. So let me get this straight, Red Hood went rogue. Kara's gone dark according to you even though she still listened to us. The Shadow Boy vanished with Lex, and speaking of Lex, he might have just built a weapon that makes people disappear. Is that correct? Flash raised his hand halfway, as if in a high school classroom. Question, Bats. Why are we still keeping these dead monsters around? First it was Doomsday, now it's Arthur's dead Kryptonian clone in a stasis tube. All eyes turned toward Batman. He stared at Barry for a moment too long. The kind of stare that makes your pulse jump. Because understanding them is the only way we stop the next one, he answered flatly. Flash blinked. Right. He turned toward Hal Jordan with a shrug. Always such a ray of sunshine. Hal sighed, rubbing his temple with his gloved hand. You know, I miss the days when our biggest issue was Luthor building another mech suit and shouting about justice. At least that made sense. We've also lost something else, Batman said, cutting back in. A man named Dr. Evo. A captured scientist we believe Cadmus was using. His lab was torched. No body. No logs. But whatever he made, it's gone too. The screen showed an empty, scorched chamber, equipment melted down to slag. No sign of the man. No sign of what he built. The silence that followed wasn't quiet. It was the silence of minds racing. We're at the edge of something big, Batman said, his tone lower now. Diana looked around the room. Then let's find them. Before the consequences catch up with all of us. 85, Arthur vs. Johnny Quick. A blur of red lightning and laughter exploded into Arthur like a missile. His body snapped through a brick wall, smashing into the side of a derelict train car that bent on impact. He stumbled forward, coughing, eyes wide as he tried to focus. Another punch, his chest. A hook to the jaw. Crack. A roundhouse at super speed. Arthur was being overwhelmed by his speed, every bone in his body screaming from the force. He finally managed to block one barely, but it still sent him skidding back with his heels digging trenches in the pavement. His eyes, now glowing with cold fury, tried to track the blur zipping around him. But it was hopeless. All he saw was a flash of red lightning and mocking laughter. You're not even reacting. The voice taunted, full of arrogant glee. Come on, newbie. You're making this too easy. Arthur clenched his fists, muscles tensing as sparks of black shadow tendrils pulsed from his skin. I can't even see his movements. But another punch slammed him against a steel beam. The world spun. You know, Arthur growled, wiping blood from his lip, I didn't expect one of the Syndicate's heavy hitters right off the bat. He steadied himself. But I guess Alman's not that stupid, so it's not that unexpected. The blur slowed, just enough to take shape, red suit crackling with unstable lightning, twisted grin plastered beneath a half-cowl. It was him, Johnny Quick. Oh, so you do know us, Johnny said, hands on his hips like this was a joke. Before I smear your organs across the pavement, answer me this. He vanished, reappearing behind Arthur. Who the hell are you? Boom. Another blow to the back of the neck. Arthur grunted but didn't fall. One of Alexander's new pets. Johnny mused, zipping in front of him. No, he's too soft for the kind of carnage I just saw back there. He crouched inches from Arthur's face, red lightning dancing along his shoulders. So tell me, boy, what's your deal? Arthur's lips curled into a slow grin, even through the assault. Bone cracked. Power pulsed. Doomsday bone gauntlets erupted from his arms, jagged and snarling. I don't have to tell you anything. Arthur said darkly. His voice dropped into a whisper. But your shadow will tell me everything I need to know. And then, boom. Arthur slammed both gauntlets into the ground with all his might. The pavement shattered in a spider-web blast. A shockwave rippled out in every direction, cracking concrete and ripping through the alley like a quake. Johnny Quick stumbled for the first time, his blinding momentum stalling, just for a moment. TCH, what the? That was all Arthur needed. With a roar, his eyes blazed blue and a crushing force snapped the air, ruler's authority. Johnny's body lurched in midair, pulled by an invisible force as if gravity itself had just picked a side. His smirk vanished, replaced by wide, panicked eyes. No, no. He vibrated violently, his entire body flickering like a broken light bulb. Arthur narrowed his eyes, stepping forward, hands clenched. Got you. Like hell you do. Johnny roared, his body breaking into blur again, phasing through the force and bursting free in a scream of red lightning. He landed several meters away, panting, furious. For the first time, he looked unsettled. Arthur straightened, face hard, his silhouette cloaked in shadows, steam, and cracked concrete. You felt it, didn't you? Arthur said, voice low and certain. I could have ended you just now, you got lucky Johnny. Johnny wiped his mouth, eyes burning. You're gonna regret that boy. Arthur just smiled. I don't think I'll regret killing you today. A sonic boom cracked through the city as Johnny Quick blurred into motion, an afterimage of lightning. Arthur stood still in the eye of the chaos, cloak whipping, the concrete beneath his boots spider-web from pressure alone. A punch. Then 2. Then 20, each strike coming from different angles, his jaw, ribs, spine. Arthur stumbled, his hood tearing off completely, face starting to bruise, eyes glowing still trying to track the annoying speedster. I gotta admit, Johnny sneered mid-motion, you're far tougher than the last poor bastard I had to erase. But you're still too slow. He zipped around Arthur, creating a sonic cyclone, dirt and debris lifting in the air. Arthur's lips curled, blood dripping from a split lip. Maybe. He raised a hand. The air cracked, and 3 weapons materialized with a storm of dark energy. The Prometheum sword. The Demon King longsword, seeping lightning with each pulse. The Kryptonite blade, glowing with that sickly green light. They floated above and around Arthur, dancing mid-air like predators smelling blood. Ruler's authority. Invisible tendrils of power surged from Arthur's body, gripping the blades and propelling them in swift, erratic patterns. A dance of death. Johnny darted left. The Kryptonite sword nearly shaved his scalp. And then he veered right. The Prometheum blade kissed his shoulder, singeing the suit. Arthur's eyes tracked his dodges with frightening calm. He feigned a slash, throwing the Demon King blade wide to bait Johnny into phasing through it. And Johnny took the bait. Predictable, Arthur whispered. At the exact moment Johnny began to vibrate through the fainting sword, Arthur surged forward, snapping the Prometheum sword at hyperspeed, and from behind, an unexpected arc. It caught Johnny's side, just enough. Clang. A graze. A wound. AGHH. Johnny skidded, hand to his ribs, a sliver of his suit burned through. You, bastard. Arthur smirked. What's the matter? Can't see the blades coming. He raised both arms again. The swords resumed their orbit. But you're not just fighting me. Boom. The ground shattered. From a nearby rooftop, a massive shadow leapt down. Doom descended like an asteroid, slamming both fists into the ground with enough force to crater the street. Johnny's eyes went wide. What the hell is that? Back up, Arthur said coldly. Didn't say I was alone, did I? Doom lunged with terrifying speed for his size. Johnny blurred, barely avoiding the monstrous claws. But Doom didn't stop. He charged, swung, roared, every missed blow causing tremors. Johnny weaved through Doom's strikes with stunning agility, delivering rapid-fire punches into the beast's chest and jaw. Bam, bam, bam. I've fought monsters before, freak. Johnny spat. You're just another oversized one. As he battered Doom with high-speed strikes, Arthur's swords closed in again, coordinated chaos, flying and slashing like spectral predators. Johnny ducked, parried, ran up the side of a shattered building, barely evading the kryptonite blade. One misstep and he'd be bisected. But Arthur was watching, waiting. He whispered, now. Ruler's authority latched on, invisible hands pinning Johnny mid-dash. What the? His limbs froze for just a heartbeat. Arthur blurred forward, cloak flaring, Demon King longsword in hand. He stabbed clean through Johnny's side, the blade erupting from his back. AGHH. Blood sprayed across the street. Doom stopped, looming, fangs bared. Arthur leaned in close, twisting the sword. How long will it take you to heal, I wonder? Johnny coughed blood, face contorting with rage and pain. I'll kill you. Arthur yanked the sword free, gore splattering, the wound gaping. Johnny tried to stand, knees buckling. Vibration sparked at his feet. No. Johnny screamed. Arthur swung again, trying to end it. But Johnny phased, right through the blade. Then, a flash of red lightning. He was gone. Not just running. Into the speed force. Gone. Arthur spat to the side. I hate speedsters. Arthur stood frozen. The wind howled through the ruined city. Flames crackled around him. The swords slowly faded back to his inventory. Doom growled lowly beside him. The silence was deafening. He scanned the battlefield, craters, collapsed buildings, shredded concrete. No trace of Johnny. Just the wreckage they left behind. Arthur's voice was low. Let Owlman know. I'm just getting started. From above, a sonic hum tore through the air. A streak of black descended gracefully onto the rooftop beside him. Galatea, radiant in her commanding presence, dropped to one knee, her hair catching the moonlight. I have returned, my king, she said with reverence in her voice, eyes never leaving the ground. My king. I bring good news. Arthur's glowing gaze flicked toward her, wordless. I've confirmed it. The Syndicate, they're here. I managed to figure out their names: Owlman, Power Ring, Superwoman, Johnny Quick and... She paused, then added with slight triumph. No sign of Ultraman, which means the strongest of them isn't present. Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly. I already know their names. And... Her expression dimmed. She looked up, regret etched in her face. No sign of Alexander Luthor, I'm afraid. A slow exhale escaped Arthur's lips. Not frustration, just the measured breath of a man used to disappointment. He turned around. Then his gaze locked on a dark, tall building, specifically a certain window. His eyes began to glow brighter. An eerie pulse of ruler's authority crackled around his fingers. And what of you, little spy? He said, voice low and cutting. How long did you think you could hide there? Arthur raised his hand sharply, like yanking a thread from the fabric of space. From the darkness of a window 10 stories up, a man screamed as an invisible force ripped him through the glass, dragging him across the air and slamming him down hard on the floor before Arthur, Galatea and Doom. Crack. The man coughed, dazed. Wait, please. Arthur loomed over him, expression unreadable as the bones around his fists clenched. Who are you? He growled. The man was trembling, eyes darting from Galatea to Doom and back to Arthur. His voice cracked. I just saw you fight Johnny Quick. I've never seen anyone survive a member of the Syndicate, let alone push one of them back. You almost killed him. Arthur stepped closer. The light in his eyes flared dangerously. You still haven't answered my question. The man froze. Then, hands raised in surrender, he gasped. I'm part of the resistance. I work for Mr. Luthor, Alexander Luthor. Please, I was just scouting. I didn't mean to spy on you. We were told to avoid the Syndicate, but I saw what you did. Silence. Arthur blinked slowly. The tension melted just slightly. Oh. Galatea smirked faintly. You are in luck, little man. Arthur lowered his hand, dropping the man unceremoniously. Then get up. He said with a tone like iron drawn from fire. Because if you're telling the truth, then you just found the only monsters this world has left that aren't with the Syndicate. 86. Alexander Luthor. The man scrambled to his feet, wiping blood from his temple, staring up at Arthur like he was seeing a god walk the earth. You're really not with them. This isn't some kind of Syndicate infighting. Arthur turned his back slowly. Did that look like infighting between colleagues to you? Arthur said, his voice cold and resolute. No, I'm not with anyone. The man exhaled, a sharp breath of relief and disbelief mingled. For the first time in years, he felt something foreign, hope. Arthur didn't look back as he spoke next. Take me to Alexander. I can be of help. And I'll need his help too. The man blinked, hesitated, then nodded with hesitant trust. There was something in Arthur's voice, something genuine, something real, like a man who had fought through hell and still had the will to stand. Very well, sir, he said. Follow me. They walked through the skeleton of Bloodhaven, broken highways and hollow buildings swallowed by this corrupt world. The man led Arthur past an old, crumbling church, through a rusted steel hatch that hissed open like a grave being disturbed. From there, it was a descent into the forgotten underbelly of the city. Stairways wound downward like a spiral of nightmares, passing through layers of brick, stone, and reinforced steel. Water dripped from cracked pipes overhead. Old emergency lights flickered dimly, red, orange, red, casting long shadows on the walls. The deeper they went, the narrower it became. The city above felt like a distant myth. Arthur finally spoke, his voice echoing slightly in the narrow chamber. "How long have you all been hiding like this, Resistance man?" The man in front of him adjusted his cloak, sighing. "Resistance, man, I'm called John, and about that, it's been years, but this base is new, ever since the Syndicate took full control. They don't look for us down here. Either they really can't find us or they are not taking us seriously. Not anymore, they only care about finding our leader. Well, trust me on this one, they don't know, otherwise you all would be dead." Arthur said rather calmly. "I guess so, we're the leftovers. Scavengers. Ghosts. It's not resistance. Not really. It's survival." They passed through another corridor, this one made of carved concrete reinforced with scavenged tech and alien wiring, tech Luther himself must have constructed. Arthur's eyes narrowed, watching the strange machinery embedded in the walls, pulsing with blue energy. "And what about Luther?" Arthur asked. "Do you believe he has a chance at beating them?" John didn't answer at first. He stopped walking, just before a thick blast door marked with Luther's insignia. "No." Arthur tilted his head slightly, surprised by the honesty. "But," John continued, "he's not trying to beat them. Not just them, anyway." Arthur's brow furrowed. "What do you mean?" John looked back, eyes heavy with something that wasn't just fear, it was confusion. "Our leader is worried about something worse than the Syndicate. Something he refuses to explain." Arthur's jaw clenched. "Worse than Ultraman and his crew of murderers." John nodded, hesitating before placing his palm on the scanner. "Only he knows. And he's not sharing it with anyone." Arthur fell silent as the massive blast door began to groan open. Beyond it lay the heart of the Resistance, a sprawling underground base carved into the bedrock, lined with old watchtower tech, salvaged vehicles, and maps of Syndicate territory spread across digital projectors. Arthur's gaze swept over the room. "No, seriously, what the hell could be worse than them?" His expression was unreadable, but his eyes burned brighter now, less out of anger, and more out of instinct. A new threat rising. Something even darker than the Syndicate's iron grip. And whatever it was, Alexander Luther was preparing for it. Arthur took a step into the base. "I guess it's time we found out what your leader isn't telling you." The heavy metal groan shut behind Arthur as he stepped into the heart of the Resistance hideout. It was lit by flickering lights salvaged from old tech, red hues casting jagged shadows across the cracked concrete and the walls. It wasn't glamorous, but it breathed survival. All around him, people moved with quiet urgency. Men and women, armed with salvaged rifles and pistols, carried out tasks, repairing weapons, poring over tactical maps, stitching up wounds, maintaining what little tech they had left. Some wore modified exogear, others had crude armor pieced together from scavenged parts. Everyone had the same look: tired, hardened, desperate. As Arthur stepped forward, their eyes followed him, mistrusting, wary, unsure if he was friend or foe. "Don't mind them," John said, walking beside him. "You understand the situation." Arthur gave a slight nod, his glowing eyes scanning the facility. "I do," he said. "I don't blame them for being distrusting of strangers. Trust is a luxury in this world." A woman at a control panel flinched slightly as his shadow passed her. Arthur didn't react. To this, he understood. Fear, hope, and defiance all fighting for control in the hearts of survivors. They stopped in front of a steel door, sleek compared to the rest of the base, its reinforced shell humming faintly with active security protocols. It wasn't just a door, it was a barrier, one even the Resistance didn't casually cross. Two heavily armed guards stood in front of it, weapons in hand, body armor glinting under the emergency lighting. John turned to Arthur. "Our leader is inside. I can't go beyond this point," he said. "This is as far as I take you." Arthur gave a simple nod. John turned to the guards. "He needs to meet our commander. Luther will want to hear what he has to say." The guards gave Arthur a long, silent look. Then, with a nod, they stepped aside. "Very well," one of them said. "He's inside." "Thank you," Arthur said politely, stepping forward. Just as Arthur reached for the panel, a voice bellowed from beyond the wall, filtered and distorted through speakers, but unmistakably irritated. "Not now. I'm busy, too damn busy to be disturbed right now." Arthur stopped mid-step, blinking. He clenched his fist as his lips twisted into something between a smirk and a scowl. "In every reality," he muttered to himself, Luther is unbearable. And very punchable. He sighed, stepped closer to the door, and raised his voice just enough to carry through the thick steel. Alexander Luther. No answer. Arthur smirked faintly, then added, "If you're trying to find a way to stop the syndicate, I could do what none of your people can. I'm the one who just fought their annoying speedster." Silence. Then, a clunk, the sound of bolts disengaging. The steel door hissed and slid open with reluctant grace. From the dark within, a single voice echoed, calm now, but sharp. "Enter." Arthur stepped inside, and the door sealed shut behind him with a hiss of finality. The lab was functional, but primitive. Compared to what Lex had back home, this looked like a desperate attempt at brilliance amidst rubble. Circuitry patched with duct tape. Computers cobbled together from alien and human tech. Power cells pulsing like the last flicker of a dying star. And at the center, a tall figure stood hunched over a terminal, his back to Arthur. Alexander Luther. Grizzled. Gaunt. Brilliant eyes, his coat was half-charred, fingers stained with engine grease and ash. He looked like a man too smart for his own good, held together by caffeine, paranoia, and sheer intellect and will. He turned slowly. "So, you're the one who made Quick bleed." His eyes locked onto Arthur's, and for a second, the room felt like it held its breath. "You're not from around here, are you?" Luther said, stepping closer, eyes narrowing. Arthur didn't deny it. "I'm not here to play guessing games, Luther," Arthur replied coolly. "I came to offer help, and to ask for yours." Luther studied him for a long moment, his brain already racing ahead of the conversation. Then, with a sharp turn, he strode across the room to a cluttered workstation and grabbed a small, cylindrical device, silver, humming faintly with green light. "I saw what you did through our recruit. John sent back the feed of your fight with Johnny Quick, or at least some of it." He approached Arthur again, raising the scanner. "Are you an alien?" Arthur's glowing gaze didn't waver. "No. You wouldn't even be able to enter this Earth without being hunted by Ultraman or Power Ring the moment you step out of the sky." Luther grunted. "Fair enough." He activated the device with a snap of his fingers. It hummed louder as it scanned Arthur head to toe, casting faint green projections of his vitals in the air. After a few seconds, the readout stabilized. Luther's brow furrowed. "You are human." Arthur sighed, folding his arms. "To spare you the guessing games, I'm not from this Earth, and I don't mean I'm from outer space, no. I mean I'm from a different Earth, a different reality. I was teleported here. Thanks to you." Luther froze, the scanner still pulsing in his hand. "What?" Arthur stepped forward, his voice cool, but heavy with implication. "It was your counterpart, the Luther from my world. He built some kind of machine, and then he used it on me. Whether it was intentional or not, it doesn't matter, it sent me here. And now I'm stuck in this world. It was all too confusing. The next thing I knew, I woke up on this ruined Earth." Luther's eyes widened, his pupils shrinking slightly as the weight of Arthur's words settled in. He muttered, almost to himself. "No, are you saying it's possible? That interdimensional contact is real? That there are other Earths, other versions of this world?" Arthur nodded slowly. "Not just possible. I'm living proof." 87. The Syndicate watches. Luther took a staggering step back, dropping the scanner onto the workstation as his mind reeled. He dragged a hand through his head, staring at Arthur like he had just walked in with the secrets of the universe. "All these years I've been watching the Syndicate tear this world apart. I kept thinking, what if this Earth was the outlier? What if there was a better version of all this, a world where people like Ultraman never rose to power?" Arthur looked around the lab scraps, scavenged pieces of brilliance, the work of a man fighting impossible odds with bare hands and burning genius. "There are better versions," Arthur said. "And there are worse." Luther's eyes narrowed again. "How worse?" Arthur hesitated for a heartbeat, just long enough for the weight to settle. "Let's just say, I had to kill you. You were one of the worst versions in my world." The words landed like a thunderclap. Alexander Luther stood still, his breath caught in his chest. The silence lingered before he finally spoke, voice low, thoughtful. "I see, so I'm also different there." A pause. Then a soft, almost melancholic nod. "Thank you for telling me. I can tell, you fought for something good back in your world." Arthur offered a faint shrug, a grim smile. "You could say that." Luther turned away, walking toward a desk cluttered with old blueprints and fragments of theoretical schematics. He began leafing through them with practiced hands, mind already shifting into motion. It was just a theory to me, he said. That there existed a prime Earth, one access point, and that around it spun an infinite number of divergent realities. Possibilities, fractured and mirrored across the multiverse. I never had proof. Arthur nodded. And now you do. Without warning, his voice darkened. Come out. From the far corner of the room, shadows stirred, slithered, until a figure emerged and knelt beside Arthur, another Luther but a shadow, cloaked in ethereal black, eyes aglow with power. Alexander's jaw slackened. Arthur turned to him calmly. You don't have to worry about saving this Earth alone anymore. This is Lex Luthor of my world, the one who built the machine that brought me here. Alexander stepped back in astonishment as the shadow Lex rose and calmly walked to a table, snatching a pen in fluid, unnatural motion. In a blur of movement, he began scribbling complex equations, mechanical schematics, and quantum parameters faster than any human I could follow. Then he handed the page to Alexander. Luther took it, stared, read. Brilliant. He whispered. Yes. Yes, that's certainly possible. His eyes widened further. But, it's incomplete. It doesn't look very stable, the containment field, it's all missing, so even if we manage to build it, it won't be accurate, and instead of sending you home, you'll be in another random Earth. Arthur smirked. There are two of you now, both geniuses. I think you'll figure it out. Alexander chuckled under his breath, the disbelief still clinging to him. We'll need resources, he said, straightening. And I don't mean scrap metal, I'm talking real tech. The kind that only the Syndicate hoards. Arthur's eyes glinted. Of course it wouldn't be easy. He stepped forward, shadows rippling at his heels. But I'll do it. Alexander studied him, then finally smiled. You do seem to have the power for that. He reached under the desk, pulled out a small communicator, black and metallic, designed with stealth tech embedded inside. Take this, he said. You'll need it. If they detect you, and they might, given how much you radiate power, then you shouldn't stay here. I'll need a way to reach you. Arthur took it with a small nod, his tone dry. Very well. I wouldn't want you getting killed before building that machine. Then he turned slightly. Doom. A rumble filled the lab as something massive emerged from the ground itself, beneath Arthur's feet, a hulking shadow forged from raw wrath and bone, crowned in jagged horns. Doom, the general of Arthur's shadow army, knelt on one knee. Even Alexander Luthor, the man who'd seen the worst of the Syndicate, took a step back in pure awe. Arthur's voice was low, commanding. Protect them. And this place. Doom growled his acknowledgement. Then, without a word, he merged into Alexander's shadow, anchoring himself there, an invisible guardian of living nightmare. Luthor looked down at the darkness shifting beneath his boots. This is, beyond anything I ever imagined. Arthur turned to him one last time, voice calm, but resolute. Send me their location when you have it, and I'll try to get what you want. But first there's a place I need to check. Without waiting for a reply, Arthur strode toward the exit, cloak billowing, shadows coiling behind his heels like smoke trailing a comet. The Syndicate's high tower. Thunder crackled beyond the skyline, casting shadows across the torn city below. Inside the fortified walls of the Syndicate's inner sanctum, Johnny Quick leaned heavily against a reinforced console, his body twitching with residual tremors, residue from his emergency dive into the Speed Force. His uniform was scorched, chest heaving as he gulped in air like a man dragged from drowning. Across from him stood Owlman, ever the cold analyst, arms folded, his expression unreadable beneath the cowl. What kind of man leaves you in this state? Owlman asked, his voice laced with judgment. Quick wiped a line of blood from his chin, his tone rattled and bitter. If I didn't tap into the damn Speed Force when I did, I wouldn't be standing here. I don't even know what that freak was. Shadows, blades, every strike meant to kill. Owlman's eyes narrowed. Calculating. Fool. You shouldn't have toyed with your prey if you didn't know what you were up against. The tension escalated as the steel doors slammed open behind them. Ultraman walked in, cape dragging like a monarch of war, eyes burning with restrained fury. This can't be Alexander. Or anyone associated with him, he growled, disdain dripping from his voice. Johnny snapped, voice laced with pain and frustration. Of course it wasn't. You think Alexander Luthor could hit me like that? This guy was different. He wasn't as fast as me, but he used the shadows like weapons. Every move he made was to kill me. Ultraman paused mid-stride. That piqued his interest. A man capable of killing Johnny Quick? A being who nearly ended you, and fights like that? He mused, more to himself. Maybe we don't have kill him. Maybe we should recruit him. Owlman tilted his head slightly. You want him with us? Ultraman smirked. Better to aim a weapon than stand in front of it, and this one sounds interesting. Maybe he will share our ideals, if not we kill him. Then investigate, Owlman said flatly. If you're so curious. Ultraman's eyes flared briefly, but then he waved the idea off with an annoyed grunt. No, I'm not gonna waste my time on this. He turned to the wall, where holograms shimmered with the outlines of territories under Syndicate control. Let Power Ring handle it. Scan, track, whatever he wants. If this shadow bastard becomes a real problem. He looked back, eyes glowing red. Then I'll deal with him myself. Johnny scoffed, still trying to steady himself. You'd better hope it doesn't come to that. Owlman didn't respond. He was already in thought, his mind cataloging everything. Boom. Arthur dropped from the clouds like a meteor wrapped in shadows, landing with perfect grace. Dust kicked up in a ring around him, and the cracked ground sizzled faintly beneath his boots, the impact reverberating like a low drumroll across the desolate shore. A second impact struck just moments after. Galatea landed beside him, her shadow hair swept by the salty breeze. She rose, unshaken, statuesque as ever. Thanks for the swift flight, Arthur said without turning, voice smooth like smoke under moonlight. Galatea bowed her head slightly. I don't deserve your praise, my king, she replied, her tone reverent but steady. Before another word could pass between them, a high-pitched chirp echoed from Arthur's belt. The device Luther had given him flickered to life, projecting a faint light as Arthur lifted it. A voice crackled through. Good. For a second there, I thought it wasn't working, or you were dead. Arthur smirked, voice dry. Still breathing. Luther's tone turned sharper, more urgent. I forgot to mention one thing. Something more serious. I have a piece of information one I haven't been able to confirm, but if I'm right, something far worse than the Syndicate is approaching my Earth. Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly. Damn. I totally forgot to ask him about that. He thought. I'll spare you the data dump, Luther continued. When we meet again, I'll explain. For now, I'll build whatever I can with the scraps we've scavenged. Give me a day or two, and I'll send you coordinates for the Syndicate's high tower. You're confident you can find it that fast? Arthur asked. A pause. Then Luther replied with a smug lilt. They're not exactly subtle. We're the ones hiding, remember. Arthur let out a short laugh. Fair enough. That's all for now, Luther said. Stay alive. Click. Silence returned, but not for long. Arthur turned his gaze toward the ruined horizon. Before them lay what used to be the site of Titan's tower, or at least in his world. Now there is nothing here. His boots crunched softly on gravel as he walked. This is where it should be. He murmured. Then it happened. A low hum, deep began to rise from his system inventory. Arthur halted. A key pulsed within his grasp, materializing in his hand with a cold metallic shimmer. It radiated with shadow energy, vibrating like a heartbeat in sync with the earth itself. As expected, he said, eyes starting to glow a fierce blue. The entrance to the dungeon remains, even on another Earth. He slowly raised the key, shadows flickering around him. I can still access them. Even if they could detect me here in the open, they won't know where I am once I'm inside dungeons. Then a ding echoed in his mind. System notification. Use the Legacy Shadow Legion dungeon key. Arthur's lips curled into a confident, wolfish grin. Yes. The key ignited the doorway to the dungeon. The air around him distorted, and with a rumble a portal showed up. Arthur stepped toward it without hesitation. 88 Legacy Shadow Legion Dungeon Level 2. System notification. Welcome to the Legacy Shadow Legion Dungeon. Level 1 cleared. Proceed to Level 2. Arthur's eyes flared blue, his response low and unwavering. Yes. The ground beneath him shifted instantly. A pulse of dark energy surged through his feet as the world distorted again. When the light returned, it wasn't light at all. It was depth. The environment twisted around him. Gravity felt lighter, like he was floating through broken time. Sound echoed unnaturally, warped like screams underwater. The air carried the sour tang of salt and rot, as if he stood inside a sunken ruins. All around him was a half-submerged dream. The dungeon flickered, one moment, a shattered temple lit by flickering torches of blue flame, the next, a drowned cathedral bathed in ghost light. It was as if reality hadn't decided which version it wanted to settle on, but then it did on something finally. Massive stone columns leaned at awkward angles. The cracked marble floors were slick with moss, and the walls were riddled with deep holes, like something had gnawed through the stone itself. Arthur scanned the area, eyes narrowed. Legacy Shadow Legion Dungeon, Level 2. This is similar to the Atlantean floor from the Tower of Fate. He muttered. Except, I'm not exactly underwater. He paused, eyes narrowing. With a flick of his fingers, his Demon King longsword surged into existence, black metal hissing with blue lightning in his grip. The blade felt restless, like it knew blood was coming. He stepped forward, and stopped. There was movement barely perceptible. From one of the holes in the rock wall, a faint glimmer of wet scales reflected light. Arthur tilted his head. Ants, he said aloud, then shook his head. No, not in a place like this, so why is? Then his senses screamed. Without warning, he swung his blade in a horizontal arc. A storm of lightning lanced from the blade and struck the hole. Boom! The wall exploded, stone and slime raining down as a twisted, scaled body was flung out, lifeless. The thing hit the ground with a sickening thud, charred and smoking. Arthur's eyes glowed cold and blue. He stepped closer. The creature's body was serpentine, humanoid, and a jaw unhinged wide enough to swallow a man whole. Humanoid serpents, Arthur said, crouching beside it. Or rather, nagas. Suddenly, a deafening hiss broke the silence. From every hole, every crevice, every fracture in the shifting temple walls, they emerged. Dozens. Twisting and slithering, armored in barnacled scales, wielding spears, tridents, and they screeched in fury and hunger, forming a ring around him like sharks scenting blood. Arthur cracked his neck, unfazed. His grip on the blade tightened. About time, he said, eyes flaring bright blue with power. I need extra soldiers for what's coming. Arthur stood tall, ready. Let the hunt begin. Arthur's Earth, Titan's tower, rooftop. The wind was calm up here, but Raven wasn't. She sat cross-legged on the very top of Titan's tower, levitating a few inches off the ground, cloak rippling faintly behind her. Her hands were pressed together, fingers interlocked in a meditative pose, her hood drawn over her eyes. A faint aura of violet magic shimmered around her, unstable, dancing like fire in a storm. Azeroth Metrion. Her voice cracked. Zinthos. She exhaled sharply, jaw tight, a drop of sweat sliding down her temple. I just can't concentrate, she whispered, voice trembling with frustration. I know I can find him. I know it. Her eyes shot open, crimson red, glowing with unstable energy. A pounding headache crashed into her skull like a drumbeat, and she gripped her head with both hands. A pained groan escaped her throat. Below her, two figures had been quietly watching. Yo, Raven. Beast Boy's voice was soft, hesitant. He floated up in hawk form, shifting back into human as he landed beside her. Robin followed, grappling up to the ledge. You've been up here for hours, Robin said, calmly but firm. We could really use your help downstairs. Beast Boy added with a small shrug, yeah. They both offered small, almost sheepish smiles, trying to keep things light. But Raven snapped. Her body surged with dark energy, her cloak flaring as her eyes blazed red. I said I'll be there. The entire rooftop trembled with her outburst. Both Robin and Beast Boy took a step back, eyes wide, not out of fear, but pure shock. Beast Boy raised his hands. Whoa. Okay, chill. Even Robin looked taken aback. That's not like you. The glow in Raven's eyes flickered, then vanished. Her face fell as guilt surged in to fill the void. She clutched her head again, voice much quieter now. I'm sorry. She drew in a shaky breath. I'll be there shortly. Robin nodded slowly, sensing something deeper at play. All right. We'll be downstairs, he said, placing a hand on Beast Boy's shoulder and guiding him away. They both glanced back with worried eyes but didn't say anything. As they left, Raven remained still. Up above, alone once more, she whispered to herself. Where are you, Arthur? Arthur cracked his neck once. His armor hissed with residual lightning from the previous kill, and his Demon King longsword rested lazily across his shoulder. He looked around the warping, half-submerged temple where reality seemed to flicker between an Atlantean ruin and a Shadow Realm graveyard. "This is boring me," Arthur said. "Where is this boss?" Then the floor trembled. Out of the shadows crawled dozens of slithering nagas, blue-scaled, humanoid serpents with glowing runes carved into their chests, eyes burning yellow, tongues hissing. But they didn't attack. They slithered to the side and began to chant, pounding their tridents on the ground in a rhythm that made the air throb with tension. Something far bigger was coming. The temple floor split open, black water bubbling out like oil, and rising from it, a giant blue naga, 9 feet tall, coils of thick serpent muscle plated in armor, tridents twice his height, arcing with chained red lightning. His fangs dripped something that looked like venom, and his eyes fixed on Arthur like a predator seeing its final meal of the century. Arthur raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. "You've got a hell of an entrance," he said, adjusting his grip on the sword, then muttered. "I forgot what you're called again." "Jenga, Jumba, Jumanji. System notification, defeat Jima, the boss naga." "Ah, Jima." Rolls right off the tongue. Jima let out a blood-chilling roar and launched forward, both tridents spinning, thunder cracking behind him. He moved with deceptive speed, seeking to impale Arthur in a perfect X-shaped kill strike. But Arthur didn't even open his eyes. He stepped to the side at the last second, lazy, calm, as if sidestepping an annoying bug. And then, with a flick of his left hand, ruler's authority, the trident stopped, still impaled the ground trembling as invisible force held them in place. Jima struggled, his muscles bulging, but they didn't budge. Arthur opened his glowing blue eyes, and smirked. Wrong world, wrong boss, wrong day. He gripped his Demon King longsword. Lightning screamed along its edge, condensing into one singular, furious arc of destruction. The temple flashed white-blue as Arthur slashed once, just once, and the very air split apart. A storm blast followed the swing. Lightning burst in a sphere around the strike, vaporizing stone, shattering ancient pillars, and driving Jima backwards with such force he tore through 3 walls before collapsing, impaled against the temple's central altar. His body twitched. And then, "You have defeated Jima the boss naga." Arthur spun the blade once and sheathed it behind his back with a crackle of electricity. "Damn shame," he muttered, glancing at the empty space where Jima had been. "I was actually hoping for a workout." Then, ding! A soft chime echoed inside Arthur's head as a familiar system window blinked into view. "You level up. Items acquired. Venom Sac Flask X10. Effect, used to coat a weapon or craft a poison." Arthur raised an eyebrow as he read the item description. "Looks nasty and useless." He muttered with a faint smile, sliding it into his inventory with a flick of thought. "You'll serve well, eventually I guess." He turned toward the remnants of Jima's fallen body, like the others. Arthur stepped forward. His eyes narrowed, glowing like twin novas beneath his shadow-slicked hood. "Since I've already extracted the others, only you remain." He lifted his palm toward the corpse, black mist spiraling around his fingers like smoke dancing in reverse. The dungeon trembled faintly, as if even its ancient walls recognized what was coming next. Arthur's voice echoed low, sharp, and absolute. "Arise." The shadows swirled like a storm. Cracks of dark lightning, and then it rose. Glowing blue eyes snapped open, its obsidian armor now forged from pure shadow, its twin tridents wreathed in arcane flame. What once was a monstrous serpent now bowed its head before Arthur, reborn in silent allegiance. The system responded. Shadow extraction complete. Shadow name, Elite Knight. Arthur's lips curled into a satisfied grin. "Perfect, Jima, that shall be your name again." The new shadow's form bowed low, silent and still, but the lethal energy rolling off him was undeniable. Arthur readying himself to leave, he took one last look at his surroundings, still crackling with the aftershocks of his last strike. Then, ding! Another system notification unfolded before his eyes, glowing faintly in the charged air. "Proceed to level 3 of the Legacy Shadow Legion dungeon." Arthur blinked. "Wait, what?" His eyes widened in brief surprise. "I thought I was gonna get kicked out like last time." He stared at the screen, a slow smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "Well then, don't mind if I do." "Yes." 89 Legacy Shadow Legion Dungeon Level 3. The world shattered and reformed around him like glass melting in fire, bending and snapping until it finally spat him out into a place that reeked of ice, silence, and death. Legacy Shadow Legion Dungeon Level 3. Arthur landed with a grunt, snow crunching beneath his boots. A burst of white powder flared up at impact, swirling around his figure like a shroud. He straightened slowly, brushing frost off his shoulder as his breath curled in front of his face like fog. The air was bitter. The cold dug into bone like knives. Towering obsidian pine trees surrounded him in every direction, stretching so high their tops vanished into a veil of pale white mist. The silence was wrong, no birds, no animals, nothing. "I'm getting real sick of these damn shifts," Arthur muttered, his voice hushed in the dead forest. "Feels like if I were just some regular guy, I'd be drooling in a corner from all this mind-bending nonsense." He took one step forward. FWIP, FWIP, FWIP. That silence was gone and the world exploded into motion. Arrows screamed from every direction. Arthur's instincts flared, his eyes blazed icy blue. He twisted sideways, letting one arrow whip past his cheek. Another came from behind, he ducked. A third, he caught with 2 fingers. Then a fourth. Arthur's expression didn't even change as his free hand raised lazily. Ruler's authority. The final arrow froze mid-air. Without even looking, Arthur rotated his wrist, and the arrow spun back like a deadly boomerang, zipping into the canopy above. A shriek of pain. A pale body crashed down from the trees, landing face first in the snow. The impact kicked up a puff of white, but Arthur didn't flinch. His glowing gaze stayed locked forward. The fallen figure groaned. It wasn't human. Long, slender limbs. Frost-covered armor etched with runes. Skin as pale as the snow itself, with glowing blue eyes. Arthur narrowed his gaze. TSK. Ice Elves. As if that name summoned them, the forest awakened. Figures dropped from the trees, almost silent, like ghosts. Dozens. Their armor gleamed like cracked glaciers, some of them had their faces covered in intricate masks of bone and frost. Bows were drawn. Blades unsheathed. Their breath didn't even fog the air. They were the storm. Arthur rolled his shoulders, cracking his neck with a sigh. He extended his hand. With a pulse of pure darkness, his Demon King longsword erupted into being, its obsidian blade crackling with veins of blue lightning. He rested the sword casually across his shoulders, one hand holding it lazily, as if this were nothing more than a stroll through the woods. "You could have waited until I warmed up a little, you know," he muttered, glancing left and right. "But all right." Elsewhere, Earth 3. The landscape was a smoldering carcass of what once may have been a syndicate black site, now just twisted metal, broken satellite towers, and blackened earth. Power Ring hovered above the wreckage, glowing green energy scanning every inch of terrain in spiraling rings of data. His ring pulsed faintly. Scanning. Scanning. No strange lifeforms detected. He grit his teeth. A vein pulsed on his temple. Damn it all. He snarled, clutching his head, his body lurching midair as if struck by an invisible force. Pain lanced through his skull like 1,000 needles. The ring hissed, not unlike a parasite feeding too long on a host. "I can't keep doing this," he growled to himself, staggering through the air, one hand still clutching his head. "This bastard's nowhere. Not a soul. No trace. The guy who fought Johnny Quick just vanished." He slammed into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust and gravel. A moment passed. Then, he tapped the side of his mask. "Owlman." There was a click. A pause. The voice that answered was cold, crisp, calculated. "Report." "There's nothing," Power Ring hissed through clenched teeth. "Not even residual energy. It's like he blinked out of existence." Owlman didn't respond right away. Just that uncomfortable, calculating silence that always made Power Ring's skin crawl. "I can't go on," Power Ring admitted, breath ragged. "If I push this thing any further, I'll be in a sorry state." Silence again. Then Owlman spoke, calmly. "It's the ring, isn't it?" A pause. "Yes," Power Ring muttered, barely able to finish the word. His hand trembled. The green glow around his body flickered. Owlman finally gave a small, slow exhale. Not quite a sigh. Something colder. "Return, then. No point in searching further. He'll show himself, eventually." "You sound too sure about that," Power Ring muttered, pressing his fist to his temple again. "Let's just say." Owlman said, voice laced with eerie certainty, "If my intuition is correct, this man might be incapable of hiding for long." "Which is?" A beat. The calm crackled. Then, Owlman's voice returned, icy and slow. "You'll understand once you're here." The line cut. Power Ring stood in the ruin, green flickers sparking around him, wind dragging ashes across his feet. He looked at the horizon with narrowed, twitching eyes. What the hell are you planning now, Owlman? The snow churned beneath Arthur's boots as he moved like a phantom through the blizzard-stricken forest. Tall, skeletal trees loomed like frozen titans, their branches brittle with ice. And all around him, death followed. A squad of ice elves, tall, graceful, darted between trees, their movements swift and silent. Arrows whistled through the air in synchronized volleys. Arthur didn't waste time. With a flick of his hand, Ruler's authority snapped the path of multiple arrows mid-flight, redirecting it back into the throats of the archers, who gurgled and dropped like sacks of meat. Arthur turned with glowing blue eyes, a smirk forming under his breath. Snowflakes with bows. Another came from behind, blade glowing with frost. Arthur sidestepped. With a single horizontal arc of his Demon King longsword, the elf was cleaved in half mid-air, body crashing into snow as sizzling blood melted the ground. Then he felt it thundering footsteps. Arthur turned slowly. Emerging from the tree lean like a damn legend was the last of them, a tall ice elf warrior clad in dark blue iron, riding atop a massive, armored ice bear with eyes glowing white and breath steaming like a furnace. Ah, the boss of the fodder, Arthur muttered, slinging his Demon King longsword over his shoulder casually. The beast roared, charging toward Arthur with enough force to shatter a tree into splinters. The ice elf raised his sword high, ready to skewer him through the snow. Arthur waited then. Let me borrow your arm. Suddenly, the elf's own muscles twitched violently, his arm jerked downward, Ruler's authority taking control. With a flick of Arthur's finger, the elf's sword plunged directly into the skull of his own mount, impaling the bear with a sickening crunch. The beast wailed in agony and collapsed, launching the elf into a tumble through the snow. The ice elf barely had time to process what had happened when, crack! Arthur was already standing over him, one boot crushing his head into the frost like it was made of glass and shame. Sit down, Arthur muttered coldly, eyes still glowing. The corpse twitched once, then stilled. Silence returned to the forest. Only the wind howled now. Arthur exhaled and looked up at the falling snow with disinterest. You brought a bear to a monarch fight. The wind whistled a mournful tune through the trees, rustling the blood-stained snow. Arthur stood motionless for a moment, surveying the corpses of the fallen elves and the massive ice bear slumped in eternal slumber. His eyes glowed faintly, a pulse of power radiating from him like a heartbeat. All right. Time to rebuild my army. Most of them are back home anyway. His hand rose, fingers open, commanding with regal authority. Arise. A pulse of shadow magic exploded outward, curling like tendrils across the forest floor. The shadows rose, eyes glowing with unnatural light. One by one, shadowed ice elves stood, their forms cloaked in darkness, armor enhanced with spectral black steel. Even the massive bear did, now bearing armor forged from pure shadow, growling low and ready. And just as swiftly, whoosh, they all sank into Arthur's shadow, swallowed whole by the abyss beneath his feet. Arthur chuckled as he casually wiped his Demon King longsword clean against his cloak. "Ha, I guess I really can't cheat in this dungeon," he said, amused. "No shadow soldiers allowed. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother fighting these guys myself." He paused, sword now resting across his shoulders as he slowly walked through the snow-covered path. "Still, I get it. You want me to earn them with my own strength. Fine, I'll play your game, like always." Then, a voice echoed across the clearing, sharp and laced with magic. Well, human, that was impressive. For a warm-blooded savage." Arthur stopped mid-step. His smirk returned. "Oh. I was wondering when you'd reveal yourself." He turned his head slowly and spotted him standing atop a frozen rock was another ice elf, draped in a fur-lined cloak of frost, his body radiating raw magical power. Blue runes pulsed across his arms, and his gaze was cold enough to freeze fire. Baraka. System notification. Boss identified. Defeat Baraka, leader of the Ice Elves. Arthur's eyes narrowed, glowing fiercely as he lowered his sword in one hand, letting it hum with lightning once more. "Well, what do you know? It just happens that my new soldiers are missing something, a commander." 90. Arthur versus Baraka. Baraka stood like a ghost waiting to strike. Arthur tilted his head slightly, then raised his left hand, 5 fingers extended. "I'll give you 5 minutes," he said coolly, his voice slicing through the silence. 5 minutes to try and kill me." He rotated his wrist, cracking his knuckles for effect. Then, without missing a beat, he slowly brought his Demon King longsword up, resting it against his shoulder, the metal humming with latent power. And when those 5 minutes are up, and I'm still standing. He pointed the blade toward Baraka. Let's just say, you'll look very different then. Baraka narrowed his eyes, runes on his body pulsing with arcane energy. The fog thickened. The cold bit deeper. You dare mock me, human? Baraka hissed. You won't be standing. You'll be frozen beneath my feet. In an instant, he vanished. Arthur's smile widened. Here we go. Baraka's dagger whistled through the air, aiming for Arthur's throat from behind, but it met steel. Clang! Arthur turned just enough to block with the flat of his sword. A reverberating shockwave burst from the clash. Baraka flipped back, boots sliding across the icy ground with graceful speed. Arthur cocked his head. Getting parried by a big sword like this. He lifted it slightly with one hand like it weighed nothing. How do you feel? Baraka snarled and disappeared again, stealth mode. His body melted into the white fog, his presence hidden so completely even his breath left no trace. Snowflakes slowed. The world hushed. Arthur's glowing eyes darted left, then right. For a second, it seemed even he couldn't track him. But then, he moved. Baraka reappeared behind Arthur, both daggers raised in a cross, ready to cut through his spine. But they stopped. Inches from Arthur's neck, frozen mid-strike. Arthur didn't even flinch. His left hand was extended, fingers slightly curled, rulers authority pulsing like gravity itself. Nice try. Arthur turned his head slowly, the look in his eyes calm and gleaming with menace. Without a word, he spun and delivered a brutal roundhouse kick, sending Baraka flying through the snow, crashing into a frozen tree trunk. The ice shattered like glass around him. Arthur exhaled through his nose. Calm. Unshaken. He looked up at the foggy sky, then down at the shadow of his own boots. 3 minutes left. Baraka groaned, rising slowly from the crater, his body carved into the snow, blood staining the white powder beneath him. His body shook, not from fear, but from pure rage. The frost around him spiked violently, wild magic reacting to his fury. Cold winds screamed through the trees as the temperature plummeted. His pride had taken the blow harder than his body. His runes glowed icy blue. His fists trembled with wrath. Arthur casually lowered the Demon King longsword, the blade steaming from recent use, and with an almost bored expression, unequipped it, making it vanish in a flash of black smoke back to his system inventory. All right, Arthur said, rolling his neck with a satisfying crack. He raised both hands in the air in a mock surrender, flashing Baraka a grin full of disrespect. No weapons. Just hands. I'll help you out. Baraka's eye twitched. His mouth twisted in hatred. You insolent. He vanished, snow exploding behind him as he lunged forward with supernatural speed, daggers out, white fog whirling like a vortex around his form. Clink, clink, shing. Each of Baraka's strikes came like lightning, fast, surgical, aimed for the throat, the ribs, the heart. But Arthur dodged them all, head tilting inches, body swaying with perfect control. His glowing blue eyes locked onto Baraka's every move, reading his rhythm like an open book. Swipe, duck, slash, lean back, stab, sidestep. Arthur's smirk widened as he danced backward, each footstep effortless. Then a faint hiss came from one of Baraka's blades. Arthur's eyes narrowed. Oh, he said with an amused chuckle, swaying away from a diagonal slash. Poison in those daggers. Not bad. Baraka roared and brought both blades in for a final, crossing slash aim to cleave Arthur's face. But Arthur moved faster. He snatched Baraka's wrist mid-swing, fingers clamping down like a vice of steel. The elf's body locked in midair, his expression twisting into pain. Garg! Baraka screamed, dropping one dagger from the sheer pressure. Arthur leaned in, whispering with a grin, problem. Baraka retaliated with 2 quick punches to Arthur's chest, desperate blows more from anger than skill. They barely made him flinch. Arthur's smirk didn't fade. Very disappointing for someone in the peak of his ability. Then, bam! Arthur's boot slammed into Baraka's face, launching him like a cannonball through the air. He crashed into a tree, the trunk exploding into shards of wood, snow collapsing on top of him. Arthur shook his head, brushing frost off his shoulder. 2 minutes. From the heap of snow and splinters, Baraka exploded back out, runes glowing crimson now, his entire body emanating rage. His eyes blazed, no longer cold, but burning with hate. You dare. Baraka bellowed. You dare treat me like an insect. I'll kill you and feed your corpse to the ice bears. Arthur raised an eyebrow, a frown creeping across his face. I literally want you to do that. He spread his stance slightly, his posture growing tenser, more ready. Otherwise, he said with glowing eyes and a cold smile, this will remain boring. Baraka vanished again. Only this time, it was different. Silence. Snow. Fog. Then slashes. Multiple. Fast. Too fast. One came from the left. Arthur dodged. Another from the right he blocked with his doomsday bone gauntlet, catching the blade with a clink. Another from behind blocked with the second gauntlet. He spun, catching more strikes, the flurry of blades singing a deadly song as Baraka disappeared and reappeared like a ghost in the snow, each attack faster than the last. Arthur grinned, the bone plates of his gauntlets crackling with energy. Well now, he said, ducking under a slash and sending an elbow into thin air. This is an improvement, but how long can you keep this up? Baraka's rage-filled breathing echoed through the fog, his stealth mixing with his fury, the air practically humming with tension. Arthur flexed his fingers slowly, knuckles cracking like the ticking hands of a countdown clock. His blue-glowing eyes pierced the white storm, scanning every shifting flake, every subtle crunch in the snow. His focus was unbreakable. Baraka didn't strike again. He couldn't. Seconds passed. Then, with a low wheeze, the elf stumbled out of the snow-drenched veil, his stealth broken, body battered. His once pristine cloak was torn and soaked in blood, his ruined skin flickering like a failing enchantment, and his breath, shallow, desperate. Still, in his hand, a dagger remained. His pride clung to that blade like it was his soul. Arthur took a step forward. Time's out, elf. And in that instant, everything changed. Arthur's eyes ignited, glowing like twin supernovas as his bloodlust activated. A pulse of pure, primal dread exploded outward from him, an invisible wave of pressure that crushed the air, made the winds halt mid-howl. Baraka froze. His eyes widened, lips trembling. For the first time, the cold-blooded killer of the Ice Elves felt true fear, the kind that tore through bone and soul alike. He looked into Arthur's gaze. And what he saw was death given form. No. He snarled, voice cracking. With one final act of desperation, Baraka roared, and his magic surged, a massive explosion of ice magic erupted around him. Towering spikes of jagged frost burst from the ground like nature's wrath incarnate, the snowstorm spiraling into a hurricane of ice blades. A spectacle of power. But Arthur didn't feel like it was a spectacle of power, he saw it more of a death cry. He walked forward, slowly, like a god parting a sea of lesser elements. The blizzard slammed into him. The ice spires screamed toward his body. But the frost might as well have been a mild inconvenience. He didn't stop. Couldn't be stopped. Baraka barely had time to react before Arthur was right in front of him, fist already clenched. No. Monarch of. Boom. Arthur's punch ripped through the elf's torso, blood and ice bursting behind him like a crimson spring. The force caved in armor, runes, ribs, everything. Now mere inches away, Arthur held the pose fist still buried in Baraka's chest, staring directly into his enemy's eyes. The sheer cold of the world around them had nothing on the frozen, merciless expression on Arthur's face. Baraka's lips moved, barely forming sound. Arthur slowly retracted his arm, crimson steam trailing from his gauntlet. Baraka collapsed to his knees, eyes still open in disbelief, blood soaking into the snow beneath him. Then he face-planted forward, lifeless. Arthur stood still for a moment, the wind curling around him. Then, without hesitation, he knelt beside the fallen body. His hand pressed to the cold, pale back of Baraka's corpse. The runes etched into the elf's flesh flickered one last time, before going dark. Arthur's eyes glowed again in ethereal, soul-piercing blue as he uttered a single, commanding word. Arise. The shadows on the ground trembled. Then surged. A pool of darkness spread like ink across the snow, and the forest seemed to lean away in fear. A moment later, a figure emerged. Baraka, reborn. But no longer flesh. His body was black as midnight, clad in dark, spectral armor. Twin shadow daggers pulsed in his hands, shaped like ethereal fangs. His eyes gleamed with the same piercing blue light as his master's, cold, calculating, and full of loyalty. Arthur rose to his feet. Baraka, the elite knight. His voice rang out, steady, sharp as a blade. Not bad. He took a step closer, the wind pausing like it awaited his verdict. You'll lead the other ice elves from now on. The shadowed elf dropped to one knee, head bowed low, daggers crossed over his chest in solemn respect. Then suddenly Arthur felt the air ripple, space warping around him like a broken mirror, his eyes narrowed as the world twisted once more. Not again. 91. Storming the Syndicate. The world fractured. Space twisted like glass struck by a hammer. Light bent. Time stuttered. Boom. Arthur was ripped from the dungeon, launched through the seams of reality, and slammed back into the waking world with a loud crack of displaced energy and a gust of shadowy mist. His boots crunched onto concrete. Arthur rolled his shoulders and groaned, brushing off dust. I'm starting to hate teleportation. He exhaled slowly, surveying his surroundings. The last wisps of dungeon mist dissolved around him. He smiled, half satisfied with his efforts. These soldiers should be enough, he said, feeling the new shadows writhing beneath his feet like loyal hounds. Alongside Doom and Galatea, I can take on the Syndicate. Ding! You have leveled up. Item acquired, Baraka's dagger. Arthur's gaze snapped to his system menu as it unfolded before him in pulsing light. The blade shimmered into his hand, sleek, jagged, and cold to the touch. Baraka's dagger. A weapon passed down through the Ice Elf assassins. Grants an increase in attack power and drastically reduces its wielder's weight for enhanced agility. Arthur tilted his head, unimpressed. Not my thing. He flipped it once, then tucked it into system inventory. Baraka can have it back. He'll put it to good use. He clenched his fist, and the status bar unfolded. Status bar. Name, Arthur Blackwined. Job, Shadow Monarch. Title, Solar Reaper. Level, 100-104. Fatigue, 10. HP, 8100. MP, 9700. Strength, 201-205. Health, 165-171. Agility, 170-175. Intelligence, 192-200. Sense, 141-150. Available ability points, 12-0. Passive skills. Tenacity, Level 1. Insanity's Gambit, immunity to mind control, fear, and sanity-based debuffs. Job-specific skills. Shadow Extraction. Shadow Exchange. Monarch's Domain. Skills. Bloodlust, Level 2. Ruler's Authority. Mutilation. Sword Rush. Equipment. Omega Hardened Hide. Abyss Forged Necklace. Inventory. Doomsday's Bone Gauntlets. Abyss Forged Necklace. Azeroth Knight Armor Set. Greatsword of the Lowborn. Prometheum Sword. Anti-Kryptonian Blood Vial, Epic. Shattered Bolt. Demon King Longsword. Kryptonite Sword. Solar Gauntlets. Venom Sac Flask X10. Baraka's Dagger. Tower of Fate Key. Legacy Shadow Legion Dungeon Key. Arthur closed the menu with a flick of his finger, his smile widening. I should beep bzzzt. A sharp, electric buzz shot from his pocket, not a ringtone. Just that piercing high-frequency static. He raised a brow and tapped the side of the device. Hey, Lex, I mean Alexander, never mind. Same thing. A pause. Then the voice came through, clipped, sharp, laced with frustrated genius. I've been trying to reach you for the past 24 hours. Arthur blinked, a sheepish smirk forming. My bad. I thought you died. Not that it would have been shocking, but still, a little warning next time. Arthur chuckled. Relax. I took a nap in another dimension and came back stronger. You know, the usual. In the mood for jokes in this situation? Wonderful. While you were busy with whatever, I finished about 20% of the machine. Arthur's eyebrow twitched. Only 20%. What did you expect? Alexander snapped, clearly annoyed. I'm reverse engineering quantum anomaly tech during a global superhuman crisis with no funding. 20% is a miracle under these conditions. Fair enough. Arthur muttered. What's the hold-up? Resources. Exotic ones. The kind that just so happens to be hoarded by the Syndicate. Arthur grinned, his voice dropping an octave. We already discussed that, I can go after them. A pause. You're that confident? Alexander asked, not even masking the disbelief. Then he sighed. Very well. We don't have a choice. And we're running out of time. All of us. That line made Arthur's smile falter. His voice was quiet now. What do you mean by that? I told you, I'll explain when we meet in person. There was a brief crackle. But not now. I've got something else for you. I'll send coordinates. Go there first. You'll find some weapons, ones I designed specifically to give you an edge against syndicate members. Also, I should tell you about their weaknesses. Arthur perked up. No need, I already know about them. Also custom weapons. Built for me? You really know how to spoil a guy. More like devices than weapons, and don't flatter yourself. I built them with the help of your shadow. Well, my shadow. No, wait, the other Lex. Alexander groaned. Just know one of the devices I left behind can disrupt Johnny Quick's connection to the speed force within a set radius. Arthur's eyes widened, sparks of interest dancing behind them. That's a huge help. Why didn't you use this before? Because I'm not strong enough to get that close to him without being turned into paste. Arthur grunted. Right, stupid question. You said it, not me. Arthur's smirk returned, his eyes narrowing toward the horizon as storm clouds rolled in like an omen. All right then. Let's get this over with. Good. I'll be in touch. The night was tense. Alive. A cold breeze howled across the steel skeletons of the cityscape as Arthur Blackwine stood tall atop a looming skyscraper, his silhouette sharp, unwavering. Beside him, Galatea hovered just slightly above the rooftop, arms crossed, cape fluttering in the wind like a battle flag. Her eyes glowed faintly, locked forward on their target. A tower. Not just any tower. A monolith of steel and arrogance, crowned with a burning white emblem, a hue shining like a god's eye across the horizon. Arthur exhaled slowly, his voice slicing through the wind like a blade. I already picked up Luther's little gadgets. He cracked his knuckles, shadows pulsing across his gauntlets. Time to strike. Galatea, let's fly. She gave a wicked smirk, kneeling slightly before lifting into the air beside him. As you command, my king. Inside the tower. A bored guard stood by the window, sipping from a lukewarm coffee cup, eyes scanning the calm skyline lazily. Another damn shift, it's not like anyone will. He muttered, rubbing his eyes. Something moved. His brow furrowed. Far off something was approaching through the dark. Is that a bird? He leaned forward. It was getting bigger. Fast. Wait a minute, is that a crash? The glass shattered like ice under a sledgehammer as Arthur and Galatea blasted through the window at supersonic speed. Before the guard could scream, Arthur's hand clamped over his face, slamming him into the concrete floor with bone-rattling force. The man was dead before he even realized what's going on. Arthur stood, eyes glowing a cold, surgical blue, brushing glass off his shoulder like dust. All right. He said, voice echoing across the chamber. Now come out. The shadows answered. From the darkness, a wave of black surged, ice elves, their armor frosted and shimmering under the dim red emergency lights, emerged like wraiths. Their eyes burned cold. And leading them, Baraka. He knelt before Arthur, silent and deadly, still cloaked in frost and menace. Arthur reached into his inventory, the dagger, Baraka's original blade, now humming with power. He handed it over. Baraka, Arthur declared, voice like a war drum. Lead the ice elves and unleash chaos upon them. Find what Lex asked for. Leave nothing of value untouched. Baraka bowed low, reverent. And with that, the shadows exploded. The ice elves vanished into the halls, crawling across walls, melting into vents, slipping through cracks like death incarnate. Baraka sprinted into the darkness, twin daggers dancing in his hands. Arthur turned, cape swaying, stepping over the ruined guard as alarms began to wail across the building. It'll be ideal, he muttered to Galatea with a grin. If we finish them all, right here, right now. Almond's command deck. A dark, brooding nerve center carved into the heart of the Syndicate's high tower, cool steel walls, endless rows of blinking monitors, data streams flooding from every continent, surveillance feeds spanning dimensions. The only light in the room came from the flickering blue glow of the massive screens surrounding the tall throne-like chair in the center. Alman sat there, arms resting calmly on the obsidian armrests, his cape draped like a shroud of intellect and menace. His mask reflected the light of the monitors as a feed from Sector C1 flashed into view. There he was, Arthur Blackwine, standing amidst chaos. Smoke, sparks, and broken syndicate tech around him. And he was looking directly at the camera. No emotion, no fear, just those piercing eyes and a slow, deliberate smirk. Crack. The screen exploded into static after Arthur simply raised his hand. Alman's gaze narrowed. So that's him. His voice was calm, too calm. The kind of calm that meant something dangerous was unraveling in his mind. I figured he wouldn't stay hidden forever. He tapped his fingers together, mind spinning with calculated malice. Even anticipated he'd make a move, but these things he's unleashing. More feeds showed flashes, ice elves, moving like assassins, bisecting syndicate operatives. He leaned forward, eyes scanning, calculating. Johnny only mentioned one shadow. From behind, a sultry, amused voice broke the tension. Superwoman. Leaning against the wall, arms crossed, clad in her crimson and obsidian suit, her eyes glinting with excitement. My, how bold. She pushed off the wall with a wicked grin. I should go greet him, properly. Owlman didn't even turn. You mean we should? His voice carried no emotion, just logic. Cold and precise. Ultraman is off-world, still observing what I warned him about. That anomaly. He turned his head slightly now, just enough for the corner of his glowing lens to catch her. Which raises the question. He stood up slowly, like a storm about to roll in. Did this man know Ultraman wouldn't be here? Superwoman tilted her head, smile never leaving. Who cares? Her voice was full of arrogance and anticipation. We can easily crush him. Just another pest. Let's go. Owlman stared at the shattered feed for a long second. Silent. Then, he moved. One swift motion. One final decision. He stood tall, cape flaring as he turned toward the exit, Superwoman already ahead of him. 92. The Syndicate Trap. Arthur carved a path of annihilation through the corridors. With each swing of the Demon King longsword, arcs of blue lightning tore through the air, crackling, snarling, hungry for blood. One guard lunged at him with a plasma rifle. Arthur sidestepped effortlessly, letting the bolt fly harmlessly past before cleaving the man in half with a reverse grip slash. The body dropped before it even registered death. Another squad opened fire from the end of the hall. Bullets and energy blasts lit up the space, but they never reached him. Ruler's authority activated in a subtle twitch of his fingers, and the projectiles froze mid-air, then dropped like rain. Arthur surged forward like a phantom storm, his blade dancing through steel and bone alike. Men screamed. Metal melted. Sparks flew. A soldier tried to run. Arthur snapped his fingers, and a bolt of lightning burst from the sword, curving through the air and striking the man in the back. His body convulsed, then crumpled. You're wasting my time, he muttered, storming forward as the carnage continued. Galatea trailed behind him, untouched, cutting down stragglers like an angel of death. Suddenly, Arthur's eyes flared with a demonic blue light. His pupils narrowed as something flickered through his vision, an alert from his shadows. The ice elves found something, he muttered. A grin tugged at his lips. That's a huge amount of kryptonite, must be Ultraman's drug stockpile. He chuckled under his breath. Take it all. He commanded. It'll do well in my system inventory. He didn't need to go look to know his ice elves were obeying. Arthur and Galatea pushed deeper into the tower. The structure became colder, more metallic. No guards now, just silence and the low hum of machines that felt like they were watching. They reached a set of vault-like doors. With a hiss, they opened, revealing a vast chamber, circular, cathedral-like, pulsing with alien tech. The tower's heart. Arthur stepped inside. The lights flickered. Not from damage, this was intentional. Galatea slowed, her expression tightening. My king, something's not right. Arthur raised a hand, signaling her to halt. His gaze swept the room. I know, he said, voice low. Stay sharp. A thunderous mechanical chunk echoed as massive blast shutters slammed down, sealing every exit in the blink of an eye. Then came the hum. It started as a whisper, but rose to a thrumming vibration in their bones. The walls glowed, veins of red, green, and blue pulsing through the steel. Inhibitor tech. High level. Designed to trap gods. Arthur narrowed his eyes. A voice crackled through the intercoms. Smooth. Measured. Cold. I was hoping you'd come in person. Owlman's voice echoed from every speaker, but it wasn't mocking. It was detached. Calculated. You moved like a ghost, he continued. But a ghost that cast shadows, and shadows can be tracked. A brief pause. We didn't even need to bait you. You made it all the more easy to trap you here. Arthur stared at the glowing walls, then the ceiling. They're coming. Suddenly, 3 sealed doors around the chamber hissed open with synchronized finality, metal groaning like beasts roused from slumber. From the northern entrance, Owlman emerged. Calm. composed. His cloak hung in perfect stillness despite the humming energy around them. His white lenses pulsed with data streams, scanning every inch of Arthur in a millisecond. From the east, a red flash burst forth. Johnny Quick skidded to a stop in a streak of lightning, the floor beneath his boots scorched and cracked. His smirk was wide, twitching at the edges with anticipation. Eyes burned with the promise of revenge as he cracked his knuckles. From the western door, Power Ring stumbled in like a drunk man holding a ticking bomb. His arm trembled violently. The green construct on his hand pulsed like a heartbeat too fast to be natural. Sweat beaded on his brow, his gaze darting, twitching, as if trying to resist the very voice in his head. Then glass shattered above. Superwoman descended like fury incarnate. Her boots hit the ground with a sonic boom, knees bent in a perfect landing. She rose slowly, hair flowing with cape behind her, shoulders squared like a demigoddess ready for war. The four closed in. Slow. Methodical. A predator's circle. Galatea moved slightly in front of Arthur, fists clenched, her aura rising. Johnny Quick tilted his head, that grin still carved into his face like a scar. Well, look at the shadow boy getting cornered like a rat, he said, his voice soaked in arrogance. We meet again. This time's payback for last time. Arthur didn't flinch. He merely smiled. Calm. Amused. Power Ring's head twitched. His breathing hitched. He's leaking something. He rasped, his voice cracked and full of panic. Something dark. The ring says it's not magic, it wants me to leave, but I won't let it. He screamed the last words, as if trying to drown out the fear whispering in his skull. Superwoman took a step forward, hips swaying, lips curved in a lazy smirk. Her eyes ran over Arthur, slowly, like she was savoring the sight. You're cute, she said. Broody. Strong jawline. Her voice purred with mischief. You'd make a nice companion if you join us. Arthur's gaze met hers, unbothered, unmoved by her proposal. His smile faded into something colder, sharper. I don't do second hand, he said simply. The smirk vanished from her face. Her eyes narrowed, the air around her snapping like tensioned wire. Then you'll make a nice corpse when I'm done with you. Almond's voice cut through the air next. Precise. Controlled. As if reciting a calculated analysis. I anticipated an assault, he said, stepping fully into the light. What I didn't expect was a commander who sends an army of shadows and still dares to walk in here by himself with only one of them. He paused, studying Arthur, as if memorizing every detail for future review. That was impressive. Stupid, but impressive. Galatea took a step forward, shoulders tense, eyes burning red. You dare mock my king? She growled, her voice full of venom. Arthur didn't look at her, just raised his hand slightly. She stopped immediately. He inhaled once, rolled his shoulders, a casual stretch as if he were just waking up, not standing in the center of a trap designed by the world's most dangerous minds. Then his voice cut through the tension. Calm, deadly. 4 of you, 1 of me. He stepped forward. Almost seems unfair. His eyes swept over them one by one, Almond's emotionless mask, Johnny Quick's smirk, Power Ring's trembling form, Superwoman's narrowed gaze. Shame that Ultraman isn't here apparently. Maybe then, maybe, you would have had a chance. He sighed like this was all just mildly disappointing. No matter. His expression changed. Just slightly. The faintest smile pulled at his lips. It wasn't joy. It was inevitability. Soon enough, the 4 of you will know what it means to walk in shadow. He took one more step. To serve in shadow. The lights around the room flickered again, not from the trap, but from him. The temperature dropped. His own shadow stretched unnaturally long. His voice dropped lower now, but it hit harder like the clang of a war drum echoing in the bones. And when your bodies fall. His eyes flared brighter. The shadows behind him rippled like a living tide. Your souls will rise again. With me. A pulse rippled from him, not energy, but presence. Like death had just taken notice. Galatea smiled. Johnny Quick took a step back. Power Ring whimpered. And Almond's hands twitched behind his back. Arthur's voice cut one final time, soft as a whisper, loud as fate. Welcome to the beginning of your eternal servitude. Then, the air shivered. A pulse rolled out from Arthur's body, heavy and cold, like a storm cloud pressing down. Shadows from his feet, crawling outward like living tendrils. From that darkness, one figure rose. One massive, towering, yet swift and coiled like a snake, twin trident spinning in his hands, his form rippling with shadow-forged armor. Jima the Naga. Arthur didn't look at them. He just whispered toward Owlman, his voice laced with iron. You miscalculated, Owlman. Johnny Quick's smirk dropped. Visibly. His voice cracked with frustration and disbelief. Oh no. Another one of his monsters. The entire syndicate moved. It was instinct, fear, strategy, rage. Whatever it was, it happened all at once. Superwoman launched forward with a scream. Power Ring's hand lit up, the emerald glow flaring into a shield and a cannon. Johnny vanished into lightning. And Owlman hesitated. Just for a second. Arthur activated Monarch's domain. The room exploded in pressure. Darkness rushed out like a tidal wave from Arthur's body, swallowing light and twisting gravity. His shadow soldiers pulsed, grew sharper, faster, deadlier. Superwoman's path shifted. She was fast, brutal, aiming for Arthur, but Galatea was waiting. She caught the punch with a thunderclap of impact, her feet skidding slightly on the floor. Galatea growled. You fight me. Arthur moved. No sound. No war cry. No wasted motion. He launched forward like a freight train of death, his arm crashing down toward Power Ring with terrifying precision. As if he knew, Power Ring might be a problem. As if he could smell it. The emerald constructs shattered like glass. Jima was already on the move, trying to catch the red blur that was Johnny Quick, trident slashing, crashing, locking against the speedster in a deadly dance of flickering sparks and shadows. Arthur then simply raised his sword, the Demon King longsword, and pointed it directly at Owlman. Its blade crackled with blue lightning, their eyes locked. And for the first time, perhaps in his entire cold, calculated life, Owlman felt dread. 93 Arthur vs. the Crime Syndicate. Power Ring roared, thrusting his hand forward as green constructs erupted from his ring, blade chains, spiked hammers, and roaring beasts of willpower. They surged toward Arthur like a tidal wave of glowing death. Arthur's eyes gleamed cold blue. He vanished between strikes. One construct missed entirely, sliced clean through the air, the second met steel. Arthur's Demon King longsword hummed, splitting a jagged, green battering ram in half with a single, casual swing. Another construct came from behind, a blade serpent trying to coil around his throat. Arthur spun, slashing upward in an arc. Lightning exploded from the blade, cleaving the serpent in two and reducing it to embers. Then came the real strike. Owlman dropped from above like a silent executioner, twin blades drawn. His moves were sharp, brilliant, almost perfect. Arthur didn't look. With a flick of his wrist and a pulse of thought, Ruler's authority snapped forward. Owlman stopped in midair, frozen. Then, crack. He was slammed into the floor with such force the concrete cratered, dust exploding outward. Before the dust could settle, thwom. Arthur lifted him with invisible force and hurled him into the wall. The impact shook the entire room. Owlman coughed blood as he dropped, knees hitting the floor. Arthur stepped toward him slowly, sword dragging behind him with a hiss of sparks. You're just a human, Arthur said coldly, after all. Behind him, chaos kept boiling. Johnny Quick blurred into motion, lightning trailing him like a storm on legs. Jima was holding his own, but Johnny's speed began to overwhelm. Hit after hit slammed into Jima's torso, face. He kept regenerating, stitching itself. Arthur's eyes flicked to the side. TCH. He turned his head slightly, commanding. Jima, switch. Without hesitation, Jima moved, twin tridents twirling as he went toward Power Ring instead, leaving Johnny blinking for a heartbeat of confusion. Arthur moved. One burst of speed, not a blur, but a silent flicker. He reappeared behind Johnny with a swipe of his sword aimed for the neck, but Johnny twisted just in time, the blade slicing only his shoulder. Sparks flew as the edge grazed the speedster's suit. Johnny grinned, panting. You almost had me, spooky boy. Arthur tilted his head. Almost. They clashed again, Johnny zipping around him, fists flying, but Arthur parried each one with demonic calm. Every swing of his blade forced Johnny to dodge, not because of power alone, but the sheer precision. Every strike was meant to kill. Meanwhile, across the room, fists thundered against flesh. Superwoman and Galatea were locked in a war of titans. Punch, block, kick, grapple. Galatea's fist slammed into Superwoman's ribs, sending her skidding backward into a wall, cracking it. Superwoman wiped blood from her lip, smirked. Not bad, Shadow. You think you got strength that rivals mine? Galatea cracked her neck and grinned. That face of yours. I'm about to plant it in the floor. They charged again, fists colliding mid-air, creating a shockwave that blew debris in every direction. Galatea fainted low, twisted, and elbowed Superwoman across the jaw, only to be grabbed by her wrist and thrown through a column. Superwoman followed with a knee to the gut mid-air, but Galatea caught it, flipped her, and slammed her to the ground like a meteor. The floor cracked. Both women grinned through the pain. No wonder you like my king, Galatea breathed. You lack strength, and you wish to be part of his army. Superwoman laughed, blood in her teeth. Shut up, servant. Arthur and Johnny collided again, one a blur of lightning, the other a storm in human form. Owlman pulled himself from the rubble, bloodied but trying to vanish into shadow. Arthur saw him, and smiled. Johnny blitzed left, then right, his fists becoming flashes of lightning as he tried to push Arthur back. But Arthur didn't budge. His glowing blue eyes were on Owlman, crawling, bloodied, on one knee, trying to disappear into the shadows like a rat into a drain. Arthur stepped forward, ignoring Johnny completely, his Demon King longsword dragging along the floor with a rising screech, sparks flying in his wake. Then his eyes changed. That cool, calm glow darkened, deepened, like a storm turning into a black hole. Bloodlust activated. The air thickened. The room froze. Even Superwoman, locked mid-punch with Galatea, stopped to glance toward him, sensing it. Her smirk faded. Arthur's aura now pulsed like a second heartbeat, murderous, and absolute. Owlman couldn't move. He physically could not move. Every rational instinct in him screamed to run, to activate a gadget, to vanish, but his body betrayed him. It trembled, locked in place. The sheer weight of Arthur's intent had become a prison of its own. Arthur raised his longsword, death incarnate stalking his prey. That's when Johnny noticed. No. In a last-ditch panic, Johnny grabbed the last vial of speed juice from his belt and jammed it into his neck. His body convulsed, red lightning exploded around him. And the speed force answered. Or so he thought. He vanished, became motion, a living bolt of power, and in less than a blink, he was right there, reaching out to save Owlman. But Arthur was smiling. He'd been smiling the whole time. His other hand, until now hidden behind his back, clicked once. A device, small, black, and humming with tech that reeked of Luther's genius, lit up. It blinked red. Johnny felt it instantly. He staggered mid-run. His feet felt like they slammed into mud. What? Johnny choked. And then he realized a bit too late. Arthur was holding his wrist. The Monarch of Shadows stood right beside Owlman, his gauntlet hand gripping Johnny's forearm like a vice. Arthur leaned in, voice low, cold as the grave. Owlman was just a bait, to lure you into tapping the speed force. His eyes blazed like the gates of hell. Your connection to it is pathetic. The flash of my world, he is the speed force. Arthur's grip tightened, bones cracked beneath the pressure. Johnny panicked. He struck Arthur's face with lightning-fast jabs, 5 hits in a flash. Arthur bled. But he didn't even flinch. I've fought fast foes. Arthur said quietly, like a man delivering a final prayer. You're just a junkie with a spark. And then the punch. Arthur's doomsday bone gauntlet cracked back, and with all the force of a meteor. Boom. He buried it into Johnny's gut. The shockwave blew Owlman backward like a ragdoll. His scream died in his throat as blood gushed from his mouth, thick and crimson. It splattered across the floor, across Arthur's clothes. Johnny's eyes rolled back, the speed drained from his veins, his body limp in Arthur's grip. Power Ring's jaw dropped, his construct shielding flickering. Superwoman stopped dead mid-kick, stunned. What the? And then Arthur retracted his hand, took one step back, and with a single, clean swing of the Demon King longsword, Johnny's head was severed clean from his shoulders. It bounced once, rolled to a stop near Owlman's feet. Arthur stood there, still bleeding slightly from the face, but his gaze was ice. He whispered, voice calm and lethal. Regenerate after that. The room was silent. Even the shadows around Arthur seemed to hush, in awe. Only the faint crackle of dying lightning remained. Smoke still curled from Johnny Quick's headless corpse. Blood pooled beneath it, steam rising. The silence that followed was deafening. Not even Superwoman moved. Arthur stood still, breathing slow, calm. Then he looked up, eyes glowing with icy menace. He turned to Owlman. You watching? Arthur asked, voice low, measured. like thunder before the storm. Owlman coughed, blood dripping from his mouth. He tried to sit upright, but the pain kept him low and broken. Still, his sharp, calculating eyes locked with Arthur's, defiant in pain. "I want you all to see this," Arthur said, gesturing around to the crime syndicate still frozen in disbelief. "Because this," he motioned to Johnny's lifeless, crumpled body, "is what you'll look like very soon." Power Ring shook his head in silent horror. Superwoman's lips curled, fists clenching. Galatea smirked. Arthur knelt beside Johnny's corpse, his Demon King longsword in one hand, the other hovering just above the mangled remains. He placed his palm over Johnny's chest. Dark tendrils of smoke burst from Arthur's hand. The floor trembled. A cold wind howled through the sealed room as if death itself had just entered. "Arise." Then boom. Black lightning cracked from the body. And then, a shadow emerged. The room dimming for a heartbeat as a dark form rose from the body, tall, lean, vibrating with corrupted speed energy. Red lightning crackled across its shadow uniform. A twisted helmet masked its face, but the shape, the stance, was unmistakable. Johnny Quick. But now he was a shadow in Arthur's ever-growing legion. Eyes glowing a sinister violet. No heartbeat. No breath. Just, obedience. He knelt to Arthur silently. Power Ring fell back, scrambling on hands and knees. That's not possible." Owlman watched, jaw trembling, body cold. The truth dawning. He tried to speak, but his throat barely worked. Still, he managed it. "He raises." Owlman's voice cracked. "Raises the dead, to fight for him." Arthur looked at him, a cruel smirk dancing on his lips. "Correct." He stood. "Now, die at the hands of your former teammate." He turned, the reborn shadow Johnny standing at his side like a loyal demon knight. 94 Arthur vs. the Crime Syndicate, 2. "Johnny," Arthur said coldly, voice echoing with command. "Hit them like you did with me. Hard." The shadow of Johnny Quick vanished in a blur of black-red lightning. His body twisted through the air like a serpent of death, targeting Power Ring. At the same time, Jima leapt from the shadows, twin trident spinning, aimed straight for Power Ring's exposed flank. "Get back!" Power Ring screamed, conjuring construct barriers in a panic. One shattered. Then another. The third cracked. Then came the blitz. Shadow Johnny collided with him like a thunderclap. A haymaker straight to the jaw, laced with speed force corruption, sent Power Ring flying into the wall, boom. And Jima was already there, spearing his shoulder mid-air. Power Ring shrieked in pain. The battle was ending. Arthur was winning. And Superwoman knew it. "No," she growled through clenched teeth. "No, you think you've won." With a furious cry, she drove a fist into Galatea's gut, sending her skidding backward, but Galatea just grinned. "We don't think we are winning," she said. But Superwoman wasn't playing games anymore. She reached for her lasso of submission, a weapon imbued to compel obedience. It cracked through the air like a golden whip, wrapping around Galatea's body before she could react. The glow shimmered across her form. "Now," Superwoman hissed, eyes glowing, "go and deal with your master." Galatea stood still, bound, silent. Her eyes dipped, then rose. A heartbeat passed, then a smirk. Her eyes lit up red, and heat vision shot from her gaze, burning past Superwoman's cheek, slicing a strand of her hair and singing her skin. Superwoman staggered back in horror. Impossible. The lasso slithered to the floor, tossed aside like a useless string. Galatea rolled her neck, cracking it, the red glow of her pupils still burning. "The only one I submit to," she said with icy pride, "is my monarch, and my monarch alone." Superwoman stepped back, confused, angry, rattled. "These things," she muttered, barely believing it. "They're not alive. They don't have a will, no doubts, no guilt." Galatea's boots crushed the lasso beneath her heel as she took a step forward, fists rising. "Oh, we do," she whispered. Then she launched herself forward like a cannon. Boom! A barrage of punches, each one shaking the air. Superwoman blocked one, took the second to the jaw, then a third, fourth, fifth. Galatea fought like a storm, vicious and relentless. And through it all, she grinned. "But you're just an insect." A knee crashed into Superwoman's gut. "So you wouldn't get it." She went airborne, slammed into a pillar with enough force to crack it in half. Arthur, still calm, still regal, smiled faintly as the battlefield unfolded just as he intended. Power Ring screamed as he struggled to stay afloat, constructs flying from his ring in erratic bursts, shields, spears, barriers all flickering, pulsing like a dying heartbeat. "Stay back!" he shouted, voice cracking, wild eyes darting between Jima and the thing that looked like Johnny. But Shadow Johnny didn't answer. He just smiled. A dead smile. No warmth. No life. Just obedience. And then he vanished in a streak of red-black lightning. Boom! Power Ring barely raised a construct shield when Johnny came from the left, slamming his fist into it so hard it cracked on impact. He went wide-eyed, turning too late. Boom! A second strike hit him in the ribs. The sound of shattering bone echoed like thunder. "No!" Power Ring shouted, trying to fly upward, but Johnny blitzed around him in a vortex, tearing through the air at inhuman speed, cutting off escape. Johnny's voice finally came through, warped by the shadows inside him. "You used to look down on me," he said, tone distorted like a broken radio. "But now..." A punch to the spine dropped Power Ring to one knee. "You'll look up." Johnny vanished again, only to reappear above, spinning midair, leg cocked back in a devastating axe kick. Crack! The ground cratered beneath Power Ring's skull as he hit the floor, coughing blood, Ring flickering madly, screaming like it was alive and afraid. Johnny stood over him, eyes glowing red with black mist spiraling off his frame like a demon cloaked in lightning. And then he said, calm and hollow, "Try to construct your way out of this." He leaned down, touched Power Ring's shoulder, and the shadows erupted around him in a blinding spiral of lightning-fast strikes. To anyone watching, it was just blurs, 100 punches in a second, 1,000, red-black streaks shattering the body, cracking ribs, breaking will. Power Ring didn't even scream at the end. He just slumped, broken, sparks and blood spilling from his mouth. Johnny stopped, standing tall again. The only thing left of Power Ring's body was ash and a broken ring rolling to Arthur's feet. He stared at it. No emotion. Then he lifted his boot and crushed it, emerald fragments crunching beneath him like glass. "We did a favor to that idiot," Arthur muttered, coldly. "This ring is evil." Then, with almost casual indifference, he walked over to Owlman, who was slumped against a cracked pillar, barely conscious, blood painting his chin. Arthur plopped down next to him, legs stretched out like he was watching a movie. "Are you enjoying these scenes, Owlman?" he asked, voice eerily calm, as if they were just two friends on a lazy afternoon. Owlman chuckled, or tried to. The sound came out broken, blood bubbling up as he coughed. His voice rasped like torn fabric. "What are you?" he started, eyes glazed in pain. Arthur didn't hesitate. "Death, I guess." That made Owlman actually laugh, dry, bitter, wheezing laughter laced with agony. "And here I thought we only had one problem." Arthur's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean by that?" Owlman turned his head just enough to look at him, the glow in Arthur's eyes reflecting off his visor. "You don't know, do you?" he whispered, his voice barely above breath. Then he laughed again, mad, like a man who knew a truth no one else wanted to. "Something great is coming," Owlman said, his tone now unnervingly lucid. "A great calamity. Bigger than you. Bigger than us. And according to my calculations." He turned his head back to the sky, a smirk forming under the blood. "Well, let's just say there's no stopping it." Arthur stood slowly, towering over him like the shadow of the end. "I see," he said, raising the Demon King longsword, eyes glowing a cold, ominous blue. "Thanks for the warning." With one smooth, final arc, Arthur severed the last thread of Owlman's life. The sword hummed with power as it slid back to his side, black mist curling around the blade. Owlman's body crumpled like a puppet with cut strings. Arthur turned, looking out across the battlefield, the syndicate almost crushed, except for Superwoman who is still struggling against Galatea. A storm was coming. He didn't know what. Didn't care. All the more reason, he muttered under his breath, to leave this world, and fast. Arthur's eyes glowed faintly and his lips curled into a satisfied smile. "The Ice Elves, they found what Luther asked for," he murmured, mostly to himself. "Let's wrap this up. Ultraman's going to be pissed when he comes back." He muttered, amused. "Let that junkie come after us. It doesn't matter." His gaze snapped forward. Galatea, fists blazing, was still trading brutal blows with Superwoman, their punches shaking the walls, every strike causing stone to crack and quake. But now, it was time to end it. Shadow Johnny quick blurred into view beside him like a ghost of vengeance. Arthur simply gave the nod. And they moved. Superwoman roared, twisting midair to block Galatia's punch only to be blindsided by Johnny, his black and red streak slamming into her ribs like a freight train. She barely caught her footing before Arthur appeared behind her, Demon King longsword in hand. "Surprise, princess," he said coldly. She turned, trying to counter, but Galatea grabbed her wrist, twisted it, and snapped it backwards with a satisfying crack. "Ah!" Before she could even scream, Johnny quick slammed her with a tornado of punches, his distorted voice whispering with glee, "This is for humiliating me." Superwoman tried to fight back, lashing out with a kick only for Arthur to catch her leg mid-swing. His glowing blue eyes locked onto hers. "Your reign ends here. Syndicate scum." He drove the Demon King longsword forward, plunging it through her chest, lightning crackling from the blade as it pierced her heart. The impact sent out a shockwave, glass and rubble flying in every direction. Superwoman's scream was cut short. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She looked at him, lips trembling, blood pooling in her mouth. Arthur leaned in, whispering the last thing she'd ever hear. "You liked using people like tools. Breaking them, bending them, isn't that right? Well now, you'll be mine. A tool forged in shadow, bound in silence, and mine to wield for all eternity." He pulled the sword free with a savage twist, and Superwoman collapsed, smoke curling from her lifeless body. The ground beneath them trembled. The battle was over. The Shadow Monarch, his blade bloodied, stood among the ruins of tyrants. 95. The Syndicate Shadows. The corpses of tyrants were cooling in silence, and then, suddenly, a familiar chime echoed in his ears. Cold, metallic, triumphant. "You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up." Arthur's eyes narrowed. Then, new title acquired, the Architect of Fear. You do not conquer with armies. You conquer with dread, built into the bones of your enemies. A pulse of dark energy erupted from him. Stat bonuses applied when equipped. Int +40. STR +30. Agility +30. Sense +30. Passive, Dread Architect. Fear is not an emotion. It's a structure and you are its builder. Enemies within range suffer. -10% INT, -10% AGI, -10% Sense, scales with INT. All summoned shadows now. Inherit 25% of your Sense and INT. Gain +15% crit damage against debuffed enemies. Arthur equipped the title and he exhaled slowly as the cold rush of power settled into his bones. It felt good. No perfect. Like the title had always been there. His voice came low, a whisper not meant to echo, but it did. Architect of Fear. He chuckled under his breath, the sound cold and cruel. I like that. The battlefield was quiet now, eerily so. The corpses of the crime syndicate lay where they had fallen. Ash, blood, silence. Until another chimes kept ringing in his ears. New item acquired, Lasso of Submission. A dark violet coil materialized in his hand, pulsing with divine corruption. It hissed alive with twisted energy. Lasso of Submissio. Forces enemies ensnared to reveal one deepest desire or weakness. Can compel lesser beings to obey a single command. Deals both holy and corrupt damage. Forged with the essence of betrayal and lust. Arthur tilted his head, letting the whip slither around his arm like a living serpent. Twisted, corrupted, dominating. He smirked. Oh, I can have some fun with this. Then, new skill acquired, Speed Step. Arthur blinked, and suddenly moved. Not teleported, not dashed, but a flicker of afterimage. Speed Step. Mimics low-tier Speed Force movement. Can be upgraded to full Speed Force access with mastery. Oh, this is going to be one hell of a skill. New crafting item acquired, Volthum's Cracked Ring. A broken shard of power floated before him, twisting and screaming silently in his hand. It vibrated with madness. Can't be used yet, need a power ring to fuse. Arthur inspected it with a hum. Volthum, huh. We'll see what you become when I fuse you. New equipment acquired, Cape of Silent Descent. A shadow-woven cloak emerged over his shoulders, weightless yet imposing. The hem danced like smoke. Cape of Silent Descent. AGI +30. You make no sound when moving, falling, or landing. Arthur walked a few steps. Not a whisper. Not a creak. He smiled again. Owlman could never. He looked over the wreckage, the dead Owlman, the shattered ring of Power Ring, and the still bleeding chest of Superwoman. His glowing blue eyes narrowed. Then, he whispered to himself, voice like thunder trapped behind stone. "This is pretty nice loot." His grin widened, inhuman and regal. "But now." His palm opened and the darkness answered. A ripple of shadow erupted from his feet, spreading like wildfire. The earth trembled beneath the weight of his will. "It's time for the real prize." The battlefield turned black. "Arise." From the void, they answered. Twisted. Reborn. Bound to the Shadow Monarch. The earth quaked with the arrival of new horrors, shadowed visages of villains once feared now loyal, eternal soldiers in Arthur's legion. First, Superwoman, her body flickering in a dark mist. Her eyes glowed with a strong violet light as she kneeled before Arthur, the lasso of submission hanging uselessly at her side. Second, Owlman, his body bent in reverence. The once prideful mastermind of the syndicate. Now, he knelt before a monarch. And last, Power Ring, the last flickers of the green ring gone, replaced with a new dark ring, with a violet glow in his eyes. His arrogance had been extinguished. Now, his soul was bound. Arthur stood tall, a king in his own right, his eyes glowing blue. He surveyed them, every movement deliberate, every word heavy with the weight of command. "Owl." He nodded to the shadowed form of Owlman, now kneeling before him. The name fit. Owl, knight rank. The shadowed figure of Owlman stood, now forged from the darkness, towering and bound to the monarch's power. A knight in his shadow army. Ring. Arthur's gaze turned next to Power Ring. His eyes locked with Arthur's, no defiance, only loyalty and submission. "I can't think of a better name. So, Ring it shall be." Arthur's voice dripped with sarcasm mocking, but filled with finality. The shadow of Power Ring stood tall. Ring, elite knight rank. Quick. Arthur's eyes moved to the shadowed form of Johnny Quick, the once speed demon now bent to his will, still just as powerful. "Quick, general rank." Arthur intoned. "You are stronger than I expected you to be as a shadow, but still weaker than Galatea and Doom." A twisted grin tugged at his lips. "Your speed is still impressive. Empress." Finally, his gaze rested on Superwoman's shadow, her form ethereal and powerful. She, who had once been the embodiment of strength and invulnerability, now kneeled at his feet. "Empress, general rank." Arthur spoke the title with disdain, yet the power in his words rang true. Each of them, Owl, Ring, Quick, and Empress, rose to their feet, their bodies pulsing with dark energy. They were his shadows now, bound to him in service for eternity. Arthur nodded once. His lips curled into a wicked grin. "Too bad Ultraman is not here." His voice was laced with amusement, but beneath it lay a chilling promise of domination. "He would have been great to have as my shadow soldier. A Justice League of my own." A ripple of shadow stretched from his feet, and they returned, one by one, to the depths of his domain. Arthur's eyes flared with an otherworldly glow. His grin widened, full of wicked satisfaction. "I gotta go back to Luther now," he murmured to himself, an air of triumph and mystery surrounding him. "And inquire about this threat." The alarms suddenly blared, the red lights flashing violently across the syndicate tower, signaling an impending disaster. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8. Arthur couldn't help but laugh. He turned, watching as the countdown ticked down with a sense of satisfaction. "Of course, self-destruct," he muttered, his voice cold but laced with amusement. His grin spread wider as he looked toward the flickering lights of the countdown, knowing what was to come. "Too bad for you, Owlman." His words were drenched with mockery, but beneath it all, a quiet thrill ran through him. Arthur uttered a single word. "Exchange." And in an instant, he was gone, vanishing into the shadows, his figure consumed by darkness. The world outside didn't know what hit it. A deafening explosion shook the very ground, and a blinding, fiery eruption consumed the syndicate tower. The entire structure buckled and collapsed into itself, collapsing into a towering inferno, a sea of flames and destruction. The shockwave rippled across the city, windows shattered, buildings shook, and the people who dared to witness the spectacle could do nothing but stare in awe and terror. The skyline, once a symbol of might, now stood in ruins. Out on the street, crowds ran, screaming, seeking safety, but no one dared venture near the crater where the tower had once stood. Smoke billowed up into the sky, a thick, choking black cloud. And somewhere in the distance, Arthur stood on a quiet street far from the explosion, his gaze casting one last, deliberate look back at the wreckage. He felt no regret. Just a quiet certainty that this was merely one step on a path to get back home. Without a second thought, Arthur turned his back to the chaos, his cloak billowing behind him as he walked away, disappearing into the city. Meanwhile, in the ruins of the tower, the sky had grown darker as Ultraman returned, his flight cutting through the air with terrifying speed. His sharp gaze landed on the shattered remnants of his once proud base. The devastation was impossible to miss. The Syndicate Tower, the symbol of his team's strength, was now nothing more than a smoldering crater. He landed amidst the ruins, his boots crashing against the rubble as his eyes swept over the destruction. His fists clenched. And then, thanks to his supervision, he saw it. A few broken, charred remains of his comrades, fragments of their power, scattered across the debris. They were gone. A growl rumbled in Ultraman's chest as fury rose in him. "You were right, Owlman," he murmured, his voice low and bitter. "About everything, including the demise of our world." His eyes flared with violent rage as his grip tightened around the shattered pieces of his team. "Still, it was your fault. You were weak, all of you." His red eyes burned with an intensity that could turn the night into flame. "And I underestimated him. I didn't expect he'd best you all." Slowly, his gaze drifted upwards, his anger radiating from him like a storm. He rose from the rubble, levitating into the air, his eyes now an inferno of rage. His heat vision crackled and hissed, restrained but on the verge of eruption. "I will find you," Ultraman growled, his voice a low, dangerous whisper, like thunder before the storm. "You will first turn to dust before this world does." His eyes locked on the distant horizon, the city below now nothing more than a speck in his fury-filled vision. 96, Ultraman. The shadows coiled like serpents at Arthur's heels as he stepped into the doors of Alexander Luthor's hideout. The place a sterile mix of reinforced metal and flickering consoles, hidden deep beneath the Earth's crust where no satellite dared look. But now, there was tension in the air. Waiting. Alexander Luthor stood with his back to a glowing data terminal, his sharp gaze immediately locking onto Arthur the moment he entered. He stepped forward, voice low but urgent. "What the hell happened in their tower?" he demanded. "It was reduced to rubble. I thought you died." His voice faltered, a mix of concern and disbelief. "Was it Ultraman?" Arthur stopped, a quiet smirk creeping onto his face. "No," he said calmly, shadows curling slightly around his shoulders. "It was me." Alexander's eyes widened. "What?" "You don't have to worry about the Syndicate now," Arthur continued, voice cool and precise. "They're dead. All of them, except Ultraman. For some reason, he wasn't there." Alexander took a half step back, utterly stunned. "They're really gone." From the rippling blackness under Arthur's boots, four figures emerged, silent and graceful like death itself. Quick, Empress, Owl, and Ring. Their eyes glowed faintly with violet light, kneeling at Arthur's feet like loyal knights before a sovereign. Arthur said nothing. Instead, he raised a hand and gestured toward them. "Here they are." Alexander stared. "No way," he whispered, his voice robbed of breath. "That's Johnny Quick, Superwoman, Owlman, and Power Ring." He turned to Arthur, utterly bewildered. "They're kneeling for you." "They're mine now," Arthur said simply, folding his arms. "Their strength is better used under my command." Alexander slowly paced forward, examining each of them. Even now, they exuded power, power tempered by obedience. The madness in Quick's eyes was gone. Superwoman knelt with a prideful silence, but she did not resist. Owlman's calculating gaze remained, even as an undead. Ring, twitchy as ever, seemed more subdued, more precise. "I really can't believe it," Alexander muttered. He paused, then exhaled deeply. "Well, I guess it's great, back to our objective. Did you get what I asked for?" Arthur turned his head slightly. "Come out." Alexander blinked, confused. Then his jaw clenched as, one by one, Arthur's ice elves slithered from the shadows beneath his feet, tall, beings with eyes like frozen stars. They carried crates, relics, glowing containment canisters, and vials of tech-infused liquids. They marched silently, forming a semicircle and then unloading everything at Alexander's feet. Arthur glanced toward the bounty, then back to Luthor. "This should be enough, right?" Alexander was still frozen, his brain processing a battlefield's worth of information, shadow, and strategy unfolding right in front of him. Then he blinked, shook himself back to clarity, and finally nodded. Yes, it's enough." Arthur gave a satisfied nod. Good. Now can we talk about this threat you mentioned? Alexander's face darkened at the word. Owlman mentioned something similar, before I killed him. That drew a look from Luther. His shoulders sagged slightly. Something long carried, heavy and bitter, settled behind his eyes. Very well, he said, walking slowly to his console. I suppose I have to tell someone. I can't carry this alone anymore. He sat down, tapping a few keys on the glowing console. Lines of data streamed across the screen, images flickering, cosmic symbols, deep space readings, flickers of ancient ruins not found on Earth. His voice was lower now, slower. There's something coming, Arthur. Not from this Earth, not even from this universe. Something far older than the Syndicate. Far more destructive than Ultraman. Owlman tried to understand it. So did I. But we barely scratched the surface. He paused, then added grimly. Whatever it is, it doesn't want to rule. It doesn't want power. It just devours. Arthur's eyes narrowed. Well, there are a few examples popping in my mind. Arthur's Earth. Inside the stillness of the Titan's tower, Raven's chamber pulsed faintly with violet light. Candles flickered in a perfect ring, suspended midair by invisible threads of magic. Ancient glyphs floated around the room, glowing in rhythmic patterns. Raven sat cross-legged at the center, sweat trickling down her face. Her cloak hung loose, her fingers locked in a focused mudra, and her breathing was shallow, strained. She had been at this for hours, days maybe, searching, reaching across realms, trying to find him, Arthur. But every time she felt like she got close, his energy slipped like a shadow into smoke. Her eyes flickered open. Red light flared across her irises. Suddenly, the room dimmed, unnaturally so. The glyphs around her turned crimson. Then, a voice like grinding stone and molten fire echoed through her mind. You're slipping, daughter. Her spine stiffened, a chill crawling down it. The voice was unmistakable. Trigon. Your focus wavers. Your soul flickers. You're becoming pathetic. Raven's jaw clenched, eyes snapping shut as she tried to silence him. Shut up, she hissed. I'm not getting weaker. You are. His voice coiled around her skull. You can barely hold your emotions together, let alone your magic. You reach for him, and yet, you're the one drifting away. Her fingers trembled slightly. Arthur. Trigon mused mockingly. He consumes your thoughts. He unsettles you. A boy born of darkness, yet you fear his loss more than you fear me. How poetic. Shut up. She shouted this time, her voice echoing off the stone walls. The glyphs flared with black and violet. Silence. A long, cold silence. Then, Trigon's voice was gone. Raven sat in the middle of the chamber, breath ragged, heart pounding. The candles had all extinguished. Only the faint hum of residual magic remained. She clenched her fists against her knees, her voice barely a whisper. I hate to admit it, but he's right. Her gaze dropped to the floor, her voice tighter now, angry but honest. I can barely control my emotions. A long pause. Then she looked up above her, and it's getting worse the longer he's gone. Alexander's hideout. Arthur stood at the edge of the room, arms crossed, Demon King's longsword sheathed on his back like a silent warning to the world. Alexander exhaled. This threat. He paused, expression grave. It's not something you can punch, Arthur. It's not a man. Not a monster. Arthur tilted his head, eyes narrowing. Alexander continued, it's, how should I say it correctly? A cosmic entity. It doesn't conquer worlds, it devours them. It consumes matter, time, light, everything. Before he could say the name, Arthur's voice cut through the room like steel on bone. It's the Anti-Monitor. Alexander froze, lips parting slightly in surprise. So you do know. Arthur's gaze darkened, jaw tightening. Damn it, he muttered, voice low and bitter. I don't think I have a chance against something like that, especially not right now. A spark of sarcasm lit Alexander's eyes, but there was no humor in it. What, you expecting every problem to fall to fists and fire? This one's not going to bleed for you, Arthur. I know, Arthur snapped. Then his voice softened, his honesty unshakable. I'm not strong enough for something like that, yet. Alexander's brow twitched at the word, his lip curling. Yet. He looked genuinely annoyed now. You really are that confident in your strength? Arthur gave him a quiet, level stare. I'm not stupid, Luther. I know what that thing is capable of. what it's done, what it will do if we don't escape. There was a pause. And then, Alexander turned back to the terminal, fingers dancing over the console. Lines of code cascaded down the screens, quantum energy humming louder with every passing second. We don't have time anyway, he muttered, more to himself than anyone. So I'll get to work. I promised I'd get you out of this place. It will take at best 2 days with the help of your shadows, and I keep my word. Then, something in his voice shifted. Softer. Regretful. You already did us a favor by destroying the syndicate, he said, not looking up. Even though, part of me wished they might have tried to be better. Tried to help save this world from the doom coming for it. Arthur's voice was cold, final. Well, too late for that. They're gone. And Ultraman's still breathing though. He stepped forward, boots echoing on the steel floor. You can bet he's out there. Hunting. Burning. Just waiting for the moment he finds me. Alexander finally looked up, meeting Arthur's gaze, and for a moment, 2 worlds of resolve collided. I'm sure he is, Luther said, eyes flaring with a scientist's fire and a survivor's fury. 2 days later. The sky was dark still in an endless night, and high above, suspended in the air like a storm held at bay, Ultraman hovered, arms folded, cape billowing in the high-altitude wind. His eyes burned a cold crimson, scanning the dead zone below. Concrete husks, fractured towers, and shattered streets passed beneath his gaze, until he saw it. A flicker. A twitch. Barely noticeable. But to him, a heartbeat was louder than thunder. Something or someone moved within the ruins. Ultraman's mouth curved into a grim smirk. TCH. He exhaled slowly, voice as heavy as the clouds above. I didn't think I'd have to find you like this, scum of Alexander. He floated lower, letting the static in the air build across his skin. His red eyes narrowed, focus sharpening like a blade. I always knew you'd run to the sewers. Hide in the filth. After all. He clenched his fists, cape snapping behind him like the wings of a demon. You're nothing but a rat. And now, a cornered one. He dove. Like a missile forged of wrath and fury, Ultraman shot downward, breaking the sound barrier with a thunderclap. Buildings shook. Windows shattered. Dust spiraled into the air as the force of his descent lit the air aflame. 97. The looming threats. Minutes before Ultraman arrival. The lab buzzed softly with the sound of working machines and whirring tech, cobbled together brilliance powered by desperation and genius in equal measure. Alexander Luther stood hunched over the console, hands moving with surgical precision as he calibrated coordinates and tuned the energy matrix. Arthur sat off to the side, legs crossed, eyes half-lidded. Despite the high-stakes moment, his demeanor was relaxed, bored, even. Just a few more sequences, Luther muttered, sweat beading at his brow. Final touches are being made right now. You should be able to get home in no time. Arthur glanced at him, then leaned back with a sigh. About the anti-monitor. He said, you think it'll arrive soon? Alexander paused longer than expected. His jaw clenched. I really don't know, he admitted, voice lower now. And that's the scary part, but it's coming. Arthur gave a slow nod, absorbing the weight of that inevitability. Then, without warning, he stood up and wandered toward one of Luther's cluttered workbenches. Don't touch that, Lex barked, not looking up. Too late. Arthur was already fiddling with some strange sphere-like device, squinting at it like a puzzle box. What does this do? He muttered, twisting the top. The machine sparked. BZZT. A loud pop echoed through the lab, and smoke puffed out like a startled dragon. Arthur. Luther turned sharply, eyes flaring with rage. Do you have to touch everything? This isn't a toy shop. Arthur held up his hands, a grin creeping across his face. All right, my bad. Just trying to kill time. He moved to step away, then stopped. His body went rigid. His eyes, flared blue, a luminous flash that cast dancing shadows on the walls. We have company, he said quietly. No humor. No sarcasm. Just certainty. Luther's face paled. Shit. He rushed to the nearby terminal, tapping into the broken city's sensors. But he didn't need confirmation. His voice dropped with dread. It's Ultraman. He must have swept every corner of the globe by now. Arthur took a slow breath. He flexed his gloved fingers, drawing in a tether of shadow to his side like a companion. Well. He turned toward the stairway leading to the surface. Then I'll go and take care of him. He didn't sound cocky. He didn't sound scared either. He just sounded ready. As he walked toward the exit, Luther called out behind him. Don't underestimate him. He's angrier than ever. Stronger, too. Arthur paused, his silhouette bathed in flickering lab light. I don't plan to underestimate him, he said. I'm just planning to end this. Arthur's earth. Darkness curled at the edges of Raven's chamber. The candles surrounding Raven sputtered and went out one by one, as if they sensed the presence building within her. Raven knelt alone, the floor slick with sweat beneath her trembling form. Her body was trembling, not from exhaustion, but resistance. Her hair clung to her cheeks, damp, her breath uneven. She tried again, and again, focusing, channeling, searching for Arthur, still. Come on, just a little longer. I need to find him. Her voice cracked. Her hands, resting on her knees, began to twitch. The red chakra gem on her forehead suddenly flared with a blinding light. A deep crimson glow. Her eyes went wide. No. Then the pain hit her, raw and piercing, as the gem in her forehead started showing black cracks of magic. The room echoed with a deep rushing sound, like 1,000 voices whispering from behind a veil. And then it spoke, his voice. Still clinging to hope, still pretending you have control. How exhausting. Her lips parted, and Trigon's voice echoed out through her own mouth, warped and inhuman. You're getting weaker, my child. Every moment you fight me is one step closer to your end. Raven's body contorted as she cried out, one hand clawing at her head, the other pressing to the gem, now glowing like a furnace. Shut up. I'm not weak. I'm not. Oh. His voice coiled around her like a serpent. Then explain this. With a sickening sound, the chakra gem cracked open, and the first wraith emerged, a specter of pure shadow with 4 blazing red eyes, shrieking in rage. Then another. And another. Each ghostly wraith peeled itself free from her, crawling and clawing its way and then spread in different directions into the world with hunger and wrath. What are you doing? Raven's voice was frantic now, her body trembling violently. What did you release? My will-given form, Trigon purred. Weak fragments of myself. But they are more than enough for this pathetic excuse of a world. She watched in horror as dozens of these black wraiths slithered from her chakra gem, each shrieking like a banshee before vanishing in bursts of dark fire to every corner of Earth and beyond. Stop it. Raven pleaded. You made it possible, my daughter. Trigon laughed, cruel and ancient. Soon enough, you'll see what I've done. What you've helped me do. She fell to her knees, gasping, clutching her chest as though trying to keep her soul from spilling out. What did you release? She asked again, softly this time. Answer me. There was a moment of quiet. Too quiet. Then, the end of this realm. The echo of my return. Soon, I will be whole. And when that time comes, my child. His voice dropped to a whisper that felt like it came from inside her bones. This world will kneel. Burn. And I'll thank that little shadow king of yours. By dragging his corpse into the void myself. Arthur. Her voice cracked. I messed up. With a final scream of willpower, Raven slammed both hands to the ground, chanting words in a forgotten tongue. The chakra gem sealed shut, the crimson glow dimming. The room went still again. Raven collapsed to her side, chest heaving, sweat matting her hair and cloak. She blinked slowly, staring at the ceiling. Shit, this is bad. She whispered. I can barely keep him contained anymore. I need help. John, maybe he can. But then, the laughter returned. Faint, distant, echoing in her mind. Too late, daughter of mine. Too late. Raven curled up, trembling. The ground crunched beneath Arthur's boots as he stepped out of Alexander's hidden lair. And silence outside welcomed him with the stench of blood. Smoke coiled through the broken surroundings like grasping fingers. Ash rained softly from the sky, a parody of snow. Somewhere nearby, fire crackled, and the wind carried the metallic tang of death. Arthur's blue eyes narrowed. He walked forward slowly, scanning the devastation. Rubble. Scorch marks. Bullet casings. And then he saw it. Through the smoke, a shape. A towering figure stood alone, cloaked in shadow and fury. His muscular form was unmistakable. Red, glowing eyes burned like twin furnaces in the fog. In one hand, he held a limp guard by the throat, head twisted at an unnatural angle. Dead. The corpse slipped from Ultraman's hand and hit the ground with a lifeless thud. Arthur's jaw tensed. Took you a while. His voice was low, calm, but cut through the haze like a blade. For someone who can see and hear everything. Ultraman's head lifted slowly, and his eyes locked with Arthur's. The air vibrated from the sheer weight of his presence. You killed them. His voice was venomous. All of them, even though I still had some use for them considering what is coming. He stepped forward, cracking the pavement beneath his boots. Do you think killing them makes you a god, boy? Arthur didn't flinch. His stare was cold, intense. No, I don't think I'm a god. Black tendrils of shadow began to rise around his arms and feet, twisting and coiling. Not yet, anyway. The shadows crept along his body like living smoke, but you sure as hell aren't one either. He smirked. After all, you're just a junkie in a cape. Ultraman's eyes flared red. You'll die. He stepped closer. On your knees. Begging. Arthur exhaled slowly. His voice dipped into a growl, calm, confident, dangerous. Funny. From the shadows around him, 4 figures materialized, Quick, Empress, Owl, and Ring, their forms silent and deadly at his back. That's exactly what they said. He raised one hand, gesturing to the spectral warriors. Before I made them mine. Ultraman's face changed, rage, disgust, a flicker of confusion as well. Then he lunged, faster than lightning, a blur of crimson and blue. But Arthur was ready. 2 solar gauntlets forged from molten energy and shadow materialized, locking onto his arms with a thunderous hum. Boom! Their fists collided with a deafening shockwave, cracking the ground beneath them. Arthur was sent flying, blowing the smoke apart like a bomb had gone off. 98 Arthur vs. Ultraman. Arthur rose from the cracked pavement, blood trickling from the side of his mouth, one gauntlet-covered hand clenched, slightly scorched from impact. He looked down at his palm, smoke curling from the gauntlet. I might want to avoid direct hits from him. He muttered, exhaling hard. A blur moved beside him. Arthur's eyes snapped open, glowing faint blue as he leaned back, just in time to dodge a fist that shattered the concrete wall behind him. Rubble exploded outward. Ultraman, standing there, eyes glowing red, jaw clenched in fury. You're quick. He growled, turning his head slowly. No wonder you bested them. I see it now, you're more than just tricks. Arthur vanished with a speed step, reappearing 10 feet back, crouched low, breath steady, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. That, and also because I play dirty. From the smoke behind Arthur, massive shadows pulled themselves into reality. Galatea, clad in a dark, shadow variant of her armor, eyes locked on Ultraman like a lioness. And beside her, Doom, the mute colossus, emerged, his monstrous frame dwarfing even Ultraman, bone cracking, red eyes glowing like hellfire. Behind them, the kneeling shadows of Quick, Ring, and Empress rose like wraiths, their twisted figures awaiting orders. Ultraman scoffed, cracking his knuckles. You think these ghosts can harm me? Arthur's shadow rippled behind him, suffocating even the air itself. Let's find out. And they struck. Galatea flew in first, a sonic boom in her wake as she smashed into Ultraman mid-charge. Their fists collided, the shockwave shattered everything in a 10-block radius. Ultraman snarled and grabbed her arm mid-strike, swinging her sideways, but Doom leapt in, grabbing Ultraman by the throat and tackling him through a building. The tower collapsed behind them as Doom's fists pounded into Ultraman's body, each strike sending tremors through the earth. Ultraman grunted, eyes flashing, and then head-butted Doom, the impact leaving a crater in the ground. Doom roared silently, lunging again. Arthur closed in now, weaving between the chaos, his solar gauntlets burning bright. He ducked under Ultraman's swing and slammed his fist into Ultraman's gut. A hiss of searing flesh. Sunshine that bad for you? Arthur grinned. Ultraman howled, staggering back, but grabbed Arthur by the arm and hurled him across the battlefield. Quick appeared in front of Ultraman in a flash of shadow, throwing rapid-fire punches, each one landing with a crack, but Ultraman blurred and snapped Quick's arm with a counterblow, sending him skidding away. Ring tried to lock him with energy constructs, but Ultraman sliced through it with his heat vision. Galatea came back in from above feet first and kicked Ultraman straight down into Doom's waiting arms. The shadow juggernaut caught him and slammed him into the ground with both fists like a meteor. Dust rose. The street cracked. But Ultraman pushed off, bleeding a bit, panting, furious. You're throwing everything at me, he snarled, chest heaving. And it still won't be enough. Arthur, eyes glowing blue, hair swaying in the rising wind of shadow energy. It doesn't have to be enough. He said calmly. It just has to hurt. Arthur's eyes narrowed. He clenched his fists and the air twisted. A pulse of black energy exploded from him in every direction, like a shockwave of night itself. Shadows bent unnaturally toward him. The world around him darkened further. Monarch's domain. The shadows around him trembled, then surged with power. Doom's red eyes blazed, doubling in intensity as the energy flooded into his form. The Syndicate's shadows moved faster, more precise, more violent. Even Galatea, her own strength heightened by proximity, clenched her fists with a grin. Arthur, cracking his neck, turned to her. "Let's put the tyrant back in the dirt." And they moved. Ultraman stood his ground, the concrete beneath him breaking under the pressure of their approach. Arthur struck first a jab with his solar gauntlet, aiming for Ultraman's ribs. Ultraman blocked it mid-air, the searing heat hissing against his skin, then returned a punch that Arthur ducked under, spinning to land a counter-strike to the side of his jaw. Galatea came in with a blurring haymaker, catching Ultraman square in the face. He stumbled back a step. She followed up with a flurry of Kryptonian blows, but Ultraman roared, grabbed her mid-punch, and smashed her headfirst into the pavement. "You're just an insect," he snarled, raising a fist to finish her. But Doom barreled in, tackling Ultraman with such force that the street beneath them imploded, shaking blocks around them. The two exchanged raw, savage blows, fist meeting fist in a rhythm of destruction. Ultraman reeled back, only for Doom to grab his leg, spin, and slam him through a wall. But Ultraman stood instantly. He growled, and uppercut Doom with a charged fist, launching the silent beast into the air. Arthur blurred forward with a speed that rivaled his. "You're open." A punch, glowing almost red, slammed directly into Ultraman's face. His head jerked back from the impact, and for once, his eyes twitched with pain. But he didn't stay stunned. In a flash, Ultraman twisted forward and grabbed Arthur by the throat, lifting him. Then, skyward. They rocketed up like a missile, streaking through the clouds, punching through layers of atmosphere. "Let's see what kind of god you are in space," Ultraman hissed, his voice vibrating with hate. "I wonder if you can survive the vacuum." Arthur coughed, wind roaring past his face, the stars above already peeking through the blackening sky. His ears popped. His skin tingled. "I'm not planning to find out," he said through gritted teeth. His eyes flashed. "Exchange." In a blink, Ultraman wasn't holding Arthur anymore. He was gripping Doom. Ultraman's expression twisted. "What?" Doom snarled silently. Then headbutted Ultraman. The force disoriented him for just a second, but then Ultraman grabbed him midair and threw him upward with monstrous strength. Doom sailed straight into the upper stratosphere like a rocket. Boom! Ultraman returned moments later, crashing back to Earth in a thunderous shockwave. He landed hard, cracking the street. Dust billowed around him. Arthur stood there calmly as the smoke cleared, rolling something small and green in his fingers. Kryptonite. Ultraman's breath caught. His eyes dilated. He took one step forward, almost drooling. "You want this, don't you?" Arthur teased, flipping the glowing shard between his fingers. Ultraman's voice trembled. "Give it." Arthur just smiled. "After all, I did take your entire drug pile." Ultraman snarled, fists shaking, taking another unstable step forward. "Give it to me." Arthur gave him a mocking shrug, and with a flick of his wrist, the shard vanished back into his inventory. "Not happening, junkie." Ultraman's scream of rage cracked the sky. Suddenly, BZZT, BZZT. A calm crackled to life in his ear, Alexander's voice tense and distorted. "Are you there, Arthur? Come on, answer." Arthur, eyes never leaving the figure across from him, responded calmly. "Yeah, I'm here." "Good. Then listen closely, this is bad." A pause. "I know you've got your hands full with Ultraman, but, take a look at the sky." Arthur's gaze lifted, and his eyes narrowed. Far beyond the city's burning skyline, the moon was disappearing. Like a curtain being pulled back by an unseen hand, it began to fade, piece by piece, swallowed by an invisible force. A cold chill spread through the air. Even Ultraman turned to look, and his expression, the invincible tyrant, shifted. From fury, to fear. "No." Ultraman muttered, backing a step. "No, no, no." Arthur's voice dropped into something darker. Sharper. "He is here." Alexander's voice returned, tight and urgent. "Yes. You need to finish that quick, Arthur, now." Arthur didn't flinch. He clenched his fists, sparks of golden flame flickering over the solar gauntlets. His shadows stood behind him, like silent sentinels. His voice was calm, but thunder echoed beneath it. Then I'll make it quick. The sky began to shift. The darkness that had cloaked the heavens like an endless shroud was peeling away. And from beyond it, rays of sunlight pierced through, soft at first, then almost blinding. Golden light washed over the ruins. Ultraman was staggering back as the rays touched his skin. His muscles tensed, withdrawal igniting in his bones like fire. No, no, not yet. He yelled. I thought Owlman said it will take longer to arrive. Arthur's lips curved into a smile. Passive activated, plus 50% damage in direct sunlight. His shadows stood behind him like generals of war, unmoving, unblinking, loyal to the core. His eyes glowing with dark, unrelenting power locked onto Ultraman's, and he stepped forward. Ultraman. Arthur said slowly, voice like a blade, I guess your world really is over. Ultraman's face contorted with rage and desperation. You'll die first before it does. But Arthur, his expression calm, fearless, basked in the rising light. How can you say that? He raised a hand toward the glorious, shining sun that now burned in the sky. When that beautiful sun is up there. 99 Arthur vs. Ultraman, 2. Arthur stood firm, solar gauntlets burning golden on his fists, energy flaring from the seams. Across from him, Ultraman a bit bloodied, cracked, eyes burning red with madness hovered inches above the ground, lips curled into a snarl. Then, boom, they clashed. Arthur's fist came in first, solar-powered and fast, slamming into Ultraman's ribs with a heavy crunch. The impact sent the tyrant careening into a gutted building, shattering through concrete and steel like tissue paper. Dust exploded outward in a shockwave. Arthur didn't wait. Speed step. He vanished, reappearing midair just as Ultraman burst from the wreckage, heat vision firing wild, molten red. Arthur dodged between beams, danced across the air like a coiled spring. He reappeared above Ultraman mid-flight, drove his knee into the Kryptonian's back, slamming him down into the street. Asphalt cracked like glass. The pavement split, a crater erupting beneath them. But Ultraman rose, grinning. You're strong, but not strong enough for someone like me. In a blur, he lunged, grabbed Arthur by the neck and launched him into the sky. Arthur's body slammed through 2 floors of a skyscraper, steel and glass bursting around him. He tumbled midair, gritted his teeth and caught himself mid-fall on a chunk of falling debris. Not being able to fly. Arthur muttered, coughing blood. Is really a pain. Ultraman was already there. He barreled into Arthur like a meteor, grabbing him mid-fall and driving him through the rest of the building, slamming him down level after level, until they crashed out the other side in a plume of smoke. Arthur's gauntlets flared. He threw a wild uppercut, caught Ultraman under the chin and sent him spiraling into the sky, skin burned under sunlight. Arthur landed on a rooftop, chest heaving. He's still fighting like a mad dog. He whispered, gaze flicking to the sun. Is it desperation? Or is the sun not working fast enough? Ultraman roared down from above like a missile. Arthur crossed his arms, took the impact, barely, and was driven through the roof, through the floors below, slamming down into a subway station. Tiles shattered. Walls cracked. The ground buckled. The station caved in around them. Arthur groaned, blood dripping from his mouth, and pushed himself up from the wreckage. You done? He asked, spitting red. Ultraman landed, coughing but laughing. Not even close. I still have time to break you. Arthur's gauntlets glowed brighter, responding to the sun overhead. He cracked his knuckles. Well, I don't. They charged again. Blow for blow. Ultraman's strikes were brutal, heavy, slamming Arthur into walls, into trains, through rebar and concrete. But Arthur gave as good as he got. Solar gauntlets slammed into Ultraman's chest, burning flesh on contact. One hit knocked out a tooth. Another made his ribs snap with an audible crunch. They grappled in the dark, flickering light of the ruined station. Arthur dodged a heat vision blast, slammed Ultraman's head into a pillar, then got thrown across the tracks like a ragdoll. But he caught himself mid-roll, shadows cushioning his landing, and he launched himself back in, throwing a haymaker that cracked against Ultraman's temple. Blood sprayed. They were titans. Every hit shattered walls. Every slam ruptured the earth. And still, neither yielded. Ultraman had Arthur by the arm, dragging him through a half-collapsed building, sparks flying as stone and steel scraped by. Arthur's body trailed a wake of dust and debris. Until A boom split the air, and a streak of black and red smashed into Ultraman's side, sending him skidding across the ruins. Galatea stood where Ultraman once was, eyes blazing, her shadow hair fluttering in the wind. Her voice was fire and fury. "Where do you think you're dragging my king?" A flash of motion beside her quick burst forward in a blur, his fists crackling with energy as he delivered a punishing flurry of jabs and uppercuts to Ultraman's jaw, chest, and ribs. Each hit left tremors in the air. Ultraman growled, bloodied but furious. He caught Quick mid-motion. With a flex of his arm and a sickening crack, he crushed Quick's neck in his grip. Snap! Galatea's eyes widened, but Quick's body dissolved into shadow mist, reforming a second later behind Ultraman, neck twisting back into place, all regenerated. "Try harder again." Ultraman snarled, but before he could turn, a massive shadow loomed overhead. Doom! The monstrous figure of the Shadowborn Doomsday came crashing down, both fists like meteors as he slammed onto Ultraman's back with a quake-inducing impact. The ground shattered beneath them. Ultraman's body dented the earth like it was rubber. "Greyike!" Ultraman roared in agony beneath Doom's crushing weight. But pain only made him angrier. Still pinned, Ultraman's eyes ignited with burning red heat. Vision screamed from his face, blasting Doom point-blank in the chest. The beam punched through rubble, melting steel and slicing the sky. Doom was blown off, body skidding, smoke and molten shadow trailing from his chest. Arthur stood atop the debris, cape fluttering behind him, a dangerous glow pulsing from his solar gauntlets. The poor bastard had enough. His voice rang like judgment. The shadows obeyed, all backing away like loyal sentinels, falling into place, silent, watchful, waiting. Ultraman staggered to his feet, still smoking, still snarling, even as his knees buckled. But Arthur was already gone from his perch. Speed step. He appeared right next to Ultraman, face close, eyes glowing icy blue. "This is for dragging me through the dirt." Boom! Arthur drove both fists into Ultraman's chest, releasing a blinding solar pulse, a wave of burning light and kinetic force that exploded outward like a miniature sun. The shockwave flattened a city block. Glass shattered for miles. A crater opened beneath them. Ultraman's scream was guttural. He dropped to his knees, smoke rising from his chest plate, wheezing, gasping. Skin seared. Muscles twitching. The sunlight finally starting to hurt. He looked up, face twisted in pain and disbelief. Arthur loomed over him, breathing hard, gauntlets still glowing, shadows swirling behind like a storm ready to consume the sky. "Told you," Arthur muttered, voice cold as winter. "You're not the god here." Every inhale stinging like fire in his chest. His gauntlets were cracked, glowing faintly, and his fists bled freely, skin torn raw from the relentless exchange. His knuckles dripped crimson, staining the dirt beneath. Across from him, Ultraman knelt, smoldering, body trembling, head down but alive. Barely. Arthur's hand trembled only for a moment before a shadow rippled into form in his grasp. The Demon King longsword emerged from the void with a crack of thunder. Midnight black, blue lightning arced across its blade, pulsing with the wrath of the abyss. Arthur gritted his teeth, the pain in his body screaming at him to stop, but he stepped forward anyway, dragging the blade through the ground as it hummed with power. Ultraman looked up. His once proud face was bloodied, his lips split, one eye swollen. But the hatred still burned behind his gaze. Even defeated, even dying, the fury remained. "You, little insect. You better are." He didn't finish. Arthur pinned him with ruler's authority and then simply swung. A surge of bloodlust in a single, devastating arc of the blade, thunder roaring as the slash tore through the air. A storm of lightning erupted, searing blue, tearing through sky and stone. It crashed down like divine wrath. Ultraman's head flew clean from his shoulders, rolling across the broken earth before dissolving into vaporized ash. For a moment, nothing moved. Then Arthur staggered. His sword dropped. He fell to one knee, coughing, hard. Blood splattered on the rocks beneath him. His vision blurred. His breath was shallow. He could barely lift his arms. That was a weakened version of Superman. His voice was barely above a whisper. A reminder. A warning. A bitter truth. He stared at the spot where Ultraman's body had fallen, now just a smoldering crater of burnt flesh and shadowed stone. Arthur clenched his bleeding hand, the pain anchoring him to reality. "I need to get stronger." The words left his lips like a vow. Then a voice. Smooth, feminine, timeless. It echoed directly into his mind. "Indeed you must." Arthur's glowing eyes snapped open, his breath caught. He stood, spinning on instinct, scanning the horizon, his shadows rising in tension. Who said that? Don't bother looking for me, the voice whispered again, calm and omnipresent. I've always been watching you. Arthur rose to his feet slowly, fists clenched. His vision flicked to every shadow, every corner. Still nothing. Even his shadows looked confused, uncertain. You believe you have dominion over death, the voice continued, like it was walking through his thoughts. Yet here you are, so close to what you think you can control. Arthur was standing tall now, his bloodied hands still trembling slightly, but his posture resolute. I'm not close to death, he said coldly. Who are you? Reveal yourself. Silence. And then a touch. A finger. Light. Barely there. A tap on his shoulder. Arthur spun, faster than thought, shadows swirling like a storm. And stopped. There she stood. 100, Death of the Endless. A woman cloaked in flowing, obsidian-black robes that shimmered like the void between stars. Each fold of her garment seemed to devour the light, an elegant curtain of eternity. Her skin was pale as moonlight, lips dark as midnight ink, and her eyes were endless. Twin dark abysses, as if galaxies spinning slowly in their depths, as if the stars themselves were caught in quiet orbit around her soul. Around her neck hung a necklace with a symbol, an ankh, the sign of life, and of its end. Arthur's breath caught in his throat. He staggered backward, blood still running from his split lips, knees threatening to give in entirely, not from fear, but from awe and exhaustion. His eyes widened. You are death. She smiled. Not cruelly, not kindly, merely, knowing, like she had always known. You know of me. Her voice rang like a bell through his mind, soft, serene, and absolute. Arthur tried to answer but only managed. Sort of. His voice cracked, barely a whisper. Then his knees buckled fully, and he dropped down to the ground with a grunt, one hand bracing his trembling frame. She laughed softly, a dark velvet chuckle, not unkind, but laced with irony. I assure you, this is not my doing. She stepped forward with grace that mocked gravity itself, her feet barely disturbing the dust of the broken earth. And then she knelt. On one knee, opposite him. Her fingers, cold and smooth as glass, reached forward and cradled Arthur's bruised face gently. Her gaze pierced his very soul, but there was no judgment. Only recognition. Then, her voice rang with quiet command. Take him, I will continue to allow it. Your powers are interesting. Her hand gestured without looking toward the corpse of Ultraman, his severed head lying beside his fallen body. Arthur looked, unsure what she meant. But before he could ask, she leaned forward and kissed him. A soft press of lips to his cheek, like frost touching the edge of flame. A strange warmth bloomed where she touched him, even as the cold of the void echoed in its wake. And leave as soon as you can. Arthur froze, caught off guard, wide-eyed. Then she rose, tall and unbending, the galaxies in her eyes spinning faster now. I have grown, interested in you, Arthur, she said, turning her back as the wind began to howl unnaturally. Ever since you first meddled with the energy of death. Her robes flowed behind her like the tail of a comet, her steps unhurried as the sky began to bend above her. She paused only once, casting a glance over her shoulder. I'll be seeing you again. Arthur Blackwined. Monarch of Shadows. And with that, she vanished. Like she was never there at all. Only the silence remained. And Arthur, still kneeling, bloody and breathless, stared at the space where death herself had just stood. What the hell was that about? Arthur stood slowly, wincing as his joints cracked and muscles protested. Blood still clung to his knuckles, his breath ragged from the relentless battle. A long sigh escaped his lips as he gazed upward. The sky was changing, too quickly. Well, at least she's right. I need to leave. He muttered to himself. The horizon was beginning to brighten. Rays of sunlight crept across the battle-torn landscape, illuminating ash and debris with unforgiving clarity. Daylight of demise was fast approaching. It wouldn't be long before this world would be no more. He turned toward what remained of Ultraman, his decapitated body resting like a fallen god in the ruin. For a long moment, Arthur just looked at him, this broken weapon of another world. Then he stepped forward and placed a bloodied palm gently upon Ultraman's chest. Arise. Silence. No stirring of shadows. No pull of death's whisper. Arthur frowned. He glanced around, tense. Tried again. I don't have time, come on. Arise. Nothing. His brow tightened, a bead of sweat slipping down his temple. Did she do something? He whispered, remembering Death's enigmatic expression. Then, narrowing his eyes and focusing all of his will, he commanded the world. Arise. The air shivered. A ripple of dark energy burst outward from Ultraman's corpse like a shockwave of smoke and lightning. The sky dimmed for a moment, just a blink like it remembered the night. The ground cracked beneath him. Shadow tendrils whipped and curled, and then he emerged. A new figure knelt at Arthur's feet, shaped like Ultraman, cloaked in flickering black, a long tattered cape trailing behind him. A stylized, glowing violet hue burned on his chest. His eyes once crimson with rage now burned with a deep, pulsing violet fire. Ultra, Shadow General. Arthur's gaze sharpened as he took in the transformed being, the immense aura rolling off him like waves of controlled fury. Impressive. Arthur murmured. He walked a slow circle around the kneeling figure. I can tell. You're almost a marshal, just like Doom. The Ultra Shadow remained kneeling, head bowed in total submission. Arthur exhaled deeply, and with a wave of his hand, all his soldiers Doom, Quick, Galatea, began to retreat, dissolving back into the swirling depths of his own shadow. One by one, they vanished, until only Arthur stood amidst the ruin. I need to get out of here. The sky had turned bright again, dangerously bright. Without another word, Arthur raised his hand. A flicker of dimensional energy sparked around him. Exchange. And in a blink, he was gone. Earlier that hour, the city was chaos incarnate. Glass shattered in skyscrapers as shockwaves rattled through concrete and steel. Sirens blared in every direction, police, fire, and emergency units overwhelmed by the raw unreality of what was happening in the sky above. A woman held her daughter tight beneath the awning of a bus stop as the sky cracked with thunder, not from a storm, but from fists slamming into gods. Is that Ultraman? A man asked, eyes wide, cell phone shaking in his hand as he tried to film. He's furious. Who the hell is he fighting? Are those ghosts? Up above, figures blurred like comets, smashing through buildings and tearing across the skyline in streaks of black and red and silver. Every punch left sonic booms in their wake. Every crash sent birds fleeing, car alarms wailing. From atop a rooftop, a teenage boy pointed to a moment frozen in time, Ultraman slamming a figure through a building, bricks exploding outward like a wave of paper. That man. Who is that? I don't know, but he's going toe-to-toe with Ultraman. Street-level panic grew. People abandoned their cars mid-intersection, running for cover as chunks of metal rained from the sky. A flaming bus flipped through the air like a toy tossed by a tantrum. Run, run, he's coming this way. And then, suddenly, silence. Not peace, not safety, just the void left behind when too much has happened too fast. The fighting had stopped. Smoke curled into the heavens, pillars of ash and fire. People crawled out from hiding, shielding their eyes from dust and heat. A young girl on the steps of a church pointed to the sky, eyes wide. Mommy, where's the moon? Heads turned upward. Murmurs became screams. Wait, it was just there. The moon, it's gone. Did it explode? Who destroyed the moon? Panic rippled like a storm's surge. People began to run, again, but not from buildings or monsters. From uncertainty. From the sheer wrongness of the sky itself. And as the pale silver light of the missing moon gave way to a rising unnatural brightness. What is that light? It's getting brighter. Is it even the sun? From the shattered remains of windows, from alleyways and rooftops, everyone felt it. Something had changed. Something cosmic was approaching. Arthur stood beside Alexander Luthor, the flickering lights of the machine casting jagged shadows across both their faces. Alexander was working feverishly, fingers dancing across a cracked control panel, his eyes sunken with fatigue but sharp and calculating. Arthur's voice cut through the tension, urgent but composed. That thing is approaching. We don't have time. Is it ready, Alexander? The other man didn't answer immediately. He was adjusting a dial, then pressing a glyph-marked button with the steadiness of someone used to doing the impossible with seconds to spare. A brilliant vortex began to bloom in the center of the machine. Alexander finally spoke, his voice quieter than Arthur expected. Almost hollow. Yes. Click. It's ready. The portal flared open like the eye of a god. Wind tore through the chamber. The machine howled with power. Alexander's eyes reflected galaxies. The coordinates should be correct, he murmured. "This'll take you back, home." Arthur glanced into the portal. He felt it in his bones. This was real. This was the thread that would lead him back to his own world. But something pulled at him. He turned to Alexander. "Come with me," Arthur said, voice steady despite the roar of energy around them. "My world could use a decent Lex Luthor. One with a brain, and a soul. You might even change some people. Superman himself wouldn't believe it." Alexander's hands slowly dropped to his sides. The glow of the portal played across his features, but his eyes remained unreadable. He didn't look at Arthur right away. Seconds passed. Then, "I can't," he said, simply. This novel is uploaded by Fanfic Novels. Please support me via Patreon.
Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.